Chapter 1, Others have swords, guns, and clubs. You have a desert eagle? The cramped room, the dim light. From the broken TV, the anxious voice of the host echoed. The National Fate survival will begin in 1 hour. Currently, all the chosen ones from Dragon Country have basically taken their positions, except for a young man named Cheng Yao, who is yet to check in. The screen displayed a picture of Cheng Yao, his face stern, his body straight, like a sword drawn from its sheath. Cheng Yao stared at the unfamiliar scene in front of him, lost in thought for a long time. Did he travel to another world? No, it shouldn't be like this. Cheng Yao grew impatient, frantically grabbing his head with both hands, trying to recall what had happened before. He vaguely remembered, back in the days of the nation, seeing the Foot Basin Prime Minister going to worship at the shrine of the war dead, feeling immense anger in his heart. So, he made some explosives through his own channels and blew up the entire shrine along with the Prime Minister. Of course, he did not escape unscathed. After the loud explosion, when he woke up again, he found himself in this strange place. So, did he die? As this thought passed through Cheng Yao's mind, a sudden sharp pain surged in his head. The pain felt as though something was wildly growing inside his brain. Along with this intense pain, the memories of the original owner of this body began to piece together. This world was on the verge of collapse. People could only survive with the remaining few resources. Fresh water, food, and various mineral resources had almost been exhausted. The land could no longer grow plants, and people barely survived by consuming synthetic protein bars. Then, a week ago, an unknown entity suddenly announced to the world that the National Fate survival would soon begin. Each country would randomly select 200 chosen ones and send them to the National Fate Forbidden Zone. Once inside the Forbidden Zone, these chosen ones could no longer contact the outside world. Whether they lived or died, they could only rely on themselves. If they did well, they could earn National Fate points for their country, increasing their national resources. The Forbidden Zone was filled with all kinds of dangers, including brutal beasts and strange monsters. The original owner of this body had been selected, but due to fear of the terrifying scenes in the Forbidden Zone, he chose to commit suicide. According to the original owner's thoughts, at least dying this way wouldn't be too painful. If there was such an opportunity to bring glory to the country in my past life, countless people would have eagerly rushed to it. Didn't expect this guy to be so cowardly, pathetic. Cheng Yao couldn't help but complain, rubbing his temples with both hands to ease the intense dizziness in his head. So, I'm about to be transported to the National Fate Forbidden Zone, starting my difficult survival journey. Sigh, how great it would be if I were still in my old world. Cheng Yao sighed lightly, feeling a bit regretful about his current situation. If he were still in the old world, for his country, even carrying a bomb to blow up the shrine of the war dead, he wouldn't hesitate. But now his country, Dragon Country, although similar to the former China, no longer gave him a sense of belonging. Forget it, I'll just try to survive in the Forbidden Zone first. As soon as Cheng Yao finished speaking, a pitch-black crack appeared in front of him out of nowhere and swiftly swallowed him up. Moments later, Cheng Yao's figure suddenly appeared in a simple straw hut. With the arrival of the chosen ones, the National Fate live broadcast officially began. Look, it's Dragon Country's chosen team leader, Zhou Yan. Even in the special forces, he's one of the elite. Wow, it's Ziling. I heard she's the intellectual genius of our Dragon Country. Didn't expect her to be this beautiful too. Tisk, is this the one who didn't check in, Cheng Yao? If he can survive one day in there, it will already be a miracle. Oh, Cheng Yao is still alive? I thought he had already killed himself out of fear. What a waste of such a good body. In the live broadcast room, everyone was mocking Cheng Yao with cold ridicule, not holding out any hope for this young man who hadn't even reported yet. Ding, welcome all chosen ones to the National Forbidden Land, now please choose your personal divine weapon. Please choose one from the 3 randomly assigned divine weapons. If you're dissatisfied with the randomly assigned divine weapon, each chosen one has 2 chances to refresh the options. We wish everyone can draw a satisfying weapon. Just after the teleportation, before he had a chance to take a good look at his surroundings, Cheng Yao heard this prompt in his ears. Once the prompt ended, a virtual interface appeared before his eyes. The interface was very simple, with only 3 different divine weapon phantoms. Beneath each phantom, there was a refresh button with a small note, 2. Broken wooden sword, grade F, quality, lowest. Broken wooden knife, grade F, quality, lowest. Broken wooden shield, grade F, quality, lowest. Damn it! What a pile of junk. Cheng Yao grabbed a piece of straw and threw it to the ground, gritting his teeth as he clicked to refresh. It had to be refreshed. In such a dangerous environment, a reliable weapon was of the utmost importance for survival. Broken bow and arrow, grade F, quality, lowest. Broken firearm, grade F, quality, lowest. Strange wooden stick, grade F, quality, lowest. This time, the 3 options made Cheng Yao hesitate a bit. Judging from the refresh results, it seemed all the personal divine weapons were at the F grade, the lowest level of strength. This refresh result, whether it was the bow and arrow or the firearm, both were ranged weapons, which wasn't too bad for him. Should I refresh again? For most people, they might directly choose the bow and arrow or the firearm that seemed decent. After all, if they used up their refresh chances and got 3 useless weapons, there would be no chance to turn things around. But Cheng Yao was clearly not like everyone else. The man who could make explosives and blow up the Jingwei god's toilet, was he an ordinary person? Cheng Yao didn't hesitate at all, decisively clicking refresh. Anyway, this life was already saved by luck, who cares about a broken bow and arrow, give me a refresh. The 3 divine weapon phantoms shifted again. Cheng Yao tightly pressed his lips together, his hands trembling slightly, even his breathing became careful. Broken long staff, grade, F, quality, lowest. Shaped broken stick, grade, F, quality, lowest. Old weapons cache, grade, F, quality, lowest. Looking at these 3 options, Cheng Yao finally let out a slow sigh. An old weapons cache, no matter how broken, still looked much better than those broken sticks. Cheng Yao didn't hesitate, and directly clicked on the weapons cache. At this moment, the viewers in Longwa were passionately discussing the divine weapons of the chosen ones. Look! Zhao Gang got a firearm. It's a fire weapon. Goddess Ziling got a folding fan? Can this thing be a weapon? Look, Cheng Yao, the coward, just got a broken shovel. Someone like him, getting something good would be a miracle. Wait, why is he pulling out another weapon? This is what the hell? Under the astonished gazes of the nationwide audience, Cheng Yao, after pulling out a broken engineering shovel, once again reached into the weapons cache and pulled out a Desert Eagle. Chapter 2, Is this a coward? This is clearly a reckless man. Seeing the Desert Eagle in Cheng Yao's hands, the live broadcast room audience went wild. After all, most of the chosen ones had chosen things like wooden swords and wooden knives. Zhao Gang getting a firearm was enough to amaze the viewers. Where is Cheng Yao? This guy quietly, even pulled out 2 weapons? Is it Desert Eagle? This guy is hacking, right? Damn! Such a strong weapon, why would a coward like him have it? Sigh, forget it, hope his luck keeps up, and he finds the national luck reward. At least he's doing something for the country. At this moment, the people of Longwa weren't optimistic about Cheng Yao. For a coward like Cheng Yao, who doesn't even dare to show his face, even if he gets a divine weapon, what can he do to help the country? So, while the people of Longwa were amazed that he obtained a good divine weapon, their words were full of helplessness. Inside the Forbidden Zone, Cheng Yao stared intensely at the Desert Eagle in his hand, feeling quite excited. These 2 weapons will be my support when walking in the Forbidden Zone in the future. After choosing the weapons, a menu appeared before Cheng Yao's eyes. The menu had 4 options: status, equipment, backpack, chat. There was also a small line of text next to it. Silently mutter close to close the panel. To reopen the panel, please extend 2 fingers and swipe them vertically in front of you. High tech. Cheng Yao was like a child who had received a new toy, eagerly clicking the first button, status. Name, Cheng Yao. Level, 1. Experience, 0 out of 100. Health, 50 of 50. Mana, 50 of 50. Strength, 5. Agility, 5. Intelligence, 5. Stamina, 5. Cheng Yao looked at the attribute panel in front of him, his mouth twitching slightly, feeling as if he had traveled into some low-quality online game. Let's take a look at the other panels. He clicked on Equipment again, and in the equipment section, there was only a lonely arms depot. Old arms depot. Rank, F. Quality, lowest level. Equipping it will unlock the arms depot backpack, allowing you to equip weapons produced by the depot. Materials required for upgrade, wood *5, copper or *1. Desert Eagle. Rank, F. Quality, lowest level. Strength +5. No need to reload, each attack consumes 5 points of mana, each attack can deal up to 10 times the strength damage. Wooden engineer shovel. Rank, F. Quality, lowest level. Strength +3. Agility +2. Each attack can deal up to 10 times the strength damage. In addition, at the far right of the equipment section, there was a separate item slot. Ruined straw hut. Rank, F. Health, 2000/2000. Effect, within the hut's range, the owner recovers 10 health points and 10 mana points per minute. Materials required for upgrade, wood *50, stone *10. After reading these system descriptions, Cheng Yao immediately understood the general idea of this national survival game. Whether it's the hut or his divine weapon, everything can be upgraded. Cheng Yao looked around. This straw hut should be where he lived. This broken hut doesn't even have a door, let alone furniture like tables and chairs. A pile of straw was laid in a corner of the hut, and that was Cheng Yao's bed. A gust of wind blew, and the straw hut creaked with an irritating sound. Can anyone really live here? Cheng Yao doubted for a moment. But he also knew clearly that where he lived wasn't the key right now. The most important thing was food and fresh water. So, what he needed to do now was to find food and water as soon as possible to survive. Only after that should he think about how to gather materials and upgrade his hut. As he thought, Cheng Yao casually clicked on the backpack. At this moment, the backpack was completely empty, and the description was very simple. In short, this was like a different space. After collecting resources, they could be placed into this virtual backpack. This way, when exploring, he could gather more items without worrying about whether he could carry them. Cheng Yao was quite satisfied with this function. As for the last option, chat, when he clicked it, there was only a lonely line of small text. You haven't added any friends yet. So this so-called chat function is for contacting after adding friends? But this interface, it really looks a bit like that goose, huh? If he wants to go back to his own world, the designer of this survival game must, at the very least, be dragged into court by that goose. Cheng Yao muttered silently in his heart, closing his system panel. Since this survival game has already begun, he could not afford to waste any more time. Time to go out. Cheng Yao stepped out, leaving his thatched hut. Then, Cheng Yao pulled back half of his step. Not for any other reason, only because less than 10 meters away from the hut, a lone wolf was staring dead at Cheng Yao, who had just stepped out. Pulling back half his step was a kind of respect for that lone wolf. At this moment, in Cheng Yao's live broadcast room, the viewers were already in chaos after seeing him meet an enemy the moment he stepped outside. Oh my god, he just went out and already met a lone wolf. How can he even fight this? That coward, even if he has a gun, would he dare to use it? It's already good enough if he doesn't drop dead from fear. What a sin! How could such a coward get a gun? Such a powerful weapon wasted. If Cheng Yao really dares to attack, I'll kneel to him right now. The viewers in the live room cried out one after another. In their eyes, Cheng Yao was a weak man, someone too scared to even report to the officials. Such a person, naturally, could never have the courage to face a lone wolf alone. Only, in the live broadcast picture, Cheng Yao, who had just pulled back half his step, took that step forward again. He swiftly drew his Desert Eagle, aimed, and fired all in one go. Bang! Sadly, the shot was a little off, only piercing through the lone wolf's front leg, making it lose its balance instantly. Cheng Yao's action made the viewers from Dragon Country show surprise all over their faces. Holy crap! This guy actually dared to attack. Didn't they say he was a coward? Why doesn't he look like one at all when he moves like that? Right, where's the guy who said he'd kneel? Please, start your performance. The one who shouted that he'd kneel, seeing Cheng Yao's clean and quick move, suddenly felt awkward beyond words. He had just declared that Cheng Yao wouldn't dare to fight back, and the next second, Cheng Yao had already fired decisively. That shot slapped him right across the face, loud and clear. So what if he attacked? One shot didn't kill it. Once the lone wolf fights back, Cheng Yao will die all the same. If Cheng Yao can really kill that lone wolf, I'll kneel 3 times for him. As the bullet comments filled the screen again, the hearts of Dragon Country's viewers also tightened a little. Yes, the lone wolf wasn't dead yet. What the final result of this battle would be was still unknown. But at least, they had seen Cheng Yao's courage. Their impression of Cheng Yao had already begun to change a little. Only, a few minutes later, the live broadcast room was filled with comments like this. Holy crap? This is the coward you guys talked about? He's clearly a reckless madman. Chapter 3, National Luck Value Rises, Old Tree Sprouts New Shoots. The view returned to the live broadcast screen. The lone wolf lunged fiercely at Cheng Yao, who dodged in panic, but his left shoulder was still torn open by the wolf's sharp claws. That one strike cost Cheng Yao 20 points of health. And because of the bleeding effect from the wound, Cheng Yao's health kept slowly dropping. Cheng Yao's mouth twitched slightly, the sharp pain almost made him lose his balance. His health dropped by half in an instant, and Cheng Yao's eyes suddenly turned a bit red. Damn it! You want to fight me to the death, huh? This life of mine was picked up from the ground, who the hell gave you the right to fight me to the death? That one strike from the lone wolf completely awakened Cheng Yao's wild side. Even though he was still bleeding non-stop, Cheng Yao didn't care about his wounds at all. Instead, he turned around instantly, drew his Desert Eagle, and poured out bullets at the lone wolf like mad. The magic bullets rained down on the lone wolf's body like a storm. In the blink of an eye, countless bullet holes began to appear on the lone wolf's body. Fresh blood stained the lone wolf's fur, and under this fierce attack, the lone wolf crashed to the ground, barely alive. At this moment, the lone wolf still couldn't understand. Why was this human in front of it even more brutal than itself? At this point, Cheng Yao had completely exhausted his magical power, but even so, he showed no intention of stopping. The desert eagle in his hand was instantly replaced with an entrenching shovel, and Cheng Yao leaped forward to attack the lone wolf, the shovel striking like a meteor, furiously pounding at the lone wolf's forehead. After a few strikes, the lone wolf let out a howl and disappeared. At the same time, a notification began to appear on the live streams of all the chosen ones. Congratulations to Dragon Country player Cheng Yao for completing the first kill achievement, rewarded with 100 points of national luck for Dragon Country. Seeing this message, the Dragon Country viewers were stunned for a moment, and only after a long pause did they finally react. Dragon Country had obtained national luck. And the one who received this national luck was none other than Cheng Yao, the one they had least expected. For a moment, the bullet comments in Cheng Yao's live stream exploded as if they had all agreed. Holy shit? Isn't Cheng Yao that coward? How did he get the first kill? What coward? Didn't you just see? This guy is really reckless. Did you see that? The last few shovel strikes to the lone wolf's head almost gave me a heart attack. This guy hasn't killed someone before, right? Where's the guy who said we'd have to kneel 3 times? Get out and kneel. Countless Dragon Country viewers flooded into Cheng Yao's livestream after seeing the system message. The number of viewers in Cheng Yao's livestream began to skyrocket. 1,000, 10,000, 100,000. The livestream, which had fewer than 1,000 viewers, suddenly broke through 100 million viewers. The viewers looked at Cheng Yao, who was hiding inside a thatched hut, holding his wound with one hand, his expression cold, and they all gasped. Holy shit! With such a serious injury, Cheng Yao didn't even wrinkle his brow. The other chosen ones haven't even left their huts, and Cheng Yao has already killed a wild beast? This is too strong. Look, he's going out again. With such a serious injury, isn't he going to rest for a bit? As the viewers wondered in confusion, Cheng Yao once again stepped out of his thatched hut, slowly heading into the depths of the forest. The chosen ones couldn't see the national luck notifications in the livestream, so Cheng Yao didn't know that, without realizing it, he had already earned the first national luck reward for Dragon Country. The bleeding effect had disappeared, and both his health and magic were fully restored. Other than feeling a little tired, Cheng Yao's body didn't have much of a problem. Since this was the case, continuing to rest would be meaningless. After killing the lone wolf, Cheng Yao had earned 10 experience points and a piece of wolf meat. Although he got the meat, the water problem still had no solution. In this unfamiliar environment, food and water were of utmost importance. If he couldn't find a water source, he wouldn't be able to survive here. So, Cheng Yao resolutely stepped out again, charging headlong into the unknown forest. However, what Cheng Yao didn't know was that his national luck livestream had already exploded. Holy shit! The old tree that died outside my house for over 10 years just started sprouting new buds. Does this mean we can plant crops in the fields again? Cheng Yao, forever a god. We no longer have to chew on those disgusting synthetic protein bars. Countless viewers were sharing their new discoveries in the comments. Due to the scarcity of resources, Blue Star's land had become so barren that it was almost impossible to grow plants. But with the increase in national luck, the old tree sprouting new buds meant that the soil in Dragon Country had regained the ability to nurture plants. This discovery made the whole Dragon Kingdom erupt. The viewers in Dragon Kingdom were overjoyed, but the overseas viewers, seeing the harvest of Dragon Kingdom, couldn't help but feel jealous. Because their chosen ones hadn't even left their straw huts yet. Needless to say, the national fortune rewards hadn't even come, and even tonight's food was in question. So, these overseas viewers couldn't help but fire up their bullet comments. It's just 100 points of national fortune, look how happy you are. Exactly, our Foot Basin country's chosen one hasn't even made a move yet. Once they do, they'll soon surpass you. Killing a wolf and still getting injured. People like this won't last long in the Forbidden Zone. Let's see how long you can still act so smug. And just as these overseas viewers were mocking crazily, another message popped up in every chosen one's live broadcast room. Foot Basin Country's chosen one, Oda Fenyan, has died, completing the first blood achievement, rewarding Foot Basin Country with 1 point of national fortune. The viewers in Foot Basin Country looked at the single point of national fortune reward and their faces instantly darkened. What they had just said turned into a boomerang and smacked them hard in the back of the head. For the viewers in Dragon Kingdom, this scene could only be described in 4 words. Highly amusing. Beating a drowning dog was something Dragon Kingdom viewers absolutely loved. Ha ha. Your chosen one really did make a move, and even surpassed us in the death count. Congratulations. Congratulations to Foot Basin Country's viewers, you can start your feast now. Hurry up and get back to your own live stream and take a look. Don't blink and end up losing all your chosen ones. Looking at the death notifications coming in, the viewers from Foot Basin Country had no mood left to continue yelling and quickly left Cheng Yao's live broadcast room. They had to hurry back to their own country's livestream to see what their chosen ones had been through. As the foreign viewers left, the bullet comment atmosphere in Cheng Yao's live room became much more normal. The remaining viewers were now watching Cheng Yao's figure intently as he moved through the dense forest. Cheng Yao was carefully observing the animal tracks, constantly heading deeper into the forest. These animals must be heading to drink, and by following their tracks, there was a good chance he could find their drinking spot. During the search for water, Cheng Yao casually killed a small squirrel. Unfortunately, after the squirrel died, it only left a body. It didn't provide him with any experience points, nor did it offer any neat supplies. It seemed that only killing threatening wild beasts would provide experience and items. Thinking this, Cheng Yao stopped shooting small animals and continued following the animal tracks, heading deeper into the forest. Along the way, Cheng Yao also marked the path he had taken to avoid getting lost. Not long after, the sound of trickling water reached Cheng Yao's ears. Water! Cheng Yao was incredibly excited. Water was exactly what he needed the most right now. The sound of the trickling water grew closer, and the clear river water sparkled under the sunlight, occasionally shimmering with dazzling reflections. A spotted deer walked to the riverbank, glanced around for a while, and then lowered its head to drink. Then, a sudden change occurred. A fierce, grotesque fish suddenly surged out of the water and bit down on the deer's neck. The spotted deer cried out in pain, immediately turning and running back the way it came. Unfortunately, the fish's strike was too brutal. The deer had barely run a few steps before it collapsed on the ground. Cheng Yao watched everything unfold and instantly grew suspicious of this beautiful river. He knew very well that the threat from this strange fish might be just as dangerous as the lone wolf he encountered before. This strange fish, it is also a fierce beast in the forbidden land of the national luck. However, even though this strange fish posed a considerable threat, Cheng Yao still walked resolutely toward the corpse of the spotted deer. This is Cheng Yao's personality, decisive to the point of being reckless. At this moment, after the spotted deer had brought the strange fish to land, it did not die immediately. Instead, it kept slapping its body and slowly hopped toward the river, moving gently. But Cheng Yao would never give the strange fish this opportunity. He immediately raised his gun, aimed, and pulled the trigger directly at the fish. Bang! 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 The strange fish seemed to have low defense, and after just 3 shots from Cheng Yao, the fish disappeared from sight. A piece of fish meat and 10 experience points were credited, but Cheng Yao did not feel happy at all. Because he finally realized that this river seemed even more dangerous than he had imagined. Looking into the river, he saw several strange fish swimming around, their sharp teeth looking terrifying. And the number of these strange fish, roughly estimated, was at least 50. Cheng Yao looked at the densely packed school of fish in the river, and a sense of irritation welled up in his heart. The number of strange fish was simply too many, and his current mana could only support 6 more shots. Moreover, he couldn't use all his mana to deal with these strange fish. He also needed to reserve some mana to handle potential dangers when heading back. Cheng Yao felt troubled. The water was right in front of him, but he couldn't drink it. This feeling made Cheng Yao feel extremely suffocated inside. While he was silently thinking of a strategy, he suddenly saw a strange scene. Several strange fish began jumping out of the river and slowly hopped toward the corpse of the spotted deer, seemingly trying to drag the deer back into the river. Cheng Yao's eyes immediately lit up when he saw this. After these strange fish reached land, they completely lost the agility they had in the water. At this moment, they were merely strange fish that could only hop. So, Cheng Yao decided to give it a try. The desert eagle in his hand suddenly disappeared, replaced by a wooden engineer shovel. Cheng Yao aimed at a hopping strange fish, and as it leaped, he swung the shovel and struck it hard on the fish. A thud sound rang out as the strange fish was flipped over by Cheng Yao's shovel. Hiss! After being attacked, the strange fish immediately let out a piercing hiss, then bounced again and flew toward Cheng Yao. This strange fish wasn't even afraid of Cheng Yao on the ground. Wow, this fish can even make sounds? Cheng Yao was somewhat surprised. But facing the strange fish leaping toward him, Cheng Yao's shovel was not hesitant at all, and he swung it again. Thud! Cheng Yao's earlier guess was correct. On land, the strange fish's speed was completely not worth watching. After one swing of the shovel, the strange fish disappeared instantly, leaving behind 10 experience points and a piece of fish meat. It was so easy to solve another strange fish, Cheng Yao couldn't help but feel delighted. Now, this river was no longer just a water source, it would also be his leveling sanctuary. By continuously killing fish along this river, he could not only level up but also gain food and water at the same time. It was a pity that the location of the thatched house was fixed, otherwise, Cheng Yao really wanted to move his thatched house here. Forget it, let's just kill fish first. Otherwise, with so many strange fish in the water, it would be impossible to get water. With this thought, Cheng Yao immediately grabbed his engineer shovel and slowly walked toward the other few strange fish that had leaped onto the shore. Experience plus 10. Experience plus 10. Soon, a clear electronic sound rang in Cheng Yao's ears. Congratulations, you have leveled up to level 2. All attributes increased by 5 points, and you have gained 5 free attribute points. Reward skill, Exploration. Exploration, after using Hearing the prompt, Cheng Yao couldn't wait to open his system panel. At this moment, all of his attributes had doubled, and the experience needed to level up to the next level was 200 points. Feeling the overwhelming power surging through his body, Cheng Yao couldn't wait to find another strange fish and swung his shovel at it. Originally, it would take 2 attacks to defeat the strange fish, but after Cheng Yao's level increased, it only took 1 strike, and the fish instantly disappeared. Wow, such a huge leap in power. If my strength increases again, could I possibly kill a fierce beast beyond my level? With this thought in mind, Cheng Yao didn't hesitate for a second and allocated all 5 of his free attribute points to strength. Then, no matter who the opponent is, I can one-shot them. What can they do, no matter how strong they are? Cheng Yao imagined the scene in the future, and his smile grew even brighter. Oh right, there's a skill too, isn't there? Cheng Yao suddenly remembered the skill rewarded during the level up and immediately cast it on the remaining strange fish in the river. Sharp-toothed fish, level 1 fierce beast, health, 140. A fierce beast skilled in ambushes and biting, usually appears in groups. The basic information of the sharp-toothed fish appeared before Cheng Yao's eyes, and a familiar feeling arose in his heart. This is really starting to feel like a game, even the monster encyclopedia is here. While Cheng Yao was deep in thought, the audience outside the National Luck Forbidden Zone also saw a prompt. Congratulations to Dragon Country's chosen one, Cheng Yao, for being the first to reach level 2, awarding Dragon Country 100 points of national luck. Looking at this prompt, the entire world's live stream room fell silent. At this time, most of the chosen ones had only barely killed a fierce beast. Some of the more timid chosen ones hadn't even left their grass huts yet. But Cheng Yao, this reckless guy, really doesn't play by the rules. Others haven't even stepped out, and you already got the first kill. While other chosen ones are still completing their first kill, you've already reached level 2. How are we supposed to keep playing like this? Meanwhile, in Dragon Country, Cheng Yao had already brought home 200 points of national luck in one day, which greatly invigorated the entire nation. Cheng Yao, Dragon Country's pride. Is this the coward you were talking about? This guy is way too fierce. If anyone dares to say anything bad about Cheng Yao, watch out for my keyboard. The old tree in my yard seems to be sprouting faster. After Cheng Yao received his second national luck reward, the government of Dragon Country issued an announcement. He was granted the rank of junior soldier. The people of Dragon Country were proud to see the official announcement. Cheng Yao is so strong, I feel like this rank is too low. Indeed, it should be changed to 5-star General Cheng Yao, junior soldier. How can he be a junior soldier if he's already a general? Well, in order for you old generals to move up, the junior must come down first. Otherwise, you'll be blocking the way. Good one, are you playing chess? As they praised Cheng Yao, he was now staring at a bigger strange fish in the river, his brows slowly furrowing. Sharp-toothed fish king, level 2 boss fierce beast, health, 400. The leader of the sharp-toothed fish, commanding their movements. If killed, the remaining sharp-toothed fish will be easily defeated. The clear river bank, Cheng Yao stared hard at the sharp-toothed fish king, which was glaring at him with its 2 fish eyes. At this moment, the sharp-toothed fish no longer jumped toward the shore, but instead gathered around the fish king, like a group of well-trained soldiers. This also put an end to Cheng Yao's thoughts of safely leveling up. This fish king is clearly going against me. With that thought, a fierce glint appeared in Cheng Yao's eyes. So, you don't want me to level up and drink water, huh? Fine. Then let me show you my ability. The engineer shovel in my hand instantly disappeared, replaced by the desert eagle. The king of the fongfish watched warily at the desert eagle in Cheng Yao's hand, but it had never witnessed the power of firearms, so it didn't attempt to dodge. Cheng Yao held his breath and focused. His shooting skills were not great, so his first bullet must hit the king of the fongfish to secure the victory of this hunt. Bang! The pale blue bullet, accompanied by an explosive sound, swiftly shot out of the barrel, heading straight toward the king of the fangfish's head. But unfortunately, this shot still missed by a little. In the end, this magical bullet pierced into the king of the fangfish's left eye, but it couldn't penetrate its hard skull, and slowly dissipated. Perhaps due to the second-level unlock of the reconnaissance skill, after taking this hit, a string of bright red numbers floated above the king of the fangfish's head. -120, critical hit. Wow, the damage numbers are showing up. This is starting to feel more and more like a game, right? Cheng Yao secretly complained in his heart, but his hands did not stop, aiming at the wildly thrashing king of the fongfish and firing 2 more shots. -100. -100. These 2 shots hit the king of the fangfish's abdomen, leaving 2 deep blood holes, almost piercing it through. The king of the fongfish had a total of 400 health points, meaning that as long as Cheng Yao hit it one more time, the fish king would become a piece of meat in his mouth. Cheng Yao continued to shoot frantically, but unfortunately, the king of the fongfish had already realized the power of the desert eagle, and began to desperately dodge in the water. Meanwhile, the other fongfish positioned themselves in front of the king of the fongfish, forming a fish wall to block Cheng Yao's bullets. Although Cheng Yao's status had fully recovered after leveling up, his shots no longer caused any damage to the king of the fangfish. But facing such a dense group of fish, Cheng Yao couldn't think of any other way to break the deadlock. Cheng Yao slowly lowered the muzzle, feeling quite helpless in his heart. Could it be that he was going to give up hunting the Fish King just like this? But just then, a string of bright red small numbers began to float above the king of the fangfish's head. -5, bleeding. -5, bleeding. Cheng Yao focused his gaze at the king of the fangfish, noticing that blood was continuously dripping from the fish's back and eyes. Clearly, it was bleeding. And as the blood continued to spill, the speed of the king of the fangfish gradually weakened. This was the surprise. Cheng Yao excitedly watched the damage numbers floating above the king of the fangfish's head, his eyes growing brighter and brighter. As the last damage number floated out, the king of the fangfish finally met its end, suddenly disappearing from the river. Congratulations, you have successfully hunted the Lord Beast, gaining 25 experience points. Black Iron Chest *1. Cheng Yao, thrilled by the notification, immediately opened the chest. Congratulations, you have received Fire Starter *1, Clean Water Device Blueprint *1. Well, this is like being given a pillow when you're about to fall asleep. Cheng Yao looked at the two rewards, feeling extremely satisfied in his heart. He had already prepared to make fire by rubbing wood together, but never expected that at this moment, he would get a fire starter. As for the Clean Water Device Blueprint, Cheng Yao glanced at it briefly, and it seemed that making the clean water device required 10 pieces of wood, which was fairly easy. But for now, the top priority was to eliminate the monster fish in the river, or he wouldn't be able to collect water smoothly. With the king of the fangfish no longer in charge, the other fangfish started hopping toward the shore again, slowly heading toward the corpse of the roe deer. These were all experience points. Cheng Yao immediately grabbed the engineer's shovel and excitedly rushed toward the hopping monster fish. Just as Cheng Yao killed the king of the fangfish, a prompt message once again appeared in the livestream. Congratulations, the chosen one of Longhua, Cheng Yao. The first to kill the Forbidden Land Lord level beast, reward, Dragon Country's National Fortune 100. Outside the National Fortune Forbidden Land, the viewers from Dragon Country watched as Cheng Yao crazily killed the fangfish like playing whack-a-mole, and they all felt numb. It wasn't just the viewers from Dragon Country who felt numb, the foreign viewers also felt a tingling sensation on their scalps. Before the National Fortune Forbidden Land opened, people were quite worried, always fearing that the rewards within the Forbidden Land would be incredibly hard to obtain. But now, two pieces of news, one good and one bad, were laid out before the foreign viewers. The good news was that the difficulty of obtaining the National Fortune rewards within the Forbidden Land wasn't too high. In just one morning, there were already 3 National Fortune rewards given out. The bad news was that all the rewards from the National Fortune Forbidden Land were taken by Dragon Country. And it was all Cheng Yao who took them. How are the other countries' chosen ones supposed to play now? Please, act like a human. Can't you give some room for the chosen ones from other countries to survive? The viewers from various countries were wailing, cursing their own chosen ones for being useless, and Cheng Yao for being too overbearing. As for the little National Fortune rewards from the Foot Basin country, all the viewers ignored them. Hilarious, can that even be called a reward? That's clearly an insult, okay? Meanwhile, in Cheng Yao's livestream, the Dragon Country viewers were unusually calm. They had become somewhat indifferent to Cheng Yao's performance. Come on, no reward guessing game, I guess the next National Fortune reward will still be Cheng Yao's. Guessing what? This is so obvious. How boring. Indeed, even if Brother Yao took out a nuclear bomb and blew up the National Fortune Forbidden Land, I think I'd still stay calm. Sure enough, just after this person finished speaking, another notification popped up in the livestream. Congratulations to Dragon Country's chosen one Cheng Yao for being the first to reach level 3, reward, Dragon Country's National Fortune 100. See? I told you, if the National Fortune isn't going to Cheng Yao, that would be strange. Can you not be so calm? It's 100 points of National Fortune. The crops in the field should grow faster now. Oh, right. Long live Brother Yao. Stop shouting, it's so emotionless, boring. At this moment, Cheng Yao was sitting under a big tree, panting heavily. After slapping fish for so long, Cheng Yao only felt a sore back and waist. Fortunately, at this moment, there were only a few scattered monster fish left in the river, so it didn't affect Cheng Yao collecting water anymore. Moreover, after reaching level 3, he would need a full 400 experience points to level up again. And after level 3, killing these level 1 fang fish would only give half the experience it used to. So, Cheng Yao gave up the plan to continue hunting the fang fish. Cheng Yao sat down on a stone by the river to rest. After slapping fish for so long, he felt all his muscles crying out in pain. But after just a short rest, Cheng Yao forced himself to stand up again. Now, whether it was for making a water purification device or transporting water, he needed wood. Faced with this unknown forest, Cheng Yao decided to gather enough wood first. And looking at the blueprint for the water purification device, Cheng Yao was also quite curious. How effective would this water purification device be? Chapter 6, Ambushed. Time to work. Cheng Yao took out his engineer shovel and immediately walked toward a tree, no longer hesitating. The water source he had found so hard to come by, if he could make a few wooden buckets to bring back, that would be a good thing. Although the engineer shovel was also made of wood, at this moment, Cheng Yao had no other tools for chopping trees. Walking up to a tree, Cheng Yao looked at the wooden shovel in his hand, then at the sturdy-looking tree, feeling a bit nervous. Would this thing break right away? But I'm not Steve, I can't chop trees with my bare hands. Now, I can only hope that this wooden shovel will work. Here we go. Cheng Yao grabbed the wooden shovel in his hand. He slammed his shovel against the tree. R. 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 The hardness of this wooden combat shovel far exceeded Cheng Yao's expectations. After a few chops, a deep groove was carved into the tree. Benefiting from Cheng Yao's current 25 points of strength, in less than 5 minutes, the tree fell to the ground. Ding, wood acquisition detected, would you like to store it in your backpack? A prompt appeared in front of Cheng Yao, and without hesitation, he chose yes. Congratulations, you have obtained 5 units of wood. Cheng Yao looked at the 5 units of wood that had appeared in his inventory and couldn't help but click his tongue. This tree wasn't thin. A tree with a diameter of about 30 centimeters had only provided 5 units of wood. The demand for wood is really large. Cheng Yao took the wood out of his inventory, only to find that the wood had turned into regular logs. Well, that's great, no need to cut it myself. Since Cheng Yao currently didn't have any rope, he could only dig a part of the center of the logs with his shovel and made a simple wooden bucket. Looking at the freshly made wooden bucket, Cheng Yao was quite satisfied. After all, there were 5 units of wood, so why not make a few more? This way, he wouldn't have to run here every day to fetch water. Thinking of this, Cheng Yao continued making wooden buckets. Meanwhile, in Cheng Yao's live stream room, a message suddenly appeared in the chat. The chosen one from Foot Basin Country, Turtle Island Nianxin, has already found Cheng Yao. Looks like he's preparing to attack Cheng Yao. The Dragon Country viewers felt a chill in their hearts upon seeing this message. Foot Basin Country and Dragon Country were bitter enemies, so it made sense that their chosen one would do something like this. But this meant that Cheng Yao was in danger. The viewers quickly flooded into Turtle Island's livestream room. They wanted to see what this bastard was going to do. In the livestream, Turtle Island had quietly taken out his bow and arrow, hiding behind a big tree, staring intensely at Cheng Yao, who was busy at work. The meaning of this was already very clear. Seeing this, Dragon Country viewers angrily began questioning in the livestream chat. Everyone is fighting for survival, and your chosen one still wants to attack our Dragon Country's chosen one? However, in response to the Dragon Country viewers' questions, Foot Basin Country viewers responded arrogantly. It's useless to be anxious. Watch and see. The one who has brought you so many national luck rewards, Cheng Yao, will die today at the hands of our chosen one. This is the world of survival of the fittest. You can only blame your chosen one for being too reckless. Dragon Country should be grateful for our mercy, because our chosen one will make sure they die quickly and cleanly. The Dragon Country viewers were extremely angry, and for a moment, the chat in the livestream room erupted into a fierce verbal battle. At this moment, in the National Luck Forbidden Zone, Turtle Island had drawn his bow fully, aiming the arrow at Cheng Yao, who had just filled 5 buckets of water and was sitting down to rest. This Dragon Country person is so friendly. After killing him, I can also conveniently take his water. It's like the heavens are helping me. Turtle Island's lips curled into a cold smile. Before the National Luck Survival began, Foot Basin Country had gathered all the chosen ones together and issued them a secret mission. If they could kill the Dragon Country chosen ones in the Forbidden Zone, their families would receive more government resources. As for their purpose in doing this, it was to try to compress the resource accumulation of Dragon Country as much as possible, preparing for the future invasion of Dragon Country. Turtle Island felt that he wasn't facing a Dragon Country person anymore, but a big gift that would make him rise to fame. Especially after seeing that Cheng Yao's primary weapon was just a wooden shovel, Turtle Island felt even more confident in his hunting. This fool actually chose a wooden shovel as his main weapon. It's truly divine protection. I run into this immense fortune as soon as I step out the door. Inside Turtle Island, excitement surged, and he aimed at Cheng Yao's head, then released an arrow. Whoosh! The arrow swiftly flew towards Cheng Yao, and at this moment, time seemed to slow down. All the Dragon Kingdom viewers nervously watched as the arrow flew across dozens of meters, piercing Cheng Yao's left arm. Cheng Yao, who was resting, was suddenly hit, letting out a painful scream. Is it a monster? Or another chosen one? The intense pain in his shoulder didn't hinder Cheng Yao's movements. He immediately flipped over and hid behind a tree, his gaze scanning the direction the arrow had come from. This arrow dealt a total of 40 points of damage. If Cheng Yao hadn't reached level 3 with 150 health, this arrow would have completely knocked him out of the fight. After a brief search, Cheng Yao finally saw Turtle Island, who was drawing his bow and knocking another arrow. Detection. Turtle Island Mianxian, level 1 Foot Basin Kingdom chosen, health 50/50ths. Damn it, people from Foot Basin Kingdom, that's Little Japan, right? If I don't kill you, I'll take your last name, Cheng Yao swore fiercely in his heart. But Turtle Island, seeing that his arrow didn't instantly kill Cheng Yao, remained very calm. After all, before entering here, Turtle Island had no experience with archery. So it was only natural that he missed the shot. But even if he missed, so what? You, a close combat fighter holding a shovel, what can you do to fight me? As long as I stand in an open area, you can't get close. And I can reduce the cover of trees, making my accuracy higher. In this way, I'll already be in an invincible position. With this thought, Turtle Island finally stopped hiding and slowly walked towards the open area by the river. Unfortunately, Turtle Island didn't realize that this very action made the Foot Basin Kingdom viewers panic. Run, Turtle Island Kuan. You're no match for him. He's got a real weapon. Baka. Why can't we communicate with the chosen ones in the Forbidden Zone? Turtle Island surely doesn't know that guy has a gun. And Cheng Yao is already level 3. One shot, and Turtle Island Kuan might die. While the Foot Basin Kingdom viewers were shouting anxiously, the Dragon Kingdom viewers let out a sigh of relief when they saw the arrow miss. Cheng Yao didn't die, and that eased their minds greatly. Moreover, the Dragon Kingdom viewers were eager to see what kind of expression Turtle Island would show when Cheng Yao pulled out the Desert Eagle. An unwarranted sneak attack on our Dragon Kingdom chosen. It's time to show the Foot Basin Kingdom scum the fury of our Dragon Kingdom. Kill him. He doesn't deserve to live anymore. Let him see the power of firearms. At this moment, Cheng Yao had already replaced the engineer's shovel in his hand with the Desert Eagle. The silver-white gun gleamed coldly under the sunlight, and Cheng Yao held it tightly in his right hand, staring fixedly at Turtle Island. At this point, the arrow was still stuck in his left arm, and the intense pain made Cheng Yao's focus razor-sharp. Little Japan, are you ready to face Grandpa's wrath? Chapter 7, Mid-Door Sniping. Watching Cheng Yao raise the Desert Eagle in his hand, the Foot Basin Kingdom viewers erupted. Turtle Island's livestream chat was flooded with frantic cries. You're no match for him. Run, Turtle Island. It's over. Cheng Yao's pulled out his gun. Don't keep moving to open areas. He'll shoot you with one bullet. The Foot Basin viewers were in a panic, but Turtle Island, like a character from a drama, continued to act according to his own plan. To make matters worse, Turtle Island was now fully exposed in Cheng Yao's line of sight. You're from the Dragon Kingdom, right? I suggest you come out yourself. That way, I can make your death a quick one. If you're willing to submit to me, I'll spare your life and make you my slave. You Dragon Country have an old saying, a person who knows the times is a hero. We people of Foot Basin Country keep our word. Don't be ungrateful. I will count to 3. If you still don't come out, once I find you, I will make you experience what it feels like to wish for death. 3. 2. Though Turtle Island spoke in Foot Basin language, Cheng Yao clearly understood. In this forbidden land of national fortune, perhaps there are rules for translating languages. But you, a Foot Basin Country scum, dare to act tough in front of Grandpa? His left arm was in unbearable pain, unable to assist in supporting his shooting. But when facing Foot Basin people, Cheng Yao had only one thought in his mind. Whoever backs down is a grandson. Humph, you dare to show off your petty tricks in front of me. Great wisdom, heavenly dragon. Bang. Earthly venerable Ketagarbha. Bang. The Buddha of Prajna. Bang. Prajna Bama Kong. Bang bang bang. Cheng Yao was afraid of missing the shot, so he kept firing his Desert Eagle without stopping, shooting several times in a row. Countless magical bullets poured towards Turtle Island, and in an instant, Turtle Island's body was turned into a sieve by the bullets. Turtle Island's eyes were wide open, and until the moment of his death, he couldn't understand. Why did this Dragon Country chosen one suddenly pull out a gun? Unlike the monsters in the Forbidden Land, Turtle Island's body did not vanish after death, only his longbow turned into starlight, scattering and disappearing. Cheng Yao cautiously used his detection skill to look at Turtle Island from afar, and in an instant, the corpse's information appeared before his eyes. Name, Turtle Island Nianxian, deceased. Level, 1. Health, 0/50. A corpse, of no value unless you have a special fetish. Looks like he's really dead. Cheng Yao looked at the confirmed dead Turtle Island and couldn't help but spit. Pa! A level 1 little bastard, daring to act tough with me. As for the arrow stuck in his left arm, Cheng Yao didn't rush to pull it out. Instead, he gritted his teeth and, enduring the pain, put all 5 barrels of water into his backpack, storing them in his inventory before immediately heading towards his grass hut. Right now, Cheng Yao didn't even have a bandage. If he pulled the arrow out, there was a chance he might bleed out. At this moment, in Turtle Island's livestream room, the Dragon Country audience felt exhilarated looking at the dead Turtle Island. Ha ha ha. Well done. This kind of little bastard shouldn't be left alive. So satisfying. This is the consequence of attacking our Dragon Country chosen one. The Foot Basin Country audience, watching the Dragon Country audience's mockery, also retaliated fiercely. You dare to slaughter our chosen ones? Are you even human? Still claiming Dragon Country loves peace? Pa! I see Dragon Country people as murderers. Oh? Foot Basin Country's dogs still dare to bark? Which dog said that? This is a world of the strong eating the weak. If you want to blame someone, blame us for being too reckless. I'm returning these words to you. You should thank us for letting your chosen one die quickly and cleanly. The barrage started arguing again. In one day, Cheng Yao had earned Dragon Country 4 National Fortune Rewards, which greatly elevated his status in the hearts of the Dragon Country people. Even the Dragon Country officials, after seeing Cheng Yao's performance, immediately released a statement. Cheng Yao, as our Dragon Country chosen one, retaliated after being attacked by another country's chosen one, which is completely legitimate and justified. We advise all countries, we in Dragon Country don't start trouble, but we are not afraid of it either. If you continue to target Dragon Country, you will surely suffer the consequences. The statement from Dragon Country was incredibly domineering. Thanks to the 400 points of national fortune Cheng Yao had earned, Dragon Country now had a solid advantage in resource reserves over other countries. The Foot Basin Country officials, looking at Dragon Country's statement, turned ashen. They wanted to take the opportunity to retaliate against Dragon Country, but sadly, they were too short of resources, and couldn't even supply enough protein bars to their citizens. Not to mention starting a war with the Dragon Kingdom. Facing the gradually flourishing Dragon Kingdom, the officials of the Foot Basin Kingdom could only silently swallow their pride. Thus, the officials of the Foot Basin Kingdom could only hastily release a statement. It seemed quite tough, but the meaning behind it was utterly pathetic. Summed up in one sentence. Our chosen one lost in a fair duel, it's not shameful. Dragon Kingdom, just wait. Looking at this official statement, the people of the Dragon Kingdom cheered excitedly. Ha ha. Foot Basin has softened. Foot Basin Kingdom looks just like a thug who lost a fight, making threats before running away. Don't say any more, I can see the scene clearly. Ha ha ha. Foot Basin Chicken, I will be back. The livestream's comments were bustling with excitement, and at this moment, Cheng Yao had already returned to his thatched hut, breaking the arrow and forcefully pulling it out. The intense pain made Cheng Yao suck in a sharp breath, but his expression remained firm, not even a wrinkle on his forehead. Watching Cheng Yao's actions, the audience in the Dragon Kingdom couldn't help but suck in a cold breath. Damn. This guy is tough. Who exactly is Cheng Yao? He looks so manly, so cool. I think I've already fallen for him. Oomph, Foot Basin Kingdom, ha. Dare to hurt our chosen one, just wait until our Dragon Kingdom's resources are abundant, then it will be the end for Foot Basin Kingdom. Brother Yao, take a rest. You're the hero of the Dragon Kingdom, you must take care of your wounds. You must know, even soldiers who have been on the battlefield wouldn't dare to say they could pull an arrow out without changing their expression. At this moment, in the eyes of all the people in the Dragon Kingdom, Cheng Yao was undoubtedly a tough, iron-blooded man. And just as the audience was still deeply shocked, Cheng Yao's next action once again made the audience cry out in astonishment. Damn! He's so badly injured, why is he going out? Brother Yao, can't you wait until your injuries are healed before going out? This Cheng Yao. Doesn't he know how to rest? The viewers in the livestream were incredibly anxious, but in the live broadcast, Cheng Yao once again shouldered his engineer shovel and slowly walked toward the door. Chapter 8, People die comparing to people, goods are thrown away comparing to goods. At this moment, Cheng Yao's health wasn't fully restored, but the bleeding effect from pulling out the arrow had already ended. In order to survive as long as possible in this dangerous national destiny restricted zone, Cheng Yao could only force himself to solve the food and water problem as quickly as possible. The river water he brought back, although animals here drank it without issue, who could guarantee that this water was definitely safe? So, what Cheng Yao had to do now was to make his water purification device as soon as possible to ensure he could drink clean water. By now, it had been 10 hours since Cheng Yao was teleported here. The sky was gradually darkening, and Cheng Yao couldn't be sure if there would be any danger during the night here. So, what he had to do was make his water purification device before it got dark as much as possible. Only then would he not have to worry about food and water. The viewers from the Dragon Kingdom, watching Cheng Yao chop down trees even after suffering severe injuries, then running to check on other chosen ones, couldn't say anything. It was only at this moment that the viewers from the Dragon Kingdom started to realize why Cheng Yao was able to bring so many rewards to them in such a short time. The Desert Eagle was just an aid, the most important thing was Cheng Yao's indomitable spirit. Without them noticing, the sky darkened. A Dragon Kingdom chosen one was sitting quietly in his thatched hut. There was no light in the hut, and as the night gradually fell, the entire small hut became pitch black. This Dragon Kingdom chosen one furrowed his brows, gnawing on the meat in his hand, then cautiously sat on the straw mat, staring fixedly at the direction of the grass hut door. This chosen one is named Zhou Yan, the team leader of the selected ones from Longwa. To say that Zhou Yan's abilities are also quite impressive, he managed to level up to level 2 within a day with just a wooden sword, and secured a lot of food. Moreover, he found a fellow chosen one from Longwa. Unfortunately, he couldn't find dry firewood or a water source. Even if he wanted to create fire by drilling wood, he had no materials. So, he could only lick his dry lips while relying on the meat he hunted to provide a little moisture for survival. But with the quality of survival Zhou Yan has, he is already considered to be doing well among all the chosen ones. Now, looking at the chosen ones from other countries, the audience from Longwa feels that their chosen ones truly stand out. For example, at this moment, a chosen one from Bangbangwo is huddled in his thatched hut. On this day, this contestant, out of fear, didn't dare to step out of his door even once. Therefore, this chosen one from Bangbangwo can only endure hunger, unable to even eat a piece of raw meat. The howling wind outside the dark door makes this chosen one tremble like a leaf. I want to go home, it's so scary, Smita. This chosen one huddles on his grass mat, shivering. And his life weapon, a straight wooden stick, has been thrown far away. With the shelter of his hut, this chosen one could have easily hunted at least one fierce beast to obtain enough food. But he did not do so because he was defeated by his own fear. Now, looking at the highly esteemed chosen one from Juban Nation, Meichuan Naiku, at this moment, he has just started a fire using the method of drilling wood, expressionless, roasting a piece of beast meat. Compared to Longwa's chosen one leader Zhou Yan, although Meichuan Naiku can eat roasted meat, his level is only level 1. He can make fire simply because he is in a better position. But what about Cheng Yao? That really is a case of comparison makes one feel inferior. At this moment, Cheng Yao is leisurely playing with the water purification device in his thatched hut. The wood crackles in front of him while a piece of wolf meat and a piece of fish meat sizzle in the flames, emitting an enticing aroma. The firelight reflects on Cheng Yao's cheeks, and a hint of satisfaction finally appears on his resolute face. Water purification device. Grade, F. Function, fill the water into the purification device to get clean drinking water. Materials needed for upgrade, wood *50, copper or *6. With this kind of device, he no longer needs to worry about the safety of the water. When he was chopping trees earlier, Cheng Yao intentionally left a good piece of wood to make himself 3 water cups. After all, drinking water with his hands is quite unsightly. So, Cheng Yao took out a bucket of water from his system backpack and poured some into the water purification device. After a moment, Cheng Yao got a cup of purified water. Clean drinking water. Effect, drinking it restores 1 point of magic power per second for 1 minute. Cheng Yao used the skill inspect on the water, and the result made him extremely happy. This water can even restore mana? If I can stock up on more of this water, wouldn't that mean I no longer need to worry about magic points? Cheng Yao recalled everything that happened today. If he had enough magic points, there would be no need to rely on a shovel to kill the sharp-toothed fish that jumped ashore. He could easily stand on the shore and catch all those sharp-toothed fish. Now, the blue bar has become the bottleneck restricting his exploration and experience gain. But even so, Cheng Yao still did not allocate his skill points to intelligence. Although intelligence can increase Cheng Yao's mana pool. However, it didn't help much with his strength. So, Cheng Yao still decided to put all his attributes into strength. Opening Cheng Yao's attribute panel, at this moment, his power had increased several times compared to when he first arrived at the Fate Forbidden Land. Name, Cheng Yao. Level, 3. Experience points, 15/400. Health points, 150/150. Mana points, 150/150. Strength, 25. Agility, 15. Intelligence, 15. Stamina, 15. This was still because Cheng Yao hadn't equipped a weapon at this time. If he pulled out his Desert Eagle, his strength would reach 30 points. Compared to when he first entered the Forbidden Land, even with the Desert Eagle, he only had 10 points of strength back then, but now, Cheng Yao could be considered to have upgraded from a bird gun to a cannon. Cheng Yao happily took a sip of clean drinking water, which had a hint of sweetness, intoxicating him completely. And the fierce beast meat, after being roasted, although without any seasoning, the taste was no less than the barbecue he had enjoyed in his past life. Looking at Cheng Yao eating with grease all over his mouth, the viewers in his livestream began to mock in the bullet comments. Damn! I can only gnaw on protein bars and drink that water with a pungent smell. Why does it feel like this guy is not fighting for his life in the Forbidden Land, but rather on vacation? Exactly, just looking at that meat makes my stomach growl. But all I have beside me is that nasty protein bar. Bro, upstairs, you might as well check out other live streams. This kind of treatment is only something Brother Yao can enjoy. How many other chosen ones can't even have a bite of raw meat? The viewers in Cheng Yao's livestream gradually dispersed, while the viewers from the Foot Basin country looked at Cheng Yao eating and drinking, completely satisfied and intoxicated. Then they looked at their own chosen one, who had nothing to drink and was gnawing on roasted meat. Instantly, they felt broken. Damn! Is there no one who can teach him a lesson? After eating and drinking his fill, Cheng Yao lazily lay on his straw mat, looking out into the dark doorway, feeling a sense of worry in his heart. This thatched house didn't even have a door. At night, wouldn't some filthy thing wander in? Chapter 9. Cheng Yao? That guy is a monster. That night, Cheng Yao leaned against a corner of the thatched house, nervously sleeping the whole night. Not just Cheng Yao, all the chosen ones had trouble sleeping that night. After all, the forest was full of all kinds of fierce beasts, and it was really hard to feel secure resting in a thatched house without even a door. Fortunately, although the howls of wild beasts could be heard from time to time outside, these fierce beasts did not launch a night attack on the thatched house. As the sky brightened, Cheng Yao decided not to continue resting and stepped out of the small house directly. No, he needed to quickly upgrade this shabby house. Otherwise, sleeping with such constant anxiety every night was no good. Fortunately, upgrading the small house only required wood and stones, which were relatively easy to obtain, just needed some effort. The forest was most abundant in wood, and Cheng Yao had also found some clues about obtaining stones. Yesterday, by the river where he fetched water, there were quite a few stones. This was just the opportunity to explore further places. If he could find the copper ore needed to upgrade his destined divine weapon, then his chances of survival would increase a lot. With that, Cheng Yao carried his shovel and returned to the riverside. By the river, the body of the turtle island, which had been lying there, was already gone, with only dragging marks left at the original location. It was probably taken away by the fierce beasts in the river. Cheng Yao didn't overthink it, he found a larger stone and began to collect stones with his shovel. Congratulations! Obtained stone material *2. Congratulations! Obtained stone material *1. An hour passed, and Cheng Yao wiped the fine beads of sweat from his forehead. He finally gathered enough stones needed to upgrade the small house. Sitting by the river. Planning to take a short break. Mining work is really exhausting for the body. But just as he was about to rest, he vaguely heard a series of strange sounds. Suddenly, a prompt box popped up in front of him. Detected that the cottage is under attack. Please return to defense immediately. Cottage health 1980/2000. Damn. Cheng Yao didn't dare to be careless and immediately ran towards the thatched cottage. This thatched cottage was his refuge, and if it was really destroyed, who knew what would happen? Fortunately, the health of the cottage wasn't dropping too quickly. Running wildly, Cheng Yao soon spotted the monsters attacking his cottage from a distance. That's right, this time the attackers were not beasts but monsters. These monsters had bright red skin, stood about 1 meter tall, and boasted 2 horns on their heads, looking like little devils. They were currently raising wooden sticks high in their hands, shouting strange sounds, and violently smashing into Cheng Yao's thatched cottage. On the cottage, as the monsters attacked, bright red numbers jumped out continuously. -2. -2. There were as many as 8 of them. Faced with so many monsters, Cheng Yao did not rush to reveal himself but first used his detection skill. Low-level sinking demon, level 1 monster, health 80/80ths. Commonly appears in groups, sometimes with a leader. If a leader is found, prioritize killing it. Cheng Yao looked at the prompt and felt a bit more at ease. If they were just level 1 monsters, he had nothing to fear. After all, he was currently level 3, wielding a desert eagle with a strength of 30 points. As long as he wasn't terrible at shooting and didn't mess up his movements, he would face no pressure at all against these little monsters. Cheng Yao looked around, confirming that he didn't see any monsters that looked like a leader before easily climbing up a nearby big tree and taking out his desert eagle. Bang! Aiming, shooting, all in one go. This shot hit one monster right at the back of its head, and a bright red big character floated above its head. -200, critical hit. This hit actually dealt a massive 200 damage to the monster. After being attacked, the monster vanished right where it stood. And Cheng Yao received 5 experience points and 1 copper nugget as a reward. Copper nugget? Cheng Yao couldn't wait to open his backpack and check the properties of the copper nugget. Copper nugget, collect 10 copper nuggets to combine into 1 copper ore. Wow, he had originally been troubled about where to find copper ore, and now they just came to him. Cheng Yao was overjoyed, immediately raised his gun again, and began shooting madly at the sinking demons below. With the 30 points of strength, even if these sinking demons were just hit on the arm, it was a guaranteed kill. After a few shots, Cheng Yao's backpack again gained 8 copper nuggets and some experience points. And his cottage was finally saved. He was still 2 copper nuggets short. Oh right. When he was by the river, he vaguely heard these strange sounds. At the time, he didn't pay much attention because he was eager to return to his cottage. But didn't the lower-level sinking demons that just attacked his cottage make the same sounds? And combining it with the sneak attack from Turtle Island yesterday, they too came from the direction of those sounds. Could it be that was the cottage on Turtle Island? Were these monsters respawning to attack all Chosen One's cottages? Thinking of this, Cheng Yao immediately rushed again toward the river. This time, he ran even more urgently than when he was returning to defend his cottage. After all, if the cottage on Turtle Island was destroyed, where would he find the remaining copper nuggets? Just as Cheng Yao feared, at this moment, all Chosen One's cottages were under attack by lower-level sinking demons. And the viewers watching the livestream were all anxiously sweating for their Chosen Ones. The timid Chosen One from Bang Bang Nation was currently huddled in his thatched cottage, trembling in fear. His thatched cottage had already cracked. It looks ready to collapse. But even so, this Chosen One still did not dare to go out and confront the enemy. His life weapon lay quietly on the ground, and he didn't even have the courage to pick up his weapon. So, a moment later, the thatched house let out a loud crash and started to collapse, and he was finally exposed to the gaze of the sinking demon. Ah! This Chosen One from Bang Bang Country let out a terrible scream and then became a corpse. The people of Bang Bang Country watched their Chosen One die so pitifully and began to curse. Shiba! What garbage! So cowardly! Yesterday, other Chosen Ones were hunting ferocious beasts, and he hid in a thatched house all day. Useless! On the other side, the captain of the Dragon Kingdom's Chosen Ones, Zhou Yan, was at that moment swinging a wooden sword and killing the last sinking demon. At this time, Zhou Yan already had some wounds on his body, panting heavily, and hurried back to his thatched house to recuperate. But the comments in Zhou Yan's live broadcast room appeared somewhat strange. Huh? Is this monster really that hard to kill? Do you think Zhou Yan is weak? Zhou Yan is already level 2. Facing so many monsters at once, getting hurt is inevitable. That's not what I mean. I saw Cheng Yao kill one monster with one shot, and he took care of all the monsters in less than a minute, so I just... You're talking about Zhou Yan, why are you bringing up Cheng Yao? That guy is a monster himself. Oh, that's true. Chapter 10, No, I am still too weak. In the live broadcast rooms of the Chosen Ones from various countries, the audience was filled with anxious shouts. After all, Chosen Ones like Zhou Yan, who had reached level 2, were extremely rare. More Chosen Ones were still only at level 1. Though level 1 and level 2 differ by just 1 level, the attribute points differ by double. More level 1 Chosen Ones found it more difficult to combat sinking demons. This event of sinking demons destroying homes caused heavy losses for Chosen Ones from various countries. The worst was Bang Bang Country, where exactly 50 Bang Bangs died under the sinking demons' attacks. Even Dragon Kingdom lost 6 Chosen Ones in this destruction event. Looking at this result, a deep sorrow arose in the hearts of every Dragon Kingdom viewer. Those heroes who had bravely fought for them would never return again, and they could only watch helplessly, unable to do anything. But at that moment, a notification appeared in all the live broadcast rooms. Congratulations to Dragon Kingdom Chosen One Cheng Yao for upgrading his life weapon successfully, rewarding Dragon Kingdom with 100 points of national luck. What? So fast? Dragon Kingdom's viewers looked at this sudden notification, putting aside their sadness, and rushed into Cheng Yao's live broadcast room. In the live feed, Cheng Yao was admiring his desert eagle, while before him was a thatched house that looked ready to collapse. Luckily, he made it in time. If he had been a moment later, once these low-level sinking demons completed their mission and ran away, he would be out of luck for his copper pellets. After reaching the riverbank, he immediately followed the direction of the sound to find the small house on Turtle Island, along with a large group of low-level sinking demons. After taking them out one by one with his gun, Cheng Yao obtained 8 copper pellets again, combining them into a copper ore. With the copper ore and the remaining wood in his backpack, he finally upgraded his life weapon. At this point, Cheng Yao's weapon panel had changed. Old Armory. Class, F. Quality, low level. Equipping it allows opening the armory backpack and equipping various weapons produced by the armory. Materials needed for upgrade, wood *10, copper or *2. Desert Eagle. Class, F. Quality, low level. Strength +8. No need to reload, each attack consumes 5 mana points. Each attack can deal up to 10 times the strength value in damage. Wooden Engineer Shovel. Class, F. Quality, low level. Strength +5. Agility +3. When attacking, there is a 20% chance to stun the target for 1 second. Each attack can deal up to 13 times the strength value in damage. the Desert Eagle's upgrade was average. But the soldier shovel now had an additional dizzying ability, which made Cheng Yao nod in satisfaction. Although he rarely used melee attacks, there's always a chance, right? I wonder what progress the others are at now. While I'm here mining and chopping trees every day, my level might have already fallen behind. No, I need to upgrade quickly. Otherwise, if I encounter an enemy with a higher level, it could be very dangerous. Cheng Yao sat on the spot, mumbling to himself. These chosen ones could not see the outside live broadcast in these days, so they didn't know the situation of the other chosen ones. In the past, even when he worked hard to level up, there would always be some level up maniacs crushing him in levels. Based on this experience, there was always a feeling in his heart that the other chosen ones had a higher level than him. But at this moment, the viewers in his live broadcast room were blown up as they listened to Cheng Yao's mumbling. Damn! Right now, you're the only level 3 monster in the Forbidden Zone, and you still say you're too weak? It's over, Brother Yao has already gone mad, I'm so worried. And the viewers from other countries, looking at Cheng Yao who was worried about his low level, then looking at their own country's chosen ones who were just happy to have reached level 2. Baka! How much longer are you going to rest? Get up and level up. Shiba! Stop sleeping, you idiot. You don't need long sleep in life, but you must in death. God! Someone stronger than you is still working hard. Why are you still so lazy? It's bad. Someone come and stop Cheng Yao from continuing to level up. Otherwise, how can we improve our national fortune? At this moment, the live broadcast rooms of players from all countries were completely flooded with various urging bullet comments. Unfortunately, no matter how anxious these viewers were, the chosen ones who entered the Forbidden Zone couldn't see their shouts. Cheng Yao was like this. At this moment, amidst the enthusiastic comments, he took out his Desert Eagle and cautiously began to explore towards the other end of the forest. Soon, a silver-white lone wolf appeared before Cheng Yao. The lone wolf had not noticed Cheng Yao, giving him the opportunity to start his exploration. Swift Strike Wolf, Level 4 Beast, Health, 600/600. Fast, High Health Beast, usually acts alone. If you see it in the wild, you are very lucky. After walking for so long, he finally saw a Level 4 beast. After Cheng Yao reached Level 3, defeating a Level 1 monster could only yield half the previous experience points. Therefore, he did not plan to let this Level 4 beast go. With all attributes focused on power and paired with the Desert Eagle, he should be able to kill this Swift Strike Wolf. Thinking of this, Cheng Yao took out his Desert Eagle and quietly aimed at the Swift Strike Wolf's forehead, then shot. Bang! This shot directly dealt 280 points of damage to the demon wolf. In pain, the Swift Strike Wolf swiftly turned around and pounced towards Cheng Yao. What the hell? Cheng Yao looked at the wolf's speed and couldn't help but exclaim. This wolf's speed was simply absurd. In Cheng Yao's eyes, the Swift Strike Wolf's movements were nothing but a white blur. Even though there was nearly 50 meters between him and the wolf, in just 2 seconds, the demon wolf had already reached Cheng Yao's side. This speed, Cheng Yao could no longer aim. The Swift Strike Wolf slapped down toward Cheng Yao, who instinctively tried to dodge, but just as the thought of dodging arose, the wolf's attack had already dealt damage to Cheng Yao. Not good, I can't dodge. Cheng Yao looked at his health. The wolf's earlier attack had caused him 10 points of damage. The damage wasn't high, but it was hard to bear with its speed. In just a moment, Cheng Yao's health had dropped by half. Cheng Yao lifted his gun to retaliate, but his bullets hit nothing but air. Every gun attack was precisely dodged by the magic wolf. It's no good. If this continues, I will die. Cheng Yao was caught in a bitter battle, and at the same time, the audience of Long Country became anxious. Is this speed too fast? Is this really the beast of the Forbidden Land? What level is this beast? It's over. This beast counters Cheng Yao perfectly. Yeah, the speed is too fast, the Desert Eagle is completely useless. And even if Cheng Yao wants to run, he can't escape. It's over. Cheng Yao is in danger. Indeed, with such a fast assassin, all ranged professions would be very troubled. He was countered too hard. But Cheng Yao wasn't just a ranged profession. So, in the astonished eyes of the viewers in the live broadcast room, Cheng Yao took out his engineer shovel. Chapter 11, Run Fast? A shovel to smash. Seeing Cheng Yao decisively change his weapon to a shovel, the audience in the live broadcast room was dumbfounded. What is he doing taking out a shovel? Isn't that for digging? Some viewers said with relief, taking out the shovel is the right choice. After all, the shovel has a short attack range, but it swings widely, ensuring it hits the wolf. But I don't know if this shovel can save his life. After all, the damage from the shovel is limited. The audience in Long Country was very worried about Cheng Yao's situation. But what happened next on the screen left the viewers in shock. Cheng Yao held the engineer shovel and swung it at the white shadow. This swing was incredibly fast. the swift wolf was pouncing towards Cheng Yao, unable to pull back in time, and was smashed into the ground by Cheng Yao's shovel. -120. Then, the 50% stun chance of the engineer shovel was triggered, and the swift wolf lay in the dirt, unmoving for a while. Seeing this, Cheng Yao didn't dare to be careless and immediately swung the engineer shovel at the swift wolf's head. -260. With the boost from 30 points of strength, Cheng Yao's attack power was terrifying. If it hit a critical spot, the damage would be explosive. With one strike, the swift wolf's health bar dropped to 0, disappearing before Cheng Yao's eyes. For a moment, the audience in Cheng Yao's live broadcast room fell silent. They couldn't understand why this fierce-looking white wolf was killed with just one shovel. Wow! Did Cheng Yao cheat? This isn't cheating. This clearly means he hasn't said it right. Even if we're cheating, we shouldn't be so blatant about it, at least pretend a little. Seeing Cheng Yao so effortlessly take down a white wolf, the viewers couldn't help but start discussing. Just then, a notification appeared in all selected players' live broadcast rooms. Congratulations to Long Country selected player Cheng Yao for defeating the rare monster Swift Wolf, reward Long Country 100 national fortune points. Wow, this monster was actually a rare one? I thought so. With Brother Yao's current skill, anything he can't take down must be unusual. How many national fortunes has Brother Yao brought to Long Country now? The 6th time, all the national fortunes of Long Country so far were earned by Brother Yao. Indeed, now not only can crops grow in the soil, but some springs have also begun to flow. As the audience of Long Country talked about this, they suddenly fell silent again. They took a moment to pay their respects to the selected players of other countries. Meanwhile, viewers from other countries, seeing that familiar notification, began to flood the selected players' live broadcast rooms with messages again. My players from Foot Basin Country. You need to step up. Damn it. You idiot, have you woken up yet? They've already gained 600 national fortunes, and you're still asleep? What's with your relaxed attitude? Fuck. Jemson, can't you speed up your hunting? At the time you take to kill one beast, Cheng Yao could have taken out a whole nest. They seem to feel very regretful and anxious. However, besides the Basin Kingdom, which has received 1 point of national fortune reward, no other country's chosen ones have received any national fortune rewards for now. Currently, in these countries, let alone farming, even cheap protein bars are in short supply, and countless residents are on the brink of starving to death. Cheng Yao, it's that Cheng Yao again. Is it only Cheng Yao who can obtain national fortune rewards? Countless foreign viewers shouted in anger, unable to understand why the seemingly fair survival for national fortune had evolved into this situation. At this moment, as if to respond to everyone's confusion, another notification appeared in the Chosen One's livestream. Congratulations to Longwei Chosen One Zhou Yen for being the first to discover a wild treasure chest, rewarding Longwei with 100 points of national fortune. Good news, the person who received the national fortune reward this time is no longer Cheng Yao. Bad news, this national fortune reward is still for Longwei. Watching this result, the foreign audience helplessly typed a line in the comments, I'm tired, let it be over, hurry up. Cheng Yao was unaware of everything happening outside, he only knew that after the swift wolf died, a notification popped up in front of him. Congratulations on successfully hunting a rare fierce beast, rewarding 50 experience points and swift boots *1. Wow, no wonder it was so hard to kill, it turned out to be a rare fierce beast. Cheng Yao eagerly opened his inventory. Swift boots. Quality, F level. Agility +5. Stamina +2. The attributes of this equipment are quite good, providing a nice boost for Cheng Yao, who usually only increases strength. Cheng Yao couldn't wait to equip the swift boots. The moment he put them on, he felt as though his body had become much lighter. What a good thing. Cheng Yao happily tossed his original shoes into the inventory and set off again, sprinting deeper into the forest. Meanwhile, in another Chosen One's livestream from Longwa, Ziling was hiding in a huge cave, with her long hair slightly messy and her light purple outfit, though flowing, now stained with dirt. Carefully peeking outside the cave, she saw 3 Chosen Ones from the Basin Kingdom slowly approaching the entrance. Ziling scrutinized the arrangement inside the cave, trying hard to think of a way to break the deadlock. At this moment, she was only level 2. After dealing with a drowned demon outside in the morning, she ventured deeper into the forest to hunt some fierce beasts and level up. Unfortunately, just after she killed a level 2 lone wolf, she keenly sensed that someone was watching her from afar. Out of caution, Ziling chose not to act carelessly, but instead continued deeper away from her little house. This was to avoid being found by the enemy. As the saying goes, it's not fear of thieves, but fear of thieves remembering. Ziling knew very well that since the other party was monitoring her, it meant they had ill intentions. Uncertain if she could defeat them, Ziling did not choose to strike rashly, but continued on her way, seeking a way to escape. The cave was dimly lit, and Ziling walked straight in, planning to use the environment here to shake off her pursuers. Little did she expect, her enemies turned out to be 3 in total. At that moment, in the Longwa livestream, seeing their goddess surrounded by chosen ones from the Basin Kingdom, the viewers began to curse loudly. Damn Basin people! Why wasn't I chosen? I don't want my goddess to get hurt. Basin people should die. You are forcing such a beautiful girl into a corner, are you even human? On the other side, in the Basin Kingdom's livestream, the viewers were hooting and hollering. Ha ha! Look at their looks, their figures. I am really envious of those three. Kishida Chuju, Oda Saibun, Kinoshita Saki, the three unite. I truly don't believe she can survive. In Cheng Yao's live streaming room, a bullet message appeared at this moment. Brother Yao's direction of advance, doesn't it seem like he's approaching Xilin's area? Brother Yao has seen it. He saw those 3-foot Basin people. Chapter 12. You can't handle them alone. Outside the cave, the three chosen ones from the Foot Basin country had grim faces, standing quietly outside the pitch-black cave. The 3-foot Basin people, facing a lone girl from the Dragon country, felt that this operation was as good as certain. Hee, finding a chosen one from the Dragon country, we really hit the jackpot. Luckily our 3 starting points were close. This girl is really swift when killing beasts. Without your help, I'd really struggle to subdue her. I checked, this girl is only level 2, just like us. With the 3 of us teaming up, we can definitely take her down easily. By the way, you guys be careful later, don't use lethal force. How could I? I can't bear to kill such a pretty girl directly. He. The 3 were discussing loudly. In their eyes, Xiling didn't have any chance of escape. Meanwhile, hiding inside the cave, Xiling listened to their loud banter. A drop of cold sweat slowly flowed down her cheek. I was too careless. Xiling felt some regret in her heart. She originally thought there were only 2 of them. This way, she could quickly kill one while they just entered the cave, their eyes not yet adapted to the changing light. As for the remaining one, she could handle it with ease. But with 3 of them, Xiling's plan was completely ruined. Xiling bit her lower lip tightly. A trace of blood slowly flowed down the corner of her mouth. At this moment, Xiling looked extraordinarily beautiful and tragic. She was already prepared. Even if it cost her life, she wouldn't let these Foot Basin people have it easy. The 3-foot Basin people had already begun to slowly walk into the cave. Xiling gripped her folding fan tightly, waiting for that moment they stepped inside, which would be her best chance to strike. Thud, thud, thud. The footsteps grew closer. Xiling's hand holding the fan was starting to tremble slightly. Adrenaline began to rush through her. Her trembling was not from fear, but from preparation for this fierce battle. The 3 chosen ones from the Foot Basin country walked side by side, each on alert for threats in front and on both sides. Xiling held her breath. The next moment, the 3 chosen ones from the Foot Basin country all stepped into the cave at the same time. In that moment, Xiling and Kinoshita Saki met eyes, but because the light suddenly darkened, Kinoshita Saki did not realize that their target was crouched before them like a nimble wildcat. It was in that moment. Xiling's folding fan swiftly swept across Kinoshita Saki's neck. The edge of the fan was like a sharp steel knife, almost decapitating Kinoshita. Despite this deadly strike, Kinoshita didn't die, but had lost more than half of his life and had a bleeding effect added. Enemy attack. Over here. Kinoshita endured the sharp pain, gripping his bleeding neck, quickly darting behind his 2 companions. The other 2 chosen ones from the Foot Basin country, upon hearing the warning, instantly drew their weapons and attacked Xiling. Kishida Chujiu's long knife tore through Xiling's skirt, cutting a terrifying wound on her long, snow-white thigh. And Oda Saibun was wildly swinging his dagger, slashing furiously towards Xiling. In an instant, multiple deep wounds appeared on Xiling's body, and her life points plummeted to below 60. Are we going to die here? Xiling's face was filled with bitterness. At this moment, she only regretted not putting all her attribute points into strength. If she had, she could have at least taken down one beast from the Foot Basin nation. Try again. Even if it's just once. Xiling was determined in her heart. The folding fan in her hand suddenly stopped defending and was forcefully thrown at the severely injured Makashi. The fan flew through the air and soon erupted into blazing flames, like a giant fireball, crashing straight into Makashi's chest. Makashi, who was already on the verge of death, immediately lay still on the ground, no longer breathing after that blow. And after this strike, Xiling lost her last means of defense, becoming a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Baka! You're asking for death. Kanda Chugo and Oda Saibun were temporarily pushed back by the raging flames from the fan, and looking at Makashi's lifeless body, they shouted in anger. At this moment, Kanda's long knife and Oda's dagger also came crashing down on Xiling's beautiful face with even more ferocity. At least I took one down. Xiling had no way to dodge. Watching the weapons coming at her, she slowly closed her beautiful eyes. I suppose this is dying for a worthy cause, right? Even if my compatriots see this, it won't seem too embarrassing. But how will they evaluate me? In an instant, Xiling's tightly closed eyes seemed to see her fellow countrymen's anger. She seemed to see a screen full of praises for her, and a tall and mighty chosen one from the Dragon Nation, like a legendary hero, rescuing her from here. A tear slowly fell down Xiling's cheek. Clang! Boom! With the sound echoing, the anticipated pain did not rush in, instead, it was replaced by a deep voice. Looks like you chose a good spot? Perfect, I'm using this shovel to bury you here. Xiling slowly opened her eyes and was surprised to find that standing before her was no longer those two twisted-faced foot basin people, but a tall and mighty figure. The man stood straight like an iron tower, with sharp features on his side profile. The wooden shovel in his hand was now pointing straight at the 2 foot basin men, radiating an overwhelming aura. The newcomer was Cheng Yao, and his arrival was not to save the damsel in distress, but because the 3 opponents were all from the foot basin nation. Whether it was the former days nation or the present foot basin nation, in Cheng Yao's heart, they were the same. He just wanted to send these foot basin men to where they belonged. After Cheng Yao helped Xiling block a strike, he kicked out, and the 2 foot basin men lay on the ground, slowly getting back up after a while. Cheng Yao's strength was a full 30 points. Even just one kick had the 2 foot basin men crying out in pain. But Cheng Yao's kick also drove the 2 foot basin men into a rage. Baka, another damned Dragon Nation person. Oda. That girl is already done for. Let's join forces and tear this damned Dragon Nation guy to pieces. Kanda Chugo called out to Oda Saibun as the 2 foot basin men picked up their weapons again, shouting out as they charged at Cheng Yao. Cheng Yao looked at the 2 rushing at him like mad dogs, his expression growing more disdainful. 2 level 2 day dogs still dare to shout like that, who gave you the courage? Liang Jingru? Cheng Yao's hand flickered, and the engineer's shovel in his hand instantly transformed into a desert eagle gleaming with icy silver light. And Xiling, who lay behind him, looked at the 2 foot basin men charging back in and couldn't help but endure the pain in her body, shouting loudly at Cheng Yao. You can't take them on by yourself. Aren't you just bluffing? Hurry up and run. Don't mind me. Hearing the shouts behind him, the desert eagle in Cheng Yao's hand nearly went off. Alright, still a girl from Jin City. Chapter 13, it's time to take a bow. The cave was extremely dark, blood flowed like a river from Xiling's snow-white thigh, the red color looked even more desolate in the pitch-black cave. 2 chosen ones from the foot basin country had drawn their knives and charged forward, but the towering figure in front showed no signs of wanting to escape. Xiling looked at Cheng Yao's back, feeling an overwhelming sense of despair in her heart. How could he, alone, be a match for 2 level 2 chosen ones? Moreover, his life-bound weapon was just an ordinary shovel. Ha? A shovel? Where did the shovel go? What is he holding? Did I see it wrong? That thing seems to be a gun? At that moment, Xiling realized that Cheng Yao's weapon had actually changed to a handgun. This thing is his life-bound weapon? Xiling's big almond-shaped eyes widened in shock, momentarily forgetting the pain from her wound, rendered speechless by surprise. In Xiling's livestream, the audience from the Dragon Country had already started cheering excitedly. Great! It's Cheng Yao. Xiling is saved. Those little bastards keep attacking our chosen ones, Brother Yao. Help us hit them hard. I want to see if these stupid pigs even know what pain is. Let's go. Let's check out the Foot Basin Country's livestream and see what kind of wails they'll make. These Dragon Country viewers echoed each other and rushed into the livestream of the Foot Basin Chosen Ones. At this moment, in the Foot Basin Country's livestream, the viewers had changed from excitement to regret. Bastard! Cheng Yao. It's him again. Why is he everywhere? It's over, Cheng Yao is already level 3, his attack power is ridiculously high. Run. Oda. Kida. You're not his match. Why can't we communicate with the chosen ones? At least inform them to be careful of Cheng Yao. The Foot Basin Country's livestream was filled with wails, as they couldn't fathom why something that seemed so certain had turned out this way. In their eyes, Cheng Yao seemed like a chaotic king, causing irreparable damage wherever he went. As for the Foot Basin Country's officials, they were filled with regret. In the National Fortune Bureau of the Foot Basin Country, a high-ranking official slammed his fist on the table in anger. Bastard! Why does the Dragon Country have such a powerful chosen one? Our chosen ones shouldn't have been assigned the mission to hunt Dragon Country's chosen ones before setting off. Great, now the chosen ones from other countries are focusing on leveling up, while our Foot Basin chosen ones wasted their energy looking for the Dragon Country's chosen ones. What good does finding them do? They're just going to their deaths. Everyone in the National Fortune Bureau fell silent, paralyzed by fear. The bitter fruits of this command would ultimately have to be swallowed by themselves. In the live broadcast, Cheng Yao looked at the 2 Foot Basin people charging at him with swift movements. It's time to take a bow. Bang! Bang! The muzzle of the Desert Eagle burst forth with intense flames, and the bullets flew out like vengeful spirits, charging straight towards the 2 little bastards. There's an old saying, outside 10 paces, the gun is fast. Inside 10 paces, the gun is both accurate and fast. The bullet struck the foreheads of the two chosen ones from the foot basin, and in an instant, their life-bound weapons in midair vanished without a trace. One-shot kill. Another one-shot kill. Thus, the three chosen ones from the foot basin country were all buried in this dark cave. Xiling looked at Cheng Yao, who easily annihilated the chosen ones from the foot basin with a disdainful expression, utterly shocked. They were level 2 chosen ones. It was that simple, just one shot each for a kill? Who on earth is this man? Why is he so powerful? Xiling stood there, forgetting even the wound that oppressed her. Suddenly, a wave of intense dizziness began to engulf Xiling. This was a symptom of excessive blood loss. At this moment, Xiling's life value was below 30, and if she continued to bleed like this, she would die in this dark cave. Cheng Yao, after dealing with two basin people, looked at the dazed Xiling and sighed deeply. His main goal now was to level up quickly, and he didn't want to get into this troublesome matter. Dealing with basin country people was his hobby, but seeing such a beautiful girl die here, Cheng Yao just couldn't do it. Quick, press the wound on your leg, it can reduce the damage from your blood loss. Also, while you are still somewhat clear-headed, tell me where your hut is, and I will take you back. Hearing Cheng Yao's calm voice, Xiling finally came back to her senses and decisively tore a few strips from her skirt, tightly binding all her wounds. As the skirt was torn, Xiling's long, white legs were fully exposed to the air, and Cheng Yao seemed to vaguely see a glimpse of spring. Cheng Yao cleared his throat and turned his gaze away to hide his embarrassment. What in black? What was I thinking? A moment later, Xiling's wounds were all wrapped up. Without further ado, Cheng Yao picked Xiling up on his back and rushed toward the direction she pointed like the wind. With the boost from the swift boots, Cheng Yao's agility reached 20 points. Even a level 2 chosen one who focused fully on agility would be crushed by Cheng Yao in terms of speed. Even while carrying Xiling, Cheng Yao's speed was incredibly fast. At this moment, Xiling, lying on Cheng Yao's back, felt it most directly. For a moment, Xiling even felt like she was not on Cheng Yao's back but sitting in an ambulance. Cheng Yao's speed now was not much different from that of a car. Don't be confused, although this world is severely lacking in materials, emergency vehicles like ambulances still exist. Xiling's heart was stirred with waves of curiosity, and with curiosity driving her, she used a probe on Cheng Yao. Cheng Yao, level 3 Dragon Country chosen, life 60/150. What? He is already level 3? And he is a chosen one from Dragon Country? Why have I never seen him before? Wait, I think I saw his photo in a file before he didn't report in before the Forbidden Zone. Suddenly, Xiling figured everything out, and her pretty face flushed a bit. At that time, when she learned that Cheng Yao hadn't reported in, she thought he was timid like a mouse, wasting his strong and handsome appearance. But now? The person she thought was timid as a mouse had decisively rescued her from the jaws of danger and even effortlessly killed two scheming enemies. Xiling's pretty face turned a bit hot, and she couldn't help but bury her face tightly against Cheng Yao's back. Meanwhile, the rushing Cheng Yao was unaware of what Xiling was thinking behind him. Feeling the sensation from behind, he only had one thought in his mind. That is, wow, so big. Chapter 14, Brother Yao, bestow your divine powers. As they sprinted along, Cheng Yao soon arrived in front of Xiling's hut just in time. But at the moment he stepped into the hut, he suddenly froze. Before Cheng Yao, a prompt box popped up. This hut is owned by another chosen one, please wait for the owner's confirmation. Though this hut had no door, it felt as if there was a heavy wall of air in front of him, preventing him from stepping inside even a single step. Looking at this prompt, Cheng Yao finally understood why those fallen demons who surrounded the hut in the morning had not entered his hut. It seems that this broken house, though looking shabby, is actually a solid safe zone. At the same time Cheng Yao received a notification, a prompt also appeared in front of Xiling. Detected other chosen ones wanting to enter the small house, do you agree? Fortunately, at this moment, Xiling still had some faint consciousness and immediately chose to agree. Otherwise, Cheng Yao would have had to throw her in from outside the door. Now Xiling's health points were down to 10, if she got thrown like that. If she was unlucky, she might just fall to her death. Thank goodness she was holding on and didn't faint. Xiling thought to herself with relief. Fortunately, the healing effect of the thatched cottage was still quite impressive. As soon as she returned to the small house, Xiling's wounds began to gradually heal. Cheng Yao, seeing Xiling getting better, nodded gently, then turned and walked out of the thatched house. His time was very precious, he needed to level up as quickly as possible. He didn't want to fall too far behind the other chosen ones. At this moment, Xiling still felt a bit dizzy. Seeing Cheng Yao about to leave, she couldn't help but call out to him to stay. Don't rush off, I haven't thanked you yet. Hearing this tasty phrase, Cheng Yao felt a black line across his forehead. He had to say, the dialect from Jincheng was simply too abstinent. Every time such a beautiful girl spoke, it made Cheng Yao feel a bit out of place. You should take care of your injuries. No need to thank me, just treat me like I am Lei Feng. Cheng Yao didn't plan to stay for too long and continued to step toward the door. Wait a minute, can we at least add each other as friends? Ziling anxious called out while sending a friend request to Cheng Yao. Cheng Yao looked at the friend request and simply clicked to agree, then he turned and left without looking back. Ziling stared blankly at Cheng Yao's cool leaving figure, feeling a strange sense of loss in her heart. She was quite confident about her looks and figure. But this Cheng Yao didn't have any intention of pleasing her, and even seemed to avoid her. This was the first time Ziling had been treated like this in her life. Was it because she was injured? Or was it because she hadn't bathed? Ziling couldn't help but sniff her body, a faint fragrance entered her delicate nose. Not smelly, right? For a moment, Ziling began to doubt her life. Could it be that he already has someone he loves? Is his beloved even more beautiful than me? Thinking of this, Ziling quickly opened her friend list and sent Cheng Yao a message. Thank you so much for saving me. I'd like to ask, was Liang Jingru you mentioned earlier your wife? Also, who is Lei Feng? Fortunately, when editing the message, Ziling was without an accent. This was fortunate for the many readers of this story. At this moment, Cheng Yao was walking swiftly through the forest. Just after entering Ziling's thatched house, Cheng Yao keenly noticed that the damage he sustained while fighting the fast wolves couldn't be recovered in someone else's small house. However, even though his health points were low right now, he was not worried about his safety at all. As long as he didn't encounter a lord level or rare fierce beast, Cheng Yao was completely confident he could go in and out freely. This was the confidence brought to him by all his power points. Just then, a message from Ziling suddenly appeared in front of Cheng Yao. Looking at Ziling's puzzled inquiry, Cheng Yao almost lost his footing. He momentarily forgot that in this world, there was no Liang Jingru, and certainly no Lei Feng. He couldn't have anticipated that his previous casual bragging would lead to such a significant misunderstanding on her part. It's nothing, just treat them as fictional characters. We produce all kinds of stories where I come from, it's normal not to understand. With a casual remark, Cheng Yao kept moving and quickly rushed towards his thatched house. Ziling looked at Cheng Yao's reply. There was an inexplicable sense of security in his heart. Her life points continued to recover slowly, and at this moment, Ziling was able to move freely. No, encountering a level 3 chosen one so early, many others might have already reached level 3, or even higher levels. We can't be delayed, let's not talk too much and get moving quickly. We can move slowly, but we can't let others get too far ahead. If we run into someone tough later, I'm really in trouble. Ziling muttered to herself, the weakness in her beautiful eyes swept away, leaving only strong determination. At this moment, in the live broadcast room, hearing Ziling's murmurs, the viewers from Longwa began to wail. Sister, don't be so anxious. Your injuries aren't fully healed yet. Meeting Yao Gu can ruin your life. His leveling speed is something ordinary people can't compare to. He's a leveling madman. It's over, as the first chosen one to encounter Yao Gu and still survive, Ziling has lost her mind. Sister, take my advice, your level is not low at all. Really? You have to believe me. But Ziling clearly could not hear the viewers' shouts, she simply gathered her long hair, tied it up in a high ponytail, and then stepped out of her little house. Watching Ziling deftly start her search for beasts, the viewers from Longwa felt quite helpless. Don't say any more, she can't hear us. It's all your fault, you fans of Cheng Yao. Look at what your idol has done to this poor girl. Damn, you make a good point. Is there anyone in Longwa who doesn't fan Cheng Yao? Damn, you really have a point there. At that moment, another prompt appeared in the live broadcast rooms of the chosen ones from various countries. Congratulations to Longwa's chosen one Cheng Yao for being the first to reach level 4, rewarding Longwa with 100 luck points. What the hell, he's already at level 4? Before, I thought Yao Gu was a big boss in the luck forbidden zone, but it seems I underestimated him. Quick, look at Yao Ge's livestream. He skipped lunch to level up, he's eating it raw. Oh my gosh. Yao Gu, please take a break. At this rate, the other chosen ones are going to feel a lot of pressure. But unfortunately, Cheng Yao had no way of knowing the viewers' thoughts outside the forbidden zone, he still felt that his leveling speed was a bit slow. At this moment, after taking down a level 4 firetail tiger with a single shot, Cheng Yao kept moving towards his little house. All the fierce beasts he encountered along the way turned into experience points for Cheng Yao. After reaching 43 strength points, Cheng Yao's confidence grew stronger and stronger. Almost home. After chopping some trees to upgrade his little house, he would continue to level up. Cheng Yao silently made up his mind. Chapter 15, Upgrading the Thatched House. The first house in the entire Forbidden Zone. By the time Cheng Yao returned to the thatched house, it was already afternoon. To be honest, if it weren't for his extremely low health and mana, Cheng Yao wouldn't have planned to return. Sitting in the dilapidated thatched house, Cheng Yao felt a sense of security for the first time about this shabby house. Although there was no door, if a fierce beast really attacked, it wouldn't be able to get into his thatched house. The thatched house was a bit fragile, but at least it was a reassuring shelter. But what kind of broken house is this? There's not even a bed. After a morning of trekking, Cheng Yao was extremely exhausted, and at this moment, he could only lazily lie on the straw mat, barely recovering his strength. The viewers from Longwo watched as Cheng Yao finally began to rest, feeling a sense of relief. Ah, Yao Gu isn't made of iron, he gets tired too. Take a good rest, Yao Gu has done so much this morning. Exactly, if Yao Gu rests well, it will at least reduce the pressure on Goddess Xiling. Wait, what? What are you going to do, Brother Yao? In the live stream, Cheng Yao had not rested for long. Only 10 minutes later, Cheng Yao picked up his entrenching tool again and walked out the door. Yes, this time, Cheng Yao surprised all the audience from the Dragon Country once again. He gave up the idea of continuing to rest and walked straight out the door to start chopping wood. Although he still felt some soreness in his body, thinking about the faster recovery he might get after upgrading his small house, Cheng Yao couldn't help but start working again. With 40 points of strength, chopping trees, which originally took a lot of effort, began to seem trivial in Cheng Yao's hands. After just a few chops, a 20-centimeter diameter tree fell to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. As trees kept falling, the wood in Cheng Yao's backpack slowly began to increase. Congratulations, you have gained 5 units of wood. Congratulations, you have gained 8 units of wood. The small house upgrade required 50 units of wood. An hour later, Cheng Yao wiped the sweat from his forehead, leaning on the entrenching tool, standing in front of the shabby thatched house. Detected that the host has obtained enough upgrade materials. Do you want to upgrade the thatched house? Yes. Cheng Yao confirmed with his voice. In an instant, the thatched house in front of him was wrapped in a dazzling light. The materials in his backpack began to be rapidly consumed, and in a moment, the wood and stones that Cheng Yao had worked hard to collect returned to their pre-liberation state. Looking at the pitiful amount of materials left in his backpack, Cheng Yao felt an unbearable pain. I've lost all my savings, please don't let me down. Cheng Yao silently made a wish in his heart. At this moment, he had closed his eyes, and he seemed to hear his own heartbeat pounding in his ears. Moments later, a line of prompts appeared in front of Cheng Yao's tightly closed eyes. Congratulations, your house has been successfully upgraded. Seeing the prompt, Cheng Yao finally opened his eyes once again. He saw that the originally shabby thatched house had disappeared. In its place, there was a wooden cabin. The cabin didn't look luxurious, but compared to the previous shabby thatched house, it was a significant improvement. The entire small cabin occupied about 20 square meters, and there was a fence surrounding a small yard outside. The wooden cabin not only had a door but also a small window. Peering through the window into the cabin, he saw it was clean and tidy, with a somewhat worn bed beside the window, and in the center of the cabin, there was a little hearth for cooking. Looking at the changes in the cabin, Cheng Yao was immensely excited. With this, he had finally managed to establish a foothold in this perilous land of national calamities. It was only now that he finally had a home. At this moment, the properties of Cheng Yao's cabin also underwent a dramatic change. Ordinary wooden cabin. Grade, E. Health, 10,000/10,000. Effect, within the range of the cabin, the owner recovers 50 health points and 50 mana points every minute. After being damaged, the cabin restores 2% of its maximum health every hour, and the owner can also consume wood for emergency repairs. When setting out, the owner will gain the Guardian of the Homestead effect, significantly increasing movement speed for 30 minutes. If the owner enters combat, the effect will be removed. Materials needed for the upgrade, 50 units of wood, 1 emerald. Cheng Yao looked at the introduction of the cabin and was overjoyed. This upgrade made the house's recovery ability more efficient, and it even had a self-healing effect. With this, Cheng Yao no longer had to worry about his little house getting shattered from the continuous attacks. As for the newly added Guardian of the Homestead effect, Cheng Yao didn't pay much attention to it. The acceleration effect that was removed upon entering combat seemed, for now, to only help with his travel, and he didn't think of much else. Cheng Yao happily walked into his little cabin, curiously observing everything inside. This is home, no matter where you go. In his heart, he clearly knew that he still had a place to belong. Now, I can barely say I have found my footing here. Sigh. It's a bit small, but it's still decent enough. Cheng Yao lazily lay on the bed, sighing in helplessness. As Cheng Yao's small house was upgraded, corresponding notifications appeared once again in the live streams of the Chosen Ones from various countries. Congratulations to the Dragon Kingdom's Chosen One, Cheng Yao, for being the first to upgrade his house, earning 100 points of national fortune for the Dragon Kingdom. Listening to Cheng Yao's complaints in the live stream, foreign viewers were nearly exploding with frustration. Fuck. You have your own little house now, aren't you satisfied? Is this bragging? This has to be bragging. Is he ever going to stop? Where he lives now is already better than all the chosen ones. Damn. Our chosen one just managed to get 100 points of national fortune, and I was pretty happy about it, but now, the Dragon Kingdom's national fortune seemed to shoot ahead like a rocket, far ahead of other countries. While people from other countries were fighting over cheap protein bars, the citizens of the Dragon Kingdom had already started farming and were drinking clean water. All of this was won for the Dragon Kingdom by just one Cheng Yao. Someone come and deal with him. Crowds of foreign citizens let out wails of despair. Faced with the wails of foreign viewers, the audience of the Dragon Kingdom unusually refrained from making any comments this time. No way, with a competitor like Cheng Yao, even the audience from the Dragon Kingdom felt powerless to criticize. Clearly possessing the strongest abilities, yet Cheng Yao was completely unaware, always thinking there were others much stronger than him. Watching Cheng Yao like this, the audience from the Dragon Kingdom felt a mix of helplessness and pity. Lying on the bed, after a moment, Cheng Yao felt the soreness in his body gradually dissipate. This time, Cheng Yao didn't rush to leave but began to think about his next plans. Upgrading his destined weapon required copper ore, while upgrading the house again required emeralds. Gaining copper ore was already in sight, but he still had no idea where to obtain emeralds. Then, let's upgrade while also collecting copper ore. Cheng Yao made his decision in his heart. Chapter 16, Are you not coming over to stay? My house is quite big. Copper ore. I wonder if those sinking demons will appear again tomorrow. Cheng Yao lay on the bed, feeling a bit bored at the moment. He recalled in the morning when he killed the sinking demons near the Turtle Island house and gained 8 more copper pieces, suddenly realizing something. Yes, although there weren't many sinking demons at his door, his small house had upgraded, and with the abilities of those demons, it should be difficult for them to break into his house now. So, he could completely use this time to stay near the Turtle Island house and protect it. In this way, he could collect more copper pieces and upgrade his destined weapon sooner. Awesome! Why didn't I think of this sooner? Oh right, and the one named Ziling whom I rescued today. Since she was ambushed, is there a possibility that there are those 3 little houses nearby her place? If he could eliminate the sinking demons from all 4 of their houses, wouldn't that mean he could gather 4 pieces of copper ore in just one day? Thinking of this, Cheng Yao couldn't help but feel excited. The urgent task now was to quickly locate the hiding places of those 3 devils. Only then would he have the chance to eliminate all those sinking demons before their little house was breached. With this in mind, Cheng Yao immediately jumped up from his bed and ran wildly towards Ziling's house. In the frantic run, Cheng Yao truly experienced the benefits of the Guardian of the Homeland for the first time. Although he was not close to Ziling's cabin, under the terrifying speed boost of the Guardian of the Homeland, Cheng Yao reached Ziling's small cabin in just half an hour. The cabin was empty, apart from a few remaining bloodstains. Ziling's figure was nowhere to be seen inside. Sure enough, all the chosen ones are upgrading desperately. Even if they are injured, they just recover their health and set off again. Looks like I need to work harder to level up. I hope my level won't fall too far behind them. Cheng Yao muttered to himself. He had no intention of contacting Ziling. To him, searching for the enemy's cabin was just a way to gather materials for himself. Although he saved Ziling, he never expected anything in return from her. After all, saving someone was just a casual act for Cheng Yao. He arrived there just to kill a few more small beasts. He might as well look for them himself. With this thought, Cheng Yao started running wildly again, conducting a wide-range search near Ziling's cabin. At this moment, the Dragon Country audience, listening to Cheng Yao's mumblings, felt a strong urge to spit blood. Damn it, if it weren't for you provoking Goddess Ziling, would she be upgrading so desperately? It's over. I feel like the plot development is getting weirder and weirder. A bold guess, the Goddess Ziling might feel too weak because of Yao Ji's fast upgrading speed. After that, Yao Gu will watch Goddess Ziling constantly level up and feel an urgent need to enhance his strength further. Is this a vicious cycle? Oh, or could it be a virtuous one? The audience in Dragon Country could no longer hold back and started to roast in the bullet screen. Meanwhile, the audiences from abroad were also expressing their views. I've seen this kind of behavior in books. It's called internal competition. But isn't this too much competition? Competing to the point of only eating raw meat for lunch? Even if injured, still persisting and leveling up? Oh my god. Compared to them, our chosen ones are simply pigs. The foreign audience felt utterly hopeless seeing this. And so, in the live room of the Bang Bang Country, a man had just killed a second-level fierce beast and was now sitting under a big tree, calming his breath. The audience from Bang Bang Country were happily discussing. Ji Xian Appa is really too handsome. Look, he easily took down a fierce beast. Appa is already level 2, now, even if he encounters chosen ones from other countries, Ji Xian Appa has the strength to fight. Long live Ji Xian Appa. We will always support you. The bullet screen in the live room was unusually harmonious. Everyone was cheering for the man. But at this moment, a fiercely worded bullet screen slowly floated out. Shiba. You useless piece of garbage. You need to rest after killing a second-level fierce beast? Can't you put in a bit more effort? Watching this bullet screen, the audience in the live room looked at each other in confusion. What kind of stimulation did this fellow receive? Cheng Yao ran swiftly, constantly speeding through the dense forest. At this time, the sky was gradually darkening. If he couldn't find the hiding place of the three small beasts before dark, he would likely lose 24 copper coins tomorrow. At first, when Cheng Yao saw fierce beasts on the road, he would shoot and kill them. But as time went on, now Cheng Yao had completely given up on leveling up and made searching for the hiding place of three small bastards his top priority. Fortunately, hard work pays off. Just before the sun completely set, a dilapidated thatched hut finally appeared before Cheng Yao. After finding the first thatched hut, Cheng Yao didn't waste too much time and quickly found the other two small bastards' thatched huts. Cheng Yao silently memorized the locations of several thatched houses and began to sprint towards his own little house without stopping. Finally back at his little house, Cheng Yao finally relaxed from his exhaustion, lazily lying on his small bed, feeling extremely comfortable. Outside, the sky started to drizzle, the raindrops getting bigger, and the clattering sound brought a certain calm to Cheng Yao's heart. Lighting a pile of firewood, the crackling sound of the flames and the rushing water outside, combined with the aroma of roasted meat filling the room, made Cheng Yao feel immensely satisfied. He did not know that the audience outside the forbidden area had already exploded with excitement. Ah! How can this broken house even keep out the rain? Look at how drenched the goddess Xiling is. It's only the second day, and it's raining this hard. This national fortune forbidden area is clearly messing with the chosen ones. The inside is almost flooded. How can anyone sleep like this? Countless viewers shouted, their comments filled with anxiety. After all, at this moment, except for Cheng Yao who had upgraded his little house, the other chosen ones were still stuck in their wretched F-class thatched huts. Usually, it was fine, but when such rainy days came, these thatched huts started leaking, making the chosen ones inside cry out in misery. Cheng Yao was lying comfortably on his little bed when, at that moment, he unexpectedly received a message from Xiling. Hello, how is the leak situation on your side? Cheng Yao looked up at his sturdy wooden roof, already knowing the answer in his heart, and felt a bit fortunate. Fortunately, he upgraded his little house in time, otherwise, he would be drenched by now. However, it didn't seem quite right for him, as a man, to do nothing when a beautiful girl's house was leaking. So, Cheng Yao casually replied to Xiling. Is it leaking at your place? If the leak is severe, you might consider coming over here, my house is quite big. Chapter 17, like a demon lord descending from heaven, truly the god of earth. In the end, perhaps out of modesty, Xiling did not accept Cheng Yao's kindness. Cheng Yao, of course, didn't mind this. After all, he wasn't a man who would have lustful thoughts. The night quickly passed, and the heavy rain had stopped at some point, the air still filled with the scent of damp earth. Cheng Yao got up early, running towards the thatched houses of the three little idiots. Though he didn't know if the deluge demons would come again, it was necessary to prepare in advance. This was the result of his deep consideration. Although the thatched houses on Turtle Island were on the verge of collapse, going to the Turtle Island house first would put him too far from the other three. Thus, he wasn't sure if he could reach those three thatched houses before they collapsed. He wouldn't make such a foolish choice of losing something big for something small. Thanks to the speed boost from the Guardian of the Homeland, half an hour later, Cheng Yao arrived near the destination. Fortunately, he made it in time. Gasping for breath, Cheng Yao stared intently at the thatched house before him. He hoped those deluge demons would appear today, otherwise, he would have run for nothing. Not knowing how long he still had to wait, Cheng Yao's patience was slowly wearing thin. Since he was waiting anyway, after upgrading his house yesterday, the materials in his backpack were nearly depleted. Might as well take this time to replenish his materials. Without hesitation, Cheng Yao immediately took out his engineer shovel and began chopping down trees in the forest. After an unknown amount of time, Cheng Yao's arms were already incredibly sore. But the deluge demons he was eagerly anticipating had not yet arrived. Still not here? Aren't these monsters supposed to respawn every day? Cheng Yao started to doubt, at this time yesterday. The fallen demons have already started attacking his little house. At this moment, a system message appeared before Cheng Yao's eyes. Detected that the little house is under attack, please respond in time. 9999/10,000. Looking at the message, Cheng Yao's heart was filled with excitement. It's finally here. Cheng Yao looked around, and sure enough, in the distance of his sight, he could vaguely see a group of red-skinned fallen demons raising their big sticks, rushing toward his little house. These monsters did not appear out of thin air, they came running from somewhere. This group of fallen demons flowed like a river, splitting off a team of fallen demons every time they reached a little house, launching an attack on the nearby chosen one's house. With this discovery, Cheng Yao's heart was bubbling with excitement. If he could cut this river of fallen demons in half, then he would no longer have to worry about copper or issues. Thinking of this, Cheng Yao instantly became thrilled. Without thinking too much, he immediately rushed toward this river of fallen demons. Bang! 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 Gunshots rang out continuously, and one by one, fallen demons turned to nothing under Cheng Yao's gun. Copper coins began to come in, and Cheng Yao couldn't help but smile wildly. Unfortunately, now that Cheng Yao was at level 4, killing these level 1 fallen demons would no longer give him experience points. He could only purely collect some copper coins. Such a waste of time. Cheng Yao felt somewhat dissatisfied with his monster killing speed. Although the Desert Eagle could kill monsters instantly, each shot only rewarded him with 1 copper coin. Moreover, his mana was only 200 points. If he continued to use the Desert Eagle, he could only obtain at most 4 copper ores. Thinking of this, Cheng Yao decisively put away his Desert Eagle, grabbed his engineer shovel, and smashed right into the group of fallen demons. In the live broadcast room, viewers from various countries were nervously watching the Chosen Ones fight against the fallen demons. Even though the Chosen Ones had almost all leveled up to level 2, facing 8 fallen demons simultaneously made it a bit tough for them. At this moment, a Chosen One from the beautiful country was shouting as he charged with his long-handled battle axe, fighting fiercely against the fallen demons. His moves were large and bold, and soon 5 fallen demons met their demise under his giant axe. Well done, Jemson. So awesome. Keep going. Take down all these demons. The viewers in the live stream excitedly sent barrage comments, praising Jemson's outstanding performance. But Jemson did not continue to attack as they wished. Instead, he rolled back to his straw hut. It wasn't that he didn't want to keep killing, it was just that he was too badly injured. If he didn't recover soon, he might end up dying. The viewers in the live stream looked at Jemson and felt a bit awkward. Jemson is injured, he's just recovering. Other Chosen Ones are the same, this is normal. The viewers began to defend Jemson. But at that moment, a rather out-of-place comment floated up. No, I see the Dragon Country Chosen One killing quite smoothly. The viewers in the beautiful country's livestream turned dark, urging, if you can talk, say a bit more. In the live stream of Long Country's Xiling. At this moment, Xiling was a bit damp and looked somewhat disheveled. But after crazily leveling up yesterday, Xiling had already reached level 3. Facing these level 1 weak fallen demons, Xiling's fan was like a sharp steel blade, every swing would cleanly take down a fallen demon. Xiling's figure flickered amidst the group of monsters, like a dancing fairy, looking extremely pleasing to the eyes. Ha, Xiling Goddess is truly remarkable. Even in battle, she's so eye-catching. TSK, Goddess Xiling is now so powerful, I guess she's not much weaker than Brother Yao. Now that you mention it, Brother Yao should have handled it already, right? After all, he cleared it in seconds yesterday. The audience of Dragon Country admired Xiling's graceful figure while discussing Cheng Yao. At this moment, a bullet screen slowly floated out. I just came from Brother Yao's livestream, he hasn't solved it yet. Brother Yao, he's gone crazy with killing. There are only 8 little monsters, right? How did it go crazy? Curious, countless viewers began to flood into Cheng Yao's livestream. Immediately, these viewers looked at Cheng Yao, who was frantically killing monsters, dumbfounded. Cheng Yao was surrounded by countless pity demons, swinging a shovel with no gaps. With every swing, several pity demons would be buried under the shovel, and then new pity demons would rush up. At this moment, Cheng Yao seemed like a solid rock in the middle of a great river, unmoved amidst the monster's charge. What the heck? Is he even human? While other Chosen Ones are still struggling, Brother Yao cleared it in seconds. When other Chosen Ones can clear it, Brother Yao became unrivaled. Like a demon lord from the heavens, truly a divine being on earth. I'm impressed. However, while Cheng Yao was slaughtering the monsters, the Chosen Ones downstream in the Pity Demon River wore puzzled expressions. They were still in their little houses, wary of the Pity Demon's attack, but outside, it looked peaceful and calm. What's going on? Did the Pity Demons take a holiday today? These Chosen Ones stood dazed at the door, starting to doubt their lives. Chapter 18, Alone, he shakes the Dragon Country official. At this moment, Cheng Yao stood in the middle of the Pity Demon crowd, swinging a shovel with great force. Copper particles continuously flowed into Cheng Yao's backpack, and at this moment, his copper ore had reached a total of 50. This means that after this operation, Cheng Yao had killed 500 pity demons. This way of killing monsters was satisfying, but it had one downside, it was too exhausting for the arms. At this time, the speed of Cheng Yao's shovel swinging had become slower and slower, and he began to suffer continuous attacks. Let's just call it a day. Cheng Yao shook his head helplessly, began to swing the shovel, and slowly withdrew from the pity demon encirclement. Fortunately, the main target of these pity demons was to attack the Chosen One's little houses. After Cheng Yao retreated, they did not pursue. Phew! Cheng Yao casually found a rock and started gasping for air. After intense activity, his arms felt as if filled with lead, and he could no longer lift them. Warning, the little house is under attack, please return to defend in time. 9999/10,000. This prompt still floated before Cheng Yao's eyes. The pity demon's attack on the little house wasn't even as fast as the house's own recovery speed. Thus, Cheng Yao didn't need to rush back to defend but could take a moment to rest and recover his state. Since he had time to spare, let's upgrade his main weapon first. With this thought, Cheng Yao opened his panel. Upgrade main weapon. Old Armory. Grade, F. Quality, Intermediate. After equipping, it can open the armory backpack and equip various weapons produced by the armory. Materials required for upgrade, wood *20, copper or *4. Upgrade main weapon again. Old Armory. Grade, F. Quality, Advanced. After equipping, it can open the armory backpack and equip various weapons produced by the armory. Materials required for upgrade, wood *40, copper or *8. Upgrade my main weapon again. Old Armory. Grade, F. Quality, Top. After equipping, it can open the armory backpack and equip various weapons produced by the armory. Materials required for upgrade, wood *80, copper or *16, F-grade evolution stone *1. Desert Eagle. Grade, F. Quality, Top. Power +20. No need to reload, each attack consumes 5 mana points, dealing damage up to 10 times power. Equipped with a silencer, it produces very little noise when attacking. Bullets have a slight tracking ability. Wooden Engineer Shovel. Grade, F. Quality, Top level. Strength +13. Agility +7. When attacking, there is a 50% chance to stun the target for 1 second. Cheng Yao looked at his innate weapon, now upgraded to the top level, and nodded with satisfaction. After 3 consecutive upgrades, the attributes of the 2 weapons had doubled. If equipped with the Desert Eagle, Cheng Yao's strength would reach a terrifying 55 points. The silencer can lower the chance of being detected, while the bullet's slight tracking ability compensated for Cheng Yao's shooting inaccuracies. One could say, no matter what enhancement, it qualitatively improved Cheng Yao's strength. Not bad indeed. Cheng Yao happily hummed a tune, swaying back to his little house. What Cheng Yao didn't know was that all the viewers still watching the livestream had exploded. In the livestream, 3 consecutive notifications left viewers from all countries in disbelief. Congratulations to the Dragon Kingdom's chosen one, Cheng Yao, for being the first to upgrade his innate weapon to intermediate F level, rewarded with 100 national luck points. Congratulations to the Dragon Kingdom's chosen one, Cheng Yao, for being the first to upgrade his innate weapon to top intermediate F level, rewarded with 100 national luck points. Congratulations to the Dragon Kingdom's chosen one, Cheng Yao, for being the first to upgrade his innate weapon to top level F, rewarded with 100 national luck points. Viewers rubbed their eyes forcefully, and after a while, they were shocked to find they weren't imagining things. What the heck? What is this? Why is he upgrading so fast? Oh my god. How can this happen? This isn't real. This is impossible. Isn't there anyone who can put Cheng Yao in check? He is ruining the fairness in the national luck sacred ground. At this moment, in the livestream of Jameson from the beautiful country, Jameson had finally defeated all the sinking demons and synthesized 10 copper pellets into a copper ore, upgrading his innate weapon. Looking at his newly upgraded innate weapon, Jameson burst into laughter. Ha ha! My weapon has upgraded. I feel terrifyingly strong now. However, the viewers in his livestream thought differently. Come on. You just upgraded once, what's there to be happy about? Hurry up and upgrade more. There's no hope, Jameson doesn't even realize how far he has fallen behind others. Meanwhile, viewers from the Dragon Kingdom, observing Cheng Yao's 3-level weapon upgrade in one day, expressed their emotions. I was really foolish, truly. I thought I had a grasp on Brother Yao's strength. Whatever he does wouldn't surprise me anymore. But now I see, I was completely wrong. I have no clear understanding of Brother Yao's power. Upgrading a weapon 3 levels in a row, this is definitely not Brother Yao's limit. With his ability, I believe he could just tear through the entire national luck sacred ground. Viewers from the Dragon Kingdom looked at the rapidly increasing national luck and felt ecstatic for their people. Faced with such a situation, even the officials of the Dragon Kingdom were stunned for a long time, unable to come back to their senses. Until that night, the officials of the Dragon Kingdom seemed to barely regain their composure and quickly issued a notice, awarding Cheng Yao the rank of corporal. Viewers from the Dragon Kingdom, looking at the delayed announcement, couldn't help but start to poke fun. Brother Yao is amazing, he has stunned even the officials of our Dragon Kingdom. With his own strength, he challenged the officials. Brother Yao accomplished it. Officials, take it easy. At this rate of awarding ranks, I'm afraid the ranks will be maxed out soon. Of course, all of this was a later discussion. As Cheng Yao leisurely swayed towards his little house, he unexpectedly encountered Xiling, who was out upgrading. Seeing Cheng Yao's relaxed appearance, Xiling couldn't help but smile. Look, our fan has upgraded. Now it can fly back quickly when thrown. Xiling waved the fan in front of Cheng Yao, just like a child showing off a new toy. Cheng Yao looked at the happy Xiling in front of him and patted her head like he was soothing a child. That's good. By the way, remember to upgrade your little house early. Look at how drenched you are. Faced with Cheng Yao's gentle touch, Xiling intended to step back, but the flutter in her heart made her stand there in a daze, a blush slowly creeping up her cheeks. Oh right, have you upgraded your inner weapon? Are you at the right level now? Seemingly to ease the awkwardness in her heart, Xiling spoke again, asking about Cheng Yao's progress. Oh, mine is now top class F level. No more talking, I have to return home as it's still under siege. After finishing, Cheng Yao patted Xiling's shoulder and turned to run back to his little house. Boom! Cheng Yao's calm reply sounded like a thunderclap, firmly anchoring Xiling in place. She didn't even notice that Cheng Yao had left, she just stood there in a daze, like a beautiful statue. Chapter 19. What's going on? Someone is courting death? After returning to his little house, Cheng Yao took a moment to replenish his supplies and continued to rush toward the thatched hut on Turtle Island. While copper ore was no longer an issue, there was still another matter Cheng Yao wanted to confirm. He wanted to see what actions these abyss demons would take after dismantling the thatched hut. Fortunately, he made it in time. When Cheng Yao arrived at the thatched hut on Turtle Island, the abyss demons that had destroyed the hut had not yet left. They stood there dumbly, as if they had lost connection. Cheng Yao did not disturb these abyss demons, he wanted to see how they would leave and ultimately, where they would go. Time ticked by slowly, and after a long while, the abyss demons finally started to move again. He saw the abyss demons begin to sprint in one direction. Cheng Yao followed these abyss demons from a distance, running for quite a while. Gradually, in Cheng Yao's line of sight, a large group of abyss demons slowly appeared. However, this group of abyss demons was significantly smaller than the one in the morning. Continuous small groups of abyss demons joined the team, and this group of abyss demons gradually began to grow stronger. Cheng Yao trailed behind the abyss demon army from afar, continuously following the steps of these demons as they rushed off into the distance. Meanwhile, in a certain place in the forbidden land of national fortune, Zhou Yan, the captain of the heavenly chosen from the Dragon Kingdom, was quietly crouched behind a large rock, his eyes fixed intensely on the gathered abyss demons. This was a gigantic valley, and within it lay a vast plain. He had followed a group of abyss demons on a long journey to finally arrive at this place. He needed to figure out what was going on with these abyss demons, so that he could provide sufficient information to his fellow citizens of the Dragon Kingdom. Leaders trust me, they made me the captain of the heavenly chosen, and I must live up to their trust. Zhou Yan thought silently, his sharp gaze filled with determination. The number of abyss demons in front of him was still increasing. Still, a large number of abyss demons were rushing back into this enormous valley from different directions. Not far from Zhou Yan, there were also a few other chosen ones from different countries, hiding their presence just like Zhou Yan. However, their purpose was merely to see if they could gain any benefit from this. After all, in the forbidden land of national fortune, how could these monsters, which were like rules themselves, be simple? Zhou Yan cautiously observed the abyss demons in the valley, his brows gradually knitting tighter. The abyss demons here were not only the small abyss demons that attacked the thatched hut. There were also some abyss demons holding tall banners in one hand. A hand shook a copper bell, leisurely inspecting the sinking demon. Zhou Yan used his probe skill on the sinking demon from a distance, but the information he received made him sweat coldly. Lower level sinking demon leader? Level monster, health? His probing skill could not reveal specific information about these monsters. He could only know that these sinking demons, shaking their banners and bells, were the leaders of these sinking demons. Such a monster should have a high level, right? Zhou Yan's rough hand tightened around the sword hilt. In this unknown environment, only the sword in his hand could give him a sense of security. At the same time, chosen ones from other countries also used their probing skills on the sinking demon leader. Confirmed with their eyes, this was someone they could not provoke. They just wanted to gain some profit and didn't want to risk their lives. Thus, after finding a bunch of question marks, these foreign chosen ones began to slowly retreat, preparing to leave this dreadful place. Unable to fight back, waiting around was just a waste of time. But just as these chosen ones were retreating, they suddenly saw an unbelievable scene. A sinking demon leader suddenly burst forth with a spray of blood from its chest. Immediately after, this sinking demon leader shook its large banner. With the shaking of the banner, countless low-level sinking demons quickly gathered around this sinking demon leader. What the hell? What's happening? Is someone looking for trouble? Who is it? How dare they attack the leader of these sinking demons? Damn it! Why attack now of all times? Countless chosen ones began to curse in their hearts. They could have safely left this dreadful place, but who would have thought someone would dare to attack the sinking demon leader? In this attack, whether the attacker was exposed, they didn't know, but they themselves had definitely been exposed. Because they were preparing to leave, these chosen ones had already left their cover. And these chosen ones, having left their cover, were now exposed openly to the watchful eyes of the sinking demons. Countless sinking demons began to chase after the exposed chosen ones. Zhou Yan watched the frenzied sinking demons as beads of cold sweat began to form on his forehead. Which country's chosen one did this? How reckless. It shouldn't be a chosen one from our dragon nation. After all, I've interacted with everyone except for Cheng Yao, who hasn't reported in. There's no one this reckless in the dragon nation's team. As for the unreported Cheng Yao, Zhou Yan thought it was impossible. Zhou Yan held no contempt for Cheng Yao. On the contrary, he felt that it was quite normal to feel scared in such a terrifying environment. He just thought that timid Cheng Yao wouldn't take such a huge risk to come here. Yet, the very timid Cheng Yao was hiding behind a large rock farther away, holding a desert eagle and staring intently at the injured sinking demon leader. In the past, facing the distant sinking demon leader, Cheng Yao would be helpless. After all, the distance was too far, and as soon as he fired his weapon, he would expose his position. Moreover, at such a far distance, it would be hard for Cheng Yao's marksmanship to hit a target. But now, Cheng Yao's desert eagle was no longer the same. Not only did it have a silencing function, but even if he aimed poorly, the bullets would also make slight corrections, greatly improving his hit rate. He raised his gun, aimed. Put. Cheng Yao squeezed the trigger again. The ability of the silencer was remarkable, as the original loud gunshot, under the silencer's suppression, was even quieter than a fart. A magic bullet once again left the chamber, tracing a beautiful arc. Once again, he accurately hit the forehead of the fallen demon leader. -100. Cheng Yao looked from afar at the number floating above the fallen demon leader's forehead, a satisfied smile rising on his face. Exciting! The information about the fallen demon leader was invisible to Zhou Yan and the others, but Cheng Yao saw it clearly. Lower level fallen demon leader, level 7 monster, health, 1080/1200. The lower level fallen demon leader must be eliminated first, or else there will be endless attacks. As for why Cheng Yao could see this leader's information. Nothing else, only his high level. Chapter 20, Brother Yao, don't shoot. It's me. Zhou Yan stared at the injured fallen demon leader with a ghostly expression on his face. To observe the situation of these fallen demons more clearly, he had deliberately chosen a closer cover. Who would have thought that when Cheng Yao attacked, he would have been caught in this situation? Whose subordinate is this? What kind of weapon is this? To provoke such a monster, this courage is too great. Zhou Yan followed the direction of the monster's injury, but could only see layers of stacked stones, completely unable to see the attacker's appearance. This is a big deal. A daring chosen one, with such high strength. If this person has hostility towards the Dragon Kingdom, they will become a great enemy of the Dragon Kingdom. Thinking of this, Zhou Yan couldn't wait to open his friend panel and warn all the chosen ones of the Dragon Kingdom he encountered. A powerful chosen one was discovered in the valley. I will investigate him further, stay vigilant. After sending the message, Zhou Yan continued to carefully search for the location of the attacker. This attacker was quite cunning, firing a shot then changing positions, constantly whittling down the health of a fallen demon leader. Zhou Yan rubbed his temple, feeling a bit of a headache. His position wasn't too good, and directly getting up to find the attacker would expose him to the fallen demons below. It seems now that he could only hold still and watch the changes. Zhou Yan let out a deep sigh. I must find out who is the one attacking. If they are an enemy, this person will be a serious threat to our Dragon Kingdom. Zhou Yan murmured to himself, unaware that at this moment in his livestream, the audience of the Dragon Kingdom was already going crazy. Captain! Don't shoot! It's me! It's over, Brother Yao has become Captain's headache. What should we do? Do you think our captain might not recognize Brother Yao and secretly kill him? Some citizens of the Dragon Kingdom expressed their worries. But these worries were quickly dismissed by some rational people. Don't worry, as the chosen one captain of the Dragon Kingdom, Captain Zhou has memorized all the information about the chosen ones before departure. Moreover, Captain Zhou is from the Special Forces. Harming civilians is something our Dragon Kingdom's troops would never do. Watching these comments, the audience of the Dragon Kingdom finally relaxed a bit. But soon after, new worries began to arise. In that case, Brother Yao has put our Captain Zhou in a tough spot. Yes, now those demons are in chaos, and if Captain Zhou's whereabouts are exposed, it will also pose a danger. Brother Yao! Don't shoot! It's me! Your captain! Seeing the concerns of the Dragon Kingdom citizens, these rational people also felt a bit pained. Indeed, due to Cheng Yao's reckless actions, their chosen captain Zhou Yan was severely put in a difficult position. Are you crazy? No matter how powerful the monster is, you want to fight it? At this moment, in the live stream of the Foot Basin Kingdom, they couldn't help but curse Cheng Yao. Baka! We know you are powerful, but why do such stupid things? Crazy! This is a pure madman. It's this Cheng Yao again. What on earth does he want to turn the national fortune Forbidden Land into? In the live broadcast room of the Foot Basin Kingdom, their chosen one, Murakami, was running for his life. Behind him was a horde of sinking demons, shouting and howling as they frantically chased after him. Murakami grabbed the boomerang in his hand and hurled it forcefully at the crowd of sinking demons. A wave of sinking demons wailed and fell to the ground, but instead of disappearing like usual, they remained. Moments later, a leader among the sinking demons shook a brass bell in its hand. When the sinking demons heard the sound of the bell, they once again crawled back to their feet and continued their wild chase after Murakami. Damn it! We can't even kill them, how are we supposed to fight? Murakami let out a wail, skillfully catching the boomerang as it returned, then used every ounce of strength to start fleeing wildly. The chosen ones from other countries, like Murakami, were also frantically running away into the distance. They still couldn't understand why they only wanted to check for rewards but ended up in such a predicament. As for Zhou Yan, he seemed like a war correspondent, constantly sending messages to the other chosen ones of the Dragon Country. When a sinking demon leader is present, low-level sinking demons do not die, they will continuously be revived by the leader. The level of the low-level sinking demon leader is unknown, but you must escape quickly upon encountering it. With our current strength, we cannot defeat it. The unknown chosen one just now, based on the attack pattern, likely has a gun as their life-bound weapon. After sending this message, Zhou Yan glanced at the wooden sword in his hand, feeling a hint of bitterness in his heart. Although he couldn't be 100% sure, from the wounds on the monster and the trajectory of the projectile, Zhou Yan currently had a 99.82% certainty that the other party's life-bound weapon was indeed a damn gun. A gun. What kind of luck does this guy have? How could he choose a gun as his life-bound weapon? Although it was hard to believe, Zhou Yan had used this thing plenty of times during his time in the Special Forces. He could even tell just by the sound of gunfire what kind of firearm his opponent was using. But unfortunately, the suppressor on Cheng Yao's gun was just too amazing. Zhou Yan could only see the result of the monsters being hit, but he didn't hear a single sound of gunfire. The chosen ones of the Dragon Country looked at the message Zhou Yan sent, furrowing their brows. Okay, we understand. Team Leader Zhou, you must escape safely. Zhou Yan looked at the reply and couldn't help but smile bitterly, somewhat helpless. If he wanted to run away, he could have done so already. Based on his previous training intensity, shaking off these low-level sinking demons was completely manageable. But he couldn't just leave things like that. If he couldn't find this gunman, he would become a thorn in Zhou Yan's heart. Thinking of this, Zhou Yan began to focus more intently on the movements of the sinking demon leader. After a moment, a spray of blood erupted from the leader's head once again. Now's the time. Taking advantage of the moment when all the sinking demons turned to look at the direction of the attack, Zhou Yan immediately leaped back. As still as a rock, as swift as a hare. Zhou Yan's movement was clean and decisive, quickly hiding behind a more distant cover without any hesitation. Every time the sinking demon leader got injured, Zhou Yan would use the opportunity of the demon's distraction to adjust his position. Finally, after half an hour, Zhou Yan managed to barely leave the line of sight of the sinking demons. Next, he needed to search for this attacker with all his might. Zhou Yan tightened his grip on the sword in his hand and slowly made his way towards Cheng Yao's direction. Chapter 21, What? Zhou Yan wants to kill Cheng Yao? Zhou Yan's figure moved like a nimble cat, constantly weaving along the towering cliffs. Below, the sinking demon leader was still under relentless attack. But this monster leader didn't seem to have a high IQ. It had taken so many hits, yet it still hadn't found out who the attacker was. Zhou Yan advanced cautiously, making not a sound at all. What if I find the other party, and they are still my enemy? What should I do? This question lingered in Zhou Yan's mind persistently. Faced with an enemy stronger than himself, Zhou Yan would have fought without hesitation before. After all, this is the spirit of the Dragon Kingdom's army. As a soldier, he naturally had this bravery of not fearing strong foes. However, now his identity was that of the captain of the Dragon Kingdom's chosen ones. If he fought and died, it could greatly hit the Dragon Kingdom's chosen ones team. Zhou Yan's mind was in deep turmoil, and even his pace of advancement slowed down by a few beats. Put! A light sound entered Zhou Yan's ears, pulling him back from his complicated thoughts. This sound was somewhat familiar. Zhou Yan immediately concealed himself, carefully analyzing the sound he had just heard. It was likely a desert eagle, and it had been fitted with a silencer. This also meant the enemy was about 50 meters away from him. Zhou Yan cautiously poked his head out, scanning everything around. In the distance, countless rocks on the mountain wall formed many natural cover spots, but Zhou Yan looked around and still couldn't find the enemy's traces. However, he had roughly inferred the enemy's possible location based on the direction the monster was attacked from. Behind me? Zhou Yan's eyes fixed on the towering rocks behind him, squeezing his body into the gap in the rocks to reduce his chances of exposure. But suddenly, a series of hurried footsteps sounded in his ears. No! Not behind. In front of me. Zhou Yan quickly turned his head. Not far in front of him, a stern-faced man was swiftly adjusting his position. This man had short black hair and stood straight like a trained soldier. The desert eagle in his hand reflected a chilling light under the sun. Moreover, this person was extremely fast, so quick that Zhou Yan couldn't help but marvel inwardly. Which country's chosen one is this? Zhou Yan was shocked. He hadn't seen the man's face, so he didn't realize at first who this person was. Cheng Yao moved swiftly, quickly finding an excellent hiding spot, raising his gun, and aiming. Zhou Yan quietly observed Cheng Yao's every movement, secretly letting out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, judging by the way the opponent aimed, he seemed to be a rookie who hadn't handled guns before. His arm was too straight, and his stance holding the gun wasn't very standard. Shooting this way, the accuracy definitely wouldn't be high. If I faced him, this would be a weakness I could use. Zhou Yan secretly analyzed in his heart. He just watched quietly as Cheng Yao raised his gun, aimed, and shot. Put! The gun's muzzle emitted a cold blue light as yet another bullet was fired. Zhou Yan looked at the direction of this shot, inwardly sighing. This shot went off target. Sure enough, a rookie is still a rookie. What the hell? Zhou Yan's brain had just thought halfway when he was shocked into opening his mouth by this shot. He saw the bullet, after being shot, hit the forehead of the fallen demon leader steadily, causing blood to spurt from its head again. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. This is not scientific. As a soldier who often handles guns, Zhou Yan was very certain that Cheng Yao's shooting direction had deviated. But why could this bullet hit the enemy? Zhou Yan was astonished. Could it be that the opponent's bullets can curve? After all, in this land of forbidden fortune, there were too many unimaginable things. Not only can one directly enhance their physical fitness through points, but the hut also allows one's wounds to heal quickly. On top of that, even my broken wooden sword can slash out sword energy now. It seems like it's not too hard to accept that the opponent's bullets can curve. But why are all our weapons cold weapons, while yours is a desert eagle? Fine, I can accept the long range, but you can even fire in succession? Isn't this cheating? Zhou Yan's heart was filled with wild complaints. Although he had already confirmed that the weapon used by the opponent was a gun, he was still shocked when he truly realized his guess. Moreover, Zhou Yan noticed something else. That is, when Cheng Yao fired, the effect of the silencer seemed to be rather outrageous. Normally, even with a silencer, there would be a huge noise. But Cheng Yao's silencer seemed to suppress all sounds into thin air, quieter than a loud fart. What the hell? This is too much of a supermodel. Zhou Yan was extremely astonished in his heart, momentarily forgetting to probe Cheng Yao. After finishing one shot, Cheng Yao briskly moved on to the next shooting point. On the way, Cheng Yao unexpectedly found a chosen one hiding in a rock crevice. A probe was thrown out, and the information of this chosen one instantly appeared in Cheng Yao's view. Jean Yesher, level 3 foot basin chosen 1, health, 210/210. Little baka? Cheng Yao was slightly surprised. Forget it, let's deal with the boss below first, then kill him. With this thought, Cheng Yao did not stop his steps and quickly reached the next shooting point. Zhou Yan did not rush to chase. He still did not know Cheng Yao's identity, and at this moment, he needed to keep himself well hidden. Watching Cheng Yao lift his gun to aim again, Zhou Yan's heart began to race even more violently. Just now, Cheng Yao's words "little baka" finally confirmed the opponent's identity for Zhou Yan. Unfortunately, due to Cheng Yao's soft voice, this sentence had turned into baka by the time it reached Zhou Yan's ears. A chosen one from Foot Basin country? And this strong? This person is not to be underestimated. Now I am in the light, but he is in the dark. I can only try to ambush. Zhou Yan kept analyzing in his heart, and as he kept analyzing, the thought of killing the opponent gradually gained the upper hand. However, before taking action, there was still one thing he needed to do. Opening the chat interface, Zhou Yan sent messages to the Dragon Country chosen ones he had encountered. The opponent is a chosen one from Foot Basin country. The weapon in hand is a desert eagle, with bullets that can curve and a silencer that almost completely eliminates sound. I will attempt to kill the opponent through an ambush. If I die, you must quickly select a new captain. The threat from the opponent is far too great. I must take action. Everyone, please make sure to survive and fight for the rise of our dragon country. Zhou Yan's eyes were full of determination. After sending out the message, he closed his information panel. He did not dare to look at the replies from other chosen ones. He was afraid that if he did, he would lose the courage to kill the enemy. At this moment, the Dragon Country audience watching the live broadcast could no longer sit still as they saw Zhou Yan's wooden sword charging up. What? Zhou Yan wants to kill Cheng Yao? Their chosen one captain was now preparing to kill their strongest soldier? This simply cannot happen. Zhou Yan's actions were like a sharp knife, deeply stabbing into the hearts of the Dragon Country audience. In an instant, the entire live chat room of Dragon Country was in chaos. Chapter 22, Your Granddad is Always Your Granddad. At this moment, in the Dragon Country live chat room, the audience began to shout anxiously. Don't! Captain Zhou! That's one of our own. It's over. Oh no, it's all Cheng Yao's fault. Why didn't he report in back then? Didn't Captain Zhou say he had seen all the information of the Dragon Country chosen ones? Why is this happening again? Before, those who had confidently guaranteed that Zhou Yan would recognize Cheng Yao were now left with unspoken grievances. How could they know that Zhou Yan could not see Cheng Yao's face at all? After all, the information was just information. Zhou Yan had only seen Cheng Yao's photo. How could he possibly recognize Cheng Yao just by seeing his back? At this moment, they could only silently pray in their hearts. I hope there won't be any fatalities. At this moment, the entire Dragon Kingdom felt as if it was covered by dark clouds. A heavy sense of oppression lingered in the hearts of all the viewers. Meanwhile, the enemy spectators, especially those from the Foot Basin country, began to cheer. Ha ha! Good! 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 Watching you dogs fight each other is so satisfying. Give it a good fight. Ideally, let them lie dead on the spot. At the very least, Cheng Yao must be killed. Exactly. If Cheng Yao doesn't die, we will never see the light of day. A special forces soldier, if he can't even kill a Cheng Yao, that would be laughable. The viewers from the Dragon Kingdom watched the enemy's taunts but did not respond. They were all focused intently on the movements of the two, having no mood to argue with these clowns. Zhou Yan moved lightly and swiftly, rapidly closing in on Cheng Yao. And Cheng Yao? At that moment, he was still completely focused on the fallen demon leader below, completely unaware that someone was approaching him. The distance between Zhou Yan and Cheng Yao was quickly closing. 10 meters, 5 meters, 3 meters. At this point, the viewers from the Dragon Kingdom seemed to have forgotten how to breathe. The entire Dragon Kingdom had fallen into a strange silence. On Zhou Yan's wooden sword, a wave-like aura began to gather. In the next moment, Zhou Yan's figure suddenly appeared beside Cheng Yao. At this moment, time seemed to slow down. Just as Zhou Yan was about to launch his attack, Cheng Yao's surprised face finally appeared in Zhou Yan's sight. And Cheng Yao, startled by Zhou Yan's sudden appearance, was drenched in cold sweat. Zhou Yan instantly put away his sword, his heart filled with regret. Damn! It's actually Cheng Yao? How could this possibly be Cheng Yao? Isn't he timid? What timid person would come to such a dangerous place? Besides, you're from the Dragon Kingdom, what nonsense is this? At the same time, Cheng Yao was also terrified. He had never seen Zhou Yan. For the first moment, he thought the other party was from the Foot Basin, coming to ambush him. How careless. Another Foot Basin bastard? Don't think that just because you are up close, I won't be able to handle you. Even if your level is higher than mine, I will still take a few bites out of you. Cheng Yao's heart strengthened, the desert eagle in his hand instantly disappeared, replaced by a shiny metal shovel. Now that the distance between them was so close, the desert eagle could not be of much use. Only the shovel was the best choice for close combat. Cheng Yao? Why is it you? Zhou Yan managed to say just a moment before Cheng Yao struck him. Bang! In the moment before Cheng Yao hit him, Zhou Yan uttered those words. Then, under the astonished gazes of all the viewers, the chosen leader Zhou Yan was sent flying by Cheng Yao's shovel. This strike hit Zhou Yan right in the abdomen, making him feel like he had run into a massive wall. The intense impact caused him to spit out blood. Zhou Yan lay powerless on the ground, glancing at his life value, and his face darkened. This shovel strike had caused his life value to drop by 3/4. That was just the hit to his stomach. If it had landed on his head. Zhou Yan dared not think any further. After knocking Zhou Yan away, Cheng Yao, hearing Zhou Yan's earlier words, was also left in a daze. What's going on? An acquaintance? Looking again, Zhou Yan wasn't holding any weapon. Damn! Please tell me I didn't hit the wrong person. Cheng Yao immediately cast a probe toward Zhou Yan. Zhou Yan, level 3 Dragon Kingdom Chosen 1, health, 60/240. Goodness, he really is one of our own. A cold sweat slowly trickled down from Cheng Yao's forehead. Luckily, I hit his stomach. Fortunately, this guy must have a lot of stamina. Otherwise, I would have really caused a big disaster. Thinking of this, Cheng Yao quickly put away his shovel and rushed toward Zhou Yan. The Dragon Kingdom audience let out a long sigh of relief when they saw Cheng Yao put away the shovel. Many viewers were frantically beating their chests, trying to calm their racing hearts. This program today is just too thrilling. Please, don't let anything like this happen again. It's scarier than a horror movie. Cheng Yao quickly arrived next to Zhou Yan and helped him up as he gasped for breath. I'm so sorry, I didn't recognize you for a moment, I thought you were from the basin side. Cheng Yao kept apologizing, his hands feeling a bit flustered. After all, he had hit one of his own, and Cheng Yao felt a bit panicked inside. It's alright, it's normal to react like this since I suddenly appeared beside you, cough cough. A violent coughing fit erupted, and blood spurted from Zhou Yan's mouth again. With that spurt of blood, Zhou Yan's condition finally started to improve a bit. At the same time, Zhou Yan's heart was raging wildly. What the hell, that one hit took away this much health? Is this guy's damage that high? And isn't your main divine weapon a gun? Why do you also have a shovel? However, Zhou Yan didn't know that if Cheng Yao had really used the Desert Eagle to attack him. The Desert Eagle's power boost is higher, plus it has a small area trajectory correction. With one shot, Zhou Yan had a 99.14% chance of being killed instantly. Cheng Yao, level 4 Dragon Kingdom Chosen 1, health, 200/200. Looking at the probe result, Zhou Yan couldn't help but bitterly smile inside. He never expected that his captain, in terms of strength, would actually be weaker than an ordinary chosen team member. Hearing Zhou Yan's magnanimous response, Cheng Yao couldn't help but chuckle nervously. Even though he had accidentally harmed the man, Zhou Yan's attitude earned Cheng Yao's great respect. In the Dragon Kingdom livestream, some viewers from the Basin country began to unleash arrogant insults after the misunderstanding was cleared. Baka! The Dragon Kingdom Chosen Ones really are useless, they couldn't even kill the other side. Let's disperse, this is boring. What's so great about the Dragon Kingdom? I spit. Just rename it to Maggot Country. Ha ha ha. Just then, the chosen one from the Basin country, who was already targeted by Cheng Yao, was quietly trying to slip away. Cheng Yao, seeing this, was instantly filled with anger. You want to run after I see you? If it weren't for you, would I be so triggered? The Desert Eagle appeared in Cheng Yao's hand in an instant, aiming at the fleeing Jinya temple as he pulled the trigger. Instant kill. One shot to death. Watching this scene, the Dragon Kingdom audience began to cheer. Basin country bastard, we killed the other side. How about that? You bunch of beasts, remember this, your grandfather is always your grandfather. Chapter 23 An Extreme Patriot. Zhou Yan, who had just caught his breath, was shocked to see Cheng Yao so decisively take down a chosen one. Don't worry, Basin person, I didn't hit the wrong target this time. Cheng Yao hurriedly explained. He was really afraid that the man in front of him would develop PTSD and act out of panic. However, what Cheng Yao didn't realize was that Zhou Yan's shock was not from fear of hitting the wrong person, but from a furious internal scream. What kind of damage is this? One-shot kill? Isn't this cheating? Fortunately, Zhou Yan was a man who had seen many storms and quickly adjusted his state, directly starting to talk business with Cheng Yao. Hello, my name is Zhou Yan, and I am currently the temporary captain of the chosen ones from our dragon country. You didn't report to the headquarters, but seeing that you are safe, I can rest easy. Zhou Yan slowly recounted to Cheng Yao everything that had happened during this time. It turned out that after Zhou Yan entered the forbidden area of national fortune, he immediately found another chosen one from Dragon Country. In just 2 days, Zhou Yan had been leveling up while searching for his fellow countrymen. He had hardly returned to his small room, just to have more time to search for his scattered teammates. Now, Zhou Yan had already contacted 8 chosen ones from Dragon Country. I believe we should prioritize looking for our compatriots, so that when one side is in trouble, we can support each other and minimize our casualties as much as possible. You must have come from the west, right? I came from the east, and I have an idea now. I hope you can be the responsible person for the eastern region of Dragon Country, helping to find more lost compatriots, okay? Zhou Yan spoke earnestly. In his view, no one was more suitable for this task than Cheng Yao. Not only was he powerful, but he also possessed such a terrifying native divine weapon. People like him were truly rare. Unfortunately, the Cheng Yao in front of him was no longer the Cheng Yao he used to be. If this were Huaxia, facing a request like Zhou Yan's, Cheng Yao would definitely agree wholeheartedly. But this was not Huaxia, this was Dragon Country. For Cheng Yao, although he also hated the Foot Basin people here, he still had not developed much of a sense of belonging to Dragon Country. He kept leveling up and increasing his strength just to survive. He did not intend to do anything for Dragon Country. Although the people here were no different from his compatriots in memory, in Cheng Yao's heart, Dragon Country was still Dragon Country. Thinking of this, Cheng Yao couldn't help but slowly shake his head. Sorry, I have no plans in this regard. I am just risking my life to survive. Zhou Yan listened to Cheng Yao's answer and could not help but lower his eyebrows. He did not blame Cheng Yao's choice. After all, Cheng Yao was just an ordinary person, and he could not demand too much. Suppressing his disappointment, Zhou Yan could only helplessly shake his head. Forget it, since that's the case, I won't force you. Once the issue of the sinking demon is resolved, I will personally go west to find the chosen ones. Cheng Yao, although your strength is good, you are still a bit lacking in vigilance. If you encounter any difficulties in the future, please contact me as soon as possible. After finishing his words, Zhou Yan sent a friend request to Cheng Yao. No matter what difficulties you encounter, you must remember, there are countless compatriots from Dragon Country supporting you. Keep it up. Once Zhou Yan finished what he wanted to say, he turned away and left without any trace of reluctance. The information he was to scout had already been gathered, and Zhou Yan had no reason to stay here any longer. Cheng Yao stared blankly at the friend request in front of him, feeling a little dazed for a moment. He seemed to return to his childhood. Back then, a flood had submerged Cheng Yao's village. Many soldiers came to participate in the disaster relief. The entire village, along with the nearby lowlands, was completely submerged by the flood. The only person the soldiers could find who was familiar with the village's location was Cheng Yao. Due to not knowing the exact location of the village, a soldier asked little Cheng Yao if he could lead them to find the village's location. Unfortunately, little Cheng Yao was still too young, and he was too scared of such a natural disaster. Therefore, little Cheng Yao refused the soldier's request. At that time, that soldier also said something similar to him. "It's okay, little friend, you go to the safe zone over there for now. Don't worry, no matter what kind of danger you encounter, behind you there are countless citizens of Huaxia supporting you." That disaster relief operation caused many soldiers to die or be injured. Little Cheng Yao watched as the bodies of the soldiers were carried back to shore by many other soldiers, including the gentle big brother who had comforted him. If I were braver, these honorable soldiers would have surely succeeded even more smoothly. His little hands tightly formed into fists, and hot tears kept flowing from his reddened eyes. He punched the tree trunk beside him, and his tender little hand was instantly stained red with blood. This flood caused great casualties in the village. His parents also died in this disaster. After that day, little Cheng Yao seemed to have become a different person. When faced with danger and difficulties, he always rushed straight in, even if he would end up badly hurt. He did not think about whether he could accomplish this task, he only knew he had to become stronger. Thus, Cheng Yao gradually became somewhat extreme. And slowly, he turned into the person he is today. Reflecting on the words left by Zhou Yan, Cheng Yao suddenly felt that if he could help others, it would be quite nice. Cheng Yao clicked to accept the friend request. "I have seen Ziling here. I refuse you because I know I am not suited for this kind of work. I think I know that girl Ziling, she is thoughtful and quick-witted. If she is willing, she should be more suited to this job than I am." After finishing his words, Cheng Yao shared Ziling's friend card with Zhou Yan. Meanwhile, Zhou Yan was walking on the road back to the thatched cottage. By now, the sky was getting darker, and the sunlight cast Zhou Yan's shadow long, making him appear particularly lonely on the rocky path. Cheng Yao's unwillingness to help him made Zhou Yan feel a bit disappointed. At that moment, Cheng Yao's message reached Zhou Yan's eyes. Seeing Cheng Yao's response, the disappointment on Zhou Yan's face instantly disappeared. Under the setting sun, Zhou Yan suddenly turned, saluting Cheng Yao from a distance with a standard military salute. The sunset cast a more vibrant light on Zhou Yan's face. Meanwhile, far in the valley, Cheng Yao also felt something at the same time, standing up and saluting in response to the direction Zhou Yan was leading. "Forget it, since I can't return to Huaxia, I will help here in Longhua first. After all, the soldiers here, the history here, the development trajectory here, are not too different from Huaxia." Suddenly, a series of high-pitched cries broke Cheng Yao's train of thought. "Damn it! That leader hasn't been defeated yet. I must hurry." Thinking of this, Cheng Yao immediately re-entered battle mode. Chapter 24, A Public Opinion Battle? Longwei is not afraid. Lower level submerged demon leader, level 7 monster, health, 880/1200. The lower level submerged demon leader must be killed first, otherwise, endless attacks will follow. Cheng Yao looked at the information before him, his expression as uncomfortable as constipation. Previously, he had clearly suppressed the enemy's health to 600 points. Now it seemed that this submerged demon leader could heal? Cheng Yao looked up at the sky, his brows furrowing downwards. At the beginning, his thought was very simple, that was to kill as many submerged demon leaders as possible to level up. Since the enemy's level is so much higher than his own, killing one would surely provide rich experience points. But unfortunately, idealism is beautiful, while reality is harsh. His strong and swift shot could only deal a bit of scraping damage to the submerged demon leader. Forget it, let's kill one first, after fighting all afternoon. In the valley, Cheng Yao began to conduct guerrilla warfare once again. Meanwhile, the ordinary audience of Longhua outside the screen was having a heated discussion about Cheng Yao refusing Zhou Yan's invitation. Sigh. Why doesn't Brother Yao want to help Team Zhou share some of the burden after he has brought so much national luck to our dragon country? Pa! Is that national luck he brought for us? He just wants to survive, and by chance, he helps us earn some national luck. I used to like Brother Yao quite a bit, but now he has done this. I have decided. From now on, I will turn from a fan to a hater. Cheng Yao's actions are simply embarrassing for our Dragon Country. The audience of Dragon Country looked at these comments, and for a moment, they were speechless. They could not see the message Cheng Yao sent to Zhou Yan, so they did not know why Cheng Yao did this. But gradually, the bullet comments in the Dragon Country live broadcast room started to become unusual. The comments insulting Cheng Yao began to increase, and these comments were no longer just about the matter at hand, but turned into outright abuse. Cheng Yao is such a petty person. He is not human. He is a traitor to Dragon Country. I suggest revoking his nationality. This is treason. He is the enemy of all Dragon Country people. We must unite to resist him. I suggest the authorities intervene immediately, revoke Cheng Yao's nationality. Cancel his military rank. We must resist Cheng Yao. At this point, even the most foolish viewers in the live broadcast room could smell a hint of conspiracy, but they just couldn't confirm it. Meanwhile, in a high-level leadership meeting of Dragon Country's national luck, a stern-looking middle-aged man was pointing at the barrage of comments constantly flying across the screen and calmly spoke. Everyone, what do you think? A cold voice echoed in the office, but the people in the office were silent for a moment, unable to respond. They did not fail to see the problem, they just had no way to solve it. Suddenly, a somewhat laid-back young officer casually scratching his ear replied indifferently. Isn't it simple? It's definitely some foreign trash trying to sow discord. This isn't the first time this has happened. They guide opposition through public opinion, stirring up public anger, trying to shake our foundation. The middle-aged man nodded slowly as he listened to the young officer's words. Zhou Yang, what do you think we should do about this? The laid-back man named Zhou Yang took his finger out of his ear and blew on it hard, then said leisurely. Zhou Yan is my son. If that brat can salute back, it means he must have gained the other party's recognition. After all, that rascal has never saluted me. Since it's a misunderstanding, dealing with it should be easy, right? After saying this, Zhou Yang casually sent out a barrage. Where did you little haters come from? As soon as Zhou Yang's bulletin appeared, those who were madly insulting Cheng Yao began to shout. We are authentic Dragon Country people. What's wrong with that? Are you Cheng Yao's dog? Can't wait to jump out and defend your master? Ha, this guy is in cahoots with Cheng Yao. Everyone, go ahead and spray him. Inside the conference room, the senior leaders stared at Zhou Yang, unsure of what he was about to do. Ha, everyone, don't panic. The next line is the finishing touch. Zhou Yang laughed heartily at the puzzled looks of his comrades around him. Then, another barrage began to appear. Palace Jade liquid wine? What wine? This guy still dares to send bullet comments? Brothers, fight him back. You are Cheng Yao's dog. You dog thing. Seeing such replies in the bullet comments, the vast audience of Dragon Country finally confirmed. Those insulting Cheng Yao were not their fellow countrymen at all. Some of the Dragon Country viewers who initially joined the hate against Cheng Yao now felt as if they had been slapped hard across the face, aching in pain. That's right, although this world does not have Lei Feng or Zhao Lirong, these works do indeed exist. So, the comments in the Dragon Country live broadcast room finally began to turn around. How much is the big hammer plus the little hammer? What the hell? We are talking about Cheng Yao being a bad person, what are you all posting? Drums are loud, firecrackers are popping, what comes next? What are you all even saying? I'm talking about Cheng Yao. At that moment, a comment finally slowly revealed the truth. See? This is a foreign bastard deliberately trying to smear our Dragon Country. If I'm guessing right, most of them are from the beautiful country in the Foot Basin country. At this time, the people in the Dragon Country live broadcast room finally exploded. Wow! Are you here to stir trouble with us, huh? If we don't smash all your faces with big hammers and little hammers today, we are not from Dragon Country. In an instant, all the viewers began to fight back madly. Not just in the Dragon Country live room, but also in the live rooms of all the chosen ones of the beautiful country in the Foot Basin country, fierce verbal battles erupted. The worst part is that even though the viewers from Dragon Country were fighting away from home, they achieved overwhelming victory in numbers. Foot Basin bastards, have we killed you too little? Don't you call my brother Yao grandpa anymore? Beautiful country trash, so you are the one stirring up trouble, huh? Do you believe my brother Yao will treat you like the Foot Basin? Still not enough deaths. I think brother Yao is right. With his strength, if he doesn't kill all you dogs, it's a waste of his skills. In the conference room, Zhou Yang calmly nodded at the screen in front of him and smiled lightly. See? It's that simple. In the conference room of Dragon Country, the commanders stared at Zhou Yang's flashy operation, all frozen in place. While the viewers from Dragon Country fought fiercely in the comments, a prompt message also appeared in all the live broadcast rooms. Congratulations to the selected one from Dragon Country, Cheng Yao, for being the first to kill the Abyss Demon Leader, reward 100 national luck points for Dragon Country. The Dragon Country viewers, who had already gained the upper hand in the comment battle, saw this prompt and felt energized as if they had been injected with adrenaline. Their fighting power increased several times again. See? This is our Brother Yao. The total national luck of all your country's chosen ones isn't even a fraction of what Brother Yao has. You all have this time, why not think about what to eat tomorrow? Enough talk, we can eat the cabbage from our garden now. I'm eating first. We have vegetables to eat and water to drink. What about you? Keep drinking your nuclear wastewater. On this day, the National Luck Live broadcast rooms of the beautiful country and the Foot Basin country were almost completely paralyzed. Chapter 25, Upgrading My Divine Weapon. 98K Magnum Revolver debuts. After finally grinding down ahead of the Abyss Demon Leader, Cheng Yao leaned against a large rock, gulping down purified water. After killing this monster, Cheng Yao's blue bar was almost depleted. Can I finally upgrade my weapon again? Cheng Yao looked at this harvest, secretly feeling great. After killing the Abyss Demon Leader, Cheng Yao only obtained an F-level evolution stone. Although he didn't gain experience, upgrading his weapon would be nice as well. However, after seeing that there were no experience points earned, Cheng Yao roughly figured out the rules for upgrading here. Killing monsters with a level difference of 1 will yield full experience. But if the monster's level is 2 levels higher or lower, only half experience will be gained. For instance, after reaching level 3, killing a level 1 Abyss Demon would only grant 5 experience points. And after reaching level 4, killing a level 1 Abyss Demon or a level 7 Abyss Demon Leader would be like working for free. However, since the evolution stone was in hand, my divine weapon can start upgrading. Opening his system panel, Cheng Yao eagerly prepared to upgrade his divine weapon again. Do you want to upgrade your divine weapon? Yes. Cheng Yao confirmed eagerly. In an instant, the Desert Eagle in Cheng Yao's hand shone with a bright light. After a while, the light gradually faded, and the Desert Eagle in Cheng Yao's hands completely changed. At this moment, the Desert Eagle had transformed into a Magnum Revolver. Opening his own Destiny weapon panel, looking at this upgrade, Cheng Yao couldn't help but laugh heartily. Old Armory. Grade, E. Quality, lowest level. After equipping, you can open the Armory backpack and equip various weapons produced by the Armory. Materials needed for upgrade, wood *160, iron or *1. M1895 Nagant. Grade, E. Quality, lowest level. Strength plus 20. The upgraded weapon of the Desert Eagle can deal up to 13 times the strength value as damage. No need to reload, each attack consumes 5 points of mana. Iron Engineer Spade. Grade, E. Quality, lowest level. Strength plus 13. Agility plus 7. The upgraded weapon of the Wooden Spade can deal up to 15 times the strength value as damage. 98K Sniper Rifle. Grade, E. Quality, lowest level. Strength plus 20. High accuracy, long attack range, can deal up to 50 times the strength value as damage. No need to reload, each attack consumes 10 points of mana. This upgrade brought Cheng Yao another type of weapon. A sniper rifle. Cheng Yao eagerly took out his 98K, excitedly admiring it. The long barrel shone with a cold, hard steel blue, closely combined with the smoothly polished, warm peach wood stock below. The entire gun exuded a sense of simple yet deadly power. However, Cheng Yao felt a bit regretful that after the upgrade, his handgun had lost its tracking and silencing effects. This meant losing accuracy and secrecy in exchange for greater attack power. But, with a powerful weapon like the 98K, Cheng Yao didn't feel regret in his heart. After all, weapons can be upgraded again. Impatiently pulling out the 98K again, Cheng Yao aimed the gun at the submerged demon leader below. Although there was no aiming device, at such a close shooting distance, Cheng Yao had no reason to miss. Bang! The huge gunshot echoed in the valley, and as the gunshot sounded, a huge blood-red word floated above the head of the submerged demon leader. -630. Although the introduction said it could deal up to 50 times the strength value as damage, Cheng Yao's shot did more than 5 times more damage than the previous Desert Eagle. The submerged demon leader suffered heavy injuries, and guided by the gunfire, countless low-level submerged demons began to stir, making strange cries, raising their big sticks, and rushing towards Cheng Yao again. Cheng Yao slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air, aiming the gun at the submerged demon leader below again. Bang! This shot directly turned the submerged demon leader into nothingness. This 98K rifle was indeed terrifyingly powerful. Another F-class evolution stone entered the backpack, and Cheng Yao saw the low-level submerged demons surrounding him and decided not to linger. So, Cheng Yao swiftly put away his weapon and raced back to his little house. Meanwhile, all the viewers in the National Fortune Live broadcast room saw such a prompt. Congratulations to the selected one Cheng Yao from Longwei for being the first to upgrade the Destiny weapon to E level. Reward, 100 points of Longwei national fortune value. Looking at this prompt, the viewers from Longwei were all shocked. Wow! Brother Yao is amazing. Upgraded the Destiny weapon 4 times in one day. Look at what's in his hand. Is that a sniper? It must be a sniper. He even got a sniper. What on earth is Brother Yao's Destiny weapon? Why does it have so many new weapons? I think Brother Yao's Destiny weapon must have moved a whole armory. Now that he has a 98k, how far can an RPG be? Then Brother Yao would be really awesome. When he sees those foot basin dogs, he can just blow them up. The viewers from Longwa looked at Cheng Yao, who had obtained new weapons, with admiration. The cheering was deafening, like a celebration of the new year. The audience from Foot Basin Country, witnessing this scene, could only silently exit Long Country's live broadcast room. Watching Cheng Yao grow stronger was harder for them to accept than seeing their own country's chosen one die. The stronger Cheng Yao became, the stronger the national fortune of Long Country would be. Now, Cheng Yao alone had received almost all of the national fortune rewards. Other countries' chosen ones could only compete for a meager few rewards by killing special monsters. As for Foot Basin Country? Up to now, they had only received 301 points of national fortune rewards. They had even received less today than what Cheng Yao had gathered in just one day. The viewers from Foot Basin Country were now pinning all hopes of obtaining national fortune on their chosen team leader. In the live broadcast room of Foot Basin Country's chosen team leader, Yuan Shiro, he was sitting in his straw hut, looking at the incoming messages with an icy expression. The message came from the chosen one of Foot Basin Country, Jin Yesi, who had been killed by Cheng Yao. Though Jin Yesi was already dead, he still transmitted all the information about Cheng Yao and Zhou Yan to Yuan Shiro. A level 4 chosen one, armed with a gun and a combat shovel. A level 3 chosen one, team leader of Long Country, armed with a wooden sword? Humph, what a waste. A chosen one should only have one weapon, this is common sense. Even the intelligence is unclear, he doesn't deserve to die. However, I will soon level up to 5. By then, what does it matter if you have a gun? Yuan Shiro muttered to himself, and the audience in the live broadcast room of Foot Basin Country began to stir with excitement. Ha ha! As expected of our captain. As long as we can suppress Cheng Yao in levels, Foot Basin Country will take all the national fortune upgrade rewards. That's great. It would be best to kill Cheng Yao. I've observed that he hasn't leveled up at all today. He deserves to be surpassed by our captain. Fortunes are turning. Tomorrow, I will definitely go to Long Country's live room at the moment our captain levels up to mock them hard. Exactly. Let Long Country taste what it's like to get no national fortune rewards. Chapter 26, Spider Swarm. Cheng Yao in a deadly situation. In the small wooden hut, Cheng Yao was quietly lying on his bed. Today, he had gone to the valley to hunt the leader of the seduced demon, and although he upgraded his fate weapon, it had indeed consumed his entire day. Now, all chosen ones were desperately leveling up, while he hadn't leveled up all day, and Purple Lotus's level had already caught up with him. At this moment, a strong sense of urgency rose in Cheng Yao's heart. No, this can't go on. To survive here, there was no shortcut besides increasing his strength. And levels were crucial in this forbidden land. Thinking of this, Cheng Yao stopped resting and walked straight out of the hut. He planned to use the night to level up. The night forest was eerily quiet, and after walking for a long time, Cheng Yao still hadn't found a single fierce beast. It was understandable, even fierce beasts usually returned to their nests to rest at night. But Cheng Yao was not worried in this situation at all. There should still be plenty of nocturnal fierce beasts out there. Cheng Yao continued to move forward, and soon, a series of oh-oh-ed sounds reached his ears. From behind? When he came over, there was clearly nothing unusual. Cheng Yao felt a chill down his back and immediately turned around to look. There stood a spider about half his height, staring at Cheng Yao with 8 blood-red eyes. This spider was entirely green, with 8 barbed legs swiftly moving across the clearing in the forest. Straightforwardly pouncing towards Cheng Yao. A strong stench invaded Cheng Yao's nostrils, then fiercely stabbed at his nose. Soon, thick black blood began to flow from Cheng Yao's nose. Damn it! This thing is poisonous. Without thinking much, Cheng Yao immediately pulled out his magnum revolver and crazily fired at the spider's head. At this close distance, the 98k was no longer suitable. At the same time, Cheng Yao didn't forget to scan. Venomous spider, level 4 beast, health, 600. A vicious beast good at ambushing and biting, releases deadly poison, usually appears in groups. Looking at the scan results, Cheng Yao suddenly felt his scalp tingle. What the hell is this beast? Generally, level 4 beasts have health ranging from 300 to 400. With the points added to Cheng Yao's strength and the more powerful magnum pistol, he could kill them in one shot. But this venomous spider had a whopping 600 health points, plus it was poisonous. What does this mean? It's worth noting that the previous rare beast, the swift wolf, only had around 600 health too. Is this the value of nocturnal beasts? And the last line, usually appears in groups, made Cheng Yao's heart race. Bang! 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 3 magic bullets flew through elegant arcs, heading straight for the venomous spider's eyes. Minus 180. Minus 200. Minus 240. Cheng Yao looked at the damage numbers popping up above the venomous spider and felt a chill in his heart. To know, Cheng Yao's strength had already reached 35 points. With the Magnum revolver's boost, Cheng Yao had a full 55 points of strength. If he attacked an unprotected monster, he could deal up to 715 damage with a single shot. But under this monster's terrifying defense, Cheng Yao expended 3 bullets just to barely kill this venomous spider. After the venomous spider died, it vanished into thin air, and Cheng Yao received 30 experience points and a venomous spider's venom sac. This was too fierce. Cheng Yao began to doubt whether coming out at night to level up was a hasty decision. However, before Cheng Yao had time to think more, a series of strange sounds entered his ears again. This time, the sounds were even more intense. Shit! This is a problem. After discovering Cheng Yao's track, a large group of spiders began to crawl in his direction. Moreover, Cheng Yao noticed that among these spiders, there were not just the green venomous spiders, but some also glowed red or yellow. Looking at the numbers, there were as many as 26. Damn! How am I supposed to fight this? These spiders firmly blocked Cheng Yao's retreat, and now he couldn't return to his small house. Cheng Yao started to run for his life while not forgetting to scan the other colored spiders. Crimson Blood Spider, Level 4 Beast, Health, 600. A vicious beast good at ambushing and biting, extremely sensitive to the smell of blood, and causes stronger bleeding effects, usually appears in groups. Sandstone Spider, Level 4 Beast, Health, 600. A beast good at defense, damage isn't high, usually appears in groups. Looking at the return information, Cheng Yao couldn't help but take a breath of cold air. A strong sense of crisis pierced through him like hundreds of sharp steel needles, continually stabbing at his muscles and bones. His muscles and bones began to tremble uncontrollably, as Cheng Yao looked at the dense forest around him, feeling helpless in finding a way out. The Magnum revolver required 5 magic points for each attack. With his current magic limit of 200 points, he would run out of magic after firing 40 bullets. Even if he drained his magic, killing 1 spider in 3 shots, he could at most take down 13 spiders. Not to mention, Cheng Yao's Magnum pistol had already lost its tracking ability, and unless each shot hit a vital point, the consumed magic value would be even higher. Purified water for mana recovery could restore 60 magic points. In his backpack, there were only 3 cups. Even with these, Cheng Yao had no chance of killing all 26 spiders. Moreover, those sandstone spiders had very high defense, and Cheng Yao was unsure how much mana it would take to defeat them. This was a dead end. Cheng Yao desperately ran, and after gaining some distance, he pulled out his revolver and first aimed at the green spiders for quick shots. After all, the green spiders emitted deadly poison, and when his mana ran out, he would have to fight up close. These poisonous spiders would pose the greatest threat to Cheng Yao. Bang! 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 The bullets flew wildly towards the swarm of spiders as Cheng Yao shot. One by one, the green spiders began to disappear. Soon, Cheng Yao stopped shooting and took out a cup of pure water to gulp it down. In the live stream, the viewers watched Cheng Yao's desperate escape and couldn't help but wail. It's over, Brother Yao probably ran out of mana. What mana? Do they still have mana? I saw this in another live stream. A chosen one said that ranged attacks consume mana, probably just like in games. Huh? Doesn't that mean it's very dangerous? Yeah, Brother Yao is still being followed by 9 yellow-brown spiders and 6 red spiders. The green spiders are probably poisonous, but luckily Brother Yao has cleaned them all up. The viewers in the livestream watched this scene, clenching their fists, their breathing even slowed down. At this moment, these viewers seemed to be the ones being chased by the swarm of spiders, sweat dripping from their foreheads. Brother Yao, don't die. Countless viewers from Dragon Country sent barrage messages in the livestream, filled with worry for Cheng Yao. Meanwhile, the viewers from Foot Basin Country, seeing Cheng Yao trapped in a dead end, couldn't help but feel exhilarated, cheering in the Dragon Country's livestream. Ha ha! Cheng Yao, die for me. This forest will be your grave. Yesterday, our chosen one was killed by a monster of a lower level. This time you face so many, no matter how strong you are, you'll still die. Dragon Country scum, once Cheng Yao dies, let's see what you have to resist us Foot Basin Country. Chapter 27, This boy's bravery surpasses all. Seeing Cheng Yao depleted of mana, the viewers from Dragon Country couldn't hold back their concerns for him and forgot to mock the viewers from Foot Basin Country. At that moment, Cheng Yao had truly exhausted all his mana, but luckily, the pure water in his backpack finally started to take effect. Cheng Yao's mana began to slowly recover, and without hesitation, he downed 2 more cups of pure water, and the speed of his mana recovery finally picked up. Sigh, I need to upgrade my water purification device as soon as I get back. Cheng Yao thought to himself. In the morning, he had collected enough copper ore, but as he rarely encountered a situation where his blue bar ran dry, he hadn't prioritized upgrading his water purification device. This was also one of the reasons he couldn't solve the current crisis. However, Cheng Yao had no time to think more. He kept running for his life while waiting for his mana to slowly recover. Finally, a minute later, Cheng Yao turned around again, took out his magnum handgun, and pulled the trigger at the pursuing spiders behind him. Bang! 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 This time, the mana recovery wasn't much, only a total of 180 points, enough for Cheng Yao to kill 12 ordinary spiders at most. As for the yellow-brown sandstone spiders, Cheng Yao hadn't tried attacking them yet. No way, bullets are so precious, how could he waste them on the higher defense sandstone spiders? Due to his keen understanding of his own marksmanship, he wisely did not shoot at the sandstone spiders. At this moment, in Cheng Yao's live streaming room, the viewers from the Foot Basin country watched Cheng Yao pull out his gun and shoot again, their mouths agape, not sending a single message for quite a while. After a long pause, these viewers slowly began to react. Impossible. Didn't his magic power already run out? Why can he still shoot? I don't believe it. He must not have completely used up his magic power. Could he really solve this crisis? No. It can't be. It won't happen. His magic power must have been exhausted long ago. Let's wait and see. Cheng Yao can't survive with so many spiders. At this moment, in the Dragon Country's National Luck Office, Zhou Yan's father, Zhou Yang, watched the scene in the livestream but remained quite calm. His colleagues, seeing Zhou Yang's calm demeanor, curiously inquired. Zhou Yang, aren't you worried that Cheng Yao will crack under pressure? He is our Dragon Country's backbone. Zhou Yan looked at his questioning colleagues and shrugged helplessly. What good is worrying? If it's something that can be solved, there's no need to worry. If it can't be solved, worrying does no good. Zhou Yang slowly twirled the pen in his hand, appearing lazy and unconcerned. His colleagues exchanged glances, looking puzzled at Zhou Yang's attitude. Seeing the perplexity on his colleagues' faces, Zhou Yang could no longer hold back and continued explaining. The way Cheng Yao is acting right now, there are only 2 possibilities. Either he is reckless, not knowing to take a big detour back to his little hut for safety. Or he wants to kill these spiders to gain experience points. In the first case, we can't relay information to him, so we can only leave his fate to chance. In the second case, we need not worry, he will naturally return safely to his little hut. These spiders are slower than he is, so it's not a problem to make a big circle around them. As his colleagues listened to Zhou Yang's words, they suddenly understood what he meant. Moreover, they hadn't thought about it, that when chasing in the forest, as long as the circle is big enough, changing direction is easy. As for whether Cheng Yao knew this, the colleagues in the Dragon Country's National Luck Office, watching Cheng Yao's actions, couldn't help but sigh. It seems he doesn't quite know. Indeed, Cheng Yao hadn't thought of this method. So, even after exhausting his magic power, he kept running in one direction without any intention of turning. Fortunately, at this moment, the red and green spiders behind Cheng Yao had been completely wiped out by several bursts of fire. Now, only 9 yellowish sandstone spiders remained behind him. After eliminating the red spiders, Cheng Yao had also tried to shoot at the sandstone spiders twice. The result was damage values that made him wince. -45. -51. Given the health of the sandstone spiders, it would take at least 10 shots to barely bring one down. Now that he had lost all his supplies, the only way out was singular. Cheng Yao silently made his decision. With this thought, Cheng Yao immediately stopped his frantic running and suddenly turned to face the pursuing sandstone spiders, charging straight at them. Damn it! You think it's fun chasing me, huh? I'll run right back at you, let's see if you can kill me. The fierce determination within Cheng Yao erupted again. At this moment, in the Dragon Country's live room, as viewers watched Cheng Yao dash straight towards the swarm of spiders with his iron shovel, the viewers from the Foot Basin country cheered joyfully. Die! Cheng Yao! Today is your day to die. Ha ha! Tired from running, huh? He must not want to suffer anymore. Seeking death? Ha ha, is this the spirit of the Dragon Kingdom people? Today, I finally witnessed it. Many viewers from the Dragon Kingdom had already closed their eyes, not daring to watch the bloody scenes on the live broadcast. Could it be that Cheng Yao would die here? Countless viewers from the Dragon Kingdom despairingly thought. Just like this, Cheng Yao's figure drew closer and closer to the spiders. At this moment, Cheng Yao could even see the cold gleam reflected on the legs of the spiders. But Cheng Yao showed no sign of fear at all. His eyes gradually turned blood red, and the violent aura around him made the swarm of spiders pause their movements. At this moment, Cheng Yao's eyes were wide open like brass bells, revealing a heart-stirring blood color, and his roar was like thunder, as if he wanted to shatter heaven and earth. The shovel in his hand seemed to transform into a formidable weapon, like the spear of Zhang Fei. With each swing, a terrifying sound echoed, sending chills down people's spines. Cheng Yao charged straight into the swarm of spiders, fighting his way through. The sandstone spiders, seeing Cheng Yao's fierce presence, seemed to tremble slightly with their 8 sharp, long legs. In just one encounter, Cheng Yao had forcibly carved out a path through the swarm. In the Dragon Kingdom's National Fortune Office, Zhou Yan looked at the brave and fearless Cheng Yao and couldn't help but marvel quietly. He did not expect Cheng Yao would not use the method he had imagined, but instead chose the most dangerous frontal breakout. However, Zhou Yang did not feel embarrassed, instead, he laughed heartily. Ha ha ha. Good. This child's bravery is unmatched. Having a fierce general like Cheng Yao is our Dragon Kingdom's fortune. Chapter 28, Men Need to Fight. After breaking free from the swarm of sandstone spiders, Cheng Yao's health points were almost exhausted. Although the attack power of these sandstone spiders was indeed not high, Cheng Yao had leveled up so many times without putting any points into endurance. A mere 200 health points had already dropped to 30 after being hit a few times by the spiders. However, as Cheng Yao swung his shovel at the sandstone spiders, he noticed something strange. That is, the damage caused by his shovel hitting these sandstone spiders was even higher than that of the magnum pistol he had powered up. Moreover, at this moment, Cheng Yao's experience points had also reached 730. As long as he killed 3 more sandstone spiders, he could earn enough 800 experience points and steadily level up to level 5. Even after being chased for a long time, Cheng Yao's speed of leveling up that night was much faster than during the day when he wandered around looking for beasts. Cheng Yao began to sprint towards his little wooden house. He needed to quickly recover his health points. The sandstone spiders behind him were now only a few meters away, ready to strike again at any moment, risking Cheng Yao's life. In such a sense of urgency, Cheng Yao burst forth with a speed even swifter than usual. Soon, Cheng Yao finally pounced back into his little wooden house, collapsing on the small bed, panting heavily. The viewers from the Dragon Kingdom saw that Cheng Yao had finally escaped and collectively sighed in relief. Thankfully, Brother Yao was finally safe. Brother Yao, please don't do this anymore, our hearts can't handle such excitement. What happened to the foot basin barking just now? Just now, the old men ignored you. Come out, you old men. The viewers from the foot basin country, seeing Cheng Yao safe, dared not say anything more. At this moment, the shock Cheng Yao brought them had stripped them of any courage to talk back. After all, just last night, their chosen one had directly fallen on the spot against a beast that was below his level. Now, facing a large crowd of equally fearsome beasts, Cheng Yao still managed to escape safely with such a domineering stance, which left the viewers from the foot basin country utterly shocked. Could it be that our foot basin country really has no chance? That night, Cheng Yao's performance filled all the viewers from the foot basin country with despair. At this moment, these viewers deeply realized just how terrifying Cheng Yao's strength truly was. In the live broadcast room, Cheng Yao was lying on his small bed, panting heavily, gradually recovering a bit after a long while. Outside the small cabin, those sandstone spiders, unable to enter, began launching fierce attacks on Cheng Yao's little wooden house. The sound of rumbling echoed constantly, but fortunately, the house had high health points. Apart from a lot of dust falling from the roof, there was no real danger. However, Cheng Yao did not plan to rest for too long. After all, standing at the door were experience gift packages. If he didn't engage immediately, what if those experience gift packages escaped? Where would he level up then? Thinking of this, Cheng Yao glanced at his fully restored state and once again picked up the engineer's shovel, resolutely walking towards the door. Suddenly, a message popped up before Cheng Yao. Zhou Yan has already contacted me. Now, I am the temporary leader of our dragon country on the west side of the valley. These are the chosen ones from the dragon country I have already contacted. You can add them as friends. Seeing the message pop up, Cheng Yao understood. Zhou Yan acted swiftly. He had handled this matter so quickly. Looking at the string of chosen ones business cards sent by Ziling, Cheng Yao added them one by one. After all, these people could be considered half compatriots. Even though he wasn't very familiar with them, having one more contact posed no burden on Cheng Yao. At this moment, another message from Ziling came through. Remember to be cautious after adding friends. Although these people are indeed chosen ones from our dragon country, since the forbidden area has been open for so long, they might have the possibility of defecting. The people from Foot Basin country are extreme in character and act ruthlessly. There's a high chance they might control our chosen ones to spy on our information. Cheng Yao looked at the message sent by Ziling and couldn't help but feel a shock in his heart. It seemed that Ziling's thoughts were even more meticulous than he had imagined. Don't worry, I understand. After Cheng Yao replied with a single line, he thought no further, grabbed his engineer's shovel, and walked out the door. Thus, a melee battle unfolded once again outside Cheng Yao's small wooden house. Now, we can see that both sides of the match have entered the arena. Hello everyone, I am the commentator for this match, Azwa. The red side is the protagonist of this story, Cheng Yao, while the blue side consists of 9 tough and thick-skinned sandstone spiders. This is an unequal contest, but the red side competitor, Cheng Yao, accepted this challenge. So, how will this seemingly unreasonable match unfold? Let's wait and see. Alright. We can see that as soon as the red side competitor steps onto the stage, he bursts out with tremendous momentum, slamming the engineer shovel directly onto the head of the sandstone spider. Beautiful. A stunning slash. It directly knocked off 100 health points from the sandstone spider. But the other sandstone spiders are also not to be trifled with. Their legs, sharp as swords, would surely hurt if struck. Will Cheng Yao get hurt? Brilliant. Cheng Yao performed a beautiful roll, dodging the attack from the sandstone spider. But unfortunately, Cheng Yao's dodging position wasn't good enough, and he was struck by another sandstone spider, causing his health to drop by 60 points. It's important to know that Cheng Yao only has 200 health points. Oh no, that was so painful. The red side competitor, Cheng Yao, got back up again. Awesome. He actually unleashed a 3-hit combo. Cheng Yao actually chose a life-for-a-life strategy. He struck at the injured sand rock spider 3 more times. But with this kind of strategy, the red team is still at a disadvantage. After all, the blue team has a full 9 spiders. The red team player? Cheng Yao actually ran away. He returned to the cabin to recover. However, the referee did not blow the whistle, which means Cheng Yao's actions were not against the rules. Alright, we can see that the red team player has resupplied and charged back into the battlefield. By the way, facing this situation, everyone please play the BGM Real Men Fight. In the Dragon Kingdom's live broadcast room, Cheng Yao, under the protection of the cabin, made the audience no longer worry about his safety. But watching Cheng Yao fighting bravely, countless people in the Dragon Kingdom felt their blood boiling. Brother Yao is really a man. A true iron-blooded warrior. This is the courage that our Dragon Kingdom men should have. Go, Brother Yao. Except for that bit where you hid in the cabin, you are my male god. In the live broadcast room, watching Cheng Yao's crazy killing scene, countless young girls had stars in their eyes. As one after another sand rock spider fell, Cheng Yao's experience points finally reached the standard. Congratulations to the chosen one of the Dragon Kingdom, Cheng Yao, for being the first to upgrade to level 5. Reward, 100 national fortune points for the Dragon Kingdom. While crazily chopping sand rock spiders, Cheng Yao saw the upgrade notification and didn't hesitate any longer, directly pouring all the newly obtained attribute points into strength. If he hadn't previously added all his points to strength, he wouldn't have been able to kill a spider with 3 shots against the previous group of spiders. If his mana ran out and there were still red or green spiders left on the field, there would have been no way for Cheng Yao to return to his cabin. So, this experience instead encouraged Cheng Yao, making him walk further down the path of pure strength. And as his strength increased again, Cheng Yao's speed in chopping spiders also improved significantly. After a long time, Cheng Yao dragged his weary body and heavily lay down on his little wooden bed. During this time, Zhiling sent another message to Cheng Yao, but he was too busy fighting to check it. This time, besides gaining attributes, Cheng Yao also received a map skill and a consumable. The map is easy to understand. With this function, Cheng Yao can avoid a lot of detours while exploring the forest. As for the consumable, Cheng Yao looked at the items in his backpack, feeling a bit puzzled. One-time relocation voucher. After use, you can move your cabin to your location. How does he use this thing? Cheng Yao frowned and began to ponder. Chapter 29, The Siege of the Foot Basin Country. Cheng Yao lay on his little bed, attempting to use his map skill. The map opened, and Cheng Yao saw that his current location was a place called Silent Forest. The valley where the ruined demon resides is in the central area of Silent Forest. All the chosen one's cabins are scattered around the surrounding forest like stars surrounding the moon. By zooming out the map of Silent Forest, the entire view of the National Fortune Forbidden Land appeared before Cheng Yao. What surprised Cheng Yao was that there were actually 20 plots of land like the ruined demon valley. And these 20 plots are all distributed along the edges of the map. Could it be that these plots are all the spawn points for the chosen ones? Cheng Yao couldn't figure out the connection for a moment, but it didn't matter. What matters is that Cheng Yao now finally has a place to level up in the future. After all, during these days of leveling up, Cheng Yao had keenly noticed that aside from the ruined demon leader in the valley, there were no beasts above level 4 in his area. If he wanted to continue leveling up, he could only head to other plots. Go find higher level fierce beasts. Closing the map, Cheng Yao opened his chat window. He still remembered that when he was fighting the sandstone spider fiercely, Zhiling had sent him a message. I found that there are no high-level fierce beasts in our location, and there should be props or abilities for mobile houses appearing later. If you want to move, remember to tell me the new home location. Cheng Yao looked at the message from Zhiling and couldn't help but click his tongue in admiration. This girl really has a good brain. However, having such a person as a teammate made Cheng Yao feel exceptionally secure. You guessed it right, after leveling up to level 5, you will gain map skills and a one-time moving voucher. Cheng Yao edited the message and gave a positive reply to Ziling. In Ziling's room, she looked at Cheng Yao's reply, momentarily lost in thought. Looking at her newly upgraded small wooden house, Ziling fell into deep self-doubt. Are we playing the same game? I'm working so hard to level up, but the gap between us is only getting bigger? You know, ever since being saved by Cheng Yao, Ziling started leveling up frantically to catch up with him. To level up, she even compressed her mealtimes to the extreme. But now, Ziling's level had barely just reached level 4. Looking again at Cheng Yao, who was already level 5. I can't take it anymore. How can one still play like this? After a moment, Ziling finally managed to calm her emotions and sent a message to Cheng Yao. Can you tell me your leveling method? Cheng Yao didn't hide anything and explained to Ziling what he did to level up tonight. What? You went out leveling in the middle of the night? Aren't you worried about your life? Don't you know the fierce beasts are basically in groups at night? Besides, nocturnal fierce beasts are much stronger than those in the daytime. Most importantly, why don't you just take a big detour back to the wooden house? Why do you have to turn back and fight it head-on? No, I have to level up quickly as well. With your brain, I'm really afraid you will get yourself killed one day. After sending her message, Ziling stopped replying to Cheng Yao. Cheng Yao stared blankly at the messages Ziling sent, unable to understand why her reaction was suddenly so intense. Is she angry? I didn't provoke her, right? Cheng Yao's face filled with confusion. A night passed in silence. The next day, just as dawn broke, Ziling immediately got out of bed. She knew her limits. The fierce beasts at night were not something she could handle. Cheng Yao is a monster, she is not. So, Ziling could only choose to sleep less to try to catch up with Cheng Yao's level. Huff. The consumption is too great. Ziling quickly and decisively slashed down a level 4 fierce beast, then sat down unceremoniously and began to breathe heavily. Just at that moment, a message suddenly popped up in front of Ziling's eyes. The 11 chosen ones from the Foot Basin country are attacking our thatched house, requesting support. This message was sent by a chosen one from the east side of the Fallen Demon's Valley. After taking over as the temporary head of the west side of the valley, Ziling had added all the contact details of the Dragon Country's chosen ones. Ziling had some impression of this chosen one. He seemed to be not far from the other 3 Dragon Country chosen ones, forming a faint common defense area. No matter who among the 4 was attacked, the other 3 chosen ones could provide support immediately. At first, Ziling thought they 4 should be considered the safest team in Dragon Country. However, she never expected that the chosen ones from the Foot Basin country could quickly gather a group of more than 10 people to launch an attack on the chosen ones of the Dragon Country. This message from the Dragon Country chosen one was sent to the group. That's why the purple lily in the west wasn't blocked. Purple Lily looked at the message before her, feeling a bit hesitant. At such a distance, should I go over? Seeing the 4 fierce beasts lurking around, Purple Lily couldn't help but smile wryly. It's better to deal with the beasts on my side first, than think about rescuing others. As the break time ended, Purple Lily once again drew out her folding fan. Meanwhile, Cheng Yao had just gotten up when he saw this explosive rescue message. 11 little bastards? Oh yes. Just looking at the message, Cheng Yao couldn't help but feel excited. For Cheng Yao, leveling up was just for survival, but killing the chosen ones from the Foot Basin country was a hobby. It was a belief. More than 10 people. That's enough for him to savor the thrill. Thinking of this, Cheng Yao didn't hesitate for a second and headed straight towards the eastern part of the valley. On the way, Cheng Yao also sent a message to Zhou Yan. Team Zhou, how far are those little bastards? I'll go straight over. At that moment, Zhou Yan was also rushing along the way and was immediately puzzled upon seeing Cheng Yao's message. What coordinates? You're on the western side of the valley, no need to come over. Just leave it to us. Cheng Yao looked at Zhou Yan's reply and suddenly remembered that Zhou Yan was only level 3 and hadn't unlocked the map function yet, so he naturally wouldn't know his exact location. But the eastern side of the valley is so vast, how would he find the other side's position? After all, there are 11 little bastards. If he could slay them all, how exhilarating that would be. Thinking of this, Cheng Yao couldn't help but send another message to Zhou Yan. Team Zhou, don't worry, I've already arrived at the valley. Can you find someone to pick me up? When it comes to killing those little bastards, I have to help out. Even if they're attacking us or just coming to celebrate, I can't let them succeed. Zhou Yan looked at the message from Cheng Yao, and his face darkened. This Cheng Yao seems even more enthusiastic than me, the captain. Thinking of this, Zhou Yan began to contact another chosen one from Long Country. Little Zhang, can you please go to the mouth of the valley to pick up the reinforcements from the west? His name is Cheng Yao, remember to confirm his identity when you pick him up. After receiving a positive reply from Little Zhang, Zhou Yan contacted Cheng Yao again. At the eastern end of the valley, our people will go to pick you up. The person coming to pick you up is called Zhang Fingyan, remember to confirm his identity. Chapter 30, Yamamoto, You Immortal. At the eastern exit of the valley. Zhang Fingyan had a look of impatience, feeling quite dissatisfied with Zhou Yan's arrangement. This Team Zhou is really something, why does he have to let me wait for some useless Cheng Yao? A coward who doesn't even dare to report his arrival, what use would he be if he comes? Why should I wait for him here, huh? If it weren't for my respect for Team Zhou, I wouldn't wait for him even a second. Zhang Fingyan couldn't help but pace back and forth, his anxiety growing stronger with the passage of time. Cheng Yao hadn't arrived for a long time, and Zhang Fingyan looked at the messages in the group chat, feeling his anxiety gnawing at his brain. Damn it, the situation over there seems a bit dangerous. Messages began to appear in the group chat for the eastern region, and from the chat records, it was clear that the chosen ones from Long Country had already begun to suffer injuries. The chosen one from Long Country, Zhu Chang, had been heavily injured due to the concentrated fire from the chosen ones of the Foot Basin country. And in the eastern region's group chat, more and more cries for help were emerging. Brothers, please come help quickly. We can't hold on any longer. Seeing this message, Zhang Fingyan finally couldn't endure any longer. Damn it. I'm not waiting any longer. What Cheng Yao? Put. If I wait for him, the brothers from Long Country will become corpses. Even if you Cheng Yao are strong, how many chosen ones can you handle? Thinking of this, Zhang Fingyan stopped waiting and turned to dash madly toward the battlefield. Fortunately, Cheng Yao finally emerged slowly from the towering mountains when Zhang Fingyan decided to leave. He underestimated the harsh environment of the valley, which is why he arrived a bit late. It wasn't because the road was hard to walk, but because at this time, those level 1 downfall demons had already begun their actions. Cheng Yao fought his way through several waves of downfall demons before barely climbing over the last valley and seeing Zhang Fingyan in the distance, preparing to leave. Brother! Wait for me! Cheng Yao shouted loudly, but unfortunately, Zhang Fingyan did not hear his call and continued to run frantically toward the battlefield. Seeing that the other party showed no reaction, Cheng Yao said no more and immediately pulled out his engineer shovel, chasing after Zhang Fingyan in the distance. 20 minutes later, Zhang Fingyan finally reached the battlefield. It was an open plain, but at this moment, there were no deafening roars or brave battles. The chosen ones from the Dragon Country had barely managed to block the first wave of attacks from the Foot Basin Country, while the chosen ones from the Foot Basin Country were resting at a distance, ready for the next wave of assault. Injured people, retreat immediately. Prioritize treating the wounded. Zhou Yan still had 2 sharp arrows embedded in his body, but he was still striving to command everyone to treat the injured. He seemed to have forgotten that his own injuries were far from light. There was no way around it. At this moment, the chosen ones from the Dragon Country were clearly outnumbered and outmatched compared to the invaders from the Foot Basin Country. Even with Zhang Fingyan, the number of chosen ones from the Dragon Country barely reached 8 people. Among these 8 people, only 3 had reached level 3, while the rest were all at level 2. In contrast, on the Foot Basin Country's side, out of 11 chosen ones, 6 had reached level 4 and the remaining 5 were all level 3. If it weren't for the defense of the thatched hut, the chosen ones from the Dragon Country would have likely already become corpses. Seeing that Zhang Fingyan had finally arrived, Zhou Yan's serious face finally showed a hint of excitement. Little Zhang. Where is Cheng Yao? Zhang Fingyan looked at Zhou Yan's expectant face, and his heart couldn't help but feel a trace of shame. I waited for a long time, but he didn't come, so I decided to come and support you first. Zhou Yan was taken aback at Zhang Fingyan's words and then slowly shook his head. After all, Zhang Fingyan was not a soldier and didn't understand the command system, so Zhou Yan couldn't blame him too much. After understanding the situation, Zhou Yan immediately contacted Cheng Yao. Brother Cheng Yao, don't worry, I will send someone else to escort you shortly. After the message was sent, Zhou Yan felt like he was sitting on pins and needles. Who should he send? The escort not only needed to know the battlefield location but also be willing to take the risk to lead the way. Such a person was not easy to find. But just as Zhou Yan was feeling frantic, Cheng Yao slowly replied. It's okay, I will be there soon. Looking at Cheng Yao's reply, Zhou Yan felt a bit puzzled. The thatched hut was already on the verge of collapse, and after a brief rest, the chosen ones from the Foot Basin Country launched another attack. The leader of the chosen ones from the Foot Basin Country stood at the front of the formation, looking at the Dragon Country chosen ones hiding in the thatched hut and laughing loudly. Put away your pointless resistance. Outside are all our elite from the Foot Basin Country. I, Yamamoto, represent our Foot Basin Empire, to give you a guarantee. As long as you surrender obediently and join us, we will spare your lives. There is an old saying in the Dragon Country, born of wisdom is to recognize the situation. Come out and surrender immediately, or else I will ensure that you lie dead on the spot. Yamamoto's words were deafening. At this moment, even in the straw hut where Zhou Yan was, one of the chosen ones from the dragon country had been so scared that he was trembling and preparing to walk out of the tent. Just then, Zhou Yan's sword was placed against the neck of this dragon country chosen one. If you insist on going out, I wouldn't mind having your corpse here and now. Zhou Yan's words were cold, a strong killing intent filling the small straw hut. Inside the straw hut, the chosen ones from the dragon country finally witnessed Zhou Yan's ruthless side. Usually, Zhou Yan was gentle, responsible, and a perfect warm man. But once he discovered a deserter, Zhou Yan finally put away that kindness. After all, if these people became deserters, it would mean an extra chosen one for the Foot Basin country. From the perspective of national interest, Zhou Yan would never allow such a thing to happen. The chosen one, who intended to defect, stared blankly at the wooden sword pressed against his neck, his heart filled with complexity. If he stayed here, once the Foot Basin people flattened the straw hut, he would definitely die. But if he escaped, as long as there were chosen ones from the Foot Basin country to support him, he might have a chance to survive. Moreover, Zhou team leader was usually gentle, he couldn't really kill me. Thinking of this chosen one immediately summoned his long spear, blocking it firmly against his neck. At the same time, he moved his feet, blocking Zhou Yan's sword and hurriedly began to run wildly toward the tent's exit. Zhou Yan's brows furrowed tightly, and the sword in his hand instantly emitted several strands of sword air, decisively slashing toward the deserter. Such a person cannot be left alive. In an instant, the chosen one from the dragon country who intended to defect became a mass of flesh and blood, the scene extremely bloody. He became the first chosen one to die in this battle. Inside the straw hut, the chosen ones looked at the body of the deserter, their hearts filled with astonishment. It turned out that their gentle Zhou team leader was truly capable of killing. It was not until this moment that the chosen ones of the dragon country finally strengthened their convictions. Since we're going to fight, we must fight to the bloody end. This is war. At the same time, a thunderous gunshot rang in everyone's ears. A chosen one from the Foot Basin country suddenly had a pitch-black hole appear in his forehead, collapsing dead on the spot. Right after the gunshot, a deafening curse followed. Yamamoto, F******Q. You guys are so stingy that you won't even buy bullets for the battle? Just right. Grandpa is here to deliver bullets. The newcomer was none other than Cheng Yao. Chapter 3198K, Ringing the Death Knell. The gunshot echoed through the vast forest, startling large flocks of birds into flight. The chosen ones from the Foot Basin country listened to this familiar yet somewhat strange loud bang, watching their companions fall right in front of them, feeling momentarily stunned. These chosen ones who came to invade the Foot Basin never expected that such things as firearms would exist in this world. Among them, the leader, Yamamoto, let out a heart-wrenching roar. Baka! Why does he have a gun? This isn't fair. Alert! Keep your guard up. Sekoa! Use your shield to protect the front. Seeing the Foot Basin chosen ones in such a guarded state, Zhang Fingnian couldn't help but wipe the cold sweat from his brow, a slight sense of survival relief surfacing on his face. At this moment, his voice trembled as he quietly asked the nearby Zhou Yan. Team leader Zhou, is that outside person also one of our dragon country's chosen ones? Zhou Yan frowned slightly. Although Cheng Yao was also using a gun, the gunshot just now was not from the Desert Eagle that Cheng Yao had used before. It's the sound of a 98K rifle. At this moment, even Zhou Yan wasn't quite sure if the person outside was Cheng Yao. Thinking of this, Zhou Yan ignored Zhang Fingnian's question and directly sent a message to Cheng Yao. There's someone outside attacking the Foot Basin country with a 98K. Is it you? Not long after the message was sent, Zhou Yan received a response from Cheng Yao. That's right, just wait a moment. Don't worry, there are 10 of them, and I have them surrounded. They can't escape. Looking at Cheng Yao's reply, Zhou Yan couldn't help but feel a surge of emotions. He still vaguely remembered that yesterday afternoon, when he first saw this boy, he could only use a Desert Eagle to carry out sneaky attacks. But how much time had passed? This Cheng Yao had already pulled out a sniper rifle? As the captain of the chosen ones, he now needed a regular chosen one to come to his rescue, which made Zhou Yan feel somewhat embarrassed. It seemed that he also needed to improve his own strength more. Moreover, it was necessary to remind the other chosen ones here, especially those who had only leveled up to level 2 by now, to let them see how hard the other chosen ones were working. Zhou Yan silently made a decision. So, the next moment, Zhou Yan looked around at all the chosen ones from the dragon country and said loudly, "Comrades, the person outside is our chosen one from the dragon country. You should have heard of his name, it's the one who didn't come to report, Cheng Yao. I know you have an impression of him as a coward, as trash. But look at who came to rescue us when we were in crisis. That's right, you've all reported here and believed you could earn more resources for the country. But look at your levels. There are still so many people who haven't even reached level 3. You should know that the Cheng Yao you look down on has already reached level 5. I won't say more, think carefully about yourselves. Why do you still hold on to a sneaky mindset in this battle-like place? Zhou Yan's words echoed in the thatched house, and all the chosen ones listened to his speech with wide eyes. They never imagined that the Cheng Yao they had always looked down on had already reached level 5. Among them, after hearing Zhou Yan's words, Zhang Fengnian felt even more ashamed. Is this really the Cheng Yao he had looked down upon and abandoned to rescue? Recalling the words he had said at the entrance of the canyon, Zhang Fengnian felt like he was being pricked by needles, his face burning with shame. At that moment, Zhang Fengnian truly wished he could dig a hole and bury himself in it. That way, he wouldn't have to endure the disdain of his companions nearby. Bang! Outside the house, another crisp gunshot rang out. With this gunshot, another chosen one from the Foot Basin country was shot in the chest, instantly becoming a corpse. Sakawa! Quickly use your shield to block. 3 people, squeeze behind Sakawa's shield. Charge at that dragon country person with all your strength. The rest of you, find cover and conceal yourselves. Yamamoto's command was hoarse, but at that moment, all the Foot Basin people were scared out of their wits by the gunfire, and nobody dared to hide behind Sakawa's shield except for Sakawa himself. Baka! Koizumi! Yamada! You two are the highest level. Hide behind Sakawa's wooden shield and charge with me. Seeing everyone shrinking back, Yamamoto felt a bit frantic, so he quickly called out the names of 2 people and shouted. However, the Koizumi and Yamada mentioned by him showed no intention of following Yamamoto's orders. Yamamoto, do you really think of yourself as the captain? I warn you, you have no right to command us. If you want to go, then go by yourself. I'm not going to die with you. Koizumi sneered, rejecting Yamamoto's request while hiding behind a giant rock. And the other chosen one from the Foot Basin country, Yamada, also. At this moment, he quietly began to move toward a farther place. It seemed that he actually intended to escape. But Yao Chang, who looked down from above, found Yamamoto's actions to be so laughable. If I let this Foot Basin Japanese run away from a distance of dozens of meters, that would be really embarrassing. Although the 98K didn't have a scope at this time, Cheng Yao was still very confident in hitting this distance of Japanese. Bang! The muzzle of the 98K once again spat out a bluish flame, and a magical bullet shot through the air like a brilliant shooting star, piercing into Yamamoto's back of the head. Poor Yamamoto, he had just run a few steps when he inexplicably died here. Until death, Yamamoto's face was filled with fear. It was as if he had seen the Grim Reaper with his own eyes. Yamamoto looked at Yamamoto lying motionless on the ground and cursed silently in his heart. Dead? Good riddance. Damn. As soon as there were benefits, everyone rushed over, but when they saw danger, they hurried to escape. Where is there such a good thing in the world? Sakawa. Don't mind them. I'm hiding behind you. Let's rush up together and deal with that dragon country bastard. Sakawa raised his wooden shield high, and upon receiving Sekawa's order, he began to run wildly towards Cheng Yao. Sekawa had complete confidence in his faithful divine weapon because the wooden shield could block 75% of the damage. This means that even if Cheng Yao's shot could take away 400 health points, thanks to the shield's protection, that shot would only deal a maximum of 100 damage to him. This wooden shield was the source of Sekawa's confidence. Thus, Sekawa began to charge towards Cheng Yao in an almost barbaric manner. Yamamoto closely followed Sekawa, with his long knife ready to strike. He wanted to seize the opportunity to disable Cheng Yao the moment he got close to him. Only then would the chosen ones from the Foot Basin have a chance to complete this invasion. Chapter 32, The Chosen Ones of the Foot Basin Country? Terrified. Sekawa roared as he held up his shield, while behind him, Yamamoto's long knife glimmered with a chilling cold light. Cheng Yao looked at the two charging towards him with an extremely calm face, even paying little attention to them. Some chosen ones from the Foot Basin country still planned to try and escape while Yamamoto charged forward. These fleeing chosen ones were Cheng Yao's primary target. After all, he had boasted before that he would not let any Foot Basin person escape. If a few of them got away, he would truly lose face. The muzzle of Cheng Yao's gun continued to spit out flames, and with the sound of gunfire, another 3 chosen ones from the Foot Basin country were hit by Cheng Yao and died on the spot. At this moment, only 3 Foot Basin people were left on the battlefield. Watching this scene, the audience from the Foot Basin felt as if they had found themselves in this terrifying battlefield. Facing the sniper rifle that could take their lives at any moment, these Foot Basin spectators felt parched, unable to utter a single line of barrage. But at this moment, the audience from the Dragon Nation could not sit still and began to shout in the barrage. Brother Yao! Be careful! That son of Yamamoto is about to arrive. I don't even know what ability Sekawa's shield has. Can Brother Yao's bullets penetrate his defense? Team Zhou. Hurry to support Cheng Yao. Brother Yao might be in danger. The ADC has been cut down. Where's the support? Come help. The audience from the Dragon Nation felt extremely anxious, as if they were the ones facing Sekawa and Yamamoto. The urgency constantly washed over the nerves of the Dragon Nation audience, and Zhou Yan, as if sensing their impatience, immediately began to arrange. Those brothers who can still fight. Follow me to support Cheng Yao. Need those above level 3. Don't let the level 2 ones come to make it lively. Hearing Zhou Yan shout, those chosen ones who were only level 2 lowered their heads in shame. Zhou team. Let me go. I made a mistake. I want to kill a few more foot basin devils to clear my name. Zhang Fingnian was the first to jump out, speaking eagerly and loudly. At this moment, Zhang Fingnian's heart was full of regret. If it were truly because of him that Cheng Yao couldn't arrive in time, then he, Zhang Fingnian, would become a criminal of Long Country. At this moment, he deeply craved an opportunity to achieve merit. Zhou Yan looked at Zhang Fingnian and slowly nodded. Then, 2 more chosen ones from Long Country stepped forward. Zhou team, you are badly injured, let us go. Don't worry, if anyone tries to defect, I will act first. Zhou Yan shook his head, saying no more, and charged straight out of the thatched house. As the chosen one captain of Long Country, even if injured, he could not shrink back. Inside the thatched house, witnessing Zhou Yan, who despite being gravely wounded, continued to fight, the remaining level 2 chosen ones felt as if they were being slapped hard in the face, their entire faces stinging painfully. I have made up my mind, starting tomorrow, I will level up with all my effort. I cannot continue being a coward who needs protection. Bah! I will return to my little house and recover my health, then immediately level up. Otherwise, I will never hold my head up again. How about we make a pact? Whoever among us is lazy and has the slowest upgrade speed shall be punished to chop wood. Agreed. Agreed. Through this lesson, these only level 2 chosen ones of Long Country finally reached a consensus, deciding to say goodbye to their past of sneaking and slacking and face their country's survival more actively. At this moment, someone in the crowd said, Cheng Yao is already level 5 now, if any of us can surpass Cheng Yao in level first, he will be our big brother, how about that? This sounds good. Agreed. Must agree. In the live broadcast room of Long Country, the viewers watching the exchange of several people felt somewhat helpless. Now this is just great, I dare say, none of these guys can be the big brother. Having ambition is a good thing, but if that ambition is too unrealistic, it just looks ridiculous. However, in terms of results, it does teach these few a lesson, which is a good thing. Why are you all talking about this? Brother Yao is being surrounded and attacked by 2 people. After this reminder in the bullet screen, the viewers of Long Country immediately reacted. So, a large group of viewers quickly switched back to Cheng Yao's live room. At this moment, Sagawa and Yamamoto had already snuck up behind Cheng Yao. They were only a few meters away from Cheng Yao. Die! Trash of Long Country! Yamamoto suddenly charged out fiercely from behind Sagawa's sturdy shield, the long knife in his hand gleaming with a strong metallic sheen. With a single slash, the long knife, mixed with countless wind blades, wildly sliced towards Cheng Yao's entire body. In the face of this mighty strike, Cheng Yao showed no signs of panic on his face. The 98K in his hand flickered away, replaced by a genuine iron spade. Clang! A sound of metal clashing rang out, as Cheng Yao, with an even swifter speed, firmly blocked the iron spade in midair. And those flying wind blades dispersed in the air as they were blocked. This. How is this possible? Yamamoto felt the immense force coming from the long knife, and the grip on the handle was beginning to crack. In an instant, he could no longer hold onto the long knife, and it flew up into the air. Cheng Yao's strike had directly disarmed Yamamoto. Yamamoto stood frozen in place, his eyes seemingly losing focus. How is this possible? But Cheng Yao did not intend to give Yamamoto much time to think. The engineer shovel in his hand flashed away, and a revolver instantly appeared in Cheng Yao's grasp, aiming directly at Yamamoto's head before he pulled the trigger. Bang! This shot went straight through Yamamoto's head. As the commander of this invasion, Yamamoto was dead. Meanwhile, the rushing Sekawa could only hold up his shield, momentarily at a loss. Even though Cheng Yao was right in front of him, Sekawa had no way to deal with him. Because his shield had barely any offensive power. Especially after witnessing Cheng Yao's terrifying strength, he could no longer muster any thoughts of resistance. Whether it was Yamamoto or the other chosen ones facing Cheng Yao, there was only one outcome. That is, to be killed instantly by Cheng Yao. Sekawa's legs began to shake violently, and with the trembling of his legs, a stream of hot liquid trickled down. Sekawa was actually so scared by Cheng Yao that he wet himself. Chapter 33 Outside the Forbidden Area. Looking at the terrified Sekawa, the audience from the Foot Basin country fell into silence. At first, these Foot Basin spectators were extremely enthusiastic, with comments like "Let the Dragon Country be exterminated" constantly appearing in the bullet screen. At that moment, the audience was filled with excitement, even starting to have a delusion. They thought their chosen team could crush all the chosen ones in the forbidden area. But now, with Cheng Yao's appearance, these spectators received a fatal blow. Their proud 11 chosen ones had now been reduced to just 4. Losing 7 chosen ones in an instant was a heavy blow for any country. Moreover, seeing Cheng Yao's eager expression, the remaining 4 chosen ones from their country likely wouldn't escape the fate of being slain. Thinking of this, the foot basin spectators felt their defenses crumble. Can't you spare us a way out? Must you go for total extermination? Sekawa has already given up resistance. You dragon country can totally capture him. Didn't you say you don't abuse prisoners? How can you shamelessly claim to be a peaceful country? Pa! This is genocide. This is fascism. What you are doing will lead to divine retribution. The dragon country's audience found the foot basin spectators' outcry quite laughable. It was you who initiated the invasion. Now that you can't beat us and are being counter-killed, you want to stand on the moral high ground to attack us? Anyone with a bit of shame wouldn't say such things. But it's normal, the people from the foot basin country aren't human, how could they demand standards from others? However, the dragon country audience was somewhat surprised that this time, facing the foot basin country's accusations, they hadn't rebutted, but the official dragon country did act first. An announcement started to appear before the eyes of audiences from all countries. The dragon country officially declared once again that our chosen one Cheng Yao took self-defense actions due to the invasion of his compatriots, which is justified and legal. Additionally, the dragon country officially upholds a policy of not abusing prisoners, which is a discipline of the dragon country's military, and all soldiers of the dragon country will strictly adhere to this bottom line. Cheng Yao is not a member of our military, so his actions do not need to comply with military discipline. We warn all countries again, don't have thoughts beyond your means towards the dragon country. If the homeland of the dragon country is attacked, the dragon country will utilize all its resources for retaliation. Do not say we didn't warn you. Seeing this announcement, the dragon country audience erupted. They couldn't imagine that the official response from the dragon country would be so strong. Did you see that? Treating prisoners well is for soldiers. Brother Yao doesn't need to follow that. Brother Yao! Kill these foot basin bastards. Avenge our compatriots. Whether we suffer divine retribution or not is not up to you beasts to decide. Wasn't it quite rampant when they invaded us before? Now that they can't win, they want to moralize? Put. If you ask me, we should never have agreed to their unconditional surrender back then. A country like this should have been wiped out, leaving not a single trace behind. The viewers from Dragon Country had their eyes red with anger. The Foot Basin Country had long been their enemy with a blood feud, and now, seeing their fellow citizens invaded again, the viewers from Dragon Country felt deeply indignant. This is the backbone of Dragon Country. The viewers from Foot Basin Country, faced with the overwhelming insults from Dragon Country's audience, immediately collapsed in an instant. At this moment, viewers from other countries, witnessing how powerful the Dragon Country viewers were, couldn't help but quietly discuss in the bullet comments. Are the Dragon Country viewers really that strong in battle? You don't understand. These are the radicals of Dragon Country. When the country is invaded or treated unfairly, they are the first to step up, willing to sacrifice their lives for their nation. What about the conservatives of Dragon Country? Why aren't they coming out to advise them? You should be thankful. The conservatives of Dragon Country think their radicals are too conservative. If they came out, it would be a total annihilation. Ha! Also, the people of Dragon Country are unmatched in insulting others. Since the opponent is Foot Basin, the Dragon Country viewers have awakened their ancestral hatred, and their fighting spirit will only double. This is just because they haven't found the right opportunity. Otherwise, do you think Foot Basin Country would still be standing now? Dragon Country would have wiped them out long ago. The war of words between Dragon Country and Foot Basin Country quickly attracted the attention of other countries. Led by the beautiful country, nations saw the official statement from Dragon Country and immediately began issuing statements, condemning Dragon Country. The chosen ones of Dragon Country are rampaging within the forbidden lands of national fortune, seriously impacting the interests of other countries. Moreover, the chosen one of Dragon Country, Cheng Yao, has monopolized all the national fortune rewards, preventing other countries from gaining any resources. Such actions are undoubtedly destroying world unity. We must unite and protest against Dragon Country's behavior. The audiences from various countries, watching beautiful country and over 10 other nations issue statements, felt their horizons had been broadened. The audacity of these words was truly shameless. According to their thinking, Dragon Country should just endure after being beaten? And was Cheng Yao monopolizing the rewards? It was clearly that your chosen ones were just useless. As a result, audiences from other countries couldn't sit still anymore. You should have some shame. How dare you release such a statement? If this were in the past, our country might still be wary of your national strength. But now, we must stand on the side of justice. Did you really think you were the world's number one? Wake up! Times have changed. With scarce resources, what gives you the right to act like a leader? We're all 200 chosen ones. I don't believe that, on the same starting line, you can still stir up any waves. The help Dragon Country had once provided to these smaller countries finally bore fruit. This time, the people from these smaller countries, who had once been helped, chose to stand with Dragon Country. Those who have the way will receive many helpers, those who have lost the way will have few. This time, countries led by Beautiful Country finally experienced, for the first time, the feeling of being suppressed in a war of public opinion. Outside the Forbidden Land, in this smoke-free war, Dragon Country gained an overwhelming advantage. Inside the Forbidden Land, Cheng Yao's 98K continued to spew furious flames of fire. Each gunshot was followed by the death of a Foot Basin Country chosen one. As for the terrified Sagawa, who stood behind, already wetting his pants, Cheng Yao no longer cared. He had already sent a message to Zhou Yan, letting him handle this Foot Basin Country chosen one. In this way, perhaps he could even learn something from his mouth. Unexpected gains. With the final gunshot, all the remaining chosen ones from the Foot Basin Country below have fallen. Next, it's time to see what this Sichuan knows. Cheng Yao got up and looked down at the trembling Sichuan. Chapter 34, Cheng Yao on a cloud, holding a Gatling? Looking at the rows of fallen chosen ones from the Foot Basin Country outside the thatched house, the level 2 chosen ones inside stood dumbfounded. Until now, these lower level chosen ones finally had a deeper understanding of Cheng Yao's strength. At first, they only saw Cheng Yao as someone with a slightly higher level. But after witnessing Cheng Yao's ability to kill in an instant with every shot, these level 2 chosen ones felt their worldview had collapsed. The chosen ones they once thought were incredibly strong now looked like little chicks in Cheng Yao's eyes. With just one shot, they could be instantly killed. What kind of power is this? Why is this coward, who doesn't even dare to report, so strong? These level 2 chosen ones, faced with such a great victory, even forgot to cheer. The thatched house was eerily quiet inside. However, these level 2 chosen ones did not know. At this moment, their captain, Zhou Yan, was the one who was most shocked. Previously, after rushing out of the thatched house with 2 level 3 chosen ones, Zhou Yan received Cheng Yao's message. But before they could reach Cheng Yao's location, all the chosen ones from the Foot Basin Country had already been killed. Zhou Yan was very certain that, in such a scene, even his predecessors in the special forces wouldn't have been able to do it. Looking at the ground full of Foot Basin bodies, then at the relaxed Cheng Yao in front of him, and at Sichuan, who was sitting on the side, honest and unharmed without any bindings. At this moment, Zhou Yan began to truly admire Cheng Yao from the bottom of his heart. Cheng Yao, relying solely on himself and a single shot, had terrified these arrogant Foot Basin people. It seems he had underestimated Cheng Yao's strength. Zhou Yan sighed inwardly, he truly could not imagine why Cheng Yao's power could be so terrifying. At this time, seeing Zhou Yan arrive late, Cheng Yao didn't waste time and pointed at the trembling Sichuan, saying, "Captain Zhou, this person is up to you. I have no experience in interrogation, see if you can pry some information from him." After speaking, Cheng Yao brushed off the dust on his clothes, ready to leave. His movements were swift and straightforward, not dragging his feet at all. Zhou Yan nodded decisively, glanced at Sichuan beside him, said nothing more, and instead sent a message to Cheng Yao. "Don't worry. Also, what are your plans afterward?" Even though Cheng Yao was standing right in front of Zhou Yan, he still chose to communicate via text. This was done to prevent Sichuan from knowing the content of their conversation. After all, chosen ones can send messages without a phone. Cheng Yao read Zhou Yan's message and understood his intention immediately. "I'm already level 5. After level 5, I need to go to other places to level up. My goal today is to find a suitable leveling area and move my little house there. I need to hurry up and level up, maybe other countries already have level 6 or even higher chosen ones." Zhou Yan looked at the message from Cheng Yao and sighed inwardly. This captain was quite a failure. While the level 5 ones are racing to improve their strength, I, as captain, am only level 3. Zhou Yan had no doubt that, facing Cheng Yao now, even if he and 10 others teamed up, they wouldn't be Cheng Yao's match. Looks like I also need to hurry up and improve my strength. Zhou Yan silently made up his mind. Upon realizing this, Zhou Yan heavily patted Cheng Yao's shoulder. "Alright, stay safe." Cheng Yao nodded, then turned and left decisively. When he walked by Zhang Fingyan suddenly bowed deeply to Cheng Yao. "Cheng Yao, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have left early. At the same time, thank you very much for everything you've done for us. I will work hard to level up. If you need me for anything, I, Zhang Fingyan, will not hesitate to throw myself into fire and water." Seeing Zhang Fingyan like this, Cheng Yao couldn't help but feel both amused and touched. However, in Cheng Yao's heart, he also felt a sense of comfort. At least judging from their performance, these compatriots from Longwa were worthy of his rescue. You're worried about the safety of the camp, that's not your fault. And, the only reason I came here is because I enjoy killing those foot basin beasts. Cheng Yao's figure gradually faded into the distance, leaving behind these two faint responses. Zhang Fingnian stared blankly at Cheng Yao's tall figure disappearing, his eyes full of longing. Let's go, take this foot basin person away. Next, we need to work hard to level up. Zhou Yan walked to Zhang Fingnian's side and said lightly. At that moment, Zhou Yan watched Cheng Yao walk further away and couldn't help but murmur. But you're right, it's time for us to work hard to level up. After resolving the invasion of the foot basin country, Cheng Yao did not return to his small wooden house but continued to head south. Through the map, Cheng Yao learned that their location was in the northern region of the map. Therefore, if he wanted to continue leveling up, heading south would also be a good choice. Just at this moment, Xiling's message suddenly appeared before Cheng Yao. Cheng Yao, you solved the chosen ones of the foot basin, right? Where are you planning to go now? This girl, she found out about this so quickly? Cheng Yao was somewhat surprised. However, when he opened the group chat of Longwa, he instantly understood the reason. At that moment, in the Longwa group chat, those chosen ones were almost praising Cheng Yao to the sky. I saw that Cheng Yao stepped on colorful clouds, wielding a golden cudgel. With one strike, those chosen ones of the foot basin fell lifelessly on the spot. No survivors. You are mistaken. Cheng Yao was clearly holding a Gatling gun spitting blue flames, wearing super alloy armor, fighting thousands alone, instantly reducing those foot basin chosen ones to ashes. Their chat had become increasingly absurd, but Cheng Yao understood very well that such descriptions must be the credit of Xiling or Zhou Yan. In a situation where no one could be sure there were no spies, if they revealed Cheng Yao's information in the group chat, it might put Cheng Yao in danger. Cheng Yao's guess was not wrong. After discovering that there were discussions about Cheng Yao in the group, Xiling secretly sent private messages to all the chosen ones. At the same time, she also reminded Zhou Yan to take protective measures to avoid the possibility of information leaks. Thus, with Xiling and Zhou Yan's cooperation, the Longwa chat group presented such a scene. We are located to the south of the National Fortune Forbidden Area. I plan to head north to find the next leveling area. Cheng Yao answered honestly. As for Xiling, Cheng Yao did not intend to hide anything. After all, after so many interactions, Cheng Yao had developed a basic level of trust in Xiling. Send me your coordinates once you get there. I will come to find you. No refusals allowed. With your poor brain, if you pick the wrong little house location, you won't even have a place to cry. I won't make you wait too long, I will also soon reach level 5. Cheng Yao looked at the message Xiling sent and his expression suddenly froze. This girl, is she going to come find me? Chapter 35, Xiling's Analysis. I head north, leaving the season that has you. Cheng Yao hummed a little tune, continually advancing towards the north. Although going east or west would also work. Is at a point of uncertainty. He feels that, in the very center of the entire map, there might be some secrets. After all the land with the fallen Demon Mountain Valley are located at the edges of the map. So, constantly heading towards the center of the map might be the right direction. After several hours, the scenery in front of Cheng Yao finally changed from dense forests. The ground began to show some withered, yellowish grass, and the trees beside him gradually became sparse. Looking at the map, Cheng Yao found that he was no longer in the silent forest. Instead, he was in the forgotten wilderness. Seeing the name on the map, Cheng Yao finally let out a sigh of relief. After walking for so long, he had barely reached his destination. However, this place seemed uninhabitable. Cheng Yao looked at the scene in front of him and began to doubt whether his decision to head north was too hasty. The vast wilderness stretched endlessly, with no cover other than some low hills. There were no trees or water sources in sight. What he saw were just fields of withered grass and hills everywhere. The smell of decaying plants entered Cheng Yao's nostrils, causing him to frown. Maybe he should try other plots? Cheng Yao felt a bit shaken. Placing his small house in such an empty area didn't seem like a good idea. Just as Cheng Yao was preparing to change direction and explore another area of the map, a message from Xiling finally came through. Where are you? I am already level 5 and ready to come find you. Cheng Yao glanced around at the desolate scenery and immediately stopped her. Hold on. From the map, I can't find any water sources here, and there are no plants for cover. This place is not suitable for survival. I plan to explore other plots to see if there are more suitable areas. However, after checking the map, Xiling reached an entirely opposite conclusion than Cheng Yao's. I actually think where you are now is the most suitable spot. Because our purpose of going to other plots is to find more beasts to level up. The lack of plant cover means our base can be discovered more easily, but it also means it will be easier for us to search for beasts. And as long as there are beasts, there will definitely be a source of water. It's just that the size of the water source may be small, so it isn't marked on the map. So what we need to do now is to first confirm whether there are beasts here and what their levels are. And there's one more point to note. The areas with the fallen demon mountain valley must be where the chosen ones from various countries are born. If we consider that each country has 200 chosen ones, if all the chosen ones from different countries are born in the same area, that area wouldn't be able to accommodate them. Since these spawn points are spread out around the map, it proves that the closer the chosen ones are to the center of the map, the more competition there will be for territory. After all, the closer to the center of the map, the smaller the area. So I believe that moving straight north is the most correct path. As Ziling's lengthy analysis came through, Cheng Yao couldn't help but marvel at how fast she was able to analyze so much information after just looking at the map. This woman truly has a sharp mind. The things he was unsure about were quickly confirmed by Ziling. Moreover, each conclusion she provided was reasonable and hard to refute. At least, Cheng Yao, for now. After seeing Ziling's clear analysis, he had given up on the plan to find a new base. The urgent task now was to find out if there were any fierce beasts moving in the wild, and what their levels were. After sending his coordinates to Ziling, Cheng Yao eagerly began to search for traces of fierce beasts in the vast wilderness. The wilderness was terrifyingly desolate, and Cheng Yao walked for a long time without discovering any signs of fierce beast activity. There were plenty of animals though, field mice, rabbits, wild boars, goats. So many of them, it was hard to believe how they survived here. In the sky above the wilderness, there were also flocks of vultures picking at the corpses of roadside animals. Could it be that Ziling was mistaken in her analysis? Cheng Yao felt a wave of doubt rising in his heart. Just as Cheng Yao prepared to describe the situation to Ziling, the next scene made him widen his eyes in shock. A group of vultures suddenly swooped down from the sky, like arrows shot from above, launching a fierce attack on a wild boar. The wild boar immediately sensed the impending danger, and its bristles grew wildly, transforming it into a spiky creature, ready to defend against the incoming attack. Goodness! Could these be the fierce beasts of the wilderness? Cheng Yao's heart skipped a beat. You see, in the beginning, in the silent forest, all the fierce beasts had distinct markings that set them apart from ordinary animals. For example, the ferocious fish with menacing teeth and the tiger with a flaming tail. But here, the fierce beasts appeared to have returned to their most primitive state, revealing their power only during an attack. Their previous behavior, like that of regular animals, had completely deceived Cheng Yao. Cheng Yao was extremely excited and immediately used his probing ability on the wild boar and the vultures. Spiked porcupine, level 8 fierce beast, health, 1400. When in danger, it generates quills around itself for defense. Its defense is extremely high. Scavenger vulture, level 6 fierce beast, health, 1000. Scavenger fierce beasts will actively attack when hungry, usually appearing in groups. Seeing the information about the fierce beasts, Cheng Yao couldn't help but feel excited. His primary task now was to level up. But to level up, he needed to continuously hunt those fierce beasts that were close to his level. Back in the silent forest, the density of fierce beasts was the main reason that limited his leveling speed. And in this forgotten wilderness, looking at the flocks of vultures in the sky, they were all experience points. Just as Ziling had thought, this place was truly a holy land for leveling up. As for the water source issue, who cares? After all, there's the all-powerful Ziling. Even if the water isn't clean, his water purification device can perfectly solve that problem. With that thought, Cheng Yao couldn't wait to take out his 98k. Anyway, there was still some time before Ziling arrived, and this was a good opportunity to practice leveling up. Chapter 36, A Natural Sniper. On the vast wilderness, the claws of the scavenger vulture had already landed on the back of the spiked porcupine. These vultures' claws were like steel knives. Even though the spiked porcupine had its spiky protection, it was still deeply wounded by the attack. However, the spiked porcupine was no ordinary foe. Though the vultures had hurt it, the porcupine's spines had indeed pierced the vulture's claws, and as the vultures flew up again, blood flowed from their claws. For a moment, it was hard to tell where the blood was coming from, the porcupines or the vultures. But at this moment, Cheng Yao clearly had no intention of caring about that. The 98k was already aimed at one of the vultures, just waiting for Cheng Yao to pull the deadly trigger. Bang! A huge gunshot echoed across the wilderness, yet the target that Cheng Yao had aimed at remained completely unscathed. I missed. Cheng Yao slowly shook his head. At this moment, Cheng Yao finally began to take his marksmanship seriously. Marksmanship could be said to be Cheng Yao's biggest shortcoming right now. Before this, the enemies Cheng Yao faced were mostly large ferocious beasts or enemies much weaker than himself. Plus, the shooting distances were generally quite close, so this shortcoming of Cheng Yao had never been exposed. But it's not surprising, as a native Chinese person, if Cheng Yao had precise marksmanship, that would truly be rare. After missing a shot, the bullet flew who knows where. But the vulture he aimed at, due to being unharmed, was still desperately battling the wild boar below. Seeing this result, Cheng Yao felt not a hint of disappointment from being ignored by the vulture, but instead was filled with excitement. This meant that these vultures could become the best targets on his path to practice marksmanship. If he couldn't hit them, the vultures wouldn't give him a hard time. If he did hit them, it would be a one-shot kill, not needing to worry about the vultures causing trouble for him. What the heck is called surprise? This is called surprise. Anyway, since Ziling would still take some time to arrive, Cheng Yao continued to aim his gun. 1 shot, 2 shots, 3 shots. Moments later, the sharp-toothed porcupine was finally killed by the vultures, who gathered on its body, enjoying their hard-earned meal. And counting the number of vultures, not a single one was missing. This wasn't because Cheng Yao's marksmanship was too poor, it was simply that he had deliberately chosen a spot far away from the vultures to better train his marksmanship. Friends who often play sniping know well that although sniper rifles have long ranges, as the distance increases, the bullet fired from the gun no longer travels in a straight line, but in a parabolic curve. The bullet will drop, and the wind direction, airflow, even one's own breathing and heartbeat, all become your biggest obstacles when shooting. Additionally, when you're far enough away, even the smallest deviation in shooting angle can lead to an extremely large error in the bullet's landing point. Before entering the forbidden lands of national fortune, Cheng Yao had never even touched a gun. At most, he had played some shooting games like Chicken Dinner or Search and Destroy. In games, you don't need to consider wind speed and such issues, but once he had the sniper rifle in hand, these seemingly small problems turned into insurmountable gaps. People say that snipers are raised with bullets. This isn't wrong, but it's not entirely correct either. To become a sniper, the most important thing is talent. After the same practice, a talented sniper can easily take down an enemy from a kilometer away. But those without talent can barely hit a target more than 400 to 500 meters away. And what about Cheng Yao? At this time, Cheng Yao was still tirelessly shooting. After each shot, Cheng Yao carefully observed where it landed, unconsciously improving his sniping state. In just 2 short hours, Cheng Yao's entire demeanor seemed to have undergone a tremendous change. The previous Cheng Yao was unstoppable, exuding a strong aura of dominance. But now, aside from the intense dominance, Cheng Yao seemed to have gained a sense of focus and determination. And during these 2 hours that Cheng Yao practiced shooting, his livestream room was already filled with the audience's wails. "Brother Yao, stop showing off, you're shooting, my grandma is better than you. 2 hours without hitting a shot, is this still Brother Yao? Has Brother Yao been possessed? Possessed my foot. Don't you remember before when he shot at the swift wolves and didn't hit a single shot? Brother Yao only shoots at fixed targets, or large ones. Once the distance is too far, or the target moves quickly, his marksmanship becomes incredibly poor. I hope Brother Yao can master it soon. I'm going to see Sister Ziling." The audience in the livestream room quickly started to leave, and soon, Cheng Yao's livestream became completely silent. At the same time, in the office of the Dragon Country's national fortune, Zhou Yan's father, Zhou Yang, was quietly watching Cheng Yao practice shooting. Although Cheng Yao had yet to hit a single shot at this point, Zhou Yang's eyes still showed a strong admiration. "Old Zhou, this kid's marksmanship is really terrible. It's been 2 hours, and he hasn't hit anything," a colleague beside Zhou Yang casually remarked while sipping hot tea. With the continuous rise of the Dragon Country's national fortune, not only was there a reliable source for making tea, but even crops that had been difficult to grow for years were being planted again. Because of this, while many countries still couldn't drink a drop of clean water, the Dragon Country was already enjoying fragrant tea. Zhou Yang turned to look at his colleague, who was named Su Zhou. He was in charge of personnel movements in the Dragon Country and didn't know much about firearms. "Su Zhou, you don't understand, Cheng Yao's aim isn't to hit those vultures, I can see that he is aiming for the vulture's eyes." "Put." Upon hearing Zhou Yang's words, Su Zhou suddenly spat out the tea he had just sipped, his face wearing a shocked expression, as if he had heard a terrifying story. "What? This kid is aiming for the vulture's eyes? Are you kidding? A young man who has just touched a gun for a few days, and he's aiming that high?" Zhou Yang wiped the tea off his face with his sleeve, but showed no signs of displeasure. "You've never practiced this, so it's normal for you not to understand. I can clearly see that Cheng Yao has gradually learned to control his body. To reach this level without any instruction is already quite terrifying. Do you know what we call such people in our troops? We call them natural sniping geniuses." Su Zhou listened to Zhou Yang's words, feeling only a sense of awe and confusion. "If you don't believe it, how about a bet? I bet that in 1 hour, Cheng Yao will increase his hit rate to over 30%. Chapter 37, Everyone's Getting Burned? Bang! 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 Gunshots echoed constantly across the vast wilderness. The shooting practice process was extremely dull. Most people could only practice for an hour before needing a break to adjust their state. But what about Cheng Yao? At this moment, 3 hours had passed since he started practicing shooting. In the office of the Dragon Country's national fortune, Su Zhou gaped at Cheng Yao's results. The hot tea in his hand had already burned his palm, but he seemed to forget the pain. This. Suzhou's voice trembled, he pointed dumbly at the livestream screen, struggling to speak a complete sentence. In the livestream, every shot Cheng Yao fired accurately claimed the life of a vulture. Moreover, each bullet struck right into the vulture's eyes. Most importantly, Cheng Yao ignored those vultures eating the corpses, he targeted those flying in the sky. This distance was several hundred meters. Even Zhou Yang, who had full confidence in Cheng Yao, couldn't help but gasp when seeing Cheng Yao's progress. Cheng Yao's improvement was far better than he had predicted. For the first time, Zhou Yang witnessed someone transform from a shooting novice to a sniping genius in just 3 hours. Now, Cheng Yao's hit rate had reached 80%, far exceeding Zhou Yang's expectations. However, looking at Suzhou's hand, which was about to be burned beyond recognition, Zhou Yang still opened his mouth to remind him. Don't be so surprised. Your hand. Your hand. Hearing Zhou Yang's reminder, Suzhou seemed to suddenly wake up. Ah! The teacup was thrown far away by Suzhou. In the forbidden ground of national fortune. Cheng Yao showcased his skills again. Bang! 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 3 consecutive shots were fired. The vultures in the sky didn't even have time to scream before they turned into meat in Cheng Yao's backpack. Under normal circumstances, an 98K rifle needs to be reloaded after each shot, making it impossible to do such a thing. But Cheng Yao was different, his 98K did not need to change bullets. Apart from being slightly slower in shooting speed, this 98K had no other drawbacks. At this moment, Ziling, who had just arrived, stared in amazement at Cheng Yao's incredible shooting skills. In her heart, waves of shock surged. Wow! Cheng Yao's shooting is so accurate. Could it be that he practiced shooting before? That shouldn't be the case. The gun control in Dragon Country is extremely strict, and since resources have been scarce, soldier shooting practice has almost been abolished. Soldier? No way. Cheng Yao is just an ordinary unemployed person, how could he practice shooting? Moreover, isn't this a bolt-action rifle? Why can it fire continuously? Ziling began to doubt her life, she even started questioning if she was hallucinating from walking too long. Ziling, you're here. When Cheng Yao saw Ziling's graceful figure, he immediately put away his 98K and stepped forward to greet her. His blue energy was almost depleted, if it weren't for not being able to find a water source, he would even think of building a small house right here. The wilderness was overgrown, making it hard to see animal tracks, so the method Cheng Yao used to find water sources was now ineffective. In Cheng Yao's eyes, Ziling was his savior. Hearing Cheng Yao's call and looking at the flickering little stars in his eyes, Ziling slowly recovered from her shock. Let me guess, you couldn't find any water, right? Cheng Yao nodded vigorously. And you want me to help you find a place to settle down? Cheng Yao nodded again. Seeing Cheng Yao's hopeful expression, Ziling helplessly supported her forehead with one hand. What? You really don't plan to let me rest my legs, do you? Good heavens, not a moment's peace. Forget it. Once we sort out the land for settling down, do whatever you want. Ziling gave up struggling. After walking for 3 continuous hours, and facing some fierce beasts on the way, Ziling's legs felt like they were filled with lead. Yet, she endured the fatigue and continued to move forward in the wilderness. The two walked side by side in the wilderness, and Ziling's steps became slower, her charming face seemed to take on a faint pale color. Seeing her delicate state, Cheng Yao suggested. Ziling, how about I carry you? This way we can move faster. Upon hearing Cheng Yao's suggestion, Ziling's pretty face suddenly turned red. This blockhead wants to carry me? Ziling suddenly recalled the scene when Cheng Yao saved her, carrying her as he ran wildly. That feeling was really reassuring. No. I have to be reserved. Ziling shook her head and murmured in a low voice. No need, I'm fine. Hearing Ziling's refusal, Cheng Yao felt anxious. He was naturally an impatient person, and seeing Ziling's slow pace made him feel like a cat scratching at his heart. Some games have escort missions, where the target moves slowly, and you can't stray too far, driving you crazy. At this moment, Cheng Yao felt that he was that frustrated player, while Ziling was that slow-moving NPC. So, Cheng Yao ignored Ziling's refusal and directly squatted in front of her. Stop holding back, hop on. The old driver will take you flying. This time, Cheng Yao's overbearing attitude finally broke Ziling's reserve. Ziling lay on Cheng Yao's back, watching him walking briskly, filled with a sense of security and satisfaction. We need to slide down and look for low ground. And then, at this point, follow those birds. Ha! I hear the croaking of frogs. Let's head left. It must be right. Cheng Yao carried Ziling, and before long, he indeed found a waterhole. By now, the sky had darkened, and countless birds gathered at the waterhole, occasionally startled by a fierce beast that walked by, sending large flocks flying away. Seeing this scene, Cheng Yao felt utterly impressed by the Ziling on his back. Amazing. Thank goodness for Xiling, otherwise, he truly wouldn't have found this place. However, Xiling looked at the water hole before her and seemed obviously not satisfied. Forget it, let's look around some more. This water isn't clean, even if we boil it, it would probably still be difficult to drink. However, Cheng Yao didn't take it to heart. With a flash of light in his hand, a rough wooden bucket appeared. After drawing a bucket of water, a flash of light occurred again, and a water purification device appeared before Cheng Yao. After pouring the entire bucket into the purification device, Cheng Yao took out a cup and placed it under the device. Immediately, a cup of crystal clear water, even carrying a hint of sweetness and fragrance, appeared in the cup. After tasting it, the flavor lingered. My water purification device is simply amazing. Alright, the water source problem is solved. Xiling, analyze the location of the Yin family. By the way, Xiling, aren't you going to get off? At this moment, although Cheng Yao had released his hands, Xiling's arms were still firmly resting on his shoulder, hanging on him like a big koala. Hearing Cheng Yao's question, Xiling suddenly reacted, her face turning bright red. Xiling jumped off Cheng Yao's back as if she had been scalded. Ha! Ha ha! I'm going to look around now. And she fled in a flurry. Chapter 38, The Foot Basin Nation, Supremacy Reversed. By the time Xiling chose a spot, the sky had completely darkened. This was a wide flat area, not far behind was a cliff. If attacked, this cliff would serve as a natural barrier, preventing the small house from being surrounded on all sides. Cheng Yao looked at the spot and was incredibly impressed with Xiling. In such a short time, she found such a prime spot. It was absolutely wonderful to have Xiling accompany him on this trip. Cheng Yao couldn't help but give a thumbs up, revealing his bright white teeth, and cheerfully remarked. This place is really nice. Amazing. Hearing Cheng Yao's praise, Xiling's embarrassment instantly dissipated somewhat. At the same time, a faint sense of satisfaction arose in her heart. They took out their moving vouchers and confirmed their use. Soon, their small wooden house appeared out of thin air in the vacant lot before them. Looking at the small wooden house, Xiling's previously diminished embarrassment suddenly wrapped around her even more fiercely. And beside her, Cheng Yao looked at the small wooden house and couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Uncertain if it was because they were too close when using the moving voucher. At this moment, their small wooden houses even merged together. 1 + 1 = 1. Looking at the small wooden house, it was noticeably larger than before. The previous one-door, one-window house had now become a one-door, two-window house after merging with Xiling's. The two small windows were placed on either side of the door. Looking inside through the small windows, the furnishings and arrangement were not much different from before. From the open wooden door, one could see that the only addition to the two small rooms was a small living room in the center. Cheng Yao gazed in a daze at the transformation of the small wooden house. His once humble one-room wooden house. Now, has it turned into a one-bedroom and two-living room space? Doesn't that mean that I will have to live under the same roof as Xiling from now on? Cheng Yao's personality is carefree, but up to now, he is still a pure-hearted little virgin. Faced with such a result, Cheng Yao suddenly didn't know what to say. At this moment, Cheng Yao no longer had his previous domineering appearance, instead, he felt shy like a little wife. On the contrary, Xiling was the first to come back to her senses before Cheng Yao. We will be neighbors in the future, so we can help each other more when there are things, that's nice. Xiling's charming face turned red, yet she still pretended to be calm and casually said. At the same time, Xiling felt a bit relieved in her heart. Fortunately, the bedroom was not merged into one, otherwise, who knows what would happen, they might end up sharing the same bed. At this moment, in the Dragon Kingdom's live stream room, viewers looked at the two who were about to live together, and the bullet screen instantly filled with wails. My Xiling goddess. Brother Yao. No. It's over, my dream lover is going to live with someone else. What else can I say? I can only sincerely wish them well. Don't lose heart, after all, they are not living in the same room, there's still hope. Yeah. It's just like living in an apartment, let's treat that little living room as a hallway, thinking of it this way makes me feel much better. Thanks to my brother for enlightening me. Now my mood has calmed down. Outside the little wooden house, seeing Cheng Yao's shy appearance, Xiling was quite amazed. Previously, Cheng Yao had always looked like a great man in her eyes. But now looking at Cheng Yao's rosy cheeks, Xiling couldn't help but chuckle. This side of Cheng Yao is also quite cute. After a long time, Cheng Yao finally completed his self-hypnosis. Though Xiling is very tall and very beautiful, as long as he treats her as a roommate, as a buddy, there's no problem. Isn't it just living with a buddy? It's quite nice. The two of them settled down in this slightly awkward atmosphere for the time being. After all, their one-time moving voucher has been used, and there was no way to move. So, until they find another moving voucher, they can only live together. At this time, Cheng Yao had already placed his water purifier in the little living room for their drinking needs. And Xiling had also put her previously made pottery kettle and bowls in the public area. Looking at these exquisitely designed pottery items, Cheng Yao suddenly looked at Xiling with new eyes. With these jars and pots, their little wooden house finally started to look like a home. Lighting the fire pit, the two sat facing each other, and the aroma of the grilled meat began to spread. At this moment, the little wooden house was filled with warmth. In the live stream room, viewers in the Dragon Kingdom began to beat their chests in frustration as they watched the two. What neighbors? Brother Yao and the goddess marriage, I have agreed to it. Damn, watching this makes me want to get married. Wishing Brother Yao and the goddess to grow old together. Whoa, my youth is over. The bullet screen in the live stream was filled with desolation. However, at this moment, a system announcement appeared in front of all the viewers. Congratulations to the chosen one of the Foot Basin Kingdom, Yuan Xilang, for reaching level 6 first, earning 100 points of national fortune for the Foot Basin Kingdom. What? Brother Yao's level was surpassed? The viewers in the Dragon Kingdom looked at this announcement, instantly falling into deep shock. At this moment, the audience from the Foot Basin Kingdom had also rushed into Cheng Yao's live stream room. Ha ha ha. You dumb Dragon Kingdom pigs, did you see it? Before, you occupied all the level up rewards, now, it's our Foot Basin Kingdom's turn. One step slow, step slow. In the future, your Dragon Kingdom will be following behind our chosen one, eating dust. Ha ha ha. In the future, we will take all the level up rewards in our Foot Basin Kingdom. After practicing shooting, finding a small house location, I really haven't leveled up all day. But this doesn't seem right. Doesn't the Foot Basin Kingdom find small house locations? I just went to the live stream of the Foot Basin Kingdom, and that Yuan Shiro, not only has his small house not been upgraded, but his location hasn't changed either. In other words, this guy has spent all his time on leveling up. For Yuan Shiro, at level 5, he could still level up by hunting level 4 fierce beasts in the Silent Forest. The experience gained wouldn't be reduced. But now Yuan Shiro is already level 6, and if he wants to level up by hunting level 4 fierce beasts, it would be a loss. The 50% experience penalty would make Yuan Shiro's leveling journey incredibly tough. However, the viewers in the live stream did not know this, so they all cried out in despair. And what about Cheng Yao? At this moment, Cheng Yao was comfortably lying on the small wooden bed, with no plans to level up in the middle of the night. Now he has a roommate, and shooting outside in the middle of the night would disturb his roommate's rest. Moreover, after occupying this prime location, Cheng Yao was full of confidence. His future leveling speed would definitely not be slow. Chapter 39, No Face? Luckily, I know a bit about fighting. In the morning, Cheng Yao woke up from bed, and a faint aroma drifted into his nose. He rubbed his sleepy eyes and opened the door, only to see Xiling all tidied up, ready to go. You're up? I've made you some porridge on the fire. Forget about the pancakes, remember to eat before heading out. Hearing Xiling's arrangements, Cheng Yao suddenly felt a strange emotion rise in his heart. He always felt that Xiling was like his wife, making him food and then reminding him. This feeling was strange, but it also made Cheng Yao feel warm inside. Where are you going? As Cheng Yao asked, he slowly walked towards the campfire. Going to level up. I plan to head to the southern border. If someone from our dragon country comes out, I can keep an eye on it, after all, I'm still the person in charge of the West. Remember to drink the porridge, I'm leaving now. After finishing her instructions, Xiling left the small house straight away. Inside the small house, Cheng Yao looked at the clay pot before him, still steaming, filled with the breakfast Xiling had left for him. Rather than porridge, it was more like vegetable soup. In the pot were several unknown plants, simmered with water, releasing an enticing aroma. He didn't know how Xiling found these things. Just right, after eating roasted meat every day for the past few days, he was almost fed up with it. Cheng Yao couldn't wait to start tasting. It really tasted quite good, very refreshing. Cheng Yao looked satisfied. After he had eaten and drunk enough, Cheng Yao walked out of the small house and slowly headed in the direction Xiling mentioned. Meanwhile, inside the Silent Forest, Yuan Shiro was rushing madly through the forest. He had successfully leveled up to 6 and had to leave this forest to find a new leveling area. Beside Yuan Shiro were 2 level 5 chosen ones from the Foot Basin Kingdom, Haimu and Fengchuan. These 2 chosen ones were discovered by Yuan Shiro while leveling up. At this moment, they were gathered together, all sprinting towards the next leveling area. Baka! Why is this forest so big? It's simply wasting my leveling speed. Yuan Shiro complained while sprinting. He had been running for nearly 3 hours and still hadn't escaped this vast forest. The fatigue in his body and the strain on his eyes made Yuan Shiro extremely anxious. Hearing Yuan Shiro's complaints, Haimu and Fengchuan felt the same way. At this speed of running, they would at least lose half a day of leveling time. Such a result made them feel quite displeased. It's important to know that their running speed had long surpassed that of an ordinary person. It is easy to imagine just how vast this forest truly is. But soon after, Heimu's eyes suddenly brightened. We are about to go out. I can see it, ahead is a wildland. Heimu shouted excitedly first. Sure enough, not long after, the three chosen ones from the foot basin finally stepped onto this wildland. Ha ha ha. This is simply heaven's help. Here is the sacred place for leveling up that I have been dreaming of. Looking up at the sky filled with vultures, Yuan Sairu shouted excitedly. If I can train here, my leveling speed will be several times faster than in this broken forest. We will firmly occupy this place. If we encounter the dragon country people entering this wildland, we will kill them immediately. Ha ha ha. I will make that group of inferior dragon country people never find a place to level up again. Yuan Sairu's voice was immensely arrogant, and beside him, Heimu and Fengchuan also shouted excitedly. But at that moment, a loud shout came from afar, interrupting the three's celebration. Listen up! This leveling area has already been occupied by us, show some respect. Go level up somewhere else. Upon hearing the shout, the excited expressions of Yuan Sairu and the others suddenly froze. They looked in the direction of the voice and saw, a few hundred meters away, a tall man warning them. The man's domineering appearance puzzled Yuan Sairu. Could he also be a compatriot from our foot basin? Yuan Sairu immediately sent out a probing spell, but the result was, out of range, cannot use. Seeing this, Yuan Sairu was forced to shout loudly. On what grounds do you dare occupy this area? I am the captain of the chosen ones from the foot basin, a level 6 chosen one, Yuan Sairu. I hope you know your place. Yuan Sairu immediately flaunted his identity. If the other party was also a chosen one from the foot basin, after hearing his words, it would save a lot of trouble. If the other party was a chosen one from another country, knowing his captain's status might make him think twice about continuing to act recklessly. Yuan Sairu was quite satisfied with his response. Hearing Yuan Sairu's reply, Heimu and Fengchuan straightened their backs and lifted their chins. This was their captain, and they felt proud to follow him. But little did they know, after the other party heard Yuan Sairu's words, he bent down and lay flat on the ground. Upon seeing this, Heimu and Fengchuan burst into laughter. Ha ha! The captain really has face. As soon as he revealed his identity, the other side bowed down. That's right, our captain is a level 6 chosen one. I've never seen anyone of such a high level. The other party must be scared silly. Heimu and Fengchuan flattered Yuan Sairu, but their captain, Yuan Sairu, felt no joy in their praise at all. On the contrary, Yuan Sairu's face became a bit serious. Because Yuan Sairu vaguely saw that the other party lying on the ground was not kneeling but seemed to be aiming. Due to the great distance, Yuan Sairu could not see clearly what the other party was doing. Even so, Yuan Sairu remained cautious and quickly took out his own life weapon. Yuan Sairu's life weapon was a talisman inscribed with obscure and indistinguishable runes. The talisman instantly flew out, transforming in the air into a nearly 4-meter-tall frost giant fox, blocking in front of Yuan Sairu. Heimu and Fengchuan looked at Yuan Sairu as if facing a great enemy, momentarily confused. What was wrong with their captain? Just then, Heimu and Fengchuan suddenly felt a sharp pain in their foreheads, and then lost all their strength. It was only when Heimu and Fengchuan felt that the sound of a gunshot finally reached their ears. Unfortunately, they heard it too late. Yet Gen Shiro, thanks to the ice fox's blocking, barely saved his life. But even so, this attack still shattered his ice fox into countless ice shards. Watching his ice fox being annihilated and his two subordinates die in an instant, Gen Shiro felt like he had fallen into an ice cellar. Who exactly are they? Why are they so strong? At this moment, Cheng Yao lay on the ground, realigning his aim at Gen Shiro. The chosen captain of the foot basin country? I'm targeting your foot basin trash. Chapter 40, Your Iron Particle. No, your iron particle. Watching Gen Shiro fleeing in panic, Cheng Yao aimed again and fired. Unfortunately, by now Gen Shiro had already burrowed back into the dense forest, and Cheng Yao, lacking the enhancement of a perspective cheat, failed to take Gen Shiro's head off in the subsequent shots. Cheng Yao slowly got up, letting out a heavy sigh. This was the first time he encountered a chosen one of a higher level than himself, and Gen Shiro's appearance sounded an alarm for Cheng Yao. Sure enough, my leveling speed is still too slow. I must enhance my leveling speed urgently. Fortunately, the enemy this time is only 1 level higher than me. If the next enemy is 5 or 6 levels higher, then I will be in danger. Cheng Yao furrowed his brows tightly and then stowed away his 98k, walking straight toward a place where the vultures gathered. This time out, Cheng Yao had indeed been heading south, but perhaps due to a slight deviation in direction from Xiling, he had not found her charming figure. However, for Cheng Yao at this moment, all of that didn't matter. What Cheng Yao needed to do now was to level up desperately. Being a bit farther from Xiling would reduce the problem of competing for kills and increase his leveling speed. Thinking of this, Cheng Yao abandoned his previous hunting method. Previously, Cheng Yao said he was leveling up, but more of it was still about practicing his shooting. He still only aimed at those vultures circling in the air, just to improve his marksmanship. But upon discovering the level 6 chosen one, Cheng Yao resolutely gave up those airborne prey and turned to hunt those feeding vultures. After all, vultures usually gather in groups while feeding. Facing such prey, Cheng Yao's accuracy could reach 100%. Bang! Bang! Gunshots echoed continuously in the wilderness, as Cheng Yao fired each shot, his backpack filled with more game meat. Moments later, Cheng Yao successfully leveled up to level 6. Opening his attribute panel, the experience required to level up to the next level had doubled again. Name, Cheng Yao. Level, 6. Experience, 30/3200. Health, 300/300. Mana, 300/300. Strength, 55. Agility, 30. Intelligence, 30. Stamina, 30. Skills, Exploration, Map. Now, killing one vulture grants 50 experience points, which means I need to kill 64 vultures to complete the next level up. Great, this wilderness is dense with vultures. Let's aim to reach level 7 before tonight. Cheng Yao made up his mind. At this moment, however, a notification popped up before Cheng Yao again. Detected that the cabin is under attack, please return immediately. Cabin's health 18620/20,000. What's going on? My cabin is being attacked? But I clearly checked the map before, and there is no fallen demon valley in this area. Cheng Yao felt very puzzled and immediately ran back toward the cabin. All the way, Cheng Yao was very anxious. He was certain that the attacker this time was not the previous fallen demons. After all, the damage those demons caused to the cabin was even less than the cabin's recovery speed. But this time, the cabin's health loss was indeed quite fast. That's why Cheng Yao was so anxious. Along the way, Cheng Yao didn't forget to send a message to Xiling. The cabin is under attack, I'm rushing back, but I'm still not sure what's attacking the cabin. And Xiling's reply was extremely brief. I'll be there soon. It was clear that Xiling also realized the speed at which the cabin was losing health was a bit too fast this time. It had almost reached twice the speed when the lower-level seduced demons attacked the thatched cottage before. Feeling anxious, Xiling didn't have time to think too much and also started to run frantically toward her little wooden house. After a while, Cheng Yao was panting heavily and finally saw the monsters attacking the little house. To his surprise, the main culprits of this assault on the cabin turned out to be his old acquaintances. Intermediate seduced demon, level 6 beast, health, 2000/2000. Usually appear in groups, sometimes led by a leader. If a leader is spotted, prioritize killing it. Looking at the seduced demons in front of him, Cheng Yao felt a headache coming on. Compared to the lower-level seduced demons before, these seduced demons only had a color change to a cyan hue, but Cheng Yao could see no other differences. As for why the cabin was losing health so quickly this time, Cheng Yao looked at the 16 seduced demons surrounding the little house and roughly came to a conclusion in his mind. It was simply because the number of monsters had increased. At this moment, these seduced demons were still desperately raising their big sticks, hitting Cheng Yao and Xiling's little house with all their might. A few of the seduced demons were using all their strength to madly pound on the glass windows of the little house. Damn it, daring to smash my window? Finding death. Thinking this, Cheng Yao immediately pulled out his revolver, took aim, but suddenly thought of something, put the revolver away, and switched to the 98K. The monsters had a full 2000 health points. If he used the revolver, he wouldn't be able to kill them with a single shot. Cheng Yao's gun spewed fire as he shot at the intermediate seduced demons one by one, and they began to continuously disappear after being shot. After these intermediate seduced demons died, the loot they dropped was no longer copper particles, but iron particles. Iron particles, collect 10 iron particles to synthesize one piece of iron ore. Looking at the description, Cheng Yao suddenly understood. It seemed these monsters were the key to continuing to upgrade his own divine weapons level. However, looking at the 16 iron particles, Cheng Yao felt a pang of hesitation in his heart. These iron particles should technically be split with Xiling, right? But if that's the case, his speed in collecting iron particles would drop significantly. Just then, Xiling's graceful figure finally appeared beside Cheng Yao. What's going on? What's attacking our house? Xiling's use of our house made Cheng Yao pause for a moment, but he quickly regained his senses and explained the situation about the seduced demons to her. Upon hearing Cheng Yao's description, Xiling immediately slapped her forehead. Oh, look at my brain. The health of our cabin has doubled, so it's normal for there to be more monsters. I was too anxious and forgot about this. After saying this, Xiling turned to leave again. The crisis was already resolved, and Xiling didn't intend to linger at the cabin's door. Hey! The intermediate seduced demons just dropped iron particles, wait for me to give you your iron particles. Xiling heard Cheng Yao shout but had no intention of turning back. No, it's your iron particles. Well, my divine weapon is only F-level intermediate, what use do I have for iron particles? Xiling kept walking away into the distance. Cheng Yao looked at the iron particles in his backpack and immediately stopped hesitating, heading straight for Xiling. After all, there were still many copper ores left in his backpack, so it'd be better to give some to Xiling. This way, he could collect iron particles in peace in the future. After all, there were no valleys for Cheng Yao to farm materials here. Chapter 41, Demons Assaulting the City, Great Calamity Approaches. Congratulations to the chosen ones of the Dragon Nation, Cheng Yao and Xiling, for leaving the novice village, gaining 100 points of national luck for the Dragon Nation. As Cheng Yao finished off the last intermediate seduced demon, an announcement popped up again in the livestream. But unlike before, there was more to come after this announcement. The beginner protection period has ended, and the national survival competition has officially begun. Current Forbidden Land level 1. Monsters and ferocious beasts will be enhanced, and their appearance frequency will increase slightly. In 5 days, a large number of demons will attack the city, please prepare your defenses. Seeing this prompt, all the viewers from various countries were utterly shocked. In the previous difficult survival process, the chosen ones from each country had already suffered varying degrees of casualties. And now you tell us, that was the beginner protection period? Why is there still a demon city attack? Who knows what's going on? Our chosen ones have already suffered heavy losses during the beginner protection period. Now with the survival difficulty rising, what should we do? Is this national forbidden land trying to kill off all the chosen ones? At this moment, all the viewers were in an uproar. Meanwhile, inside the national forbidden land, the chosen ones from various nations also learned about the increased survival difficulty and the demon city attack in 5 days. Cheng Yao looked at the message that popped up before him, and his expression became somewhat serious. Earlier, he had suspected that the survival in this national forbidden land was perhaps a bit too easy. Monsters that could be easily killed, along with the weak and pathetic sinking demons. If it weren't for the fear of other chosen ones causing trouble, Cheng Yao wouldn't have to worry about his survival at all. Now, seeing this prompt, Cheng Yao finally realized. It turns out, it wasn't that survival was too easy, but that he was still in the beginner protection period. However, regarding the situation of the demon city attack in 5 days, Cheng Yao still had no idea. Xiling, what do you think? Cheng Yao asked the Xiling beside him. Cheng Yao still admired Xiling's analytical skills very much. Though the information was scant, perhaps through Xiling's analysis, they might uncover more valuable content. Xiling rubbed her chin, and after a moment, she slowly said. This is the first time they have given a warning like this. I think this city's demon attack will definitely not be easier. You don't need to worry about the other things, focus on leveling up. That's more important than anything else. By the way, from now on, keep the iron particles for yourself. I won't need them for now. When it comes to the city attack, I'll rely on you as the main force. After Xiling said this, she immediately opened her friend list to communicate with Zhou Yan. This was the first time Cheng Yao saw such a serious expression on Xiling's face. Even when she was surrounded by 3 chosen ones from the Foot Basin Kingdom, she had not shown such an expression. Cheng Yao quietly nodded and said no more. After tossing the excess copper ore and F-level evolution stones to Xiling, he walked straight towards the distance. To continue surviving, he must quickly enhance his strength. On the other side, the captain of the Dragon Kingdom Chosen Ones, Zhou Yan, was discussing future strategies with Xiling. Looking at the analysis Xiling sent in the message box, Zhou Yan quickly made a response. Attention all Chosen Ones, in response to the Demon City attack in 10 days, everyone should enter a state of emergency preparedness. Everyone should prioritize leveling up, you must reach at least level 5 in 10 days. Additionally, after reaching level 5, Sunya, Lu Gaoming, and Zhang Feng, you 3 should each find 2 chosen ones to conduct logging, quarrying, and hunting sinking demons tasks. Gather resources. Note, this is an order. If anyone disobeys, they will be punished for defying military orders. For the others, if you need to upgrade your small house or weapon levels, come to me for the materials you lack. Upgrading your small house and reaching level 5, immediately head to the Forgotten Wilderness, 138-162, to report to Xiling. Furthermore, if you encounter other Dragon Kingdom Chosen Ones, inform them to contact me immediately. One message after another was sent out by Zhou Yan, and soon, all the Dragon Kingdom Chosen Ones who received the message. They quickly began to take action. Including a few people assigned to gather supplies, they did not make any objections and immediately started to follow Zhou Yan's arrangements. It can be said that until this moment, these Chosen Ones from the Dragon Kingdom had truly received effective organization, pulling together as one. Outside the live broadcast room, the Dragon Kingdom's audience watched as Zhou Yan orderly assigned tasks, expressing their feelings. It's still our team leader Zhou. Organizing things smoothly. However, some foreign viewers sneered at the Dragon Kingdom's bullet screen. Is this what you call smooth? Your standards in the Dragon Kingdom are really low. Right, anyone can issue such orders, can't they? There's really nothing to praise about the Dragon Kingdom, they're praising a few simple commands for ages. In the eyes of these foreign viewers, what Zhou Yan was doing was merely delegating tasks to his subordinates. Anyone could do such a thing. However, what these foreign viewers did not expect was that the Dragon Kingdom's audience made such a response. You mock team leader Zhou, but you should go back and look at your own situation. Seeing this bullet screen, the foreign audience felt completely confused. Look at it if you want. Can anything really go wrong with our captain, oh my? What the hell? It was only when these viewers returned to their own country's live broadcast room that they realized how ridiculous their earlier misunderstanding was. In the beautiful country's live broadcast room, the chosen team leader, MacArthur, was surrounded by several chosen ones from the beautiful country. What gives you the right to command me to gather resources? You are depriving me of my freedom of choice. You want me to gather resources? This is discrimination against people of color. Once we get out of this forbidden area, I will definitely sue you so you will never stand again. Your level isn't higher than mine. I think we should have a democratic election to decide who leads our team. The audience from the beautiful country watched their chosen one's performance, wanting to jump into the screen and give them a few hard slaps. What time is it? Still talking about so-called democracy? Can't they unite even a little? What is easily accomplished by the Dragon Kingdom, why does it cause such a big problem in my beautiful country? And such situations almost happened in all Western countries. The situation in the Foot Basin country was even more tragic. The captain, Yuan Shiro, while possessing a level 6, had not been able to contact a few of his compatriots. A complete solo captain. This was because over the past few days, Yuan Shiro only focused on leveling up and could only find a few compatriots by chance. The two compatriots he finally found had already been dealt with decisively by Cheng Yao. Watching Yuan Shiro in a lonely and miserable escape, all the Foot Basin country's audience felt a profound sense of desolation from the depths of their hearts. Chapter 42, Level Surpass, Discovering the Spider Cave. The pressure of the demon siege loomed over every chosen one's heart. For Cheng Yao, however, the task he received was exceptionally simple. Cheng Yao, your goal is very simple, improve your strength as much as possible. We will do our best to provide you with all the materials you need. Remember, you are the pillar of our Dragon Kingdom, the stronger you are, the greater our chances of survival. Cheng Yao looked at the message sent by Zhou Yan, and a feeling of satisfaction sprang up in his heart. After obtaining iron ore, he had not upgraded his destined weapon mainly because he lacked timber. Now, Cheng Yao wanted to obtain timber, and he would have to return to the forest to chop wood, which would undoubtedly waste a lot of time. But now, the issue of timber seemed not to require his concern anymore. During the time when the Foot Basin Nation's invasion occurred, the chosen one saved by Cheng Yao also sent him messages. Brother Yao, keep going. We can't help you much, but don't worry, we will definitely prepare materials like wood and stone for you. Brother Yao. Just focus on leveling up. You are the hope for all of Dragon Country. I will also put in my full effort to level up. I hope that in the future, I can protect others in our Dragon Country like you, Brother Yao. Looking at these messages, a slight smile appeared on Cheng Yao's face. The blood flowing into his heart felt warm, making Cheng Yao feel incredibly at ease. Although I can only be considered a half-comrade, this feeling of being needed by others seems quite nice. Alright, I will treat you all as my true comrades for now. After all, these comrades are not any different from my previous ones. With this thought, Cheng Yao took out his 98k again. I need to work hard too. Bang! Bang! The gunshots echoed again in this wilderness. After the forbidden area's level rose to level 1, Cheng Yao could no longer kill monsters in one shot. The monster's health and defense had been enhanced to a certain extent. The bald vultures that Cheng Yao used to kill with one shot now took 2 shots to take down. Moreover, without the ability to kill the vultures in one shot, every time Cheng Yao attacked them, he would attract a swarm of vultures to beat him up. As a result, Cheng Yao's efficiency in killing monsters took a hit. After killing a group of vultures, Cheng Yao had to return to his little house to recover. Such is the life of a full-power sharpshooter whose life is thinner than paper. But fortunately, after the beasts had their abilities strengthened, the experience Cheng Yao gained from each kill also increased. Back and forth, Cheng Yao's leveling speed was slightly faster than before. While Cheng Yao was desperately leveling up, the other chosen ones in Dragon Country were not idle either. Under Zhou Yan's organization, the chosen ones of Dragon Country began their organized hunts. In the chat group, more and more chosen ones from Dragon Country joined in. In the span of just one day, the number of people in Dragon Country's chat group reached 50. The viewers from Dragon Country watched with excitement as more and more compatriots were found on the livestream, cheering loudly. Great! All of them have been found. The more comrades we find, the faster we can locate new ones. And now our comrades from Dragon Country are united as one. Even if we encounter chosen ones from other countries, they will have to think twice before provoking us. Those scoundrels from the Foot Basin Nation dare to try invading our Dragon Country's territory again. We'll make them regret it. As other countries' viewers watched Dragon Country's cheers, they were filled with silent bitterness. Compared to Dragon Country's chosen ones, their own were simply painful to watch. In the beautiful country's live stream room, the chosen ones had spent the whole day doing nothing but raising their hands to vote. Almost every chosen one wanted to compete for the leader's position, and as a result, after a day of debating, no conclusions were reached. Some chosen ones began to form their own small groups, hoping to gain more votes in the upcoming election. Some even started to give grand speeches, claiming that if elected as leader, they would bring great things. The promises kept getting bigger, but even the speakers themselves had no confidence in what could actually be achieved. What on earth are you doing? Are you really going to vote on how to defend when the demons start attacking the city? Damn it! Mike can't even handle this. What good is he? Is the democratic principle we adhere to really right or wrong? On the other side, in the live stream room of the Foot Basin Nation, their captain, Cheng Yao, did not face the same predicament as the beautiful country. Because their captain, they couldn't contact a few compatriots from the Foot Basin country. At this moment, Cheng Yao was moving through the forest like a wandering ghost, filled with helpless rage. Baka. A few low-level fools. They don't even know what coordinates mean. Where are the other Foot Basin people? Are they all dead? Why is it so hard to find them? The spectators from the Foot Basin country silently watched Cheng Yao, their hearts full of bitterness. When Cheng Yao said the Foot Basin people were all dead, there was really no big problem with that. Because, just by himself, Cheng Yao had already killed nearly 10% of the chosen ones from the Foot Basin country. Adding those chosen ones killed by ferocious beasts, the remaining number of chosen ones in the Foot Basin country was now almost the lowest among all countries. Now, the spectators from the Foot Basin country could only boast about their captain's level. It's okay, our captain Cheng Yao's level has already surpassed Cheng Yao's, making him the highest among all chosen ones. That's right. If our captain's strength still can't survive this siege, then other countries would have no chance of escaping. It's just that Cheng Yao sneak attacked, otherwise, this morning Cheng Yao would definitely have died at our Foot Basin captain's hands. Level 5 against level 6, even if 10 Cheng Yaos attacked together, they still wouldn't be our captain's match. In the Foot Basin country's livestream room, the audience was fervently discussing. Only by doing this could they slightly hypnotize themselves and give themselves a bit of confidence. But at that moment, a familiar notification appeared in the livestream room. Congratulations to Dragon Kingdom Chosen One Cheng Yao, who has been the first to level up to level 7, rewarding Dragon Kingdom with 100 luck points. Nani? Cheng Yao's level surpassed the captain's? How is this possible? This can't be real. Our captain's level must be close too. Our captain's leveling speed must be the fastest. Countless spectators from the Foot Basin country began to crumble. This notification made the last remaining support in their hearts instantly collapse. Time continued to tick away, and now their captain seemed to be trapped in a deadlock. Not only could they not find a new leveling spot, but they had also been unable to find their compatriots for a long time. If this continued, the chosen ones from the Foot Basin country might suffer heavy losses in this demon siege. At the same time, in the forbidden land of national fortune, Cheng Yao decisively allocated the new 5 attribute points to strength again. Before him was an extremely dark cave, and at the entrance of the cave, it seemed like a dimensional portal, radiating a faint glow. Cheng Yao didn't think too much and threw a detection at the cave's portal. Dungeon entrance, dungeon name, Spider Cave. Recommended level, level 7 to 9. Note, this dungeon supports a maximum of 5 people exploring at the same time. Dungeon? Looking at the results returned from the detection, Cheng Yao was a bit stunned. So, should I try going inside? Chapter 43, Solo Dungeon. Looking at the results from the detection, Cheng Yao roughly understood what kind of place this was. In previous online games, dungeons were the sacred places for leveling and farming equipment. Although the strength of the monsters would greatly increase if successful, it also came with extremely high rewards. Thinking of this, Cheng Yao had already made up his mind. Whatever happens, let's go in and take a look first. Even if I can't beat it, can't I just run out? With this thought, Cheng Yao immediately walked slowly towards the portal. Just as he stepped into the portal, Cheng Yao found himself in a pure white space. In front of him, a prompt also appeared. Waiting for other teammates. When all teammates are ready, click to start the exploration. Along with this prompt, a list of teammates appeared. However, in this teammate list, there was only Cheng Yao. This should be the grouping system of this dungeon, right? But anyway, there are no teammates, so let's just start. Cheng Yao thought of this, and decisively clicked the Start Exploration button in front of him. In the next moment, Cheng Yao found himself in a huge pitch-black cave. Although there were no lighting facilities in the cave, Cheng Yao, who was inside, could still see everything clearly. Inside the cave, both the ground and the walls were covered in dense spider webs, and the air was filled with a strong stench of decay that made one want to vomit with just one sniff. From deep within the cave, there were occasional faint hissing sounds that made one's scalp tingle. This place is simply unfit for humans to stay. I should get out of here first. Cheng Yao cursed inwardly and turned to leave this cursed place. But just as Cheng Yao turned around, the scene before him made every hair on his body stand on end. He saw that behind him was only a bare rock wall. There was no way out. It shouldn't be like this. It was clearly a dungeon. Why can't I get out? Cheng Yao's heart raced with anxiety. If I can't get out, does that mean I have to fight through the entire dungeon alone? Recalling the entire process of entering the dungeon, after a moment, Cheng Yao finally realized helplessly that he had not received any prompt that allowed him to leave the dungeon at any time. The idea that he could leave any time after entering the dungeon was merely a conclusion he inferred from his gaming experience. Well, since I'm here, I might as well stay. It seems I'll have to gamble to get out. Thinking of this, Cheng Yao stopped hesitating and quietly made his way deeper into the spider cave. After walking just a few steps, two huge, completely black spiders appeared before him. These two spiders were as tall as a person, much larger than the ones he encountered while leveling up at night. They looked really tough to deal with. Cave Spider, Level 8, Health, 4500/4500. Elite Level Ferocious Beast, extremely high damage, please pay attention to team cooperation. Looking at the results of the probe, Cheng Yao couldn't help but take a deep breath. One of these spiders could equal 3 outside the dungeon. Now, with these two spiders together, it was easy to imagine, if he hit one, he would immediately be attacked by both spiders. Facing such a powerful enemy, however, there was no hint of fear on Cheng Yao's resolute face. Oomph, high damage? Let's see whose damage is higher, yours or mine. He raised his gun, aimed, and fired. Cheng Yao's actions were seamless, he kept pulling the trigger, even the recoil of the gun was suppressed by his immense strength. Boom! 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 Cheng Yao fired continuously, the bullets flew in a straight line, accurately hitting the eyes of one cave spider. In an instant, this elite cave spider was shot down on the spot, its 8 sharp legs thrashing wildly, clearly heavily injured. Seeing this, the other cave spider immediately reacted and charged straight at Cheng Yao, who was shooting. From this distance, Cheng Yao could even see his own reflection in the spider's shiny leg. Faced with such a situation, Cheng Yao remained incredibly calm. Given the spider's size and speed, there was no way he could avoid this attack. Since that's the case, I might as well go all in. Thinking of this, a hint of red gradually appeared in Cheng Yao's eyes. As for the spider's damage, Cheng Yao no longer cared. It's just a matter of how thick your blood is or if my damage is higher. Boom! 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 Cheng Yao fired 5 shots in a row. Just as the cave spider's sharp claws were just 0.01 centimeters from his head, he finally took away the last bit of life from the spider, which disappeared right before his eyes. Perhaps it was because Cheng Yao was too close. Cheng Yao shot 5 times this time, and all 5 shots were critical hits, directly taking down the cave spider. The cave spider that Cheng Yao had attacked earlier also vanished in an instant after a brief bout of bleeding damage. After the cave spider disappeared, an entire dark green garment, resembling a vest, was left on the ground. Congratulations to the chosen one of Dragon Nation, Cheng Yao, for the first kill of a dungeon monster, receiving 100 experience points for Dragon Nation. The viewers from Dragon Nation watched the live broadcast's notification, feeling as if their hearts were being squeezed, making even breathing difficult. After a long time, the viewers from Dragon Nation gradually began to catch their breath. Damn it, what kind of monster is this? With Yao Ji's damage, he fired a full 5 shots. Is this really a 5-man difficulty dungeon? Yao Gu, hurry up and find the way back. This place is way too dangerous. It's over, even if Yao Gu is amazing, there's no way he can clear a 5-man dungeon alone. The viewers looked at the thrilling battle, feeling as if their hearts couldn't take such intense stimulation anymore. At this moment, seeing Cheng Yao struggle to barely take down 2 spiders, the entire live room of Dragon Nation began to wail. On the other side, the viewers of the Bear Country live room were also howling in despair. The reason was simple, their chosen one had also gathered 5 people and entered a local dungeon. The dungeon their chosen one was exploring was called the Queen Ant's Nest, a dungeon recommended for levels 6 to 8. Now, the 5 level 6 Bear Country chosen ones were locked in a life or death struggle against 2 massive ants. The viewers from Bear Country were nervously sweating for their chosen ones, hoping these warrior chosen ones could win them the rewards of national luck. But unexpectedly, the national luck they longed for was once again snatched away by Cheng Yao. Cheng Yao. It's Cheng Yao again. That's our national luck rewards. Why? Didn't they say there were very few high-level chosen ones in Dragon Nation? How could this happen? Exactly. Dragon Nation couldn't possibly gather 5 chosen ones this quickly. What is going on? I just checked, Cheng Yao entered the dungeon alone. The viewers from Bear Country fell into a collective silence upon seeing this message fly by. Chapter 44, is Cheng Yao's advantage huge now? In the dark and deep spider cave, Cheng Yao calmly wore the armor dropped by the cave spider. Silken armor. Quality, E rank. Endurance plus 10. Intelligence plus 5. Reduces damage taken by 10%. When dealing damage, recovers 10% of the damage dealt as health. Cheng Yao looked at the attributes of this armor and immediately fell into ecstasy. It was truly a perfect gift. His biggest dilemma now was being too fragile. But with this equipment, even when his health was low, he could recover life through attacking. Moreover, the 10 points of endurance and 5 points of intelligence perfectly made up for his lack of health and mana. This vest, aside from being a bit ugly, perfectly matched Cheng Yao's desires. In addition, there was even more good news for Cheng Yao. After killing the 2 cave spiders, he also received 600 experience points. It's worth noting that now, after the strengthening outside, Cheng Yao could get at most 80 experience points from killing a fierce beast. To reach level 8, Cheng Yao needed as much as 6,400 experience points. In other words, Cheng Yao only needed to kill over 20 cave spiders to steadily reach level 8. Wow! This is something. Cheng Yao looked at the rapidly filling experience bar, unable to contain his excitement any longer. In Cheng Yao's heart, he felt much more confident about the demon siege in 5 days. It was simply a gift package of experience points. With this thought, Cheng Yao's steps continued, slowly moving deeper into the cave. At this moment, in the small room of Cheng Yao and Ziling. Ziling sat alone by the campfire, and the meat soup simmering in the pot emitted an enticing aroma. As she watched the sky outside gradually darkening, a thread of worry suddenly rose in Ziling's heart. It's so late, where is Cheng Yao? Is he still leveling up? Or is Cheng Yao planning to level up all night? That's right, Cheng Yao has pulled all-nighters leveling up before. But things are different now. Ever since the Forbidden Area's level increased, who knows how violent the beasts will become at night? No. I need to confirm with Cheng Yao quickly. Thinking of this, Ziling immediately sent a message to Cheng Yao. Where are you? The Forbidden Area's level has increased today. Come back early. Unfortunately, after Ziling sent the message, she did not get any response from Cheng Yao for a long time. Time passed, and with each second that went by, Ziling's worry continued to grow. It's been so long without a reply, it seems that Cheng Yao must be caught in a tough battle. Could it be that he is being surrounded? No. I have to go find him immediately. With this thought, Ziling could no longer hesitate, and she rushed out into the thick night. Inside the small room, the meat soup in the pot still emitted an aroma, but at this moment, no one cared anymore. Meanwhile, inside the spider cave, Cheng Yao was currently facing a giant spider over 2 meters tall, covered in fur. Giant web weaver spider, level 8, life 24,000/24,000. Elite level Lord Beast, please pay attention to team coordination when hunting. If you can defeat it, you will obtain good rewards. Clearly, this giant spider was a boss in this dungeon. Not only did it have thick health, but it could also unleash skills. Cheng Yao was currently in a relatively open cave, sweating profusely as he battled the giant spider. The muzzle of the 98K erupted with fierce flashes of fire, but the damage caused to the giant spider upon impact was pitifully small. -720, critical hit. -600. In the live streaming room of Long Country, viewers watched this unequal match, all anxiously flooding the chat with comments. This spider is too strong. Bro Yao has hit it a dozen times, but it doesn't seem to be affected at all. Could it be that this spider is at a higher level than Bro Yao? No, Bro Yao is definitely fighting the boss in this dungeon. I just came back from the live broadcast of Bear Country, their 5 chosen ones have just started dealing with the boss. Huh? They have 5 people, right? Why does it seem like their progress is not even as fast as Bro Yao alone? Let's not talk about that, Bro Yao is in a tough battle now. Oh my god. Bro Yao was hit again. What should we do? His health must be low. The audience in the live broadcast room gasped in shock. At this moment, Cheng Yao's face turned pale after taking that hit. That spider's single strike took away a full 2/3 of Cheng Yao's life. Fortunately, Cheng Yao could still rely on the blood-sucking effect of the spider's silk armor to continuously recover his health. Damn, this is too hard. Cheng Yao kept shooting with the 98K. When his mana ran out, he grabbed a pot to gulp down some liquid, gradually getting familiar with the boss's attack patterns. After a moment, Cheng Yao seemed to grasp all of the opponent's attack trajectories, and the number of times he was hit by the boss had decreased significantly. In the Long Country's luck office, Zhou Yang watched Cheng Yao's battle, and his eyes gradually sparkled with brilliant light. My god! This Cheng Yao is simply a battle genius. Look! This is a spider. Who among you has ever fought a spider? In combat training, understanding a person's movement patterns is easy because there are only so many ways people can attack. But what Cheng Yao is facing now is a species he has never encountered before. Even so, Cheng Yao can still adapt in such a short time. Find out the opponent's moves. Honestly, after so many years in the army, I have never encountered someone as gifted as him. Seeing Zhou Yang's happy appearance, the other colleagues in the office felt a bit uncomfortable in their hearts. Zhou Yang, Cheng Yao is not out of danger yet. Isn't your happiness a bit premature? Yeah. This spider has taken so many hits already and still shows no signs of weakness. Its vitality must still be very strong. Hearing the doubts of his colleagues, Zhou Yang stopped playing coy and prepared to explain to them. But before Zhou Yang could speak, his adjutant Huang Sudong took over the conversation first. You don't need to worry. Look, Cheng Yao's movement trajectory can now almost avoid all attacks. Moreover, even if Cheng Yao gets injured, as long as he can shoot and hit this boss, his wounds will recover at a visible speed. So right now, Cheng Yao has a huge advantage and there is absolutely no danger facing this spider. After confidently explaining, the adjutant looked proudly at Zhou Yang in front of him, as if waiting for praise. However, when Zhou Yang heard the adjutant's explanation, his face suddenly changed. His eyes quickly fixed on the screen ahead. The surrounding colleagues noticed Zhou Yang's sudden change in attitude and all turned their attention to the live screen. At that moment, Cheng Yao had just perfectly avoided the attack of the giant web spider again and was frantically pouring bullets into it. And just as the bullets hit the giant web spider, it burst like a popped balloon, emitting a thick cloud of black mist all around. Gradually, the black mist began to disperse, and after suffering from this black mist attack, Cheng Yao suddenly collapsed to the ground. If you listen closely, you could almost hear Cheng Yao letting out slight snoring sounds. Cheng Yao actually fell asleep amid such intense battle. Chapter 45, Kill the Boss, Slap the Faces of Other Countries. The giant web spider's move left the viewers from Dragon Country in collective silence. At the same time, the hearts of all Dragon Country people felt like they had dropped into an ice cellar. In such an intense battle, one side suddenly fell asleep. The outcome of this battle was already clear. At this moment, the giant web spider was slowly walking toward Cheng Yao. Its razor-sharp forelimbs were raised high. A cold light flashed, and the giant web spider's strike went straight through Cheng Yao's body. Ah! The audience in the live broadcast room gasped, and many viewers even had tears welling up in their eyes. Was the Cheng Yao they had high hopes for really dead like this? The viewers from Dragon Country fell silent. This result was a deadly blow to them. But the viewers from Foot Basin Country saw the scene and began to cheer excitedly. Ha ha! He deserved it. Our Foot Basin Country can't get the national luck rewards because of Cheng Yao. Now, our Foot Basin Country will become the overlord of this forbidden land. Cheng Yao, weren't you so arrogant? Let's see how you continue to be arrogant now. In an instant, the live room of Cheng Yao was filled with bullet comments from Foot Basin Country's viewers. At this time, in the National Luck Office of Dragon Country, the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Zhou Yang's colleagues had already burst into tears. Zhou Yang's eyes were red, desperately holding back his tears. The sour sensation in his nose continuously stimulated his nerves. Yet he still insisted on staring at Cheng Yao's figure on the screen, hoping for a miracle to happen. Moments later, Zhou Yang suddenly noticed that Cheng Yao, who had collapsed on the ground, seemed to move his finger slightly. Zhou Yang's eyes widened in shock. Cheng Yao, he's not dead. Indeed, after taking such a solid hit from the boss, Cheng Yao. Though his health had dropped to 30, he indeed did not die. How careless. Cheng Yao thought helplessly. The drastic drop in health made him feel weak. Now, Cheng Yao didn't even have the strength to stand up. But Cheng Yao still had his own way to recover health. At this moment, Cheng Yao gritted his teeth and put away his 98K, switching to the Magnum revolver. Bang! 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 This time, Cheng Yao no longer cared about the consumption of mana, wildly pulling the trigger. -200. -225. Bright red damage numbers continuously floated from the boss, and with Cheng Yao's relentless attacks, his own health began to recover. Although the 98K had higher single-shot damage, it could only fire 1 bullet per second at most. In terms of explosive output, the damage of the 98K couldn't compare to his Magnum revolver. Choosing the 98K before was only because it consumed less mana. Not considering mana consumption, choosing the Magnum revolver allowed him to recover his health faster. As his health gradually recovered, Cheng Yao got back up from the ground and continued madly shooting at the boss in front of him. Damn, are you trying to play tricks on me? I won't back down. I'll shower you with bullets. Cheng Yao's heart began to rage, and his eyes gradually turned a bloody red. The Magnum revolver in his hand seemed to transform into a submachine gun, wildly spewing fire at the giant web-weaving spider. I'll take you down. Ah! Cheng Yao let out a thunderous roar. In his furious state, countless magnum bullets became increasingly accurate, all digging into the same wound. The giant web-weaving spider was caught off guard by Cheng Yao's sudden explosion. It desperately tried to approach him but was forced back by the continuous bullets, severe pain making it unable to aim at Cheng Yao's position. At this moment, in Cheng Yao's live stream, those previously shouting audience members from the Foot Basin country were shocked as they watched his furious state. Impossible! How is he still alive? He suffered such a heavy blow, it can't be. He must be about to die. Damn it, Dragon Kingdom scum! Why won't you die? This is not scientific. The Foot Basin country's audience seemed to treat Cheng Yao's live stream as their home, continuously posting glaring comments. But this time, the Dragon Kingdom's audience finally snapped back to reality. Seeing the Foot Basin country's comments, they were instantly furious. Damn you! Foot Basin country's scum! Get out of here! If only we could contact Brother Yao, otherwise, he would definitely make your chosen one extinct. Brothers and sisters, charge and blow up the Foot Basin country's live stream. At this moment, the Dragon Kingdom's audience united, frantically flooding into the Foot Basin country's live stream again. Meanwhile, in the Dragon Kingdom's National Fortune office, everyone breathed a sigh of relief as they saw Cheng Yao temporarily escape danger. Ooh, this kid is too strong. Fortunately, he didn't die, but I feel like he's in a much stronger state now. Zhou Yang nodded as he listened to his colleague's sentiments. If Cheng Yao's previous performance surprised him, his current performance astonished Zhou Yang. He couldn't believe that Cheng Yao, an ordinary person without any training, had such fierce combat instincts. Only Zhou Yang's deputy, Huang Sudong, remained a bit uneasy after witnessing the boss's skills. Don't relax too early. Cheng Yao is still too close to the boss. What if this boss has another trick up its sleeve? Cheng Yao could be in danger. Cheng Yao's shooting is too hasty. If he keeps this up, he's sure to lose. Huang Sudong felt anxious in his heart, his mouth still murmuring constantly. But just as his voice fell, in the live broadcast screen, Cheng Yao's last shot rang out, directly penetrating the giant spider's head. This massive boss, which brought overwhelming pressure, instantly vanished under Cheng Yao's shot. Congratulations to Dragon Nation's chosen one Cheng Yao for being the first to conquer the giant web spider, rewarding Dragon Nation with 100 points of national luck. A message suddenly popped up in the Dragon Nation live broadcast room. At the moment they saw this message, the entire Dragon Nation suddenly fell into silence. After a brief silence, the Dragon Nation was surrounded by a thunderous cheer. We won! Brother Yao won! Brother Yao did it! He really did it! Soloing the boss! Brother Yao is amazing! Dragon Nation is amazing! In an instant, the barrage in Cheng Yao's live room covered the entire screen. All the people of Dragon Nation were roaring with all their might to release the passion in their hearts. Meanwhile, in the Bear Country's live broadcast room, watching the suddenly popped up message in their live room, the viewers from Bear Country felt numb. They clearly had 5 chosen ones, and the dungeon they were conquering was even one level lower than Cheng Yao's. But even so, their 5-person team was slower than Cheng Yao? Cheng Yao, are you here to sabotage us? Sigh. We lost. This loss is too complete. 5 people can't match one guy, what's the point of competing? Does anyone have wine left? I can't go on living. I want to drink myself to death. I always thought Cheng Yao mainly targeted the Foot Basin country, who knew he was after us. Forget it, forget it. Our chosen ones didn't waste their efforts. After the battle, there will still be national luck to gain. Sure enough, not long after, prompts started popping up again in the live broadcast rooms of various countries. Congratulations to Bear Country's chosen ones Sangjifu, Lievda, Kanteski, Kuristov, and Madanglif for being the first to conquer the giant ant, rewarding Bear Country with 100 points of national fortune. The appearance of this prompt gave the viewers in Bear Country some psychological comfort. In the ant nest, the 5 Bear Country chosen ones gathered together, laughing heartily. Ah, we won. We must be the heroes of Bear Country. I can imagine that the audience must be cheering for us now. This time, we must be leading the world. The chosen ones shouted excitedly, their faces full of joy and sentiment. What they didn't know was that Cheng Yao, the great contributor to Dragon Nation, was now staring at the equipment dropped by the giant web spider, slowly furrowing his brows. Chapter 46, Xiling's Tears. Dream-weaving spider dress. Quality, D level. Intelligence plus 15. Endurance plus 15. Reduces damage taken by 20%. After leaving combat, recover 1% health and 2% mana every second. When attacking, there is a 5% chance to put the target to sleep for 2 seconds. Cheng Yao looked at this equipment, his expression was exquisite. This equipment was much better than the spider silk armor Cheng Yao was currently wearing. Moreover, the automatic recovery effect after leaving combat was very useful for Cheng Yao too. But why was the equipment dropped by this boss address? Did it mean a tough and strong man had to wear women's clothing? Could the game at least recognize the gender of the conqueror when dropping equipment? Cheng Yao's heart started to scream madly. But it must be said, this dress was not only powerful in attributes, but it also looked very beautiful. This long skirt seemed to be made of spider silk, with a base color resembling flowing dark purple, shimmering with a ghostly blue glow. The hem was light as a feather, and the surface was covered with indistinguishable dark spiderweb patterns. Cheng Yao examined the long skirt carefully, feeling conflicted in his heart. He looked at the pure water left in his backpack, feeling a bit helpless. Why not try it? Not knowing how many more bosses there were to fight ahead, relying on the little blue he had left might not sustain him until the final boss. Thinking of this, Cheng Yao had to temporarily set aside his misgivings. Put on the newly acquired Dreamweaver dress made of spider silk. The long skirt fits perfectly, and every movement made by Cheng Yao causes the hem of the skirt to drag out a faint silver glow, mysterious and dreamy. The audience of the Dragon Kingdom watched Cheng Yao in the long skirt, expressing their astonishment one after another. Oh my! This boss is so ugly, but unexpectedly, the dropped gear is this beautiful. For the first time, I feel that Brother Yao's sharp face looks so out of place. Ah! I'm blinded. The real man Brother Yao is actually cross-dressing. My youth is over. No way, I must save the scene quickly. This is one of Brother Yao's few black histories. The viewers in the live stream began to take action one after another. At this moment, Cheng Yao's face was black as the bottom of a pot, sitting quietly in the empty cave, waiting for his health and mana to recover. Damn it, once my health and mana are back to full, I'll quickly take off this outfit. Anyway, during battle, the 5% chance of being in a sleep state from the skirt is not as useful as the 10% lifesteal. Cheng Yao silently complained in his heart. After all, during long battles, the 98k is much more efficient in utilizing mana. But the attack rate of the 98k makes triggering that meager 5% chance seem like a daydream. By the way, when I just fought the boss, Ziling seemed to have sent me a message. Thinking of this, Cheng Yao immediately opened his chat interface and replied to Ziling. Don't worry, I've entered a dungeon, and I have to clear this dungeon to get out. You should just sleep peacefully. Once this dungeon is entered, no one can help me. Cheng Yao waited quietly for Ziling's reply, but after a long time, there was still no message from her. Maybe she has fallen asleep? After all, it's so late. Cheng Yao stopped thinking about it and looked at his health and mana that had fully recovered. He stood up and switched back to his spider silk armor. It's time to continue exploring. Meanwhile, in the vast wilderness, Ziling looked at the message from Cheng Yao, and 2 lines of tears suddenly welled up in her eyes. She did not reply to Cheng Yao's message, but continued to move forward in the pitch-black wilderness. The Forbidden Land at night is filled with all kinds of dangers. But Ziling didn't care about these at all. She didn't know why she was doing this, but she understood that even if she returned to her small house, she definitely couldn't sleep. Since that's the case, it's better to keep searching. Roar! A low growl came from behind Ziling, and the folding fan in her hand suddenly burst out with raging flames. You little bastard, do you dare to challenge me? I'm very unhappy right now. Ziling shouted loudly, the folding fan in her hand transformed into a meteor, with surging flames, crashing directly onto the beast's forehead. Boom! A violent explosion echoed in the wilderness. The immense power sent the wild boar, which was about to attack, flying directly. Good for you, Cheng Yao, having fun by yourself, huh? The folding fan reappeared in Ziling's hand, and she cursed under her breath, again vigorously swinging the fan towards the wild boar. Boom! I'll just play you to death. Boom! Do you know how worried others are about you? Boom! The folding fan was thrown out repeatedly by Ziling, and this wild boar began to question its life amidst the continuous explosions. After a series of attacks, Ziling seemed to have lost all her strength and suddenly crouched down on the ground. Tears began to pour from her eyes. In Ziling's livestream, the Dragon Kingdom audience felt their hearts tighten upon seeing her crouch down, helplessly crying. Cheng Yao. We let Goddess Ziling go to you, is this how you treat her? Cheng Yao. You are simply a scoundrel. Can't you care a little about Ziling's feelings? What kind of man are you? In an instant, the audience of the Dragon Kingdom became furious. At this moment, the audience from Long Country, regardless of gender, wished they could jump into the screen and hold Ziling tightly in their arms. This way, at least they could provide Ziling some support. But unfortunately, as spectators, they could only silently watch Ziling bury her head in tears, unable to do anything. Congratulations to the chosen one of Long Country, Cheng Yao, for being the first to rank up to level 8, earning 100 national fortune points for Long Country. Cheng Yao leveled up again, but the audience from Long Country looked at this notification without the slightest trace of joy. Forget your level. Never mind, Brother Yao also has no choice, after all, he can't come out of there now. Then why did he go in? Can't he discuss it with Ziling? the audience from Long Country began to argue. Meanwhile, Cheng Yao was still inside the dungeon, fighting fiercely against the monsters within. As his level increased and his mana anxiety disappeared, Cheng Yao was gradually becoming more adept at exploring the dungeon. But for some reason, Cheng Yao always felt a bit sad inside. Was he missing home? But I have no home anymore. Since that flood during my childhood, I haven't had a home. But why does my heart feel so heavy? Cheng Yao swiftly dealt with 2 cave spiders, his brows slightly furrowed. Forget it, let's sing a song, that might lift my spirits a little. If I were young and accomplished, not feeling inferior, knowing what is precious. Wealth and status, if I could go back, I would want to. Cheng Yao sang softly, continuing to walk slowly deeper into the cave. He didn't even know why he started singing this, he just sang it out. As Cheng Yao hummed, the view before him began to open up once again. Looking at this kind of space, Cheng Yao understood that ahead, another boss was waiting for him. Chapter 47, The Duel of 2 Snipers. Spitter, level 8, health 22,000/22,000. Elite level Lord Beast, good at long range attacks, moves extremely fast. If you can kill it, you will gain good rewards. Cheng Yao fixed his gaze on the spider leader hanging from the top of the cave. Unlike the huge spiders encountered before, this spitter was only the size of a basketball. At this moment, the spitter was also staring intently at Cheng Yao, its 8 eyes glowing with a dark yellow light like lanterns. Here, it seemed to be the deepest part of the entire cave, and after looking around, Cheng Yao did not see any other paths. This means that once he took down this spider, he could leave this place, right? Then let me have a good fight with you. Cheng Yao changed out of his long skirt. At this moment, his health and mana had both restored to their peak. Boom! Using the 98K sniper rifle as his starter, the magical bullets flew toward the spitter's forehead with a powerful wind pressure. -1,000, the bright red damage number flew out from the spitter's forehead, and Cheng Yao was quite surprised to see this number. This boss is so weak? Its health is less than that of the giant web spider, and it seems its defense is not that great either. Just as Cheng Yao was about to continue attacking, the spitter lurking at the cave's top finally made its counterattack. A clump of spider silk was instantly spat out by the spitter, hitting Cheng Yao's right leg at a speed no slower than his bullets. Crack! A painful sound rang out, and Cheng Yao felt an intense pain shoot through his leg. He saw his right leg twist into an unnatural arc from this blow. This attack actually broke Cheng Yao's right leg. At this moment, Cheng Yao's health also fell to the bottom. Hiss! Cheng Yao gasped in pain. This boss has such high attack power. Cheng Yao's forehead was covered in fine beads of sweat, barely standing on his good left leg. He didn't look at what his left leg had turned into, after all, at this critical moment. If you don't keep a sharp eye on the boss at the top of the hole, then the next attack might just kill you on the spot. Under Cheng Yao's gaze, the spitter finally launched another attack. Another lump of spider silk was spit out, but this time, Cheng Yao didn't fall into the trap again. Just before the boss was about to spit, Cheng Yao poured all his strength into his left leg and leaped desperately backwards. At the same time, while Cheng Yao was in the air for a brief moment, he fired another shot at the boss at the top of the hole. With this leap, Cheng Yao flew straight into the entrance behind him, the only blind spot in the boss's attacks. However, because his right leg was severely injured, Cheng Yao crashed heavily onto the ground after his leap. Damn, can this leg even be saved? Looking at his toes twisted behind him, Cheng Yao couldn't be sure whether his leg would recover from the blood-sucking effect. Due to the pain, Cheng Yao's facial muscles kept twitching, but he still tried to force his right leg back into place, the excruciating pain blurring his vision. At this moment, the voices cursing Cheng Yao in his live stream room had grown much quieter. At this critical moment, many viewers had stopped focusing on the emotional drama and were now concentrating on how Cheng Yao would survive this crisis. Hiss. Just watching it hurts so much. Hiss. This is too brutal, he didn't even groan. Hiss. Even a battle-hardened veteran couldn't do what he's doing. The sound of people gasping could be heard continuously in the livestream, and in the National Luck Office of Dragon Country, Zhou Yan was also sweating as he watched Cheng Yao's insane actions. Hiss. This kid is too ruthless. Huang Sudong, if you were injured like that, would you dare twist your leg back yourself? At this moment, Huang Sudong stared with wide eyes, deeply shocked. After a while, Huang Sudong finally came to his senses and slowly shook his head. If someone else twisted it for me, I could bear it, but to twist it myself, I couldn't do it. It's like pricking yourself with a needle, the hardest part is the courage, not the pain. Doesn't this kid fear pain? How could he not? Didn't you see? He almost fainted from the pain just now. Damn. Another shot. Is this kid made of iron? He's already fighting back so quickly? Everyone in the office was talking loudly, and at this moment, Cheng Yao had already stuck his head out again and pulled the trigger in an instant. After firing, Cheng Yao didn't check where his bullet landed but quickly withdrew his head. Bang! The spitter's spider silk almost brushed past Cheng Yao's face, creating a deep crater on the ground. One can only imagine that if Cheng Yao had been even a fraction slower, this attack would have blown his head off. Cheng Yao is being suppressed, Huang Sudong said with a serious expression. Now, Cheng Yao has lost his ability to move. His range of motion is too small, and the enemy only needs to aim at one point to form a perfect defense against him. Cheng Yao can poke his head out to shoot, but if he makes one mistake, he will die. In this situation, the probability of Cheng Yao surviving is almost zero. Huang Sudong's statement was agreed upon by everyone in the office. Can a sniper who has lost his ability to move really defeat such a powerful boss? Everyone in the office had an extremely serious expression. Only Zhou Yang, with a look of satisfaction, stared at Huang Sudong's face, his expression full of joy. For Huang Sudong's words, Zhou Yang couldn't trust him enough. Sure enough, as soon as Huang Sudong's words fell, everyone was shocked to see Cheng Yao slowly stand up from the ground, supporting himself against the nearby rock wall. Although his movements were still sluggish, at least Cheng Yao could barely walk now. Everyone in the office turned their eyes toward Huang Sudong. The doubt in their gazes could no longer be hidden. Looking at the questioning eyes of the crowd, Huang Sudong suddenly found himself speechless. But fortunately, these suspicious looks did not last long. Soon, everyone's attention was drawn again by Cheng Yao's actions. Look, Cheng Yao is starting to fight back. Wow! Is that a flick shot? He can do that too? So accurate. Cheng Yao's movements seem to be getting more agile. Indeed, by continually dealing damage to the boss, Cheng Yao's right leg had now perfectly returned to its former state. Moreover, his health bar was fully restored. Now, Cheng Yao had returned to his peak condition. Great, next up, it would be the direct duel between the two snipers. Cheng Yao's heart began to grow fierce. Utilizing the cover at the cave entrance, he started a new round of direct confrontation with the spitter above him. I initially planned to give Cheng Yao professional shooting guidance when he came over. Seeing Cheng Yao's progress speed, by the time he comes out, no one in the Blue Star will be able to guide him. Zhou Yang, feeling a mixture of emotions, couldn't help but reflect. After all, Cheng Yao's current performance could already be regarded as a model for snipers. Chapter 48, Dungeon Clearance, Information of the Sinking Demon. In the cave, Cheng Yao moved swiftly. The 98K in his hand seemed to be played masterfully, with each shot hitting its target. Compared to Cheng Yao's agility, the spitter on top seemed a bit dull, only staring at the position where Cheng Yao might appear, yet its every attack came just a beat too late. At first, Cheng Yao suffered heavy damage because he was unfamiliar with the boss's attack patterns. But as he gradually became accustomed to the boss's attack rhythm, Cheng Yao's own attacks became increasingly fluid. In the country's luck office, Huang Sudong watched as Cheng Yao entered a good situation and couldn't help but smile happily. As a soldier, seeing Cheng Yao's acrobatic skills also filled Huang Sudong with a sense of pride. After this kid returns safely, I will definitely... Shut up! Before Huang Sudong could finish his sentence, Zhou Yang cut him off. When it comes to business, what's with setting flags? Zhou Yang felt helpless regarding Huang Sudong's mouth. He still remembered once when they had trapped a small group of criminals and were ready to move in for an arrest. Resulting from Huang Sudong's words, now, even if they grow wings, they won't escape. Unexpectedly, right after he finished speaking, a massive cave-in occurred on the nearby wall, breaking their encirclement. Also, when the country's Luck's Forbidden Zone had just opened, Huang Sudong confidently told him. Don't worry, your son will definitely lead the Dragon Country to victory. Your son is the true hero of this Forbidden Zone. In the end, Cheng Yao appeared out of nowhere, stealing all the glory of the Chosen Ones. As for his son, it felt like he was exiled, born in a place where nothing flourished. Moreover, by night, there wasn't even a single dry twig to spark a fire. Huang Sudong's mouth was already in existence that science couldn't explain. Sometimes, Zhou Yang wondered if Huang Sudong hadn't chosen to be a soldier, but instead went out to set up a stall for fortune-telling. Just relying on that mouthful of bad luck, he would probably thrive just as well. Though the other colleagues in the office didn't understand Huang Sudong's past, they at least got a rough idea of his situation from this brief time. Brother Huang, can you please stay quiet for a while? For our shared glory. Old Sudong, your magic is boundless. Huang Sudong looked at the teasing expressions of those beside him and felt somewhat aggrieved. Fortunately, he was quite aware of his own attributes, so he didn't have any resentment. Thus, after Huang Sudong switched to silent mode, Cheng Yao's boss battle proceeded very smoothly. When the boss was left with low health, it spat out webs that slowed down movement, just like the giant web-weaving spider before. However, since Cheng Yao was positioned perfectly in the boss's attack blind spot, this ultimate move of the boss had no effect at all. Congratulations to the chosen one of Dragon Country, Cheng Yao, for being the first to complete the Spider Cave dungeon and the first to defeat the dungeon boss, the Spitter. Reward, 200 National Luck Points. A notification appeared in the live stream of Dragon Country, and in an instant, the viewers erupted with excitement. Wow! 200 luck points at once. Brother Yao is incredible. Quick, go comfort our goddess Xiling. She's still waiting at the entrance. Brother Yao didn't die, that's the greatest luck of all. What's right or wrong about Xiling and Brother Yao? It's all just a result of environmental pressure. The viewers of Dragon Country expressed their feelings, while Cheng Yao, after defeating the spitter, suddenly saw a portal to the outside world appear in the previously solid mountain wall. Time to collect the reward and head back. Cheng Yao made up his mind. Having stayed in the dungeon for so long, even someone like Cheng Yao felt a deep exhaustion. After the spitter's death, a silver treasure chest appeared on the ground. Upon opening the chest, inside was a delicate bracelet and a small piece of paper. Calmness of the sniper. Quality, D grade. Strength plus 30. When attacking from a distance, there is a 50% chance of not consuming mana. When attacking from a distance, the damage can increase by up to 100% with increasing distance. The bracelet had few attributes, but in Cheng Yao's eyes, it was definitely a divine artifact. With the way Cheng Yao allocated his strength points, plus this bracelet's bonus, along with the 20-point strength bonus from firearms, his strength would reach a terrifying 125 points. This bracelet was made just for someone like Cheng Yao, a chosen one of long-range combat. A divine artifact, truly a divine artifact. Cheng Yao eagerly put the bracelet on his wrist, feeling immensely satisfied. This dungeon adventure had been immensely rewarding. Cheng Yao felt content within. Oh yes, there's also that piece of paper, I wonder what good thing it is. Cheng Yao couldn't wait to take the paper from his backpack and carefully read the content written on it. I was once the guardian of this wilderness, always on guard against the demon invasion from the central lands. But that day, a thick darkness suddenly engulfed the entire sky. The world turned into a never-ending night, and with the long dark night's arrival, I saw a terrifying sight. Groups of intermediate fallen demons continued to pour out from the portal, and our forces were too few, we were no match for them. Those demons occupied the entire wilderness, and the bodies of my comrades piled up like mountains. The commander rushed into the portal alone and has not yet returned. Friend, if you see this message, please help me find our commander. The incantation to open the portal is as follows. Cheng Yao quietly read all the content recorded on this piece of paper, and gradually, waves of emotion stirred within him. Before, Cheng Yao always thought this cursed place of national luck was just an empty game scene. But now it seemed, there might be natives within this cursed land? This discovery left Cheng Yao deeply puzzled. What puzzled him even more was this piece of paper. After reading the words on the paper, it instantly turned into specks of light and disappeared. At the same time, a prominent system notification appeared before Cheng Yao's eyes. Quest acquired, Soldier's Last Wish. Recommended level, 10. After this notification appeared, a quest button also popped up on Cheng Yao's panel. Clicking the button. Is the intermediate abyssal demon the group attacking the cabin every morning? Isn't it a little too coincidental? This is a dungeon, after all. Forget it, I'll just ask Xiling when I get home. Thinking of this, Cheng Yao packed his belongings and slowly walked towards the portal. At the same time, outside the spider cave dungeon entrance, Xiling's graceful figure stood proudly in the vast wilderness, and beside her, 6 ferocious nocturnal beasts had already gathered. Her long dress was tattered, and from the ripped parts, there was no revealing spring light, only gory wounds. Cheng Yao must be in terrible shape after the battle. Even if I die, I must ensure Cheng Yao safely returns to the cabin. Xiling's heart hardened, and the folding fan in her hand ignited with fierce flames once again. Chapter 49, Life Hangs by a Thread. It's over, Xiling has exhausted all her strength. Is Yao Ji still not out yet? Xiling can't hold on any longer. The live room of Xiling was filled with the anxious shouts of viewers. If I really die here, will Cheng Yao be sad when he sees it? Xiling gasped for breath, her muscles twitching uncontrollably, expressing her pain. Nighttime beasts were already difficult to deal with. Even though Xiling had upgraded her crucial magical weapon to E rank, resisting these newly leveled horrors was still a challenge. Looking at the severely injured Xiling, there was not a trace of pity in the eyes of these beasts, instead, they glowed with greedy red light. Roar! A huge plains wolf lunged towards Xiling, its sharp teeth gleaming with cold light. Is this it? Xiling understood very well that in her current state, she could not withstand this attack. Feeling the sharp teeth penetrate her body with excruciating pain, Xiling could no longer hold on and was knocked down to the ground by the plains wolf. Her life points had hit rock bottom, weakness spreading through her body, Xiling had already given up on resistance. And just then, bang! 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 Several gunshots suddenly erupted in the wilderness, and following the gunfire, it was Cheng Yao returning from the dungeon. The revolver in his hand spouted angry tongues of fire, the barrage of gunfire like firecrackers during the new year, instantly taking down 3 beasts. Quick, put this on. Cheng Yao smoothly tossed the spider dream dress to Xiling, then immediately turned around to confront the remaining 2 beasts. Damn it! What is this girl doing out here? Her injuries were far too serious, there was no time to take her back to the cabin. I can only hope this equipment's recovery effect can save her. Cheng Yao cursed inwardly, while in his hand, he switched to his 98K. At this distance, perhaps I can unleash the bracelet's full power. 2 beasts left, I hope there's still time. Cheng Yao raised his gun, aimed, and began to pull the trigger. He needed to ensure that Xiling could quickly exit the combat state. After all, the recovery effect of the spider dream dress could only take effect when out of combat. Boom! Boom! In the wilderness, gunfire erupted once again fiercely. And lying on the ground, Xiling looked at the beautiful dress Cheng Yao tossed over and couldn't help but start to smile bitterly. This reckless guy actually knows how to prepare a gift for me? But it's too late, I'm already dying. Forget it, if I can die beautifully, I suppose it's not a wasted trip here. With these thoughts, Xiling used her last bit of strength to equip the spider dream dress onto herself. Fortunately, the equipment obtained in the forbidden area doesn't require the usual wearing process, just clicking in the equipment bar allows for instant change. After all, in Xiling's current state, making gestures to change clothes would be very difficult. The spider dream dress appeared in an instant. Lying in the dress, Xiling instantly felt as if she had submerged into a hot spring, her entire body immensely relaxed. Is this the feeling before death? So warm, so comfortable. Seeing Cheng Yao safe and sound, I have no regrets. Xiling's mind began to wander. However, she did not notice that her blood, which had once run out, was now slowly starting to recover. Bang! The last bullet from the 98K shot out, with lethal force, piercing straight through the last beast's head. Only then was Xiling's life and death crisis completely lifted. Xiling! Xiling! Cheng Yao shouted anxiously, his brow furrowed, feeling as if his heart was being tightly squeezed by a large hand. Xiling in front of him had her eyes tightly closed, her complexion pale, as if she had fallen into eternal sleep. Cheng Yao carefully picked up Xiling, no longer hesitating, and began to run desperately toward the small house. Xiling in his arms showed no reaction, and Cheng Yao's heart grew heavier with the passing time. Silly girl, why did you come out? How can you be so foolish and still alive until now? Don't you know the night in the forbidden area is dangerous? Don't you know that even if you find the copy, it's useless? Cheng Yao's voice started to choke up, he kept calling out to Xiling, hoping she would wake up again. And in Xiling's heart, listening to Cheng Yao's familiar voice, she was enveloped by a strong sense of safety. Well, being able to let Cheng Yao see my beautiful appearance before I die, and knowing that I am in his heart, is enough. But why am I not dead yet? Maybe I am already dead, just my soul lingering in this body for a short time? Xiling began to feel confused. Logically speaking, her blood level should not last this long under bleeding effects. But why does she not feel death now, and her strength seems to be gradually recovering? No, no. Am I dead or not? With her eyes tightly closed, Xiling's hand stretched out weakly, moving 2 fingers in the air downward. Name, Xiling. Level, 7. Health, 60/400. Looking at her attribute panel, Xiling was momentarily stunned. She clearly remembered that her previous health was down to just a little over 10. But now, her health had actually recovered? Xiling's heart shook violently. What is happening? Could it be related to the clothes Cheng Yao gave me? Xiling quietly opened her equipment panel, glancing at the attributes of the Dreamweaver dress, almost letting out a scream. This is actually D-grade equipment? These attributes are simply too strong. Not only has the attribute significantly increased, but it also has recovery and sleeping effects? This dress feels like it was tailor-made for me. Although the sleep probability is only 5%, but Xiling's fan attack has multiple hits. Whenever she throws the fan, both the flames outside the fan and the cutting damage from its rotation can cause multiple damage instantly. Doesn't that mean, as long as I equip this dress, almost every attack I make will put the opponent into a sleeping state? Thinking of this, Xiling's breathing unconsciously quickened. And Cheng Yao instantly noticed Xiling's reaction. Xiling, can you hear me? Are you awake? Cheng Yao shouted loudly, hoping Xiling would open her eyes. That way, Cheng Yao would feel a bit more at ease. But Xiling in Cheng Yao's arms, after hearing his loud shout, suddenly felt conflicted. She was currently lying in Cheng Yao's embrace, and if she opened her eyes right away, the atmosphere will be very awkward. If I really open my eyes, what should I say? Should I say I'm fine now? What the hell? He took risks all alone and made me worry for so long, almost costing me my life. Why should I talk to him? Right. I can't say anything. I need to make him realize his mistake. Chapter 50, he flees, she chases, he can't escape. After that, no matter how much Cheng Yao called, Xiling could not open her eyes. At this moment, Cheng Yao didn't have time to think too much, he rushed back to their small room as fast as he could. The meat soup in the pot had evaporated completely, and thick black smoke was now pouring out of the container. Cheng Yao carefully laid Ziling down on her bed, quietly staying by her side. He stayed there for an entire night. The next day, Cheng Yao could no longer withstand his fatigue. Seeing Ziling's breathing become steadier, his head drooped and he collapsed beside her bed. Only when he heard Cheng Yao's faint snoring did Ziling quietly get up from her bed, tiptoeing out of her room. That night, Ziling also did not sleep well. Feigning fainting is also very exhausting. However, to prevent Cheng Yao from always taking risks alone, Ziling could only think of this idea. Forget it, no more thinking. I need to level up quickly. Looking at Cheng Yao's level of 8 in her friend list, Ziling's heart filled with a sense of urgency. If I don't work hard to level up, how can I help Cheng Yao in the future? Ziling began an almost frantic hunt. Meanwhile, in the small wooden house, Cheng Yao's sleep was not very sound. After all, he was lying beside Ziling's bed. The position was not comfortable. Before long, a loud rumble woke Cheng Yao up. What noise is that? Cheng Yao slowly raised his head, rubbing his sleepy eyes. Where is Ziling? Where did Ziling go? Seeing that Ziling was not next to him, Cheng Yao's sleepiness suddenly vanished, and he immediately got up and walked out of Ziling's room. At this time, the fire had been replaced with fresh plant soup. This was Cheng Yao's breakfast. It seems she has already recovered. Thinking of this, Cheng Yao opened his friend panel, ready to send a message to Ziling. Just then, Ziling happened to push the door open and threw 16 iron pellets at Cheng Yao. After that, Ziling said nothing, turned around and stormed out, slamming the door hard. Cheng Yao stared blankly at Ziling's unusual behavior, his expression frozen in shock. Why is she suddenly so angry? Recalling what happened last night, Cheng Yao soon figured out why Ziling was upset. It must be because he came home late and worried her. Once he understood, Cheng Yao felt a strange sensation in his heart. Is this the feeling of home? Cheng Yao's thoughts suddenly drifted back to the past. When he still had a home, his mother used to do this often. When he was a child, he loved to play. After school, he would often be out with friends until very late. At that time, his mother would stand at the village entrance at night, waiting for him to come home. A few times when he returned late, his mother would be extremely angry and give him a beating. Last night, Ziling's actions were just like what his mother used to do. The aroma of breakfast wafted through the small wooden house, and with the sunlight streaming in, the whole place felt somewhat dreamlike. Since the flood, how long has it been since I felt this way? But did I really do something wrong? Ziling worries about me because she really sees me as family. Cheng Yao understood this in his heart. But if I don't take risks, how can I survive in this perilous forbidden land? The chosen ones who come here, which one isn't living with their head on the waistband of their pants? Fierce beasts everywhere, and the demons siege in 4 days. If one doesn't have enough strength, how can there be so-called safety? Thinking of this, Cheng Yao downed the breakfast in the jar in one go. No more thinking, the time for the demon siege is near, and he doesn't have that much time to ponder. With that thought, Cheng Yao stood up and walked out of the wooden house. At this moment, Ziling was hunting fierce beasts not far from the cabin. As soon as Cheng Yao stepped out, he saw Ziling's graceful figure. Equipped with the dreamweaver dress of the ghost spider, Ziling dragged sparkling starlight around her while hunting fierce beasts, making her look like a fairy descending from the heavens. Indeed, such a dress is not something he should wear. Cheng Yao secretly clicked his tongue. Ziling, I'm going to level up in the instance. Cheng Yao shouted at Ziling from a distance. Ziling was still angry, so it was very unlikely she would go to level up with him. Thus, Cheng Yao didn't extend an invitation but simply informed her. This way, at least Ziling would know his whereabouts and wouldn't worry too much about him. After all, she was his family. But what surprised Cheng Yao was that after hearing his shout, Ziling simply dealt with the fierce beast in front of her and then charged straight toward Cheng Yao. What's going on? This girl calmed down? Cheng Yao was a bit confused. Do you want to go together? Cheng Yao asked uncertainly. Ziling didn't respond, just silently staring at him. Cheng Yao suddenly felt anxious. He had no experience dealing with an angry girl. Say something? Cheng Yao continued to ask. Ziling still didn't respond, her eyes seeming to see right through him. Cheng Yao couldn't help but shiver. All right, then keep up. Cheng Yao stopped saying anything more and dashed towards the spider cave as if fleeing. Ziling closely followed right behind him, not saying a word. What is going on every day? Cheng Yao shouted helplessly in his heart. As a man who has been single since birth, Cheng Yao's level in relationships was barely reaching black iron. But now, facing Ziling's reaction, Cheng Yao suddenly felt a pressure like a newbie facing a pro. Forget it, better focus on leveling up. This boss, Ziling, I'll think of a way to deal with her later. Cheng Yao's mind was filled with confusion, and even his running posture became somewhat uncoordinated. Watching Cheng Yao run around in a panic, Ziling couldn't help but gradually curl her lips into a charming smile. Daring to make me worry. Let me show you my skills. Ziling felt a bit triumphant and gradually quickened her pace. She wanted to press her advantage. Before long, Ziling was closely tailing Cheng Yao. Feeling Ziling's breath behind him, Cheng Yao couldn't help but feel his hair stand on end. It was the first time Cheng Yao encountered such a thing. Having a beautiful girl so close made Cheng Yao's heart race. In a panic, Cheng Yao unwittingly quickened his speed again. So, in the wilderness. He escaped, she chased, he couldn't fly away. Not long after. Cheng Yao was bent over, hands on his knees, panting heavily. He had already reached the entrance of the spider cave. If he ran further, it would be impolite. Why are you chasing so closely? Cheng Yao asked, out of breath. While Ziling, still closely by Cheng Yao's side, seemed ready to swallow his arm with her heaving chest. After such intense exercise, Ziling's breath was somewhat unsteady, but she leaned her cherry lips close to Cheng Yao's ear. What do you think? Chapter 51, The Invincible Ziling? Or The Invincible Cheng Yao? I have to say, Ziling's move was incredibly effective. Ziling's words carried a faint fragrance. The wind blew in Cheng Yao's ears. This wonderful sensation made Cheng Yao suddenly shiver violently. Let's go in together, team up, and kill. Cheng Yao hurriedly dropped this line and quickly dove into the portal before him. Ziling saw Cheng Yao disappear, and a hint of smugness appeared on her pretty face. Can't do anything now? This time, I won. Ziling thought proudly as she also stepped into the portal. Inside the spider cave. The same scene, the same monsters. The difference was, this time behind Cheng Yao, there was an extra Ziling. Cheng Yao tightly gripped his 98K, whispering instructions. The first few waves are just small monsters, there's a lot of experience, but be careful, don't attract too many at once. What the hell? As soon as Cheng Yao finished speaking, Ziling behind him threw out folding fans at the two cave spiders in front. The two folding fans raced towards the two cave spiders. The sleep effect of the Dreamweaver's skirt combined with the multi-hit nature of Ziling's folding fans caused the two spiders to not retaliate after being attacked, but instead, fall into a deep sleep. Cheng Yao's eyes widened. He never expected that what he thought was a useless sleep effect could exert such a powerful impact in Ziling's hands. Damn! This must be cheating. This is definitely cheating. What's worse, this cheat is something I handed to her myself. Cheng Yao began to question his life. Recalling how he struggled to fight two cave spiders when he first entered the dungeon, a strong sense of defeat surged within him. He originally planned to show off in front of the beautiful girl, but now he felt like a clown. Cheng Yao gave a bitter smile, then stopped thinking too much, pulling out his 98K and started picking off shots from the back. Cheng Yao's attacks would wake the cave spiders, and the awakened cave spiders would again be put to sleep by Ziling's attacks. Their cooperation was simply flawless. But at this moment, it wasn't just Cheng Yao who was stunned. Ziling looked at the numbers floating above the cave spiders' heads, her beautiful eyes nearly popping out. Damn! What kind of damage is this? Her every shot could equal what took her a minute to achieve. Although Ziling's folding fans had multiple strikes, the overall damage wasn't high. After all, a normal chosen one wouldn't allocate their points solely into attack. Because pure attack means thin skin and fragile health, in a perilous forbidden area, such a build was almost the same as asking for death. But Cheng Yao not only focused purely on strength, all his equipment was also purely strength-oriented, resulting in an explosive output. Ziling calculated secretly, the cave spider she would need 10 attacks to deal with. After Cheng Yao's single shot, it was left with just a sliver of health. What she needed to do was land one more hit to finish off the spider. In other words, Cheng Yao's one attack equated to her 8. This is way too brutal. How could she have worried about this guy before? Now it seemed her concerns were completely unnecessary. Thus, the two began advancing through the dungeon at a terrifying speed. At this time, the viewers watching the livestream were also shocked by their incredible speed of advancement. Damn! Is Ziling Goddess this fierce? Earlier, it took Yao Ge 5 shots to take down one, and now with Ziling Goddess's help, he only needs one shot while Ziling takes down the spider? Does that mean Ziling's damage is double that of Yao Ge's? Yao Ge himself needed 5 shots, now Ziling Goddess only needs to shoot twice while Yao Ge fires once. That's double the damage for sure. When did Ziling Goddess become this terrifyingly strong? I feel that Yao is about to lose the throne of the top player in Dragon Country. The audience was buzzing in the comments, amazed at the speed of the two's progress. At the same time, in the Dragon Country's National Luck Office, Zhou Yang's colleagues were also astonished by Ziling's damage. Seeing this situation, Zhou Yang just shook his head lightly. You all got it wrong, Ziling's damage is nothing special, it's Cheng Yao who has gotten stronger. Others didn't notice, but Zhou Yang saw it clearly. Now, with every shot Cheng Yao fired, the magic bullets would directly pierce through the beast's body. This was something that had never happened before. He still clearly remembered that when Cheng Yao first faced this kind of beast, his bullets could only barely penetrate the monster's surface. In response to Zhou Yang's rebuttal, his colleagues were clearly skeptical. Impossible, when Cheng Yao first attacked the spider here, it took 5 shots to defeat it. Zhou Yang looked at everyone's rebuttal and just smiled faintly. Do you remember, before entering the dungeon, what kind of damage Ziling dealt to those ordinary beasts? The people in the office began to recall that when Ziling was leveling up, she seemed to need 2 attacks to kill an ordinary beast in the forbidden area. At this moment, some people finally started to realize. Right before, when Cheng Yao attacked these ordinary beasts, he could almost do instant kills. Cheng Yao's strength couldn't have decreased. So that means, Cheng Yao's damage must be higher than Ziling's? If this is the case, wow. At this moment, the people around Zhou Yang began to understand something. In an instant, the conference room became silent enough to hear a pin drop. Zhou Yang looked at everyone's reaction, pleased he nodded. That's right, Cheng Yao's current damage has increased by more than double compared to before. Although I don't know how he did it, this is definitely a blessing for our dragon country. Zhou Yang cheerfully continued, with a hint of schadenfreude in his tone. Honestly, when he first reached this conclusion, he was also shocked himself. But he still chose to tell everyone about it. Such an exciting truth is meant to be shared, to drop everyone's jaws. Sure enough, it took a few minutes for the people in the conference room to slowly come back to their senses. What the heck? Is Cheng Yao cheating? Why is the improvement so fast? Didn't his level only increase by 2? Could it be that he got some new equipment? That's possible, but what kind of amazing equipment did he get? That directly doubled his attack power? There's no doubt he's cheating. No, I need to send out our discovery, such an exciting thing can't just shock us. Yes, post it to the livestream, let the viewers see too. Everyone was passionately discussing, while in Cheng Yao's livestream, their comments started flooding in. At this moment, Cheng Yao and Ziling, with their perfect cooperation, once again defeated the first boss of the dungeon. Looking at the equipment that dropped, Cheng Yao couldn't help but twitch his lips. He felt that this boss seemed to be deliberately going against him. Chapter 52, African Cheng Yao. In Cheng Yao's live stream, with the explanation from the people in the National Luck Office, the viewers fell silent. They instinctively wanted to rebut, but these comments were so reasonable that they couldn't help but believe. Moreover, when Cheng Yao and Ziling just teamed up to attack the dungeon boss, everyone already vaguely sensed that the one who was getting stronger wasn't Ziling. Simply because, during the boss challenge, Ziling attacked much less often than Cheng Yao. If this calculated out, if Ziling's power was really stronger, her attack power would have to be 6 times that of Cheng Yao. This unrealistic guess. It also confirmed the explanation in the bullet comments. In other words, was Cheng Yao's damage actually multiplied by more than double? Wow. Yao Gu is just too insane, right? How did he do it? His attack power doubled in just 1 day? Even the most outrageous novels wouldn't dare to write it like this. I can only say that your Yao Gu is still your Yao Gu. Yao Gu is awesome. Look, Yao Gu and the others have dropped equipment again. In the livestream, Cheng Yao was seen holding the corner of the equipment with 2 fingers, lifting it up with a face full of disdain. Here, it's yours. Cheng Yao helplessly tossed the equipment to Ziling. It wasn't that he didn't want it, but this equipment was just too ridiculous. Silk spider stockings. Grade E. Intelligence plus 10. Agility plus 5. Reduced damage taken by 5%. When attacking, there's a 5% chance to poison the target, dealing damage equal to twice intelligence per second for 5 seconds, stacking up to 3 layers. Cheng Yao handed this equipment to Ziling, not because of its attributes, but because this equipment. It's stockings. Black stockings. How could a big man like him wear this? This equipment counts as a debt to you. From now on, no matter what equipment drops, you can just take it. Ziling said so, and then she efficiently equipped the stockings on herself. After that, she started to grind monsters with Cheng Yao with even more effort. The dropped equipment couldn't be worn by him, which made Cheng Yao feel a bit frustrated. But this kind of thing was common, and being able to enhance Ziling's strength was also a good thing for Cheng Yao. However, what happened next made Cheng Yao's frustration start to amplify. We finished the level. This time, Yao Gu and Ziling were so fast. Look. Equipment dropped again. I wonder what it is this time. In the livestream, seeing that Cheng Yao and Ziling finally cleared the dungeon, the audience began to chatter excitedly. Sniper's Secret. Grade E. Agility plus 5. Stamina plus 5. Intelligence plus 5. When stationary, enter an invisible state. The first attack while invisible will deal 50% extra damage. It's equipment, still good equipment. And the attributes fit Cheng Yao perfectly. But unfortunately, This is a pair of high heels. Not even the classical European long boots, but a pair of standard women's high heels. Are they seriously asking a big man like him to wear high heels? Cheng Yao held the high heels and once again tossed them into Ziling's arms. Ziling held the high heels in both hands, glancing at Cheng Yao's face that looked as dark as a pot bottom, unsure of what to say. Although during this dungeon trip, she was the one being led. But wasn't the welfare of being led just a bit too good? All the equipment dropped was something only she could use? You didn't gain anything from running this dungeon. How about I accompany you for another round? Ziling suggested, a bit shyly. Her suggestion was approved by Cheng Yao, so the two re-entered the dungeon. Half an hour later. Cheng Yao looked at the equipment before him and began to doubt his life. Silk spider headband. Grade, E. Agility plus 5. Strength plus 10. Reduced damage taken by 5%. Increases movement speed by 20%, increases skill release speed by 20%. Cheng Yao touched his buzzcut head, helplessly handing the headband to the black-lined Ziling beside him. I was thinking, this headband doesn't have to be used to tie hair, right? How about you try tying it on your head? It should work too. Looking at the white, flowing headband in Ziling's hands, Cheng Yao imagined himself tying this white headband around his forehead. Damn! Are you making fun of me? Who puts a white cloth on their head at home? I'm not a beast from the foot basin country. Never mind, let's keep grinding. I don't believe it. There can't be no equipment I can use. Cheng Yao roared loudly, his face darker and darker with each successive defeat. Ziling wanted to remind Cheng Yao. But he also felt that this might provoke Cheng Yao, so he had to temporarily suppress the complaints in his heart. Half an hour later. Cheng Yao looked at the equipment on the ground, already starting to jump in anger. Sniper's lace gloves. Grade, E. Strength plus 15. When making a ranged attack, there is a 5% chance to deal additional damage equal to double the strength value. Cheng Yao looked at these light pink lace gloves, and at the base of the middle finger, there was a cute little bow. The gloves were long enough to cover his forearms. At first glance, this was definitely not something he could wear. What? A sniper can't be a man? Do you even know what gender discrimination is? Designer. Get out here. I want to discuss life with you. Aha. Bastard. Cheng Yao's heart began to roar madly. At the same time, he glanced nervously at his bracelet. Could this thing also be for women? Ziling looked at her gear and suddenly felt a bit at a loss. Even with her smart brain, she couldn't figure out why, when Cheng Yao brought her to grind dungeons, all the drops were things for her to use. This had already exceeded the limits of scientific explanation. Continue, I don't believe I can't get a piece of equipment. Cheng Yao shouted fiercely, not waiting for Ziling to say anything else, and once again led her to start a new round of dungeon adventures. Half an hour later. Cheng Yao lay on the ground in an horse position, coughing violently as if he was about to spit out blood. And the equipment dropped by the giant web-weaving spider this time was a ribbon. Dreamy silk waist belt. Grade, E. Agility plus 5. Strength plus 10. As magic value decreases, the damage dealt can be increased by up to 50%. Similar to the previous equipment, this belt was dark purple, light as a feather, and the lace pattern on the surface was exceptionally exquisite, definitely not something a man could use. Now, Ziling's equipment was basically all set. Cheng Yao lay on the ground, unable to comprehend why, when he only brought Ziling to grind levels in gear, he was the only one getting hurt. The massive blow made Cheng Yao start to doubt life, but the remaining fighting spirit in his heart still supported him to roar out loud. Damn it! I still don't believe it. In such a big dungeon, is there really not a single piece of equipment I can use? Cheng Yao shouted, charging towards the final boss like a mad beast. Chapter 53, Encountering a Siege. The Stick Country and the Basin Country join forces. In the dungeon, Cheng Yao and Ziling were still advancing rapidly. After getting a full set of gear, Ziling's combat power finally caught up with Cheng Yao. Every attack she unleashed would add effects like sleep, poison, and extra damage. At that moment, Ziling was incredibly violent. But while they were pushing through the dungeon, Ziling suddenly received a message. Ziling, I am leading 30 chosen ones to the wilderness. We have found a large number of basin chosen ones gathered at the map's edge, possibly planning to head into the wilderness. The message was not from Zhou Yan, but from a fellow chosen one named Zhang Lin. Ziling looked at this message, and her brows suddenly furrowed tightly. Previously, Zhou Yan had informed her that someone would lead a team of chosen ones to the wilderness to meet them. Now it seemed, the person leading the chosen ones to meet them was this chosen one named Zhang Lin. So this means those basin country bastards intend to ambush them? How many of them are there? Are they on the move? Roughly estimated, about 20 or 30 people. We are quietly observing further. They are still resting in place. Withdraw immediately, and keep an eye on the back. They may be waiting for someone. We'll be there soon. Ziling's expression changed drastically as she immediately made arrangements. Immediately, Ziling turned to Cheng Yao, who was resting next to her, and said, "Hurry up. Our people have run into the foot basin ghosts at the border. Looks like there are quite a few of them. I estimate something bad is going to happen." Upon hearing this news, Cheng Yao's previously anxious heart suddenly felt as if the clouds had parted and the sun was shining through. Damn it, I've run through several instances and haven't seen a piece of equip worth using. I was just worried about where to vent my anger. You bunch of foot basin scum dare to provoke me, huh? Thinking of this, Cheng Yao immediately felt no pain in his waist and legs. He quickly took out his 98K and sprinted toward the direction of the final boss. At the same time, on the northern border of the silent forest. After receiving Ziling's warning, Zhang Lin's expression changed dramatically. At first, when Zhang Lin saw the group of foot basin people gathered, he thought they were just making some plans. But after seeing the message sent by Ziling, Zhang Lin suddenly woke up from his daze. That's right, these foot basin people hadn't even seen the enemy, so why would they be deploying early? The reason they were staying put was very likely to wait for reinforcements. Thinking of this, Zhang Lin instantly turned his head to look behind him. In the dense forest, there seemed to be heads stirring. Moments later, several chosen ones began to emerge from the trees. We're doomed. It's the enemy's reinforcements. Zhang Lin was horrified and immediately started issuing commands. We're being encircled. Break through to the east immediately. Brothers with shields, hold the line in the back, defend against the enemy's ranged attacks. Once the commands were given, the chosen ones from the Dragon Kingdom instantly began to retreat. At this moment, the Dragon Kingdom's chosen ones were less than 50 meters away from the reinforcements behind them. At such a close distance, every second was extremely precious. Meanwhile, the chosen ones behind the Dragon Kingdom looked utterly confused. Damn! Why are they running? Didn't we say to meet them here? Why are they running away? Should we chase them? The reinforcements were speaking one after another, revealing that this group of people was from the Stick Nation. Wait! They're the Dragon Kingdom's chosen ones. Not the Foot Basin people. Li Mingtai, the leader of the Stick Nation, exclaimed when he saw the intelligence returned from the reconnaissance. Ranged brothers, attack! Melee brothers, get ready, just make some noise. The enemy is about the same number as us. If we rush in recklessly, it will only increase our casualties. Let the Foot Basin people take the lead, we'll reap the benefits. Li Mingtai shouted loudly while also opening his friend list to send a message to Zhen Shiro. You found the Dragon Kingdom's chosen ones behind you, about 30 of them. We have already started to attack. At the same time, the melee chosen ones from the Stick Nation began to shout, their battle cries echoing with energy and extraordinary momentum. Hearing the battle cries from the Stick Nation's chosen ones, the Foot Basin's chosen ones immediately turned around to look behind them. They saw a group of Dragon Kingdom's chosen ones, who were currently dodging arrows and desperately fleeing sideways. Ha ha! I didn't expect that by surrounding 2 Dragon Kingdom chosen ones, we would have unexpected gains. Our numbers are over 60, while they only have 30, we have the advantage. Brothers, kill them! Seeing this situation, the Foot Basin Nation's captain Zhen Shiro was extremely excited and immediately shouted loudly. As soon as Zhen Shiro spoke, the Foot Basin Nation's chosen ones, who had finally gathered together, excitedly picked up their divine weapons and charged after the Dragon Kingdom's chosen ones. In an instant, the battle cries in the forest became increasingly intense. The Foot Basin's chosen ones attacked the Dragon Kingdom's chosen ones as if they had been injected with adrenaline, going wild. After all, killing the Dragon Kingdom's chosen ones came with national rewards. Now, our military strength is double that of the enemies, and we have them surrounded. The chosen ones from the Foot Basin Kingdom simply can't imagine how they could still lose with such an advantage. And just as the chosen ones from the Foot Basin expected, the chosen ones from the Dragon Kingdom didn't think about fighting at all, they were simply running wildly. As a result, the offensive from the Foot Basin Kingdom became even more fierce. At this moment, the leader of the Stick Kingdom, Li Mingtai, looked at the imposing chosen ones from the Foot Basin and excitedly waved his arms, shouting. Brothers, the allies of the Foot Basin Kingdom have caught up. Let's pursue. If we can kill a few more from the Dragon Kingdom, we might just reap some benefits. Only then did the chosen ones from the Stick Kingdom finally stop holding back and joined the vast army in the pursuit of the Dragon Kingdom's chosen ones. The chosen ones from the Foot Basin looked back at the surging Stick Kingdom chosen ones behind them and felt momentarily dazed. Didn't they go ahead of us? How did they end up behind us? What does it matter? Just chase. As long as we can kill the Dragon Kingdom's chosen ones, that's a hefty reward. Hearing this response, the chosen ones from the Foot Basin stopped thinking too much and continued their chase after the fleeing Dragon Kingdom squad. At the same time, at the entrance of the Spider Cave. Are the Foot Basin people teaming up with the Stick Kingdom? More than 60 of them. This seems to be more trouble than I imagined. Xiling frowned slightly as she looked at the message from Zhang Lin. Staring at the map before her, Xiling thought for a moment before sending a message to Zhang Lin. You lead the team to coordinates, 691, 880, we will meet there. After sending the message, Xiling turned her head to look at Cheng Yao beside her. Come on, it's just some gear you didn't use. We'll earn more later, and everything you can wear will belong to you. We need to leave quickly, this time, it's a big deal. Besides your beloved Foot Basin chicken, there's also a batch of big stick bones. Listening to Xiling's words and looking at the female outfit she had prepared for Xiling that day, Cheng Yao almost spat blood. Damn it! If we don't scare this group of beasts this time, I'll owe you for this outfit. Chapter 54, Witty Words from Xiling. In the forest, the Dragon Kingdom's chosen ones were still moving swiftly. Since the Stick Kingdom did not launch an immediate pursuit, the Dragon Kingdom chosen ones managed to create a bit of distance from the Foot Basin's pursuing forces. Although those ranged attackers occasionally dealt some damage, fortunately, the damage wasn't high, and there had been no deaths among the Dragon Kingdom chosen ones for now. At this moment, Zhang Lin was calmly organizing the retreat while continually reporting the situation to Xiling and Zhou Yan. Zhou Yan was currently stationed in the forest, organizing the remaining chosen ones and couldn't rush over for a while. Therefore, the hope of dealing with the two groups of chosen ones was solely dependent on Xiling. After all the chosen ones in the Dragon Kingdom understood Xiling's capabilities. She was a recognized genius throughout the entire Dragon Kingdom. Indeed, Xiling lived up to everyone's expectations. After receiving Zhang Lin's latest message, she called out to the rushing Cheng Yao beside her. You should go to 775, 126. That place looks good, it's perfect for you to show your skills. Cheng Yao stared blankly at Xiling. Is this girl so skilled at reading maps too? You have to know, this map is just a simple overhead view with no contour lines or anything like that. To know the specific terrain of a place just by looking at a map is quite difficult. However, Cheng Yao still nodded, immediately parting ways with Xiling and heading toward the coordinates she provided. After spending so many days together, Xiling's analytical ability had never disappointed Cheng Yao. Sure enough, after running for more than 10 minutes, a tall hill appeared in front of Cheng Yao. At the end of the hill was a towering cliff, and looking down from the cliff, the compatriots of Long Country were moving in an orderly manner from below the cliff. Behind the compatriots of Long Country, groups of enemies were desperately pursuing, about to pass below Cheng Yao's cliff. Below the cliff, the vegetation was sparse, with not many trees blocking the view, making it a perfect ambush location. Seeing this scene, Cheng Yao was extremely shocked in his heart. What kind of brain does this girl have? Not only did she find me a superb shooting position, but she also calculated the speed at which everyone was advancing? She even noticed the landscape beneath the cliff? Although Cheng Yao had complete trust in Xiling's intelligence, when he truly saw this location, he couldn't help but be greatly surprised. I am ready and can attack at any time. Cheng Yao sent a message to Xiling, and at this moment, Xiling had finally arrived among the troops of Long Country, temporarily taking command from Zhang Lin. Okay, wait for my signal. When the time comes, let's strike together, and kill as many as we can. Xiling's message quickly came back, and Cheng Yao quietly took out his 98k, waiting silently for Xiling's information. At this time, the chosen ones from the Foot Basin country had just passed through their ambush area below, while the chosen ones from the Stick country followed closely behind, entering Cheng Yao's field of vision. Damn, a little 8 idiot is not enough, and now another little stick is coming, right? Just right, the sticks in my past life were quite rampant, let's take this opportunity to take them all down. Since they are looking for death, then don't blame me for being rude. Cheng Yao thought silently to himself. Meanwhile, on Xiling's side, long-range shooters retreat behind shields. Shield bearers stand by for defense. Melee attack team, advance 5 steps in the left 2 team, and stand by on the right. Xiling issued command after command, and under her leadership, the chosen ones of Long Country quickly formed a standard echelon formation. This formation is suitable for encirclement and long-range attacks, and can achieve the best effect in this environment. Just as the chosen ones of Long Country had just lined up the formation, the chosen ones of the Foot Basin country had just arrived slowly. It was already afternoon, and the scorching sun was baking the earth, causing the ground to emit a faint mist under the sun's heat, appearing somewhat illusory. The distance between the two large groups at this time was only a few dozen meters, confronting each other on this sparsely vegetated plain. The difference was that on Long Country's side was the precise formation just set up by Xiling, while on the Foot Basin country's side, there was utter chaos. During the pursuit, those melee and ranged chosen ones had already mixed together, while the shield bearers were far left behind at the end of the line, still struggling to catch up. Seeing the chosen ones of Long Country on high alert, Yuan Shiling slowly stepped out from the coalition forces, coldly mocking the people of Long Country. You shrinking turtles of Long Country, didn't you like to run away? Why aren't you running now? Could it be that you know you can't escape, so you want to make a last stand? That's right, after all, even turtles have to stick their heads out sometimes. It seems you Long Country people are getting ready to bite. Yuan Shilong's voice was extremely loud, and the chosen ones from the Foot Basin country behind him laughed at his mockery. Indeed, if a turtle wants to bite, it must stick its head out. Now that we outnumber you greatly, it's time for these beasts from Long Country to die. The chosen ones of Long Country listened to the insults from the opposing side but did not respond at all. They still firmly held their positions, not daring to be distracted. All the chosen ones were very clear that this was a battlefield. In a battlefield, getting distracted. But it could be fatal. Even so, all the chosen ones of Dragon Country felt a deep frustration in their hearts as they listened to the insults from the opposing side. At this moment, a booming voice of insults erupted from the Dragon Country camp. You sanitary pat-faced grandson, look at those big teeth of yours, they look like fire tongs, dare you to say another word to me. Look at how you're dressed, like a total fool, it wouldn't be too much if someone beat you to death. I'd slap you on the first day, and by the 15th, your face would be shaking. How can you dare to show your face? And look behind you at that group of little fools, each of them looks like a transformed tiger. I wonder if you all drank the nuclear wastewater you discharged? Why do you all look so inhuman? Your style is like you're glowing back, look at your guts. Zhao Zilong was full of courage. Are you Zhao Zilong incarnate? Did you drink turtle blood? Brothers in the back, give this group of fools a good beating. At the same time, Xiling's message was sent to Cheng Yao. It's time to start. Hit them hard. Make sure they die a miserable death. As soon as Xiling's message was sent, a thunderous gunshot rang out from the nearby cliff. With the gunshot, a dark hole appeared in the forehead of an enemy from Foot Basin country in an instant. Even until his death, the enemy's face still bore the arrogance from his earlier shouting. The gunshots echoed continuously, and with each shot, an enemy met their death. In just 10 seconds, Cheng Yao single-handedly slaughtered a large number of the allied forces of Foot Basin country and Stick country. The chosen ones of Dragon Country stared in disbelief at the large group that had been chasing them, now suffering heavy losses in such a short time, and they couldn't help but question life itself. What the heck? Is this our Dragon Country's reinforcements? Is this really reinforcements? This is clearly an active king of hell. Not only is the damage high, but the rate of fire is also fast. Whoever is targeted dies, it makes no sense at all. And those responsible for long-range shooting among the chosen ones of Dragon Country were even more heartbroken. They had originally thought they were the key to determining the outcome of the battle. But now? After fighting for a long time, their group of ranged attackers had killed even less than one person of Cheng Yao's total. Are we just here to make up the numbers? The group of ranged attackers looked up at the sky, feeling a wave of quiet sadness in their hearts. Chapter 55, Overwhelming Attack. Cheng Yao's attack was completely beyond the expectations of the two-country alliance. They never imagined that such a powerful chosen one would appear from Dragon Country. What the hell? Who is up there? Why is there a gun? That's not the main point. The main point is that we've been ambushed. Why is his damage so high? He can even instantly kill our chosen ones. What level is he? In an instant, the two-country alliance began to descend into chaos. Cheng Yao, relying on himself and a single gun, instilled fear into the two-country alliance. The height of the position chosen by Xiling wasn't very high, but it was definitely not an easy task to climb up easily. Among the alliance, a few bolder chosen ones decided to cast a probe on Cheng Yao in order to uncover his details. But the conclusion after probing left this group of chosen ones astonished. Cheng Yao, Dragon Country Chosen One. Level, Health, Dot. At this time, Cheng Yao was already level 9, not far from level 10. The probe could only uncover information if the level difference was under 3 levels, and among these alliance members, the highest level was only 6. Thus, they completely couldn't probe Cheng Yao's specific information. How is that possible? I can't probe this chosen one's level. Why does he have such a high level? Did he cheat? Everyone stay calm. So what if he has a high level? Could we, the dozens of remote chosen ones, really not defeat him alone? Listening to such voices, the remote chosen ones in the alliance finally began to aim and shoot towards Cheng Yao's position. Arrows flew densely across the sky, attacking Cheng Yao in a carpet-bombing manner. Yet Cheng Yao looked at these arrows and sneered carelessly. Though I have no equipment, do you think this group of level 5 or 6 Kalami can kill me? If you really managed to kill me, it would only mean my output wasn't violent enough. Faced with this rain of arrows, Cheng Yao couldn't even be bothered to dodge. Some arrows lodged into Cheng Yao's body, but the damage they caused was pitifully low. No matter how much health he lost, after firing a shot, the lost health would instantly be restored under the blood-sucking effect of the spider silk armor. With the maximum 100% damage bonus from his bracelet, and Cheng Yao's full strength allocation, his damage was now terrifying. Needless to say, even if these chosen ones were only level 5 or 6, Cheng Yao was completely confident he could send even equally leveled opponents away with a single shot. The sound of Cheng Yao's gunfire continued to ring out. At this moment, the chosen ones from the stick country behind the alliance were almost all killed by him alone. Watching such a tragic scene in the back and hearing the deadly gunshots like the Reaper's summons, Yuan Shiro's mind seemed to return to the day he was ambushed by Cheng Yao. Baka! It's the sniper from the Dragon Country. Why is he leveling up so fast? Breakthrough from the front. The enemies ahead are a bit weaker. A little girl dares to shout at me? Wait until I show you what cruelty is. Brothers, charge out and you can lev. Kill. If we capture that girl who insulted us alive, we can do whatever we want with her. Hearing Yuan Shiro's frenzied shouts, the Alliance soldiers instantly felt a surge of courage, drawing out their treasured weapons, howling as they charged towards the Dragon Country's formation. Since Cheng Yao's damage was extremely high, they should keep their distance from him. Now that Cheng Yao had cut off most of the rear of the troop, breaking through to the front became the Alliance's only option. There were only a few level 5 or 6 chosen ones from Dragon Country ahead, and with their numerical advantage, breaking through them should be quite easy. Moreover, if they could capture that insulting beauty alive. Imagining pinning Xiling down, the male chosen ones in the alliance erupted with even stronger fighting spirit. Hearing their arrogant words, the Dragon Country chosen ones couldn't help but want to break away from their positions and fight those scummy enemies to the death. After all, Xiling was a white moonlight in the hearts of all Dragon Country chosen ones, both in looks and figure. Now that their goddess was insulted by the enemy, the Dragon Country chosen ones, regardless of gender, were all eager to move. Calm down. Just guard your own territory well, and listen to my orders for the rest. Xiling's reminder came at just the right time, stopping everyone's impulsive behavior. In the battlefield, impulsiveness was a taboo. It would disrupt the original deployment and increase the casualties of the troops. You little turd of a sanitary napkin face. Did you eat poop or drink sewage? Can't you speak properly? If I don't kill you today, I won't forgive myself for this outfit. You scumbag. Xiling stood at the forefront of the formation, and after that last line, the folding fan in her hand flew towards Yuan Shiro. The folding fan burst forth with raging flames in mid-air, spinning wildly like a chainsaw. In an instant, the sound of blades slicing through the air paired with the roar of flames surged. This folding fan, with incredible speed, aimed straight for Gen Shiro's face. Watching the fierce attack approach, Gen Shiro's eyes widened, and in an instant, he pulled out his talisman and threw it at Xiling's folding fan. In midair, the talisman instantly transformed into a giant icebox, opening its cold and hard mouth, ready to swallow Xiling's folding fan whole. At that moment, everyone was fixated on the collision between the two, almost forgetting to breathe. The folding fan had already flown to the icebox's mouth, but what happened next shocked Gen Shiro. His once proud icebox started to melt rapidly under the flames of Xiling's folding fan. Water dripped continuously from the icefox's mouth, and as the folding fan drew closer, the fox's appearance began to fade. By the time the folding fan entered the icefox's mouth, the icefox suddenly went boom and transformed into a mist of water vapor. The power of this attack was terrifyingly great. Seeing this scene, Gen Shiro was so stunned that his eyes nearly popped out. Impossible. Impossible. How could the flames on this folding fan have such immense power? My icefox had been tested in the Abyssal Demon Valley. Even the fireballs from the Abyssal Demon leader couldn't melt my icefox. To be clear, those leaders of the Abyssal Demons are level 7 demons. Could it be that this little girl is even higher than the level of the Abyssal Demon leader? Gen Shiro felt helpless at that moment. He had no time to investigate Xiling's level because her folding fan, having melted his icefox, still stubbornly charged towards him. Protect me! Gen Shiro shouted loudly, no longer the arrogant figure from before. Without the protection of the icefox, Gen Shiro felt like a lost dog. Chapter 56, A Frenzied Harvest. The Collapse of the Alliance. Facing Xiling's fierce attack, Gen Shiro, in a panic, turned and dove into the crowd of the Foot Basin Kingdom. In order to survive, Gen Shiro chose to push his fellow countrymen forward as his shield. Boom! The folding fan, engulfed in raging flames, finally killed one Foot Basin chosen who stood at the very front before it slowly descended. At this moment, Gen Shiro was still in shock and immediately sent a probe towards Xiling. The result of this probe nearly made him choke. Xiling, chosen of the Dragon Country, level? Health? This Xiling was also an unknown level chosen. Indeed, during their time together with Cheng Yao in the dungeon, Xiling's level had been rapidly increasing. Now, Xiling's level had reached level 9, equal to Cheng Yao. As for Cheng Yao, he was about to level up to 10. Seeing the results from the probe, Gen Shiro felt like his intestines were turning green with regret. If he hadn't been so fixated on grinding levels in the wilderness, choosing other areas to level up, how could his level have stayed stagnant? These days, Genshiro wasted too much time looking for teammates and never considered the price he would pay for wasting time. Now, not only Cheng Yao and Xiling, but those chosen who had rushed to other areas to level up, like the Bear Country chosen, were also rapidly rising in levels. But looking at Genshiro's side, he could barely find teammates from the Foot Basin Kingdom, whose levels were mostly only 5 or 6. In this way, even if they could really go to the wilderness, they would not be able to defeat leveling maniacs like Xiling and Cheng Yao. In an instant, Genshiro felt his legs go weak, and he could no longer think of resisting. Whether it was the gunfire echoing from the cliff or the folding fan continuously thrown by Xiling, it constantly declared to Genshiro, "You lost. Totally lost. Retreat. Retreat towards the forest. Run as fast as you can. Hurry." Yuan Xilang shouted at the top of his lungs, putting all his effort into his legs, desperately trying to escape. Now, Cheng Yao single-handedly blocked the northern and western directions of the Allied forces, while Xiling dealt a heavy blow to their eastern coalition. To get through this hardship, they could only sneak back into the forgotten forest with their tails between their legs. Hearing Yuan Xilang's shouts, the already demoralized coalition forces immediately sprinted towards the forest. Their frantic and helpless appearance resembled a panicked herd of pigs at an old slaughterhouse, a scene of total chaos. Watching this outcome, whether from the Foot Basin Kingdom or the Stick Nation, the spectators outside the Forbidden Land were all at a loss. These spectators could not understand why their side had such a huge numerical advantage, yet still lost so completely. For a moment, spectators from both countries surged into each other's live streams, starting to vent their frustrations. In Foot Basin Kingdom's live stream, viewers from Stick Nation had already begun to flood the screen with comments. "What? This is your chosen captain from Foot Basin Kingdom? It's downright laughable. Double the troops, yet you still lost. If I were you, I would have committed seppuku by now. You can die, but why drag our chosen ones down with you? What is your intention?" In Stick Nation's live stream, spectators from Foot Basin Kingdom were also accusing Stick Nation of cowardice. "Baka! You chosen ones from Stick Nation are all cowards. If you had charged in with your troops from the start, how could you have let Long Nation's team escape?" "Exactly. If they couldn't escape, it would definitely have been an unprecedented victory. If I were you, I would have already committed seppuku." Originally unified and enjoying a friendly atmosphere, the spectators from both countries suddenly turned against each other after witnessing this absurd defeat. Spectators from other countries were quietly discussing the matter in their own live streams. "The alliance between Foot Basin Kingdom and Stick Nation has actually served as a warning for us. Right now, every country only has 200 chosen ones, and if other countries choose to team up, it could be really tricky. I think it mainly depends on individual strength. If someone like Cheng Yao can clearly stand out in strength, even if the others join forces, they won't stir up much trouble." "You're missing the point. How many national fortune rewards has Cheng Yao received? He has almost taken all the level rewards by himself. That's not someone we can compare to. Besides, putting levels aside, when Cheng Yao soloed a dungeon a few days ago, his speed was even faster than 5 people from Bear Nation combining forces. Can you compare yourself to him? Then what should we do? If the enemy really teams up, doesn't that mean our chosen ones will be in great danger?" The foreign spectators discussed for a long time but ultimately couldn't reach a conclusion. At that moment in Long Nation's live stream, the audience appeared exceptionally harmonious. "What the hell? Why do I feel like Yao Ji's damage is so much higher than before? Damn! That guy is still holding his shield. One shot takes both man and shield? Is Yao Gu going against the heavens?" The live stream displayed Cheng Yao's shot, which pierced right through a shield bearer's shield, forcefully entering his hand. Even though the shield had a 75% damage reduction effect and the attack was on the palm area, he was still killed instantly by Cheng Yao's shot. Before dying, the shield bearer's face still bore a look of disbelief and terror. He truly could not imagine why a chosen one's damage could reach such heights. Cheng Yao calmly aimed at the next target, his eyes full of disdain. At this distance, I can perfectly trigger the bracelet's 100% damage bonus, plus with my full power violent boost, if I can't take you down with one shot, where should I put my old face?" Cheng Yao unconsciously glanced at the bracelet on his wrist, a faint pain flickering in his heart. "Damn it! After this day farming the dungeon, I've only been helping Xiling gear up. Just thinking about it makes me feel stifled. Isn't there an old saying, after the worst comes the best? I've reached this awful point. Where's my best? Where did my best go? Although this bracelet is a D-grade equipment, that skirt on Xiling is also D-grade. Why can't I get a single piece of equipment?" The more Cheng Yao thought, the angrier he became, and the enemies from the Bang Bang Nation and Foot Basin Nation before him became the perfect punching bags for his rage. Bang! Bang! Cheng Yao fired shot after shot, each gunshot seemed to scream out its dissatisfaction. "I must quickly take care of these beasts, I'll go back to the dungeon to farm a few more times. I can't believe it. Cheng Yao, cannot only explode in women's clothing. Chapter 57, The Battle Ends, Hedgehog Brand Cheng Yao. As Cheng Yao and Ling unleashed horrifying powers, the victory of the Dragon Kingdom was already a foregone conclusion. The allied forces were scared out of their wits by the two. At this point, they showed no signs of resistance other than fleeing. The remaining time was just for Cheng Yao to vent his anger by killing more enemies. The only thing that made Cheng Yao happy was that the chosen captain of the Foot Basin Nation, Yuan Shiro, died under Ling's relentless attacks. In this battle, none of the 33 chosen ones from the Dragon Kingdom fell. Yet the allied forces, relying on their advantage of 65 soldiers, were almost completely wiped out by Cheng Yao and Ling. Except for a few lucky ones who managed to escape, most of the allied forces would remain here forever. As enemies continued to fall before their eyes, a thunderous cheer erupted from the chosen ones of the Dragon Kingdom. We won! We won! Long live Ling! Long live Brother Yao! So powerful! Really so powerful! 2 people against over 60, and they almost wiped out the opponent's entire army. Incredible! I actually thought Brother Yao was a coward before. I was really foolish, really. The chosen ones of the Dragon Kingdom embraced each other, every face wearing the excitement of being saved from peril. Some of the female chosen ones even got teary-eyed and began to sob softly. Ling quietly watched her compatriots cheer, but her pretty face held no satisfaction, rather it was filled with deep disappointment. She thought that with her god-tier equipment, her combat power should have caught up to Cheng Yao by now. But after this battle, Ling truly understood the gap between herself and Cheng Yao. In this battle, Cheng Yao killed 40 enemies, while she only took down 18. In Ling's heart, Cheng Yao's strength was like an unfathomable black hole. Even though he wasn't as smart as her, he always far surpassed her in combat power. Ling put away her folding fan and looked up at the sky. When will I truly become a strong helper to Cheng Yao? Ling's thoughts began to drift away. Meanwhile, the chosen ones of the Dragon Kingdom saw Ling standing there in a daze and suddenly began to incite her. Right, if it weren't for Ling's command, how could we win so easily? Let's cheer for Ling. This suggestion received support from all the chosen ones of the Dragon Kingdom. Instantly, the chosen ones, regardless of gender, surrounded Ling. They planned to toss Ling up to celebrate their victory. But at that moment, a dry cough interrupted everyone's actions. Cough. Cough. The excitement of the crowd was interrupted, and they looked in dissatisfaction towards the source of the coughing sound. Then, these chosen ones all widened their eyes. The dissatisfaction in their hearts vanished in an instant, replaced by intense trembling all over. The sound of people gasping for air filled the air, making the scene eerily silent. Following the gazes of the chosen ones, they saw Cheng Yao slowly walking out from the nearby woods, his back loaded with arrows, looking like a hedgehog. Cheng Yao's gaze was cold and piercing, and just one glance from him instilled a deep-seated fear. As if declaring his sovereignty, Cheng Yao walked straight to Ling's side and waved his hand in front of her eyes. What's wrong? Are you dumb? Hearing Cheng Yao's familiar voice, the dazed Ling suddenly came back to her senses. I'm fine. You, damn. Ling's words were a bit flustered, but upon seeing Cheng Yao, who was poked with arrows like a hedgehog, she couldn't help but utter a curse. It was no wonder Ling was surprised, knowing how painful it must be to have so many arrows stuck in him was obvious. Yet at this moment, Cheng Yao acted as if nothing was wrong, even with his health fully intact. Looking at Cheng Yao like this, even the usually calm Ling was a bit at a loss. This must be what it means to lose one's calm when concerned. When it came to matters concerning Cheng Yao's life, Ling always lost her basic composure. Fortunately, the other chosen ones from Dragon Country quickly reacted. What the hell? Brother Yao is hurt. Is Zhou Yunxue around? Hurry to help Brother Yao heal. Damn, getting so many arrows and acting like it's nothing, you guys must have underestimated Brother Yao before. Why are we talking so much? Sister Zhou Yunxue. Hurry and heal Brother Yao. The chosen ones from Dragon Country immediately burst into chaos. At this moment, Zhou Yunxue quickly ran to Cheng Yao's side. Zhou Yunxue was wearing a white shirt and tight jeans, her pretty face somewhat pale. Under everyone's instructions, Cheng Yao obediently lay on the ground, the arrows being pulled out one by one. As the arrows were pulled out, Cheng Yao's health gradually began to drop due to blood loss. Next, Zhou Yunxue took out her life's divine weapon, a gnarled wooden stick, and pointed it at Cheng Yao. A golden light instantly enveloped Cheng Yao, and as the glow slowly faded, the wounds on Cheng Yao began to heal at a visible speed. This girl's life's divine weapon could actually heal. After Zhou Yunxue treated Cheng Yao's wounds, she didn't linger too long but hurried towards the other injured ones. Right now, she was very busy. Even though the chosen ones from Dragon Country had not died, many were still injured by the enemy's arrows during the chase. As for Cheng Yao, he lay there with a grim expression. Even the pain from pulling out the arrows didn't cause any change in his face. It was as if the injured person was not him. Moments later, the cries of the chosen ones echoed from where Zhou Yunxue had gone. The pain from having the arrows pulled out was not something everyone could endure. Looking at Cheng Yao's expressionless face, and then turning to see the injured brothers, the chosen ones felt their worldview was shaken. If I hadn't just seen the blood coming from Brother Yao, I would have thought he was a robot. Although I know it's normal to cry out when arrows are pulled out, after seeing Brother Yao, I began to doubt my judgment. Could it be that Brother Yao has that disease where he feels no pain? Otherwise, how could he be so calm? Indeed. Back then, when Guangong scraped the bone to cure poison. No one hurts like you, Yao Gu. The crowd began to discuss, feeling suspicious about Cheng Yao's performance. Xiling, standing beside him, finally came to her senses after seeing Cheng Yao was mostly unharmed. Are you stupid? Those big rocks above are just for you to admire? You don't even know how to dodge when you're hit? Do you really think you're invincible? Before Cheng Yao could speak, Xiling's scolding burst out like a string of firecrackers. After finishing, without waiting for Cheng Yao to retort, she angrily pinched Cheng Yao's thigh hard. With that pinch, even Cheng Yao, who could withstand 1,000 arrows without flinching, couldn't help but cry out in pain. Oh oh oh. The chosen ones of Long Nation watched Cheng Yao's reaction, gradually feeling a chill in their hearts. Don't say anything, it seems Yao Gu really can endure pain. Besides, this pinch from Goddess Xiling actually made Yao Gu unable to bear it. It's simply terrifying. Remember, neither Yao Gu nor Xiling can be provoked. Listening to such advice, all the chosen ones of Long Nation nodded in unison. Chapter 58, Level Up. The task of the demon camp begins. After clearing the aftermath of the battlefield, these chosen ones of Long Nation finally settled down in this wilderness under the leadership of Cheng Yao and Xiling. Looking at the small cottage of Cheng Yao and Xiling, the chosen ones felt a bit bitter inside. It's over, my goddess Xiling is actually living with Yao Gu. I didn't expect Yao Gu to be this kind of person. You big guys, what are you whining about? We're the ones who should be jealous. A man like Yao Gu is already taken. I'm not convinced. The chosen ones of Long Nation began to complain. But Cheng Yao and Xiling paid no mind to their thoughts, as Xiling was once again pulled by Cheng Yao into the spider cave. Grinding monsters for levels, although very boring, is just the way life is. Boredom is the norm, occasionally having some hobbies as embellishments makes life better. For now, leveling up was Cheng Yao's usual routine. He needed to quickly increase his level to face the impending demon siege. If he could occasionally find some chosen ones from the Foot Basin country to entertain him, Cheng Yao would be very satisfied. It's unclear if it was because Cheng Yao felt better after slaughtering a number of enemies, but in the next dungeon run, he finally came across usable equipment. Dark Spider Silk Greaves. Grade, E. Strength plus 10. Endurance plus 5. Reduces damage taken by 10%. When attacked, there is a 5% chance to dodge the damage. The attributes of this equipment were average, but when Cheng Yao saw it, he couldn't help but shed tears of joy. Heaven has eyes. Heaven has eyes. I, Cheng Yao, have finally found usable equipment. One whole day. My efforts this day have finally not been in vain. Cheng Yao wept bitterly in the cave, while Xiling fell into deep thought looking at her own gear. Compared to Xiling's equipment, Cheng Yao's outfit could be called pitiful. Let's not even talk about the shoes. The F-grade gear he got from the forest was still treated like a treasure by Cheng Yao. The spider silk armor was of a slightly higher level, but its glaring green color was simply ugly. The only good piece was the bracelet. Should I secretly grind a few dungeons to get him some gear? Otherwise, he looks too pitiful. Xiling secretly made up her mind. The progress of the next dungeon was smooth, and the two quickly pushed through the spider cave, soon standing before the spitter again. With Xiling's numerous debuffs, Cheng Yao no longer needed to hide at the cave entrance. Instead, he surged forward directly, quickly defeating the boss. With the fall of the boss, Cheng Yao's level finally reached level 10. Name, Cheng Yao. Level, 10. Experience points, 220/51200. Health points, 400/400. Mana points, 400/400. Strength, 95. Agility, 50. Intelligence, 50. Stamina, 50. Skills, probe, map, trade. Looking at his panel, after reaching level 10, the experience required for Cheng Yao to level up became terrifyingly high. Continuing to level up by grinding dungeons was clearly no longer realistic. At this moment, the viewers from Dragon Country watching Cheng Yao's livestream were already bursting with excitement. Wow! Brother Yao is already level 10. The chosen ones from other countries must be crying. Exactly, I won't even mention the Foot Basin country and Stick country. Those two useless countries' high-level chosen ones have mostly been killed by Brother Yao. The highest level of chosen ones from other countries, currently, the Beautiful Country and Bear Country, is only level 8, and they are cursing in the livestream. They should consider themselves lucky because if they had been born at our dragon country's starting point, they would definitely be taught a lesson by Brother Yao. Do you believe that Brother Yao probably still feels like his level is behind other countries and is planning to keep working hard to level up? But, in 4 days, the demon siege will start, right? Will Brother Yao move to the next leveling area? Hiss. That is indeed a question. In the live stream, the audience had started a lively discussion with each other. Meanwhile, most viewers from other countries looked at their chosen ones, who had just left the newbie village, then at Cheng Yao, who had already reached level 10 and could head to the next map anytime. They all felt like the sky had fallen. Why? We all started leveling from the same starting line. Why can people from Dragon Country level up so fast? What's worse is that the demon siege is about to start. With our chosen ones like this, can they survive this catastrophe? We can only leave it to fate. If we must blame someone, we can only blame our own chosen ones for not being strong enough. This sentiment felt extremely pessimistic. In the spider cave, Cheng Yao looked at the veil that Ziling handed over and finally gave up on making sarcastic remarks. The women's clothing released today was almost more than he had seen in his entire life. Don't hold back, take it. It's for your life. Ziling wore a half smile, stuffing the veil firmly into Cheng Yao's hand. Sniper's Escape Veil. Quality, D grade. Stamina plus 10. Agility plus 10. Reduces damage taken by 5%. When health points first drop to 5%, this equipment will break and fully restore the wearer's health and mana. Looking at the attributes of the veil, Cheng Yao finally gave up struggling. As Ziling said, this piece of equipment was a life-saving artifact. Even if he didn't wear it, keeping it on him was still a strong trump card. Cheng Yao secretly gritted his teeth. Forget it, Ziling had already worn a dress, so wearing a veil was nothing much. Seeing Cheng Yao finally accept the veil, Ziling's heart secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Her biggest worry was that Cheng Yao would be too proud to accept this life-saving item. With this equipment, Cheng Yao would be able to go out alone with a bit more peace of mind. What do you plan to do next? Go directly to the next place to level up? Ziling asked softly. She knew very well that for Cheng Yao, who was already level 10, staying in the wilderness to level up would be much less efficient. But now that the demon siege was approaching, Ziling was unsure whether Cheng Yao would head straight to the next leveling area. Facing Ziling's question, Cheng Yao shrugged helplessly. I won't run around for now. I found a small note here before, which is a level 10 quest. The task is to open a portal and go to the gathering place of the fallen demons to find their commander. I don't know what rewards this task might offer, but my instincts tell me that this task may be crucial. Ziling listened to Cheng Yao's narration, and a hint of surprise flashed in her beautiful eyes. Alright, you've opened your mind. We have run this dungeon so many times today and haven't seen this thing before. That means there are only 2 possibilities. Either it's only available to the first team that clears it, or you stepped in dog poop and got lucky to find it. No matter what, we definitely have to go for this quest, just don't know if we can bring someone along. How about this, tomorrow morning, you open a teleport portal, and we'll give it a try. If we can go, I'll join you. Cheng Yao listened to Ziling's analysis and felt a bit more assured about the task this time. What kind of scene will it be inside the teleport portal? If the team leader of the quest is still alive, is he an NPC here or is he a living person like them? Chapter 59, Trapped in Despair. The similar yet different wilderness. The next morning. Inside their small room, Ziling patiently helped Cheng Yao tidy up his clothes. Although washing clothes in this forbidden land was a luxury, Ziling still cleaned Cheng Yao's clothes neatly. Keep these woods safe, since this is the territory of the fallen demon, you might be able to quickly upgrade your precious weapon. Also, I've packed you a few jars of purified water, it should be enough for you for a while. By the way, take this water purification device with you. The newcomers have also brought their own purification devices, so don't worry about drinking water here. I've also prepared the dried meat for you, it's right next to the purified water. Don't forget to eat on time when you go out. Ziling kept chattering away, as if reminding a husband who was about to embark on a long journey. Cheng Yao stuffed all the things Ziling had prepared into his system backpack, feeling a warmth melting in his heart. Once everything was packed, Cheng Yao and Ziling stepped out of the small room together. Outside, the chosen ones from the Dragon Kingdom were already there to see Cheng Yao off. Yao Good, be sure to stay safe. We are waiting for your return. The day Yao Gu returns will be the day your powers are fully realized. Listening to his compatriot's send-off, Cheng Yao stopped hesitating and immediately began to chant the spell. After the incantation, a phantom teleport portal appeared out of thin air in front of Cheng Yao. Don't worry. I will return safely. Cheng Yao waved at everyone and then stepped into the teleport portal without any hesitation. As Cheng Yao entered, the phantom portal immediately disappeared from their sight. This made Ziling helplessly abandon her idea of following Cheng Yao inside. At that moment, as Cheng Yao stepped into the portal, a message appeared in the live streams of various nations. Congratulations to the Dragon Kingdom's chosen one, Cheng Yao, for entering the alien space for the first time. Reward, 100 points of national fortune. Note, if a chosen one dies in the alien space, all national fortune rewards obtained by that chosen one will be completely revoked. If the chosen one successfully completes the task in the alien space, all national fortune rewards obtained by that chosen one will be doubled. Seeing such prompts, the viewers in various countries erupted in excitement. In the live stream of the Foot Basin Kingdom, the audience burst into loud cheers. This is the best. If Cheng Yao dies, let's see what the Dragon Kingdom will use to compete with us. 90% of the Dragon Kingdom's fortune comes from Cheng Yao. If he dies, the Dragon Kingdom will definitely fall apart. Ha ha ha. I can't wait to see the howls of those Dragon Kingdom pigs after Cheng Yao dies. Everyone, curse him with me. Let him die. Let him die. Because of Cheng Yao, the Foot Basin Kingdom had already lost nearly 30% of its chosen ones. Therefore, Cheng Yao had now become an unyielding enemy of the Foot Basin Kingdom. If it weren't for their low national fortune and lack of resources, the Foot Basin Kingdom would have already waged war against the Dragon Kingdom. On the Dragon Kingdom's livestream, the audience felt mixed emotions. They did not know what dangers lay in this strange space, and they were all quite panicked inside. After all the resources of Dragon Country almost came from Cheng Yao alone. If Cheng Yao truly died here, then the fate of Dragon Country would instantly fall from grace. Go, Yao Gu. You must survive. We must have faith in Yao Gu. He is currently the strongest chosen one in the entire Forbidden Land. The discussions in the live stream and the fate reminders were completely invisible to Cheng Yao. At this moment, after crossing that illusory portal, Cheng Yao was stunned by the sight before him. Before him was still that familiar wasteland. The stones and cliffs here were exactly the same as those in the world outside the portal. The difference was that this wasteland still had many damaged watchtowers and crumbling brick walls. It felt as if this place had already been developed by someone. From afar, looking at those ruins of watchtowers, he could still see some mid-level fallen demons coming in and out, continuously plundering various resources from inside the watchtowers. What is going on here? Could it be that this was how the wasteland used to look? But why can't he see even a single repaired stone brick on this wasteland today? Could it be that these fallen demons cleared all the stones? Cheng Yao's heart shook. He couldn't understand why such a scene appeared here. At this moment, Cheng Yao's system menu suddenly popped up a window. Detected that you have entered the mission location, proceeding with detailed mission description. Mission objective, find the commander of the Wasteland Guards. Mission reward, lottery wheel *1. Seeing the prompt that appeared before him, Cheng Yao felt like cursing. Ever since those few instances with Ling, Cheng Yao already had an AC level for his luck value. Can't you just give me the reward directly? Why does it have to be a stupid lottery? What if I get a dress again? Am I opening a clothing store for Ling? Cheng Yao was tempted to give up this mission immediately, but looking at the already vanished portal behind him, he felt extremely frustrated. Forget it, it seems the situation here is similar to an instance. If I don't resolve things here, there is absolutely no way to go out. Right, let me tell Ling about the situation here, lest she worry. Cheng Yao opened his chat interface, but at this moment, a line of small letters appeared next to the names of his added friends. Not in the service area. Damn it. Do you think you're a mobile operator? Not in the service area, what the hell is that? Cheng Yao couldn't help but start ranting crazily. His rants quickly attracted the attention of the mid-level fallen demons around him. So, these fallen demons all put down the plundered supplies in their hands and took out big sticks instead. Yeah. In an instant, dozens of mid-level fallen demons gathered together and launched an attack towards Cheng Yao. Most critically, among these mid-level fallen demons, there were also a few mid-level demon leaders mixed in. Hearing the "iya" sounds coming from behind him, Cheng Yao instantly reacted. His current situation was not safe. The place was filled with fallen demons, which meant that currently, Cheng Yao was practically surrounded by enemies. Cheng Yao did not panic, he pulled out his 98k and began to shoot while probing these fallen demons. Mid-level fallen demon, level 10, health 3000/3000. Usually appears in groups, sometimes led by a leader. If a leader is found, prioritize killing it. Mid-level fallen demon leader, level 13, health 4500/4500. The leader of the mid-level fallen demons must be killed first, or else you will suffer from relentless attacks. Looking at the results returned by the probe, Cheng Yao couldn't help but gasp. This is a level 10 mission? Who has level 10 quests that spawn level 13 monsters? There were many of these fallen demons, and if there was a boss here, how powerful would it be? Cheng Yao began to feel a bit anxious. Chapter 60, God of Killing Cheng Yao. Cheng Yao was under siege. Dozens of mid-level fallen demons rushed toward Cheng Yao, making it difficult for him to escape. Faced with such a desperate situation, Cheng Yao did not panic. He looked around and noticed a half-collapsed watchtower not far to his left. The reason it was called half a tower was that nearly half of its walls had been removed, leaving the other half barely supporting the structure. Though this watchtower was in ruins, it was still a place Cheng Yao could reluctantly rely on for cover. Without much thought, Cheng Yao immediately began to climb up the collapsed wall of the watchtower. With his immense strength at that moment, climbing the nearly 10-meter-tall watchtower was not too difficult for him, and he successfully reached the top. At the same time, those dozens of fallen demons finally arrived at the base of the watchtower and started climbing up toward the top. Bang! Bang! Cheng Yao continuously fired his 98K at the fallen demon leaders mixed in among them, and the gunfire attracted countless other mid-level fallen demons from farther away, who began to surround Cheng Yao's position. At that moment, in Cheng Yao's live stream, the viewers from Foot Basin Nation and Stick Nation began to cheer as they saw Cheng Yao in a desperate situation. Good job! Die! Cheng Yao won't die, and we Foot Basin Nation will never have a peaceful day. Dare to kill so many chosen ones, Cheng Yao, this is your retribution. Ha ha! With so many fallen demons, even if a god descends, Cheng Yao, you won't survive. The viewers from both countries began wildly sending messages, while the viewers from Dragon Nation all focused intently on the screen, not daring to be distracted for a moment. Looking at the dense mass of fallen demons on the screen, the viewers from Dragon Nation felt a chilling sensation rise from their feet, as if their thoughts were frozen in ice. In the National Fortune Office of Dragon Nation, everyone also turned their gaze to Zhou Yang nearby, wanting to see what insights this seasoned soldier, who had seen great storms, had. But unfortunately, even Zhou Yang at that moment furrowed his brows tightly, unable to imagine how to escape such a predicament. The only comforting thought for him was that Cheng Yao still remained calm. Seeing Zhou Yang's tightly furrowed brows, his colleagues seemed to lose their last hope. Is it really impossible? At that moment, Cheng Yao was still tirelessly shooting down the fallen demon leaders, occasionally switching to his engineer shovel to knock away the climbing fallen demons. After all, if the leaders did not die, the ordinary fallen demons would continue to respawn. Fortunately, although these fallen demon leaders were high in level, they were not elite, and Cheng Yao could kill two with each 2 shots, making good progress. Finally, through Cheng Yao's relentless efforts, the fallen demon leaders began to disappear one by one. With that, the ordinary fallen demons were no longer a significant threat. As for the fallen demons rushing from afar, they were not within Cheng Yao's consideration. Let's leave it at this. I've cleaned up most of the nearby leaders. Next, it belongs to me. Hunting time. Cheng Yao shouted and leaped down from the watchtower without a second thought. Watching Cheng Yao's seemingly reckless action, the viewers from Dragon Nation were all wide-eyed. After all, they could not comprehend why Cheng Yao would do that. The fallen demons below looked like an ocean, and jumping down was akin to seeking death. In the live stream, many Dragon Nation viewers began to shout out. Yao Gu! Don't be impulsive. There are so many enemies, you can't kill them all. It's over, Yao Gu has lost his mind. If he jumps down like this, he will be doomed. Is the luck of our dragon country going to disappear like this? The audience from Dragon Country wailed continuously, but the spectators from Basin Country and Stick Country were already bursting with joy. Ha ha! Die! If you, Cheng Yao, don't die like this, I'll twist my head off and give it to you as a ball to kick. After Cheng Yao is dead, I want to see what waves you Dragon Country weaklings can raise. Ha, Cheng Yao is surrounded. I want to see how you will die, what the hell. Unfortunately, these spectators from enemy countries did not shout for long before they were stunned by Cheng Yao's brave actions. In the live broadcast, Cheng Yao shouted Damasha at his own engineering shovel, then smashed it straight into the crowd of sinking demons. With this powerful strike, the ground within 10 meters around Cheng Yao trembled. Immediately, the engineering shovel in Cheng Yao's hands began to fly up and down, continuously slapping at the sinking demons before him. Even though these intermediate sinking demons were at the same level as Cheng Yao, under Cheng Yao's full power and equipped with his mighty gear, not a single one of these intermediate demons could withstand Cheng Yao's strike. At this moment, Cheng Yao was like a war god among the sinking demons. With every shovel he struck, countless sinking demons disappeared. The viewers in the live room were amazed to see Cheng Yao's fierce and dominating style. Damn! What kind of damage is this from Yao Gu? This damage is too high. These sinking demons are at the same level as Yao Gu. Can he really go on a killing spree? It's outrageous. What the hell? What the hell? What the hell? Incompetent with culture, one what the hell rules the world. But looking at Yao Gu like this, why does it feel a bit familiar? It has to feel familiar. When he was in the forest, Yao Gu killed sinking demons like this, he's an old offender. Watching Cheng Yao clear the field with such power, the audience from Dragon Country finally became excited. In the Dragon Country's luck office, Yang Zhou's aide, Huang Sudong, looked at Cheng Yao's fierce performance and couldn't help but praise him. Damn. This Cheng Yao. I admire him. If this continues. However, before Huang Sudong could finish his sentence, colleagues in the office shouted sternly. Shut up. Huang Sudong couldn't express what he wanted to say and felt extremely stifled inside. Looking back at Cheng Yao's live room, his bravery had already become the talk of the Dragon Country viewers. However, the comments from Basin Country and Stick Country poured cold water on the Dragon Country audience. Oomph, so what if he can kill? How long has it been now? Look at the sinking demons around him, are there any fewer? Just a dying struggle. I don't believe Cheng Yao is made of iron, he won't get injured, won't get tired. Oomph, when he gets tired, that will be the time of his death. You Dragon Country scum, the happier you are now, the more painful it will be when Cheng Yao dies. Ha ha. I can't wait to see your wailing comments. The comments from Basin Country and Stick Country instantly made all Dragon Country spectators tense up. Chapter 61, Upgrade of the Life-Saving Divine Weapon. Cheng Yao was caught in a bitter battle. As stated in the comments, no matter how high his damage was, when facing enemies flowing towards him like an ocean, he would eventually exhaust his strength. And facing such an encirclement, once Cheng Yao was exhausted, the consequences would be unimaginable. At this moment, Cheng Yao's speed of swinging the shovel had obviously slowed down. With every swing, Cheng Yao felt as if his whole body was being bitten by ants, a pain like no other. It's almost time. Cheng Yao looked at the iron particles continuously adding to his backpack and made his decision. After smashing down on a group of sinking demons, Cheng Yao no longer cared about anything else and directly turned around to climb back to the top of the watchtower. Ha, ha, this is too much. Cheng Yao gasped for breath, looking at the submerged demons that were constantly climbing up from below the watchtower, feeling a bit of a headache. Seeing Cheng Yao in such a miserable state, the audience from the enemy country began to get excited. They saw that Cheng Yao, just as they predicted, was starting to exhaust his strength. Once he was exhausted, Cheng Yao would die in this forbidden land of national fortune, just as they hoped. Ha ha. Go die, Cheng Yao. Kill him hard. Submerged demons, charge. When surrounded and exhausted, I don't believe you, Cheng Yao, can stir up any more waves. The enemy audience's comments filled the live streaming room, while the audience from Dragon Country couldn't help but start to worry. If Cheng Yao died, then all of Dragon Country's national fortune would be wasted. Now, Dragon Country had lakes, rivers, and even crops growing in the fields. They had even discovered some small-scale coal mines. All of these were the results of Cheng Yao seizing the national fortune for Dragon Country. If Cheng Yao really died here, everything Dragon Country had gained would be forcibly taken back. This outcome was unacceptable to the people of Dragon Country. Yao Gu. Come on. You must live. It's over, Yao Gu is already exhausted, but there are still so many submerged demons below. Why is the difficulty here so high? This is unfair. In the livestream, Cheng Yao was still swinging his combat shovel, knocking away the submerged demons that climbed up one by one. But anyone with clear eyes could see that Cheng Yao's movements were much slower than before. Even in Dragon Country's National Fortune Office, the seasoned Zhou Yang and others had serious expressions, unable to think of a way to break the deadlock. Seeing the hopeful gazes of his colleagues, Zhou Yang could only shake his head helplessly. Don't look at me like that, in this situation, I can't think of any better way. Our hero Cheng Yao might die. Hearing Zhou Yang's conclusion, the other colleagues in the office began to panic. In the livestream, Cheng Yao's movements were getting slower and slower, but fortunately, since Cheng Yao was not making much noise afterward, the submerged demons further away showed no intention of coming closer. Damn it, at least he had stabilized temporarily. While continuing to knock away the submerged demons, Cheng Yao gritted his teeth and opened his own divine weapon panel. Fortunately, Xiling had prepared enough wood for Cheng Yao earlier, and after obtaining a large amount of iron ore, Cheng Yao could finally upgrade his divine weapon. Upgrade for me. The iron ore and wood in his backpack began to be consumed rapidly, and as the materials were used up, the combat shovel in Cheng Yao's hand started to emit a dazzling golden light. In the live stream, a series of system prompts began to pop up. Congratulations to Dragon Country's chosen one Cheng Yao for being the first to upgrade his divine weapon to E-level lower, earning Dragon Country 100 national fortune points. Congratulations to Dragon Country's chosen one Cheng Yao for being the first to upgrade his divine weapon to E-level middle, earning Dragon Country 100 national fortune points. Congratulations to Dragon Country's chosen one Cheng Yao for being the first to upgrade his divine weapon to E-level upper, earning Dragon Country 100 national fortune points. Congratulations to Dragon Country's chosen one Cheng Yao for being the first to upgrade his divine weapon to E-level top, earning Dragon Country 100 national fortune points. With the appearance of these prompts, Cheng Yao's divine weapon underwent earth-shattering changes in its attributes. Old Armory. Grade, E. Quality, Top. After equipping, it can unlock the Armory backpack, equipping various weapons produced by the Armory. Materials required for upgrade: wood *160, E-level evolution stone *1. M1895 Nagant. Grade, E. Quality, top. Power plus 35. An upgraded weapon of the Desert Eagle, which can cause damage of up to 18 times the power value. When attacking, there is a 50% chance of not consuming any mana. With a silencer attached, hitting the head will deal double damage. No need to reload, each attack consumes 5 points of mana. Iron Engineer Shovel. Rank, E. Quality, top. Strength plus 20. Agility plus 15. A weapon upgraded from the Wooden Engineer Shovel, it can deal up to 24 times the strength value in damage. Attached skill, Charge. Charge, quickly rush in one direction while holding the weapon, dealing 50 times strength value damage to hit enemies. The higher the strength, the farther the charge distance. Can be used 3 times a day. 98K Sniper Rifle. Rank, E. Quality, top. Strength plus 35. High accuracy, long attack range, can deal up to 60 times strength value damage. Shooting has a piercing effect, dealing damage to targets behind the enemy. Comes with a silencer. Looking at the series of introductions for his beloved weapon, Cheng Yao finally felt a bit of relief in his heart. The gains from this upgrade can perfectly solve the current predicament. Just the charge skill provided by the Engineer Shovel can let him escape from the encirclement of the Deepfall demons. Since he has the ability to break free at any time, there's no need to rush to leave. After all, the monsters here are so dense, this is all experience points. Thinking of this, Cheng Yao continued to slay these countless Deepfall demons. The Engineer Shovel in his hand glimmered with a chilling light. Just a glance was enough to clearly perceive its extraordinary nature. Even if the viewers in the livestream couldn't see the specific attributes of the Engineer Shovel, just looking at its upgraded appearance was enough to know it had been significantly enhanced. Humph. What does strengthening this broken shovel do? When he runs out of energy, he still won't be able to escape alive. Cheng Yao is just struggling in desperation. Even if this shovel is a divine weapon, he can't kill so many Deepfall demons in one go. The Deepfall demons coming from behind have a leader. By then, he'll be exhausted. What good is a series of 4 national fortune rewards? Once he dies, the rewards he earned will be spit out. The viewers from the enemy country began to shout wildly, while the Dragon Country viewers did not respond much to the taunts. After all, what the enemy's chosen one said was not wrong. In this situation, if he could not solve the problem of stamina, Cheng Yao would still die. Brother Yao! You must hold on. Countless viewers from Dragon Country shouted from the bottom of their hearts. Chapter 62, a hint of cold light first, then, strike like a dragon. In the Forbidden Ground, how could Cheng Yao know the thoughts of the viewers? He just kept swinging the Engineer Shovel in his hand, continuously smashing the Deepfall demons that crawled up the watchtower into nothingness. After upgrading, Cheng Yao felt that this weapon seemed much lighter, and when he held the Engineer Shovel, a clear knowledge of how to use the charge skill flooded his mind. Wow, is this direct transmission of power? Cheng Yao became increasingly curious about this national fortune forbidden area in his heart. Everything happening here was a bit too unbelievable. Damage leeching, spring water recovery, skill acquisition. These things that are common in the game, when they actually happen in front of oneself, reveal the enormous impact they have. Looking at the still dense Deepfall demons below, Cheng Yao secretly sighed. Now that the leaders of the Deepfall demons have taken their places, if he wanted to kill these Deepfall demons, he must first defeat these leaders. This task was not difficult for him, but given the current situation, continuing the hunt had little meaning. To improve efficiency, one must first sharpen their tools. Right now, he was exhausted, and continuing to kill would be too inefficient. Thinking this, Cheng Yao began to have the thought of leaving. Justice descends from the sky. Cheng Yao shouted loudly, then once again wielded the Engineer Shovel and leaped straight down from the watchtower, smashing down fiercely onto the hordes of Deepfall demons below. Boom! In an instant, dust flew up, and countless abyssal demons were blown away like leaves under this powerful strike. The monster's health had dropped to 0, but due to the presence of the abyssal demon leader, these demons did not simply disappear. Instead, they left behind a corpse, waiting for the leader's revival. At this moment, the audience in the livestream watched Cheng Yao dive back into the pile of monsters, and they could not help but gasp in astonishment. As for the viewers from the enemy nation, seeing Cheng Yao's actions, they also began to cheer. Good. Cheng Yao can't take it anymore. Die. Cheng Yao. This time, even the gods can't save you. I can't wait to hear the lamentations of the Dragon Kingdom people. No matter how brave you are, how can you withstand the siege of so many monsters? I don't believe you, what the hell? The shouts of the enemy viewers suddenly came to an end. Because, in the livestream screen, they witnessed an unbelievable scene. Cheng Yao gripped the Engineer Shovel tightly, and a stream of air seemed to begin swirling around him. Then, like a god, Cheng Yao charged forward with a fierce and domineering stance, rushing straight into the distance. In an instant, Cheng Yao covered almost 100 meters. Those abyssal demons trying to block him were sent flying into the sky as if they were hit by a speeding train. As Cheng Yao charged, the swirling air around him transformed into a gigantic dragon's head, roaring thunderously in accompaniment to his charge. Watching this scene, the livestream audience, whether from the enemy country or the Dragon Kingdom, were all left in shock. They never expected that Cheng Yao, already ridiculously strong, would still have such a trump card. In Cheng Yao's livestream, it felt like someone had pressed mute. For a long time, no barrage of comments appeared. People were still immersed in the momentum of that previous strike, unable to regain their composure for a long time. It wasn't until several minutes later that the livestream became lively again. Wow! Is this really Brother Yao? Did you just see that? It's a dragon. Brother Yao's move was terrifying. If it weren't for the leader being there, Brother Yao could slay his way in and out of this monster group without any problems. I don't know what to call Brother Yao's move, but I think Dragon's Fury Cleave would be pretty good. Where are those little fools and little sticks who were just shouting? Why aren't they barking anymore? Brother Yao is majestic and powerful. With one move, he broke through the encirclement and slapped the faces of those foot basin and stick creatures. In the livestream, seeing Cheng Yao escape safely, viewers from the Dragon Kingdom became ecstatic. And those enemy viewers who had been shouting just a moment ago found it hard to accept how Cheng Yao had escaped danger so dominantly. They simply couldn't understand why Cheng Yao was this strong. Damn it, if you had such skills, why not use them earlier? Could it be that he can see what's happening in the livestream, so he saved such a trump card just to slap us in the face? The enemy viewers felt bitter and could only watch the insults in the livestream, unable to fire back a single word. At this moment, in the Dragon Kingdom's National Fortune Office, Zhou Yang watched Cheng Yao escape safely and couldn't help but let out a long breath. A touch of cold light appears first, then the gun shoots like a dragon. This was originally a line from a novel, but seeing Cheng Yao really achieve this, I can't help but feel shaken. This kid always brings me surprises. Zhou Yang's colleagues also nodded in agreement. The power of this move was truly formidable. It had far exceeded people's understanding. And at this moment, on the livestream screen, Cheng Yao, relying on this domineering charge, directly broke free from the encirclement of the abyssal demons. He was leaning behind a giant rock, breathing heavily and calming the weakness that kept washing over him. Damn, is this really a level 10 task? Your level 10 task just starts with a huge group of monsters attacking you, right? Also, this map is so big, where the hell am I supposed to find that captain? Cheng Yao kept complaining in his heart, he just couldn't understand why a level 10 task that he didn't take seriously became so difficult. But thinking about the dungeon that you can't leave once you go in, and the delusion demons attacking the Chosen One's hut every day like clockwork, Cheng Yao lost his urge to complain further. There are just too many unreasonable things in this place. Since he was already inside, he had to follow the rules of the forbidden area. After resting for a while, the exhaustion in Cheng Yao's body finally eased a little. No time to waste, I need to find a place to rest soon. Cheng Yao looked at the sky, feeling somewhat helpless. After a fierce battle with the delusion demons, the sky had gradually darkened. There was no Chosen One's hut here. What Cheng Yao needed to do was find a suitable place to settle down. This place must be hidden enough, or else if the delusion demons find him while he is sleeping at night, that would not be a joke. Although Cheng Yao didn't know what these delusion demons would do at night, in this wilderness full of danger, caution was the best guarantee for survival. I hope to complete this task quickly. The days of the demon siege are getting closer, I hope I can keep up. Thinking this, Cheng Yao looked around and continued to stagger slowly toward a certain place in the wilderness. Chapter 63, The Choice. As the sky darkened, after a long trek, Cheng Yao finally found a decent resting spot. It was a rundown little wooden house, far from the ruins of the watchtowers. It seemed that not long ago, this should have been an ordinary farmhouse. But now, the hut had already been ransacked by those delusion demons. The crumbling walls and half-blown-off roof told the story of its past encounters. However, Cheng Yao didn't pay attention to these. To him, having a relatively safe place to settle was enough. After all, he wouldn't be staying here for too long. He had to think of a way. If he didn't finish this task quickly, this terrible environment would drive him crazy. Cheng Yao chewed on the jerky furiously. Suddenly, he missed the old wooden house he had with Ziling. Although the wooden house was also in poor condition, at least it provided a secure place to stay. This is humanity. No matter when, as long as there is a place to call home and family waiting for one's return, there will always be hope. Cheng Yao opened his task panel and repeatedly read the task description several times, but he still couldn't find any new clues. Forget it, I'll sleep first. I'll search for the task target with all my might after getting up tomorrow. Cheng Yao secretly decided. In one corner of the little wooden house, there was a pile of hay. That was where Cheng Yao planned to sleep. Unexpectedly, after sleeping on a bed for so long, he was now back to sleeping on a straw mat again. That feeling was truly uncomfortable. What the hell is this thing? As Cheng Yao lay on the straw mat, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his waist. He got up and saw that a doorknob was digging into his side, causing him pain. Damn! Who installs a doorknob in the ground? Huh? No, wait. What the hell is this? Cheng Yao suddenly realized, quickly pushing aside the hay near the doorknob. Once the hay was cleared away, what caught his eye was a wooden trapdoor. When he opened the trapdoor, there was a bottomless ladder leading deep underground. This wooden door wasn't very big, and for Cheng Yao's size, it was. It was just enough for him to climb down. Cheng Yao looked at the movable door, his brow slightly furrowing. Because this wooden door seemed out of place with the structure of the little house. He believed that any normal person wouldn't dig such a deep cellar in their shabby wooden house. There must be something fishy down there. With this discovery, Cheng Yao instantly felt a rush of excitement. After being here for so long, he finally found some clues. Thinking of this, Cheng Yao couldn't wait to crawl into the cellar. The cellar had no lighting, nor was there any moonlight shining. Cheng Yao could only rely on his feelings to slowly climb down. Fortunately, this cellar wasn't too deep. After a few minutes of climbing, he reached the bottom. He took out a piece of wood and lit it with a flint, and the scene in the cellar finally revealed itself to Cheng Yao's eyes. This scene made Cheng Yao's hair stand on end. Inside the cellar, which was not too big, there was only a statue. The statue occupied about 4 square meters and was over 2 meters tall, resembling a devil. The devil statue held one hand open, with a thick black-red liquid constantly flowing down into a tray below it. The tray below was already full of this thick liquid, giving off a strong bloody smell that sent chills down one's spine. What the hell? What is this thing? A evil god? Cheng Yao cursed inwardly, and at that moment, his task panel suddenly popped up. Detected a pitch-black devil statue. You can choose to break the statue. After breaking it, all chosen ones in the host's country will gain the Demon's Fury buff, lasting for 1 month. Demon's Fury, while carrying this state, chosen ones will have a collection efficiency plus 50%, equipment drop rate plus 20%, experience gain plus 20%, with a 20% chance of dropping rarer items. However, an additional wave of demon avengers will appear during the next demon siege. Cheng Yao stared at the system prompt in surprise. This buff effect is simply too strong. If the chosen ones from the dragon country all received this buff, then their leveling efficiency and equipment yield would greatly increase. As for the demon avenger? At worst, they could treat it like a boss fight. Who knows, they might drop good equipment. Cheng Yao started to feel excited. If Xiling were here, he would ask for her opinion. But since Xiling was out of the service area, Cheng Yao couldn't be bothered to think too much. With a flash of light in his hand, the engineer's shovel instantly appeared, and he struck down hard towards the devil statue. Boom! The statue shattered in response, and as the statue broke, a prompt popped up in front of all chosen ones from the dragon country. Congratulations, you have received the buff, Demon's Fury. Looking at this prompt, the chosen ones from the dragon country were all surprised. They all walked out of their little houses, discussing the sudden prompt. Did you just receive that? It says we got a buff. Looks like we all got it, but I wonder if every country's chosen ones received this buff. Do you think it's because the demon siege is about to happen that we all received this buff? This explanation garnered agreement from many people. After all, the demon siege and the demon's fury seem to go hand in hand. But at that moment, Xiling, who had just walked out of her little house, expressed a completely different view. If you ask me, this thing was probably created by Cheng Yao again. If it were related to the siege, we should have received the siege prompt by now. We shouldn't have to wait until this critical moment. You don't know Cheng Yao, he can never leave things alone. If he doesn't create some big news every day, he wouldn't even know his own name. He entered the portal this time, and the commotion he has stirred up until now has already exceeded my expectations. The Dragon Nation elects listened to Xiling's analysis, all somewhat skeptical. Although they had witnessed Cheng Yao's extraordinary powers during the day, that could only prove his unmatched strength, no one could assert that this buff was indeed brought back by Cheng Yao. Moreover, with Cheng Yao not present in the service area, even if they wanted to verify it, there was no way to do so. Thus, a robust man with a straightforward face bluntly said, I don't believe it, a collective buff for so many people could have been achieved by just Cheng Yao alone. If it really was him, when he returns, I will write 100 words of admiration for him. Also, we don't even know what this buff does. Don't tell me it's something like bad luck. Chapter 64, Large Leader? An Invincible Demon. Early the next morning, Cheng Yao rubbed his sleepy eyes and lazily got up from the grass mat. He did not sleep soundly this night. Although there were no sinking demons lurking around, it was still a wild and desolate area, making it hard to rest well in such an environment. But sleep was not a big deal for Cheng Yao. Now, he must find the captain, the task target, as soon as possible to escape from this wretched place. With this in mind, Cheng Yao stopped lingering and directly rushed towards the spot that was attacked yesterday. There were many watchtowers in this direction, shouldn't the defense captain guard the watchtower? With this thought, Cheng Yao began his search. As for the sinking demons he encountered along the way, they were all turned into experience points under Cheng Yao's gun. With the piercing shot added to the 98k, facing these groups of sinking demons, Cheng Yao was already skilled at it. As long as he killed the sinking demon leader, with one shot from the 98k, the sinking demons would fall in rows. With such efficiency, Cheng Yao's experience points began to soar. Congratulations to Dragon Nation-elect Cheng Yao for being the first to level up to level 11, rewarding 100 Dragon Nation fortune points. A notification suddenly popped up, and viewers from various countries watched this message, all beating their chests in frustration. Damn! Our chosen one is only level 9, why is he already level 11? Is he still human? Leveling up so fast, can we even play? Don't worry, if Cheng Yao dies in that special space, we will still have our fun. Die? Did you not see how fierce Cheng Yao was yesterday? Is there anything in that forbidden area that can kill him? International viewers began to quarrel, while the Dragon Nation elects, under Xiling's arrangement, also started their leveling up. Those qualified elects had already formed teams set up by Xiling and began to enter the Spider Cave dungeon for equipment and experience. At this time, these Dragon Nation elects finally realized the power of this buff. Wow! Is this the effect of the buff? I now level up so fast. Looking at the experience, it seems 20% faster than our previous leveling up. What kind of divine buff is this? Did this buff really come from Cheng Yao? How did he do it? You can't deny it, such a powerful buff deserves our respect. Quick, let's level up. Who knows when this buff will disappear, we need to quickly level up for those brothers in charge of logistics. In this atmosphere, the Dragon Nation elects began their leveling up with an almost frenzied attitude. As for Xiling, she was leading 4 Dragon Nation elects to conquer the Spider Cave dungeon. Xiling was the one who felt the impact of this buff the most. Along the way, before encountering the first boss, these Dragon Nation elects had already obtained 2 pieces of equipment. It is worth noting that when she was following Cheng Yao to farm in the dungeon, the little monsters here have never dropped equipment. What on earth is this buff? Did they even change the drop rate? If this were in a game, it would definitely be cheating, okay? This Cheng Yao, now not satisfied with just cheating himself, plans to cheat all the chosen ones of Longwa too. Thinking of this, Xiling's heart suddenly tightened for no reason. She didn't even know how Cheng Yao was doing over there. Would he encounter some danger? There are still 2 days until the demon siege, and she didn't know if Cheng Yao could return safely before it started. As Xiling thought about Cheng Yao, she suddenly began to feel a bit worried. In fact, Xiling's worry was not without reason. Currently, after slaying a large number of the sinking demons, Cheng Yao suddenly received a system notification. Due to your excessive kills of sinking demons, a large sinking demon lord is heading this way. Please prepare yourself. Cheng Yao looked at this system notification, puzzled, scratching his head. Large sinking demon lord? What is that? His current situation was already very dangerous. This difficulty was clearly beyond a level 10 task scope. Now, he had to face some large sinking demon lord? Cheng Yao began to doubt his life. He still had some confidence in his own strength. For tasks that he found quite difficult, other level 10 chosen ones would just be a meal for the sinking demons. Even a level 15 chosen one would find such a task extremely troubling. So, what strength would this incoming large sinking demon lord have? As Cheng Yao thought this, suddenly, he felt the ground beneath him begin to tremble violently. Boom! 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 A huge rumbling sound began to rise. Cheng Yao awkwardly turned his head to look, and then his pupils shook violently. This booming sound was not the attack of a monster, but the footsteps of a giant monster. Following Cheng Yao's line of sight, he saw a dark green portal suddenly appear in the wilderness. A 10-meter-tall 4-legged demon was slowly walking out of this portal. This demon looked like a centaur, except its 4 hooves were ablaze with fierce flames. Its face was fierce, with 2 massive demon horns on its forehead. This gigantic demon, even without doing anything, just by its enormous size, gave off an overwhelming feeling that made it hard to breathe. Could it be the large sinking demon lord mentioned in the system notification? Are you kidding me? I fight this thing? Cheng Yao's muscles began to tremble violently all over. He had no doubt that if such a large monster lightly touched him, he would die instantly. Is this really a level 10 task? Cheng Yao had an urge to flip the table. However, since this demon had already appeared, Cheng Yao could only brace himself and cast a detection skill on the demon. Large sinking demon lord, level, health? A demon protected by hellish energy, only hitting its weak points can kill it. Looking at the string of question marks returned by the detection, Cheng Yao couldn't help but swallow hard. This demon was definitely his great enemy. Before knowing the true details of this demon, it was better to avoid provoking it. First, let's find that captain. Cheng Yao silently made up his mind and withdrew his gaze. But at that moment, in Cheng Yao's peripheral vision, he seemed to see a soldier in armor inside the watchtower beneath the large sinking demon lord. This soldier was leaning against the base of the watchtower, in an unknown state between life and death. Could that be his mission target? Cheng Yao's heart began to tighten. After all, if this large sinking demon lord didn't leave, then Cheng Yao would never complete this mission. What to do now? Cheng Yao's breathing began to grow increasingly hurried, and in his ears, he could almost hear the violent beating of his own heart. Chapter 65, A Sip of Poison Milk, Hope and Despair. Cheng Yao quietly waited for the next move of the large fallen demon lord. His mission target was just within reach, but if the large fallen demon lord did not leave, Cheng Yao could not safely get to the target. Now, the monster's level and health were unclear. If he did not avoid such a monster, it would not be reckless, but foolish. Cheng Yao looked around the environment and suddenly felt a bit familiar. This place seemed not far from where he had teleported in. That's right, that broken watchtower. He had killed monsters on top of that tower yesterday. Damn it! If I had carefully looked around after teleporting yesterday, wouldn't this mission have been completed already? Cheng Yao felt a bit bitter in his heart. He now understood how the recommended level for this mission came about. But now that the large fallen demon lord had arrived, he was unsure how high the recommended level for this mission would rise. Let's go, let's go. Cheng Yao silently hoped, but the large fallen demon lord, like a brainless NPC, made no further move after stepping out of the portal. It just stood there blankly, like a huge statue. If it weren't for the obvious breathing movements, Cheng Yao would have thought it had disconnected. But the current situation made Cheng Yao feel extremely frustrated. The mission target was right under the large demon's feet. Wanting to quietly complete this task was nearly impossible. Forget it, let's first see if I can lure the large fallen demon lord away. Cheng Yao made up his mind and began to quietly walk toward the distance. After a while, Cheng Yao finally found a suitable sniping point. He removed the suppressor from his 98K and aimed straight at the large demon. Bang! The shot from the 98K fired, and the magic bullet, glowing a ghostly blue, shot straight into the demon's eye. -0. Cheng Yao looked at the number floating above the demon's head and couldn't help but curse inwardly. Is this game even playable anymore? With all my strength pointed in, I didn't even make it lose a drop of health? And with a gunshot this loud, are you deaf? Why aren't you coming to catch me? Cheng Yao looked at everything in front of him, feeling quite incredulous. After taking Cheng Yao's shot, the large demon not only did not sustain any damage but showed no intention of chasing him. Instead, the wandering fallen demons around had already been drawn in by the gunfire, slowly gathering toward Cheng Yao's direction. Cheng Yao's shot was mainly to lure the large demon to this place, making it easier to approach the mission target. But the result of this shot was far from Cheng Yao's expectations. Eek! At this moment, several intermediate fallen demons had spotted Cheng Yao and were rushing at him with their large clubs raised. Damn it, you guys are getting cocky too, huh? I can't take on the big one, but I can't deal with this group of small fry? Cheng Yao looked at the fallen demons in front of him, feeling a surge of anger. He decisively reattached the suppressor, aimed at the leaders of those intermediate fallen demons, and began to pull the trigger continuously. The intermediate fallen demons started to drop one after another, turning into Cheng Yao's experience points. At this moment, the large fallen demon lord that had teleported in finally stopped dawdling after noticing its subordinates disappearing one after another. It suddenly burst forth with incredible speed, charging straight toward Cheng Yao. Its forehooves burned with raging green flames, and each step caused the ground to tremble. Looking at the large demon rushing towards him, Cheng Yao was startled. Its speed is just too fast. Fortunately, the distance I chose is far enough, otherwise, I wouldn't even have time to react before being slain by this demon. But now, even if I have time to react, what can I do? The speed of this demon is simply too quick. The livestream audience watched as Cheng Yao was targeted by the demon, and they couldn't help but hold their breath. The oppressive feeling of this giant fallen demon leader could be felt by the viewers even through the screen. Even the viewers from the Foot Basin Nation didn't cheer right away, instead, they were deeply shocked by the demon. Now, Cheng Yao must be done for, right? Cheng Yao should be dead, right? With such a terrifying demon, if he can still turn it around, that would be too incredible. Everyone, let's cheer when Cheng Yao dies, it won't be too late. Even the usually arrogant viewers from the Foot Basin Nation, after being slapped in the face by Cheng Yao so many times, became much quieter. And the audience from Dragon Country was already wailing in despair. They could not imagine how Cheng Yao could escape from such a swift large demon. In the Dragon Country's National Fortune Office, Zhou Yan looked at Cheng Yao's situation on the screen and sighed helplessly. In his view, Cheng Yao was almost a dead man. However, Zhou Yang still had one last resort. He patted Huang Sudong's shoulder, his tone filled with deep resignation. Huang Sudong, what do you think? Huang Sudong's face was also filled with worry. Upon hearing Zhou Yang's question, he honestly replied. The speed and destructive power of this demon are simply astounding. With Cheng Yao's current strength, he definitely can't survive in its hands. Listening to Huang Sudong's words, Zhou Yang slowly nodded. That's exactly what I wanted to hear. You can shut up now. Cheng Yao, I can only help you up to this point. Zhou Yang thought. Even someone experienced like him, in such a situation, could only rely on Huang Sudong's toxic optimism to hopefully provide some help for Cheng Yao. On the live stream screen, the distance between Cheng Yao and the large fallen demon had already closed in. At this moment, the large demon had stopped right in front of Cheng Yao, and with its two hands waving in the air, countless huge fireballs fell like meteorites, continuously bombarding towards Cheng Yao's position. Seeing this scene, Cheng Yao was not surprised but delighted. He originally thought this large demon was a melee-type attacker. In that case, given the speed of this demon, Cheng Yao's chances of escape would be extremely slim. But this demon needed to summon fireballs to attack Cheng Yao. The speed at which the demon summoned the fireballs was not too fast, and the fireballs summoned also took a certain amount of time to hit Cheng Yao. This time allowed for many possible maneuvers for Cheng Yao. Therefore, Cheng Yao decisively put away his 98k. In its place, he took out a sharp entrenching shovel. At this moment, the fireballs summoned by the large demon were already falling like raindrops. The nearest fireball was less than 1 meter away from Cheng Yao. Now's the time. Cheng Yao tightened his grip on the entrenching shovel. Chapter 66, I want to counter-kill. Charge. At the last moment, Cheng Yao decisively unleashed his charging skill. This time, Cheng Yao did not retreat but advanced, charging directly towards the position of the demon. Seeing the direction Cheng Yao charged in, the audience from Dragon Country had already cried out in despair. Are you crazy? Why aren't you running away? How can you escape by running towards the enemy? Could it be that Brother Yao plans to counter-kill? Counter-kill my ass. Didn't you see just now? Brother Yao shot once, and that demon didn't even flinch. There's no way to break its defense. How to fight back? Surely Cheng Yao is scared out of his wits. Panicking and running blindly. Now, Cheng Yao is undoubtedly doomed. The scene of Cheng Yao charging towards the demon looked no different from seeking death in the eyes of the audience. But in the National Fate Office of Dragon Country, Zhou Yang watched Cheng Yao charge towards the demon and couldn't help but nod. He is right to do this. If he runs away in the opposite direction, given Cheng Yao's own speed, he will still be caught by the demon. But look, the timing Cheng Yao chose is just when the demon is summoning the fireball. This means the demon has to cancel its current attack, buying time for Cheng Yao. On the other hand, you see, Cheng Yao is escaping from right under the demon's feet. If the demon wants to chase Cheng Yao, it has to turn around. You must know that four-legged animals turn very slowly. They prefer to go in circles rather than turn on the spot. This also buys Cheng Yao some time. So, only by doing this can Cheng Yao fight for a glimmer of hope against this demon. Zhou Yang talked passionately to the others in the office, his admiration for Cheng Yao evident in his expression. Cheng Yao's ability to make the best judgment in such a short time relied not on his brain but on his fighting instincts. Cheng Yao's combat instincts made Zhou Yang feel inferior. He had seen countless warriors, but he had never seen anyone as outstanding as Cheng Yao. Hearing Zhou Yang's analysis, the other colleagues in the office couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. In this way, Cheng Yao's chance of escaping was finally a bit higher. Huang Sudong also couldn't help but pat his chest, easing the pressure in his heart. Cheng Yao's combat instinct is terrifying. With such instincts, Cheng Yao should be safe. Huang Sudong had not finished his sentence when he suddenly realized something and immediately covered his mouth. When the people in the office heard Huang Sudong's jinxing words, they all nervously looked at the screen. On the screen, Cheng Yao charged directly to the belly of the massive fallen demon lord. Just as Cheng Yao planned to charge again and escape from behind the demon, a giant dark mouth suddenly opened from under the demon's belly. A bright red eyeball swiftly protruded from the giant mouth, shooting out a crimson beam. This beam firmly locked onto Cheng Yao, and in an instant, he felt as if his body had fallen into scalding lava. Cheng Yao's life points began to drop rapidly, and what terrified him the most was that at that moment he was hit by the red beam, he could no longer use his charge skill. It's over. Cheng Yao's heart tightened. With his speed, it was absolutely impossible to escape from the red light before his life ran out. This is targeting my life. Damn it, even if I die, I will tear a layer of skin off you. Cheng Yao's heart hardened. His eyes gradually turned red, and the engineer's shovel in his hand had been replaced with a 98K rifle. Raise the gun, aim. Bang! The sound of the gunshot echoed like the roar of a bullet, fiercely attacking the bright red eyeball. Crack! As the red eyeball was hit by a bullet, the red light it emitted disappeared instantly. If you observe this red eyeball closely, you can see several obvious cracks appearing on its surface. 1. Looking at the floating damage numbers, Cheng Yao felt like his brain suddenly understood something. Right. The information he had previously discovered seemed to say. This demon is wrapped in hellish energy, and only by hitting its weak point can he inflict damage. In other words, the demon's weak point is not what he previously thought was its eyes or head, but rather this red eyeball that protrudes from its abdomen. Meanwhile, Cheng Yao looked at the 1 point of damage he had caused, and a bold idea suddenly emerged in his mind. He wanted to try and see if he could turn the tables and kill this large demon. Since you've shown your health bar, don't blame me for being rude. Although he only caused 1 point of damage, he clearly saw the cracks on that red eyeball. He was sure that if he hit a few more times, this monster would definitely die. Thinking of this, Cheng Yao raised his gun and aimed again. Roar! After the red eyeball was hit, the large abyss lord let out a deafening roar, and the red eyeball that had protruded from its abdomen was instantly pulled back. Immediately afterward, the demon started to leap forward fiercely, its enormous body surprisingly agile, turning smoothly in midair. Boom! With the violent tremor of the earth, after the demon landed, it began to swing its arms again. As the demon swung its arms, the ground beneath it continued to crack. Ghostly green fireballs seemed to have a life of their own, constantly emerging from the cracked ground, tightly guarding around the demon and slowly circling. After circling a few times, Cheng Yao was astonished to discover that these green fireballs began to burrow into the demon's open mouth. What the hell? Are you planning to heal? Before crossing over, Cheng Yao had played quite a few games. Seeing the actions of the demon in front of him, he quickly made his judgment. No. He must interrupt it immediately. Otherwise, all his previous efforts would be in vain. Thinking of this, Cheng Yao immediately switched to his revolver. The 98K had high damage, but its shooting speed was far inferior to his revolver. At such a critical moment, what Cheng Yao needed was not how much damage he could deal. Instead, he needed to scatter these fireballs as quickly as possible. Each of these fireballs was only the size of a fist, and fortunately, Cheng Yao had specifically practiced his marksmanship, otherwise, hitting such a small moving target would have been quite difficult. As Cheng Yao expected, these small fireballs burst easily with just one shot. Besides their sheer numbers, they posed no significant threat to him. Under Cheng Yao's continuous shooting, most of these small fireballs were intercepted before they could be successfully reclaimed by the demon. At this moment, the viewers in the live broadcast room were all stunned, their mouths wide open as they watched Cheng Yao's pistol performance. Damn! Is Yao Gu going to defy the heavens? Every shot hits, wow! This is ridiculous. A target the size of a fist, at a distance of dozens of meters, and it's a moving target. The key point is, I don't think I've seen Yao Gu practice pistol skills, have I? He's definitely using hacks, without a doubt. The audience was buzzing with discussions. Chapter 67, Big Size? No problem, I can exploit bugs. While the viewers in the live broadcast room were chattering, Cheng Yao frowned unconsciously after breaking the fireballs one after another. Because he noticed that after being attacked, the large Abyss Lord's eyeball had shrunk back again. And after failing to reclaim the fireballs, the large Abyss Lord also began to become extremely agitated. With a wave of its hand, countless stars began to flicker in the sky. After a brief casting, the large demon suddenly pressed both palms downwards. Immediately afterward, the flickering stars in the sky began to plummet violently with the demon's palms. Like a vast meteor shower, countless fireballs started to crash fiercely down towards Cheng Yao's position. In Cheng Yao's live broadcast room, the audience was all stunned, unable to close their mouths. They simply couldn't understand why Cheng Yao had to face such a ridiculous monster. Some viewers from enemy countries, watching this awe-inspiring meteor shower, couldn't help but swallow. This time, Cheng Yao should have no way to escape, right? Didn't you see? The area within 100 meters around him is covered. What the hell are you still running for? Indeed, even if he charges again, the distance he covers won't take him out of this area. Just die, Cheng Yao. If you don't die, how can our chosen one from the Foot Basin country rise up? You guys in Dragon Country have an old saying, good and evil will eventually be rewarded. Your Cheng Yao has killed so many people from my Bang Bang country, it's time to pay the price. Watching the comments from the audience of the enemy country, the audience from Dragon Country could only wish to pull these little scoundrels who send comments out of the screen and fight them offline. Don't the scums from Foot Basin country and Bang Bang country fear being killed yet? Brother Yao is still killing too little, otherwise, how could the trash from the two countries have a chance to talk back here? Damn! Brother Yao is moving. His brother Yao is fierce. Amidst the audience's amazement, Cheng Yao did not charge again. After all, the charge could only be used 3 times a day, and Cheng Yao intended to save the remaining 2 chances for more urgent moments. Moreover, just as those spectators said, the coverage area of this meteor shower is too vast, it is nearly impossible to escape outside the spell's range before the flames fall. But who said that to avoid an attack, one must only escape the spell range? Cheng Yao currently thinks that way. Although the spell range is big, the position of this large abyss demon lord is not far at all. Alright, don't you want to smash me? Then let's smash you together. This rain of flames, as long as it doesn't smash through you, you won't be able to harm me at all. So, under this terrifying rain of flames, Cheng Yao charged directly under the large abyss demon lord. He wanted to use this demon as his shield. This idea, without a doubt, is a very risky decision. After all, the size of this monster is too huge. When Cheng Yao ran under it, it could easily crush him into a meat pie by pressing down its belly. Or it could kill Cheng Yao with its 4 fiercely burning iron hooves. But just as Cheng Yao expected, this large abyss demon lord did not do so. Its hands continued to remain in a pressing position as if it had disconnected, standing still in place, motionless. The large demon's reaction made the spectators from Foot Basin Country and Bang Bang Country extremely anxious. Why don't you kick him? Your hooves are so powerful, is it just for show? If you can't, at least crush him. He can't run away from under you. Damn, this thing is just a decorative pillow, looks intimidating, but it's actually useless. Do these demons not have brains? It's really frustrating to watch. Many spectators from Dragon Country looked at the demon's reaction and finally felt relieved. It seems that this large demon, just like some bosses in games, only mechanically releases skills. Even if the skill is empty, it won't immediately react. Instead, it will stubbornly endure the damage and finish casting the skill. Cheng Yao's choice this time is a gamble. Earlier, when he charged under the demon did not use its hooves to attack. Instead, it exposed its weakness and targeted Cheng Yao. At that time, Cheng Yao had already had a vague guess in his heart. This monster should not be familiar with close combat. So when facing the meteor shower, Cheng Yao's first reaction was to hide directly under the monster. With the protection of the hellish ebon power, the flames of rain falling on the abyss demon lord did not stir up any waves. Thus, Cheng Yao, hiding below, was able to get a moment's breath. At this moment, Cheng Yao was fixated on the monster's belly. There lies the spot where its weakness was previously exposed. Cheng Yao quietly waited for this cataclysmic rain of fire to end. He wanted to see the demon's weakness. When exactly will it be revealed? Time passed second by second. After a long while, the large abyssal demon lord slowly withdrew its hand. At this moment, within a 100-meter radius in front of this demon, the ground had been battered into a pockmarked mess by the rain of fire, leaving no flat surface. A frenzied heat wave rose from the ground, as if it were the end of the world. Roar! The large abyssal demon lord let out an angry roar, as if it had discovered Cheng Yao exploiting its bug, and began to rage helplessly. But unfortunately, this large abyssal demon lord had no attacks outside of its settings, so it could not take any countermeasures against Cheng Yao below it. It could only once again open its massive mouth and its abdomen, exposing that glowing red eyeball. Now is the time. Cheng Yao's 98K had been waiting for a long time, and the moment the red eyeball reappeared, he decisively pulled the trigger. Click. This time, the red eyeball hadn't even had the chance to shoot out a beam before being heavily struck by Cheng Yao. This time, the surface of the red eyeball was already covered in cracks. Judging by this state, Cheng Yao was very sure that as long as he fired one more shot, this red eyeball would shatter and disappear. And when this red eyeball broke, the large abyssal demon lord would surely disappear as well. It seemed that this demon was only intimidating in appearance. Once its weakness was found, defeating it would just be a simple matter. However, Cheng Yao did not expect that his strategy was only half correct. After all, apart from him, no other chosen one could so easily destroy this red eyeball. That red beam was not only about inflicting damage or preventing skill release, it served to drain the chosen one's strength directly. In this way, even those ranged chosen ones wielding bows and arrows would not have the strength to draw their bowstrings when faced with the red beam. It was just that his 98K did not require much force when pulling the trigger to achieve such an effect. Chapter 68, God. I want to file a complaint against you. After suffering a second attack, the large abyssal demon lord did not immediately leave to heal as it had before. Instead, it became strangely calm. Cheng Yao looked at the unusually calm large abyssal demon lord and suddenly felt a bit nervous. Many times, when the enemy is furious, you can feel much more at ease. Because their fury indicates they have been thrown off guard by you. This proves that your approach is indeed effective. The same is true when dealing with monsters or people. But now, the large abyssal demon lord had become inexplicably calm, which was not good for Cheng Yao. Its reaction could only stem from a few reasons. Either it had regained some basic intelligence and learned to control its emotions. If so, its subsequent methods of attack would be more varied, and Cheng Yao's bug exploitation strategy would completely lose effectiveness. Or it had other hidden cards, and this calmness was merely to unleash an even stronger ultimate move. Regardless of the outcome, it was not good news for Cheng Yao. The air began to grow strangely tense. Both Cheng Yao and the audience outside the screen anxiously awaited the next move of the large abyssal demon lord. Cheng Yao had tightened every nerve in his body. At the moment the giant demon launched its next attack, he needed to be fully prepared. Dodge, run, or attack. Because this time, he definitely wouldn't have much time to react. In this overwhelming sense of pressure, time continued to tick by second. After a while, this large sinking demon lord finally began to act. However, its actions were completely unexpected by everyone. That kid, come out from under my belly. Let's have a chat, okay? The large sinking demon lord slowly spoke, its voice extremely hoarse, yet the volume was not low at all. Its action was to negotiate with Cheng Yao. This situation completely overturned everyone's understanding. In the National Luck Office of Long Country, Zhou Yang sprayed his tea all over the screen in front of him. Damn! Does this thing actually have intelligence? It can even talk. And, did I hear wrong? This demon plans to soften up to Cheng Yao? Zhou Yang's shocked expression was hard to hide, but he couldn't be blamed. After all his colleagues in the office were no better off than him. This is a demon. A demon as tall as several floors. It's actually softening up to Cheng Yao? If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they would never have believed it. Such absurdity could happen in the National Luck Forbidden Zone. Cheng Yao quietly listened to the large sinking demon lord's words. Although he looked surprised, he firmly refused. You say you're so big, why don't you do anything good, but just block me looking for a task? Anyway, there's no way I can get out of here. Isn't it hot here? Can't I just enjoy a bit of coolness under you? Just say what you want. If you want to trick me out to beat me, there's no way. Hearing Cheng Yao's strong response, the large sinking demon lord's face twitched suddenly. To say its distorted and hideous face could express a twitching motion was difficult, but it indeed twitched. Hey, kid, can you stop being so arrogant? Do you know who I am? I'm the infamous Dark Knight Demon King. Even if you keep hiding under my stomach, if I sit down or stomp my hoof, can you still be okay? Can't we just talk? The tone of the large sinking demon lord grew a bit agitated. It couldn't understand why a tiny human could be so arrogant. Is it that its face isn't big enough, or its fame isn't loud enough? At the same time, the large sinking demon lord felt extremely wronged inside. What appeared here was just a part of its avatar. In addition, due to the restrictions of the rules in this place, it could only perform actions dictated by the rules, which left it helpless against this tiny human. However, Cheng Yao listened to its threats with a face full of disdain. No way. If you could do this, you would have done it long ago, right? If I'm not wrong, if I pull that egg of yours again, it would probably break. Right now, you're the one begging me. Is this the attitude of someone asking for help? As Cheng Yao's words fell, the entire wilderness fell into an eerie silence. Cheng Yao thought to himself, damn, I've spent too much time with Ziling, even my speech has been infected by her. But the large sinking demon lord thought, WTF? Are humans this arrogant now? Do they not know how strong my true body is? Although it had just projected its consciousness onto this avatar and didn't know how Cheng Yao had managed to knock off 2 of its health bars, it clearly knew that Cheng Yao beneath it was merely a worthless one without even level 30. For such a tiny ant to dare say I'm begging him? I'm begging his grandmother. Thinking of this, the Dark Knight Demon King could no longer contain the inner rage. Under its manipulation, the large sinking demon lord suddenly leaped into the air. From the ground shattered by the meteor fire rain, countless fireballs began to break through the ground at an even faster speed, rushing toward the large demon. At this moment, the large fallen demon lord was floating in midair, quietly waiting for the fireballs to approach. As long as 1/3 of the fireballs were absorbed, its vital point could be completely restored. By then, even this fragile avatar, under its control, could surely crush this detestable human into pieces. The face of the Dark Knight Demon King gradually grew wild, staring down at Cheng Yao with a half-smile. Kid, let's see if you're panicking this time. However, when the Dark Knight Demon King looked at Cheng Yao's position, it did not see any panic on his face. Instead, it saw the dark mouth of a gun. What is this thing? The Dark Knight Demon King felt a bit flustered, it had never seen such a weapon. But looking at Cheng Yao's incredibly confident smile, the Dark Knight Demon King could be sure that such a weapon must be extraordinary. Bang! 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 In the next moment, bright flames began to shoot out from the black gun muzzle, and with Cheng Yao's aim, the magic bullets quickly flew into the sky, shattering the fireballs. This revolver, which required no reloading, could achieve an extremely terrifying firing rate. Countless fireballs flying from the ground ultimately failed to reach the demon. Damn it! What kind of weapon is this? God! You didn't tell me there would be this thing when you sent me to work. I want to file a complaint. At this moment, this once invincible Dark Knight Demon King was completely panicked. Chapter 69, Information of the Dark Knight Demon King. Watching the fireballs used for recovery being easily dealt with by Cheng Yao, the large demon, having lost its means of recovery, finally could no longer remain in midair and helplessly fell back to the ground. Seeing this, Cheng Yao immediately dived again towards the demon's belly. Here was the key to his bug exploit. Since he had decided to exploit the bug, he would exploit it to the end. Seeing Cheng Yao dive under himself again, the Dark Knight Demon King stomped with frustration. Can't you just pick a different spot to dive? You keep diving under my legs, are you even a man? Can't we just fight properly? Must you use such shameless tricks? The Dark Knight Demon King mocked him wildly, hoping Cheng Yao would come out from under him. After all, underneath him, there was only the red eyeball as an attack method. But once the red eyeball was exposed, it didn't need to think about what would happen. However, how could Cheng Yao be swayed by such a primitive provocation? He was still waiting to defeat this demon and see if he could get something good. Damn it, are you really not going to listen to what I said? Can I not waste time with you? The Dark Knight Demon King was somewhat exasperated. After dropping a few words, it prepared to escape. After all, its speed was considerably faster than Cheng Yao's, escaping with all its might. Surely that kid wouldn't have any good methods, right? Damn it! The Dark Knight Demon King planned to escape, but Cheng Yao wasn't going to let that happen. After all the hard work he'd put into this fight, about to kill it, how could it just run away? No way! Cheng Yao used both hands and feet, bracing against the flames on the large fallen demon lord's hoof, and directly clung to one of its legs. In this way, no matter how the demon tried to escape, Cheng Yao remained firmly attached to it. Seeing this, the Dark Knight Demon King had no choice but to stop its steps. Damn it, if it wasn't for my KPI, would I be this mad at you? Also, why is this chosen one so stubborn? You must know that the Dungeon Demon King and Abyss Demon King's avatars had already killed quite a few chosen ones. But none of those chosen ones acted like this one. It was one thing for the weapon to be formidable, but how could its face be so thick? If its avatar was the first to be defeated, not only would it be ridiculed by the other demon kings, I will still be cut off from the hellish ethereal energy for a month. A whole month without it. You must know, the hellish ethereal energy is like the electricity of a city. A month without it would be enough to drive one insane. No way, I absolutely cannot let this happen. Thinking of this, the demon finally spoke again. Kid, come on out, I admit defeat, alright? Even if you beat me, it's useless, there's no reward. How about we negotiate? I'll provide you some intel and you spare me? This time, the demon's tone softened a lot. Hearing the demon, Cheng Yao's eyes lit up, and he suddenly shouted exaggeratedly. I lost a divine armor here, and a lot of upgrade materials, how about you help me find them? Upon hearing Cheng Yao's words, the Night Demon King was completely stunned. Why can't we just talk normally? Why are you starting to extort me? The things you want, I can't just pull them out. This is just a fragment of me. But looking at Cheng Yao clinging to its leg and refusing to let go, the Night Demon King really had no choice. Brother, I don't have the things you want. After all, this is just a fragment of me. Have you ever seen someone's fragment carry so many things? I'll provide you some intel, how about that? I tell you, my intel is very valuable. It can help you level up faster in this forbidden area. Once the Night Demon King finished speaking, it anxiously waited for Cheng Yao's response. Cheng Yao listened to the Night Demon King's words, and he began to ponder. If what this guy said was true, then letting him go might not matter. After all, this was the first intelligent creature he had encountered in this forbidden area. If what he said was correct that this was just a fragment, then its level in this forbidden area shouldn't be low. But doing so also carried risks. If he let him go and the demon recovered and came looking for trouble again, what should he do? Cheng Yao felt a bit torn at that moment. After some time of inner struggle, Cheng Yao finally made a response. Alright, then tell me your intel. If it's really useful, I'll let you go. Hearing Cheng Yao's reply, the Night Demon King became unhappy instead. Damn. Can you have some manners? At least get off me first before I can share intel with you. Otherwise, if you backtrack, who do I complain to? In response to the Night Demon King's rebuttal, Cheng Yao showed an indifferent attitude. I'm more afraid you'll backtrack. If you do, my life is over. At worst, we can just drag this out, right? I've got all the time in the world, I don't believe you can keep your eyes on me forever. Cheng Yao acted as if he didn't care, and this reaction made the Night Demon King very troubled. Cheng Yao was right, due to the restrictions of the rules, this fragment indeed couldn't keep its weaknesses hidden indefinitely. As long as it attacked again, the eye would be exposed once more. Although if it refrained from attacking, it could keep dragging this out with Cheng Yao. However, the time it could transfer its consciousness to the fragment was limited. After a day, its consciousness would be forcibly withdrawn. By then, who knows what the brainless fragment would do? Thinking of this, the Night Demon King had to set aside its pride and persistence. Fine, I'll tell you the intel. Open the map and go to the location, 691, 855, there's a broken wooden house. If you push aside the hay, you will see a wooden trapdoor leading to a cellar. After entering the cellar, break the statue in the cellar, and all your country's chosen ones will. Cheng Yao listened to the Night Demon King's words, and his expression started to become interesting. Before the demon could finish, Cheng Yao interrupted roughly. Wait a minute, this intel of yours isn't useful. The statue you're talking about. I have broken the limit. I have received the effect of the demon's wrath. You should change it. Sigh. I thought you had some important information. The Dark Knight Demon King listened to Cheng Yao's reply and felt a bit dazed. What is going on? You just got in here not long ago, right? I hid this thing so deep, how did you find it so easily? Are you human? Aren't you supposed to be looking for the task target directly after entering? Why are you running around like this? With you running around like this, it makes it really hard for me to do my job. The demon's face began to twitch. The only information it could provide seemed to be this one. As for other information, like the Master God's details, the rules within the forbidden area, etc., those were strictly forbidden to disclose. Once revealed, the punishment it would face would be much more severe than being killed. Once again, the scene fell into silence. Chapter 70 Negative Lifespan? The Dark Knight Demon King's shock. Time passed second by second. Cheng Yao was sprawled on the demon's leg, unwilling to come down. Meanwhile, the Dark Knight Demon King was troubled, wondering if there was any other information it could provide. Watching the countdown to its return tick away second by second, the Dark Knight Demon King felt more and more anxious. It had cursed the Master God who designed this world a million times in its heart, but that didn't change its current situation. The information here was limited, and the Dark Knight Demon King thought long and hard but couldn't come up with anything else it could provide. Could it be that it could only endure a month of supply cut? After thinking for a long time, the demon finally came up with a way. Kid, I really have no information left, but I can make a demon deal with you, how about that? You give up some lifespan, and I will provide you with enhancement effects. But don't worry, since I'm asking you to do something for me, I will try to help you get the best effect within my power, okay? Cheng Yao listened to the Dark Knight Demon King's proposal and disdainfully curled his lips. Damn it, I'm pointing a gun at you, does it mean we should have a fair deal? Then wouldn't this gun be for nothing? Cheng Yao decisively rejected the demon's suggestion. His thought was simple, since it was coercion, he would push it to the end. Isn't it just a waiting game? For the final reward, he would endure it. Anyway, after going out, before the demon siege, he couldn't run to another map to level up. It was better to make good use of this time to secure a big score. Hearing Cheng Yao's firm rejection, the Dark Knight Demon King couldn't think of any other ways for a moment. Thus, time began to flow again. Meanwhile, in the Forgotten Wilderness, the Dragon Kingdom's camp had taken on a proper appearance, the simple walls were completed. Zhou Yan was leading a large group of people, fiercely assaulting the spider cave. One piece of equipment after another kept dropping, these equipments were registered by Zhou Yan. To obtain this equipment, one had to make sufficient contributions first. The chosen ones of the Dragon Kingdom didn't complain about this, after all, in such a strange environment, no one wanted to see their hard-earned equipment taken by those who only slack off. With Zhou Yan's organization, every chosen one of the Dragon Kingdom strived to contribute to the team in order to get better equipment. In contrast to the orderly Dragon Kingdom side, things did not look too optimistic for the other countries. In the live room of the beautiful country, Smith, after a long election, finally regained his authority as the leader of the beautiful country. The first thing Smith did with his regained power was not to prepare for the upcoming demon siege, but rather to control all the chosen ones who had resisted him before, suppressing their upgrades. Only in this way could he ensure his leadership in the future. Ensure absolute superiority. Under such an attitude from Smith, the chosen ones of beautiful country intentionally slowed down their leveling pace. Otherwise, if their levels caught up to Smith's, and they were targeted by him, there would be nowhere to cry. Little did they know, at this moment, the audience of beautiful country watched what Smith was doing and began to curse in anger. What time is it now? Are we still doing this dictator thing? The Demon City attack is coming soon. Can our chosen ones really safely get through this crisis? Look at Dragon Country over there, and then look at us here. I even want to immigrate to Dragon Country. Really, I have never been this disappointed in our chosen ones. I have no hope left for our country's fortune. Every audience member from beautiful country began to wail in despair. On the other hand, in the live broadcast room of Foot Basin Country, it was a different scene altogether. At this moment, the remaining chosen ones of Foot Basin Country had bonded together with the chosen ones of Stick Country. They no longer had the energy to fight for the ownership of the Forgotten Wilderness. After all, the previous disastrous defeat against Dragon Country had deeply shaken the confidence of the chosen ones from both countries. Now, they chose a swamp northeast of Silent Forest as their next leveling area. But at this moment, the chosen ones from Foot Basin Country clashed fiercely with the chosen ones from Stick Country. Why should it be? This water source was discovered first by our Stick Country. It should belong to us. Baka! You bunch of cowardly losers, how dare you occupy this water source? Our chosen ones have a higher average level than yours. This water source should belong to the strong. Your chosen ones are almost dead. Our chosen ones outnumber you. Do you want to fight about it? The chosen ones from both countries were arguing fiercely over a water source. Although the swamp was not lacking in water sources, they had very few clean water devices, so both sides planned to fight for this high-quality freshwater resource. The leader of Stick Country, Li Mingtai, and the newly elected leader of Foot Basin Country, Yi Yuri Masakawa, were both headaching over this dispute. Even though they were the nominal leaders of their countries, their authority over their subordinates was quite limited. They did not have the prestige of Zhou Yan, and after the defeat against Dragon Country, their orders were not taken seriously by their chosen ones. At this moment, the live broadcast rooms of both countries were in an uproar. In the National Fortune Office of Dragon Country, Zhou Yang and his colleagues watched the argument between Foot Basin Country and Stick Country, laughing heartily. See that? If this continues, the chosen ones of Stick Country and Foot Basin Country are just a bunch of clowns. Indeed, this way, we won't have to worry about anything anymore. But what about Cheng Yao? Isn't he planning to come down? This isn't a good thing. I can't help it. Hasn't it been almost a day? Is Cheng Yao really this strong in endurance? When the topic turned to Cheng Yao, the people in the office were all at a loss. At this moment, Cheng Yao was still firmly clinging to the demon's leg, confronting the demon. The night demon, on the other hand, had no real solution. After all, it had already thought of all the methods, but Cheng Yao was like a rock in the toilet, stinking and hard, with no intention of compromising. To make a demon deal, the other party must know the specific details and agree before proceeding. It couldn't trick Cheng Yao, which led to it completely losing the bargaining chips for negotiation with him. The night demon felt bitter, its last hope rested solely on making a deal with Cheng Yao. Sai, let me first check this kid's remaining lifespan, then have a good talk with him. The dark night demon began to mobilize its power, looking into Cheng Yao's remaining lifespan. Name, Cheng Yao. Remaining lifespan, -1 year. What the heck? Negative number? The dark night demon stared at the returned result, frozen in place. Chapter 71, Demon Deal, title acquired. Seeing the remaining lifespan as a negative number, the dark night demon momentarily thought its power had malfunctioned. But soon, the dark night demon dismissed this assumption. After all, their powers were all granted by the main god. For a power as frequently used as a demon deal, there couldn't be any mistake. If its power was not the problem. The dark night demon's heart skipped a beat. Could this kid be dead? This assumption startled the dark night demon. But then a strong sense of joy filled its chest. What does a negative lifespan mean? It means this guy doesn't have to pay anything for the demon deal anymore. As a demon in charge of a realm, the dark night demon understood very well, once the remaining lifespan became negative, it would never change again. This -1 doesn't represent a specific number, but a kind of state. In this state, even if Cheng Yao continued to deduct remaining lifespan, the value of -1 would not change at all. This way, getting Cheng Yao to accept the demon deal had almost become a sure thing. Thinking of this, the dark night demon immediately began to communicate with Cheng Yao again. That kid. Let's make a demon deal. It's free. Hearing the dark night demon's bold words, Cheng Yao was stunned. What the heck? When did demon deals become free? Am I out of the loop? Oh. I see, this guy must be planning to trick me out and then kill me. Thinking of this, Cheng Yao's face was full of disdain. Don't kid around, when did you demons join the Jiangnan leather factory? The original price was over 100, 200, 300 for trades, and now you're giving it all away for free? Quickly put away your little schemes. I won't leave without substantial rewards. Seeing Cheng Yao acting unreasonable, the dark night demon almost spat out old blood. You brat! Why don't you trust me? Your remaining lifespan has turned negative, now, thinking of making a demon deal, everything is free. If you don't believe me, I'll take you into my demon shop to have a look. I am at least a demon with some reputation, why would I deceive you, someone not even level 30? Is there no basic trust between humans and demons? Hearing the demon's words, Cheng Yao couldn't help but furrow his brows. He knew very well the reason his remaining lifespan had become negative. However, having this discovered by the demon here was not necessarily a good thing. But since this demon had already found out about it, Cheng Yao needed to take some precautions. So, Cheng Yao agreed to the demon's request, and in the next moment, a virtual panel suddenly appeared in front of him. On the panel, there were 3 items, and in the upper right corner, it displayed his remaining lifespan. -1. Cheng Yao looked at the 3 items on the panel, each corresponding to different lifespan costs. Spending 10 years of remaining lifespan could obtain an A-class quality helmet, with each attribute increasing by 10 points, showing no other special bonuses. It seemed quite ordinary. Spending 20 years of remaining lifespan could obtain S-class quality armor, with each attribute increasing by 10 points, and it had a special effect that restored health and mana after battle. It looked quite good. Spending 50 years of remaining lifespan could obtain an S-class quality title. This title had very simple attributes, increasing luck by 10 points. Cheng Yao looked at the transaction items in front of him and pretended to be worried, saying, "The items are pretty good, but since my remaining lifespan has turned negative, Will you directly kill me once I finish the trade?" The Dark Knight Demon King listened to Cheng Yao's worries and finally felt relieved. You don't need to worry about that. After your remaining lifespan turns to -1, unless you die unexpectedly again, we have no right to interfere. Also, you don't need to worry about me exposing your remaining lifespan. After all, if my superiors knew I was trading with someone whose lifespan is -1, I'd be in big trouble. As long as you think the things are good, feel free to choose according to your preference. After you finish choosing, just quickly leave my side." The Dark Knight Demon King's response was unexpectedly cheerful. As long as the hellish energy continues, they are good friends. At this moment, the Dark Knight Demon King had already made a decision. Once this damn human finished the demon trade and left, it would immediately use its doppelganger to escape this troublesome place. If I can't afford to provoke you, can I not avoid you also? As long as hellish energy is unbroken, giving him a backdoor is not hard at all. But the Dark Knight Demon King did not expect that Cheng Yao would once again start complaining. "Aren't you too stingy? A demon, afraid that the trade content isn't enough? Only children make choices, I want them all." Hearing Cheng Yao shouting, the Dark Knight Demon King's head spun, nearly causing it to fall. "Enough! I can't control this demon trade. If you choose one, the remaining 2 will disappear. You're getting a free reward and still being picky. Seriously. You can take it if you want. If you don't take it, I'll report your remaining lifespan of -1 to my superior. At that time, neither of us will be good." At this point, the Dark Knight Demon King finally lost its temper. Cheng Yao, listening to the Dark Knight Demon King's furious roar, instinctively shrank his head. Since the Dark Knight Demon King had said that, it seems that Cheng Yao really could only choose one reward. Moreover, the Dark Knight Demon King was right, this was a reward he could choose for free, and not taking it would be a huge loss. With this in mind, Cheng Yao decisively chose the S-class title. His attribute panel did not have the option for luck value. Among all the equipment he had seen, not a single piece could increase this so-called luck value. Based on Cheng Yao's previous gaming experience, these hidden attributes are what truly matter. Additionally, increasing 10 points of luck value requires consuming 50 years of lifespan. One can tell that this attribute must be great. Seeing that Cheng Yao had finally made a choice, the Dark Knight Demon King also breathed a sigh of relief. "Kid, you should get down now, right? You've got your items. You should know that I kept my promise and offered you the best within my power." Hearing the Demon King's urging, Cheng Yao stopped hesitating and jumped down from the Demon King's leg. "All right. It's a pleasure doing business. Let's stay in touch," Cheng Yao said with a grin, but still did not leave the Demon King's belly. The Dark Knight Demon King, hearing Cheng Yao's playful words, said nothing more and directly opened a teleportation portal to escape this wilderness. "Damn it, stay in touch? Contact your grandma's grandson. This time, I've really suffered a massive loss. The chosen one wasn't killed, but I ended up in a bad demon trade. Now, my KPI is in jeopardy. Fortunately, I played a little trick when starting the demon trade. Though it won't have much impact on Cheng Yao, making this human uncomfortable counts for something." With that thought, the Dark Knight Demon King's mood couldn't help but become cheerful again. Chapter 72, A Fool's Blessing. The title was successfully obtained, and in the live streams of various countries, a notification popped up. Congratulations to the Dragon Country's chosen one, Cheng Yao, on acquiring an exclusive title and receiving 100 points of Dragon Country's fortune value. What? Cheng Yao? He got the title? Damn it, what a broken national luck forbidden zone. Cheng Yao's name is mentioned 800 times a day. It's so annoying. There's nothing to be done. Who told us that a fierce character like him came out of Dragon Country? Let's go see the excitement. So, audiences from various countries rushed into Cheng Yao's live broadcast room. Then came a moment of silence. After a while, the viewers in Cheng Yao's live broadcast room burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. What a broken title this is. Only Cheng Yao could get something like this. I'm dying of laughter, and look at the visual effect of this title, his head is all green, it looks so healthy. Although I know he's strong, I still couldn't help but laugh when I saw this title. The foreign audience started laughing uproariously, while the Dragon Country audience looked at Cheng Yao's current state with a constipated expression. On the live broadcast screen, a large character shown above Cheng Yao's head, "Fools have foolish blessings." The font was extremely exaggerated and emitted a green glow, making Cheng Yao's head appear all green. That's right, this is the demon's little trick. The content of the demon's deal did not mention the specific meaning of this title. And as the bearer, Cheng Yao couldn't see what words were on his head. With this, Cheng Yao could confidently wear these words while constantly being mocked by the Night Demon King in the National Luck Forbidden Zone. At this moment, Cheng Yao was unaware of all this, he only felt that the attributes that this title provided were quite good. 10 points of luck. Although he didn't know what this luck value was for, just remembering his experience in the spider cave, Cheng Yao instinctively felt that this 10-point luck value was the best choice for him. While 10 points of all attributes were indeed tempting, as long as Cheng Yao worked hard to level up, he could compensate for that. But luck value was something very hard to gain. So, Cheng Yao was satisfied with his glowing green head and leisurely walked toward the team leader. After completing this task, he should be able to return to his own little room. Cheng Yao looked at the sky, it was already deep night, and the cold moonlight spilled randomly over this desolate wilderness, adding much desolation to the area. Looking at the scenery before him, Cheng Yao began to miss the life in his small room. That place was filled with human warmth. Moreover, there were people there waiting for him to come home. Thinking of this, Cheng Yao couldn't help but quicken his pace a bit. At this time, in the National Luck Office of Dragon Country, Zhou Yang and others were looking at each other. What do you think about what that demon said, that Cheng Yao's remaining lifespan is negative? Hearing Zhou Yang's question, the colleagues in the office were also confused. Huang Sudong had a broader perspective, after a brief analysis, he shared his speculation. Do you think it's possible that Cheng Yao was already seriously ill and on the brink of death when he was chosen? If that's the case, it could explain why Cheng Yao didn't come to report. You all saw that Cheng Yao is not a timid person, he didn't come to report for sure has its reasons. The colleagues in the office nodded in agreement, believing Huang Sudong's speculation was not baseless. After all, they couldn't think of any other reasons for the time being. However, Zhou Yang, as Huang Sudong's leader, couldn't help but frown deeper after listening to Huang Sudong's analysis. Although he didn't know Cheng Yao well, he knew Huang Sudong well. This guy's bad luck had become a scientific fact that couldn't be explained. No matter how plausible his speculation was, when the moment of truth came, it would be completely different from his guess. In fact, the more reasonable Huang Sudong's speculation was, the more absurd the truth would be. This time, Huang Sudong's speculation had already reached a somewhat terrifying level of reasonableness. Could it be that Cheng Yao was possessed by someone? Thinking of this, Zhou Yang. Immediately, he crazily shook his head. Damn! What was I thinking? I must have read too many online novels to come up with such ridiculous things. Fortunately, Cheng Yao successfully obtained the reward. Except for the title being a bit too eye-catching, there were no other issues. Thinking of this, Zhou Yang no longer delved into the reasons behind it. At this moment, Cheng Yao finally arrived at the side of the captain of the guard. This captain of the guard was clad in heavy armor and was now slumped against the wall of the watchtower, barely alive. The splattered blood on the armor and the captain's somewhat broken body seemed to tell the story of a fierce battle that had once occurred here. Brother, are you okay? Someone asked me to come find you. Cheng Yao spoke first. As his first task here, he had no idea how to complete it. As soon as he finished speaking, countless tiny points of light suddenly appeared before Cheng Yao. They slowly gathered and gradually transformed into the paper he had obtained during the instance, flying into the captain's body. As the paper entered, the captain seemed to snap back to reality, staring blankly at Cheng Yao. Young warrior, thank you for coming to find me. But as you can see, I have failed. Our homeland has ultimately been ruthlessly trampled by the iron hooves of demons. I am about to die, but I hope you can kill some sinking demons and avenge our people. This is my last wish. Listening to the captain's mechanical voice, Cheng Yao sighed inwardly. He had originally thought this captain was a wise local resident. But he never expected that at this moment, the captain was like a mechanical puppet, only able to engage in robotic conversation. Opening the task panel, Cheng Yao could see that the task requirements had changed. Task objective, kill intermediate sinking demon leaders, 0/20. Kill intermediate sinking demons, 0/100. Task reward, lottery wheel *1. Looking at the changed task objectives, Cheng Yao could hardly suppress his urge to curse out loud. Damn it! I found the person, and now you change the objective? When will I ever get my lottery wheel? Cheng Yao felt an unbearable pain in his stomach. It felt like being reminded on a shopping platform that you need to slash a certain number of friends to complete your task. After struggling to make the goal, they remind you that you still need more friends to succeed. This back and forth felt endless, as if trust between people was disappearing just like that. Cheng Yao let out a sarcastic remark. But he had no choice. If he didn't continue hunting these sinking demons, he wouldn't be able to reopen the portal to return. However, before preparing to hunt the sinking demons, Cheng Yao suddenly had an idea. He took out the veil that Ziling had given him from his backpack and forcefully placed it on the captain's face. Since the captain wasn't dead yet, it might be useful, who knows? After doing all this, Cheng Yao picked up his 98k again and slowly left the watchtower. Chapter 73, The Demon Siege begins. In the vast wilderness, as the morning sun was just rising, Cheng Yao had already started to move, continuing to hunt the sinking demons. Due to having killed too many earlier, the sinking demons in the wilderness were now a bit sparse. Therefore, Cheng Yao's progress in hunting the sinking demons was somewhat slow this time. At this rate, Cheng Yao had no idea when he would be able to complete this task. Hopefully, he could return before the demon siege started. Besides, after completing this task, he didn't know if that damn captain would issue new tasks. Cheng Yao thought with some concern. At this moment, outside the portal, at the gathering point of the Dragon Kingdom, Zhou Yan had already gathered all the chosen ones of the Dragon Kingdom here. All the chosen ones stood in formation, like soldiers waiting for inspection, listening quietly to Zhou Yan's arrangements. Ladies and gentlemen, the demon siege is about to begin. Although we cannot currently determine the exact time of the demon siege, we must prepare for the worst. Tonight, the chosen ones from Team 1 and Team 2 will take turns on night watch. If any signs of the demon siege are discovered, we will sound the alarm immediately. The other chosen ones in the defense team will start fighting back as soon as they receive the alert. Remember, this crisis concerns the lives of all of us. Anyone found neglecting their duty will face military punishment. In addition, all chosen ones who perform excellently in this operation will receive extra contribution points, allowing you to choose better equipment. This is not only for the fortune of our country but also for ourselves. Give it your all. Fight until the end. With Zhou Yan's speech coming to an end, the chosen ones of Longguo erupted in a thrilling roar. Give it your all. Fight until the end. Give it your all. Fight until the end. The roars of over 100 chosen ones from Longguo seemed to shake the heavens. At this moment, the spirit of Longguo's chosen ones was fully displayed before all the spectators. When they first arrived at the National Luck Forbidden Area, many were cowards, and many tried to take shortcuts. But due to everyone's joint efforts, now, nearly every chosen one from Longguo could stand alone. In terms of levels, the chosen ones in the defense team from Longguo had almost all reached level 10. In terms of equipment, these chosen ones had, with Cheng Yao's buff, almost cleared all the equipment that could be obtained from the Spider Cave dungeon. As for Zhou Yan and Ziling, who led the Longguo team, they needed no further mention. Ziling had early on reached level 11, while Zhou Yan had been almost living in the dungeon these past few days, hardly eating or sleeping, crazily increasing his level. At this time, Zhou Yan had also become a level 11 chosen one. If it weren't for reaching level 11, which meant he could no longer gain experience, Zhou Yan would have intended to further increase his strength. The other chosen ones in Longguo had seen Zhou Yan leveling up like he was risking his life, which encouraged them to level up to 10 in such a short time. Looking at the current spirit of Longguo's chosen ones, the spectators from Longguo couldn't help but start to praise. Wonderful! This is the chosen ones of Longguo. Foreign spectators, did you see that? If you want to provoke Longguo again, think carefully about your own weight. Who would have thought that before entering the forbidden area, they were just a group of ordinary kids? Yes, especially those young girls. Who would have thought that after entering the forbidden area, they have grown so much? Exactly. Just look at Ziling. Before entering the forbidden area, she was just a pretty weak girl, but now? She is completely the top chosen one of Longguo. Indeed, not only is she clever, but her strength is also so impressive. Ziling is undoubtedly the first. The heated discussions in the comments were interrupted at that moment by a prompt in the livestream. Congratulations to Longguo chosen one Cheng Yao for being the first to reach level 12, gaining 100 national luck points for Longguo. This prompt abruptly cut off everyone's praise for Ziling. Alright, Yao Gu is still in another dimension fighting the submerging demon. Damn, how could I forget him? It's normal to forget, this guy has been fighting a major demon for a whole day, now is alone hunting the submerging demon. The whole livestream is just monotonous. And you can't compare Yao Gu to ordinary chosen ones. Don't forget, he has taken almost 70% of the global national luck rewards. In the livestream, foreign spectators felt stifled as they read the comments from Longguo's audience. What the audience from Longguo said was not wrong. After the National Luck Forbidden Area opened, the scene was set. Under the almost divine performance of Cheng Yao, the fate of their country was pitifully scarce. 70%? 70% belongs to Cheng Yao. The remaining 30% still depended on the favor of other chosen ones from Dragon Country. The chosen ones from their country seemed to only be able to follow in the footsteps of Dragon Country, picking up some scraps to barely increase their nation's fortune. Such a result was something that all countries had not anticipated beforehand. At this moment, the Foot Basin Country, which was madly hunting down the chosen ones of Dragon Country, and the following Bamboo Stick Country, were thrown into a panic. Their chosen ones not only failed to gain much fortune, but had also offended the giant that was Dragon Country. Once Dragon Country's fortune rose to a certain level and regained its strength for external conquest, it was easy to imagine what fate awaited them. After all, who in the world didn't know that although Dragon Country was less than 100 years old, its virtual age was over 5,000? In the long span of thousands of years, countries around Dragon Country had either vanished or been swallowed up, and only Dragon Country remained in this region. This outcome proved the resilience and bravery of the people from Dragon Country. Although Dragon Country had temporarily retracted its claws and fangs due to resource scarcity, it would firmly remember who had provoked it during its weakness. Faced with such circumstances, many citizens in the Foot Basin Country had already started to connect with each other privately. What if we quietly surrendered to Dragon Country now? Would we survive when they come? What nonsense are you talking about? How can you surrender to Dragon Country in this situation? They know who you are. But according to Dragon Country's statement, even if they attack, they shouldn't target us common people, right? That's hard to say. During the Qin dynasty, Dragon Country had a war god named Bai Qi, who, after capturing local cities, directly slaughtered tens of thousands of innocent citizens. And besides, our ancestors didn't spare the common people when invading Dragon Country. If I were Dragon Country, I would want to exterminate us all. What should we do then? Should we try to overthrow the current Foot Basin government? Under such pressure, a nascent form of resistance was gradually starting to take shape in the Foot Basin Country. Chapter 74, The First Wave of Attack. In the deep night, bright moonlight spilled carelessly over the wilderness, turning the entire expanse into a cold silver gray. Several chosen ones from Dragon Country stood solemnly outside their camp, motionless, watching for any disturbances around. In the wilderness, those night-stalking beasts seemed to be wary of Dragon Country's arrangement, circling far from their defensive perimeter. Suddenly, a sharp-eyed chosen one from Dragon Country vaguely saw some flickering red light at the edge of the wilderness. The red light approached rapidly, and in no time, it was clearly in the sight of the sentinels. These red lights were the devil's crimson eyes, and a horde of small devils were waving large clubs and charging towards Dragon Country's chosen one's camp. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Prepare to counterattack! The sentry's voice was loud and powerful, instantly waking all the chosen ones of Dragon Country. As the devils drew near, it became clear that these devils were actually goblins. Though they were small in stature, their numbers were overwhelming, densely packed that it made one's skin crawl just to look at. Long-range attack Team 1. Long-range attack Team 2. Get into formation immediately and prepare to attack. Close combat Team 1. Block the entrance of the wall. Prevent them from approaching the camp. At this moment, Zhou Yan had dark circles under his eyes, but his voice was quite loud. After receiving the warning, he immediately began to assign tasks. In just a moment, the chosen ones of the Dragon Kingdom had already arranged their formations according to the prior layout. Zhou Yan's wooden sword had upgraded to an iron sword, and with a single thought, the iron sword flew into the monster crowd as if it had a spirit of its own, starting a frenzied slaughter under Zhou Yan's command. Ziling's folding fan continually flew out, transforming into massive fireballs in mid-air. The explosive booming sounds never ceased, and with every hit, groups of goblins began to fall. Some ranged chosen ones wielding bows and arrows also mastered their skills at this time, with each arrow carrying the roar of the wind. One shot would pierce through several goblins, achieving high kill efficiency. With such close cooperation, the Dragon Kingdom's camp seemed as unbreakable as an iron barrel, and no matter how many goblins there were, they could not shake it at all. The audience of the Dragon Kingdom, watching the stellar performance of the chosen ones, could not help but exclaim in awe. Wow! Is this really the chosen ones of our Dragon Kingdom? This strength! It's simply absurd. Look, these goblins can't even get close to the melee chosen one's attack range. The chosen ones from other countries have already started close combat. Our chosen ones are truly amazing. But for this battle, the ones who felt the most were not the audience, but the chosen ones of the Dragon Kingdom. Earlier, these chosen ones had practiced the current formation repeatedly under Ziling's guidance. At that time, they did not understand why Ziling was so strict. Even if one person stood half a meter off, he would be scolded by Ziling for a whole day. But now, when the battle truly started, the chosen ones realized how comfortable their formation was. That's right, comfortable. This was the shared thought of all the chosen ones of the Dragon Kingdom. This formation allowed them to attack recklessly without worrying about accidentally harming teammates or their own safety. Only the melee chosen ones felt a bit vexed at this moment. Killing monsters could earn contribution points. But now, these goblins couldn't even get close to them, and the contribution points they yearned for seemed far out of reach. Melee team. Do not leave your posts, or you will be penalized on contribution points. You guarding the ranged team can also earn contribution points. Zhou Yan knew the thoughts of these melee chosen ones and would shout reminders from time to time. Hearing Zhou Yan's call, the melee chosen ones who were a bit restless steadied their defensive line and solemnly prepared their defenses. Ziling stood on the high platform in the center of the camp, like a military strategist, taking in all the changes on the battlefield. In the distance, no new goblins appeared, and it seemed this wave of monsters would soon be taken care of. Yet even so, Ziling's expression did not relax in the slightest. Through her investigation, Ziling already knew that after this wave of goblins, other demons would likely appear. According to the normal leveling speed, the Chosen One's average level should reach level 8 or 9, but the goblins appearing this time were only level 5. No one knew how strong the following demons would be. Ziling frowned, feelings of worry starting to creep in her heart. Currently, the fighting strength of the Dragon Kingdom's Chosen Ones was at its peak, easily handling these low-level demons. But as the battle wore on, the Chosen Ones would inevitably become fatigued, and those ranged Chosen Ones who had exhausted their mana would need time to recover. Thus, the most difficult moments of this defensive battle had yet to begin. Meanwhile, Ziling held another worry in her heart. That was Cheng Yao. It had already been 3 days since Cheng Yao entered the teleportation portal. But until now, Cheng Yao had not returned. Ziling was very clear in her heart, Cheng Yao must have encountered terrible danger, which is why he has not come back for so long, right? At this moment, however, the Cheng Yao that Ziling was thinking about was not in any danger, he was wandering in the vast wilderness. Hey! Are there any abysmal demons left? You guys should say something. Damn! Have they all died? Why don't a few of you come out? Cheng Yao shouted loudly, occasionally firing a few shots into the sky, hoping to attract the attention of nearby abysmal demons. The revolver and 98K had long since had their silencers removed by Cheng Yao, but at this moment, even the sound of the guns could not draw on the abysmal demons. At this time, Cheng Yao was not far from completing his mission, but possibly because he had killed too many abysmal demons earlier, he could not find any trace of them in the entire wilderness. This result made Cheng Yao quite frustrated. Damn, could it be that I'm trapped to death in this godforsaken place? What kind of broken mission is this? You asked me to kill so many monsters, yet you give me so few monsters to kill? I don't even know if the demon siege has started yet. If I had known this stupid task would involve killing monsters, I wouldn't have killed so many before. Now, it seemed like the entire world had only Cheng Yao left. Cheng Yao kept sprinting through the desolate wilderness, continuing to search for those abysmal demons that hadn't been killed. The moonlight spilled onto Cheng Yao's shoulders, making him look very small, pitiful, and helpless. No one knew whether Cheng Yao could successfully complete this mission and return to his original world. Chapter 75, The Revenge of the Demon Strikes. In the live broadcast room, watching as the Chosen Ones from the Dragon Kingdom formed a solid line and resisted in an orderly fashion, countless viewers from the Dragon Kingdom finally breathed a sigh of relief. It seems this demon siege can be ended smoothly. I originally thought this demon siege would be very difficult, but it doesn't seem so. Don't let your guard down, since the demon siege started just after midnight, there may still be more demons coming. I think what the person above said makes a lot of sense. So far, no Chosen One from any country has died at the hands of these goblins. Since there are such hardships in the forbidden area, it's impossible for anyone to remain unscathed. The audience's analysis was reasonable, and looking at such analysis, other viewers from the Dragon Kingdom couldn't help but become tense again. God knows what dangers this demon siege would bring. And in Cheng Yao's live broadcast room, the audience from the Dragon Kingdom was extremely anxious. There was no way, Cheng Yao was only 3 intermediate abysmal demon leaders away from completing the task. But due to killing too many earlier, Cheng Yao had wandered in the wilderness for half the night and still hadn't found any. Brother Yao won't be trapped to death in this wilderness, right? The demon siege has already started, and Brother Yao can't get back. What the hell is going on? Sigh. I hope Brother Yao can find a way out. Amidst such torment, time continued to pass, second by second. Outside the Dragon Kingdom camp, just as expected, after repelling the first wave of goblins, the second wave of demons surged in. The demons of the second wave had already reached level 6, but this level couldn't stir up any waves in front of the Chosen Ones from the Dragon Kingdom. Amidst the orderly resistance of the Dragon Kingdom, before they knew it, it had already turned to dusk. Throughout the day, the Chosen Ones of the Dragon Kingdom had constantly resisted wave after wave of attacks, and by now, each of them was somewhat exhausted. Everyone, hang in there. The demon siege should end by midnight. We must not let our guard down, if we do, we will suffer serious losses. Zhou Yan sat at the center of the Dragon Kingdom camp, constantly cheering on the Chosen Ones around him.